Chapter 81. Hua Qingyu apologies. As Meng Jing returned to the courtyard, her head hung low, her small hands fidgeting with the hem of her garment. Her large eyes filled with remorse, unable to meet Jiang Ping'an's gaze. Jiang Ping'an, caught between laughter and tears, reassured her, "You've said it 10 times already. Truly. It is of no consequence." This spirited girl had once been quite bold. How had she suddenly transformed? However, having drawn Zhou Feng and suffered yet another defeat at his hands, his spirits were undoubtedly dampened, especially considering the opponent's potential for ruthlessness. Meng Jing felt a deep sense of regret, pondering why she had not clearly remembered the rules at that moment, resulting in Jiang Ping'an suffering a significant loss. Jin Lin patted Jiang Ping'an on the shoulder, encouraging, "Brother Jiang, do not be disheartened. I will place a bet of 1 million on Zhou Feng. When we win, I shall treat you to a grand feast." Suddenly, Meng Jing lifted her head, her excitement palpable as she inquired, "Can we really bet on that? Where can we place our bets?" Jiang Ping'an replied, "Originally, I was not distressed. Yet upon hearing the words of these two, he felt a wave of discomfort wash over him." Jin Lin explained, "Generally, large-scale competitions aimed at external cultivators will have betting established, allowing various gambling houses to accept wagers." Jiang Ping'an's eyes brightened at this revelation as he asked, "What are my odds?" Clearing his throat, Jin Lin responded, "The weaker the combat power, the higher the odds. Zhou Feng is a unique sword cultivator and a prodigy of the Piamiao sect. Betting on you might yield odds exceeding 3 to 1, while betting against you would only offer a meager multiplier." At these words, a rare smile graced Jiang Ping'an's face. "Let us go and place a bet. This is a golden opportunity, and I happen to need to gather some information." Haha, Brother Jiang maintains a positive outlook. "Losing is merely a stepping stone to earning back more," Jin Lin chuckled, pleased to see Jiang Ping'an unperturbed by the setback. The trio departed the courtyard and made their way to Mingwang City. Within the city, formidable figures abounded, with numerous cultivators and otherworldly beasts soaring through the air. Crowds lined the entrances of various gambling houses, resembling a colossal dragon, dense and seemingly endless. A truly magnificent sight. "Brother Jiang, there are too many people at the other betting houses. Let us head to the Kaifeng Guangjin Chamber of Commerce. Those whose expenditures exceed 10 million have special access, and I can assist you in placing your bets." Jin Lin, hailing from a prominent family, was wealthier than many scattered nascent soul cultivators, having long surpassed the 10 million mark in expenditures. "No need. I happen to have some items to sell at the chamber." Jiang Ping'an declined the offer but added a cautionary note. "Just a reminder, I am not weak at present. If you wish to profit, it would be best to bet on me." Jin Lin glanced at Jiang Ping'an, who was still being held by Meng Jing, and after a brief moment of silence, assured him, "Rest assured, I shall place my bet. Then let us wager 200,000 on Jiang Ping'an and 800,000 on Zhou Feng." To give Brother Jiang a bit of face, he concluded, to which Jiang Ping'an nodded in agreement. The three soared into the opulent interior of the Kaifeng Guangjin Chamber of Commerce. The scale of this establishment was greater than that of an entire city, with diverse areas including the Beast Zone, Weapon Zone, Pill Zone, and Technique Zone. In the Beast Zone, one could sense the presence of numerous nascent soul-level beasts, while the Weapon Zone exuded a terrifying aura of lethal intent, clearly housing instruments of great destruction. The vast expanse of the chamber was so immense that one could not fully traverse it in a single day. Even Jin Lin, despite his background, was awestruck by the grandeur before him. Truly, it was the most powerful commercial establishment in the realm of cultivation. Merely the cost of maintaining such architecture was beyond the means of their family to compare. As the trio parted ways, Jiang Ping'an, accompanied by Meng Jing, sought out a beautiful maid and displayed his 1-star gold card. "I wish to sell an item of considerable value, exceeding 10 million, and require a private room." "Very well, sir. Please follow me," the maid replied with a serene smile, her demeanor unruffled. Having spent considerable time at the Fortune Prosperity Chamber, she had grown indifferent to such figures. Meng Jing, walking beside him, whispered, "What do you intend to sell? If you need funds for a wager, I can assist you. The sale itself is of little consequence." "I merely wish to glean some information," Jiang Ping'an responded. His purpose for visiting was to inquire about the ice crystal grass. He had not forgotten his master's urgent need for it. The Fortune Prosperity Chamber might possess valuable intel on the matter. Under the maid's guidance, Jiang Ping'an and Meng Jing entered a private chamber. This room was significantly larger than the one in Blackwind City. adorned with illusions that made it feel like a serene courtyard, creating a delightful ambience. At a stone table in the courtyard sat a kindly-looking cultivator. The man was somewhat portly, his belly seemingly threatening to topple the table. "What do you wish to sell, sir?" he inquired. Jiang Ping'an produced a golden vial containing a drop of sacred blood. The jovial expression on the plump cultivator's face instantly shifted to one of seriousness. "Please wait a moment. This is not a transaction I can facilitate." The cultivator rose and swiftly exited through the wooden door behind him. Meng Jing grasped Jiang Ping'an's arm. Her voice laced with urgency. "You cannot sell that. Sacred blood holds immense power for body cultivators. Using it could significantly enhance your strength. Its monetary value pales in comparison." Jiang Ping'an refrained from disclosing that he utilized several drops of sacred blood daily. Before long, the wooden door swung open, revealing a woman clad in a purple gown. Her skin was as fair as snow, and she adorned exquisite blue gemstones in her delicate ears. As she entered, the surrounding illusions flickered, and her bare, alabaster feet glided effortlessly above the ground, her cerulean eyes captivating all who beheld them. A peculiar, enchanting fragrance wafted into the air, evoking a sense of wonder and unparalleled comfort. Even Meng Jing, typically composed, found herself mesmerized by the beauty of this enchanting figure. Behind her trailed an inconspicuous elderly woman, leaning on a cane. Upon hearing Meng Jing's admiration, the woman, Hua Qingyu, smiled subtly. "My dear little sister, you are not lacking in beauty either. You shall undoubtedly grow into a great beauty." Flushed with embarrassment, Meng Jing lowered her gaze, retreating shyly behind Jiang Ping'an. Jiang Ping'an, momentarily entranced, soon regained his composure and extended the golden vial. "What is the value of a drop of sacred blood?" Hua Qingyu was taken aback by his swift return to normalcy. Did this young man not comprehend the allure of beauty? Most men would have been utterly captivated. She reached out with her delicate hand to take the vial, casually passing it to the elderly woman behind her. 50 million spirit stones. How does that sound? Jiang Ping'an was taken aback. "Aren't you going to verify the contents?" The other party hadn't even glanced at it before stating a price. Could she possess the ability to see through the vial's contents? Hua Qingyu smiled softly, saying, "This drop of holy blood was once sold by me, later acquired by Wang Ren. You may have become his disciple, so it is quite reasonable for this drop of holy blood to be in your possession." She was utterly unperturbed by the possibility of receiving a counterfeit. Those who dared to deceive the Fortune Merchants Association could be obliterated, regardless of whether they were merely at the foundation establishment stage, as long as they were not immortals. Jiang Ping'an's eyes widened in shock, instinctively taking a step back. "How do you know who I am?" He had not revealed his identity, yet she appeared to know him. Hua Qingyu chuckled softly. "It seems you are still unaware. The Fortune Merchants Association, in addition to selling tangible goods, is the largest intelligence agency in the realm of cultivation, where information can be bought and sold. Ever since you eliminated the captain of the Pingshui County, your information has been recorded." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ping'an's expression darkened. If they were trading information, then the fact that he had acquired the 10,000 poison 7-star insect could indeed be sold. Consequently, the death of Ma Wei could also be reasonably inferred to be linked to him. Hua Qingyu's enchanting blue eyes seemed capable of piercing through the human heart as she smiled. "Rest assured, there are certain matters we do not sell externally, such as transactions conducted with our association." Jiang Ping'an's fingers trembled slightly. Indeed, they were aware of his involvement in Ma Wei's death. Chapter 82. The news of ice crystal grass. Jiang Ping'an did not place faith in her words. As long as the price was sufficient, they would undoubtedly sell. Naturally, given that this matter pertained to their association's reputation, they would typically refrain from selling unless the profit was substantial. He needed to exercise caution in future dealings with them, perhaps acquiring some techniques to alter his appearance before conducting business. 50 million for the transaction. Jiang Ping'an agreed to their offer. A single drop of blood fetching such a staggering sum was indeed terrifying. Even a formidable being in the transformation stage would come to seize it upon learning he possessed 50 million. Before the payment could be made, Jiang Ping'an added, "You can place bets on tomorrow's match, correct? What are the odds if I win?" "Currently, it's 10 to 1, Hua Qingyu replied. 50 million. I'll place it all on that," Jiang Ping'an stated calmly. At his words, a glimmer of surprise flashed in Hua Qingyu's azure eyes. "You certainly have confidence in yourself." Meng Jing's eyes widened in disbelief as she exclaimed, "Wood, have you lost your mind? It's not that I don't trust you, but this is 50 million. If you happen to lose, the loss would be catastrophic. Even a transformation stage elder would hesitate to squander spirit stones in such a manner. If I win, that translates to 10 drops of holy blood, Jiang Ping'an smiled. He held great confidence in himself. It was not that he was particularly concerned about the money. He merely wished to exchange for more spirit stones, facilitating future transactions. Continually trading resources for spirit stones was cumbersome. All right, I will place the bet for you. Please hand me the gold card. Hua Qingyu was more than willing to accept the sum. Presently, many were betting on Zhou Feng to win, and the association would incur considerable losses in spirit stones. This 50 million would help offset some of that loss. Hua Qingyu delicately tapped the stone table, and suddenly, a projection composed of runes floated above it. Jiang Ping'an gazed at the unfolding scene in confusion as he handed over his gold card. Hua Qingyu took the golden card and swiped it across the luminous screen, causing the runes projected to ripple instantly. Subsequently, she tapped twice on the light curtain, causing the runes to flicker. All right, it's done, she said, returning the golden card to Jiang Ping'an. Once the competition concludes, if you emerge victorious, the funds will automatically be credited to your card. This way, you need not worry about powerful individuals coveting your resources without your personal transaction. No one can touch your spirit stones. Whenever you wish to utilize these stones, you may do so at any merchant association of Kaifeng Guanjin, as all shop information is synchronized. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ping'an was astounded. What is the principle behind this? You wouldn't comprehend if I explained, Hua Qingyu replied. In simple terms, it is a basic information transfer function achieved through runes. She refrained from elaborating further. Jiang Ping'an felt enlightened. He resolved to study runes diligently when time permitted. Suppressing his astonishment, he inquired again, "Do you have any ice crystal grass here?" You have indeed become Wang Ren's disciple. Hua Qingyu surmised Jiang Ping'an's intentions, dismissing the projection with a wave of her hand. Regrettably, this plant is virtually extinct. Perhaps a few remain in some forbidden areas, but those are inaccessible to anyone. Some prominent families may have stored them, yet they would never sell. She continued. The last recorded appearance of ice crystal grass was 130 years ago, when someone unearthed seeds during a stone gambling event. Jiang Ping'an felt despair creeping in, but the last statement jolted him. Is it truly possible to obtain ice crystal grass seeds through stone gambling? If so, there is still hope. Hua Qingyu nodded yes, though the probability is exceedingly low. Jiang Ping'an clenched his fists. Regardless of the odds, he was determined to try. My master does not have much time left. Your merchant association must have a stone gambling venue, correct? Indeed, but do you truly believe you can find ice crystal grass seeds through gambling? That is rather naive. Hua Qingyu thought the information was erroneous, as reports described Jiang Ping'an as calm, steady, and possessing an uncommon maturity for his age. However, he now appeared rather foolish and naive. Setting aside whether stone gambling could yield ice crystal grass seeds, how would he even identify them if they existed within the parent stone? The notion of extracting a single seed from a stone could indeed be likened to searching for a needle in a haystack. Nevertheless, the boy's earnest effort for his master was commendable. If you wish to seek ice crystal grass seeds, you might consider visiting the gambling area in the Wanshan mining district, where many ice crystal grasses once flourished, Hua Qingyu kindly advised. Jiang Ping'an clasped his fists in gratitude. Thank you for your guidance, esteemed elder. Should you come across any information regarding ice crystal grass, I would be willing to purchase it at a high price. Farewell. He set off towards the stone-cutting area, determined to find the seeds for his master. Hey, Woodhead, you should be returning to your training. The competition is tomorrow, and you've wagered 50 million. Meng Jing called out anxiously as she hurried to catch up. This isn't Woodhead. This is a fool. Observing the two depart, the old woman behind Hua Qingyu hoarsely remarked, Miss, there is no need for you to personally attend to such a low-level cultivator. I am not concerned about Jiang Ping'an. Hua Qingyu shook her head gently, causing the golden adornments atop her head to sway lightly. I merely wish to catch a glimpse of Meng Jing. This girl, destined to endure greater misfortune than her mother, would witness the demise of those she cherished, including her father. She is fated to be a tragic figure. The elderly woman paused momentarily, taken aback. Miss, have you received some intelligence? Upon finishing her inquiry, she quickly bowed her head in apology. My apologies, Mississippi. I should not pry. I shall be more mindful henceforth. Hua Qingyu replied coldly, her delicate feet gliding away. Jiang Ping'an exited the private booth and sought out a maid. requesting her guidance to the gambling stone area of the 10,000 Great Mountains mine. This section was significantly more expansive than that on the airship, with or scattered over several hundred meters, attended by more than a dozen workers. These laborers, basking in the sun, engaged in casual conversation in the resting area. Today, the crowd is remarkably sparse. It is usually bustling with activity. With the genius competition's bouts about to commence, most had flocked to place their bets. That is far simpler than gambling on stones. It is merely a choice between two options, with a high probability of winning. Only a fool would engage in stone gambling. Silence. We have guests. Several workers sprang to their feet, greeting them with cheerful smiles. Welcome. Are you two here to gamble on stones? The ores in this area are of superior quality, with an exceptionally high yield. Meng Jing pouted, recognizing their deceptive nature. Just moments ago, they had claimed only fools would gamble on stones, yet now they boasted of high yields. Observing Jiang Ping'an's earnest demeanor, Meng Jing sighed. This oaf might truly be foolish. Jiang Ping'an's gaze swept across the area where the raw stones were stacked, some emitting a faint glow. These luminous stones likely contain something valuable. I will point. You shall retrieve, he instructed. That one, to the left. He pointed to 10 stones in succession. With each selection, Meng Jing's heart ached. The funds spent on Jiang Ping'an would have been better invested elsewhere than in these worthless stones. Now, all she could do was pray for treasures within. The shopkeepers were elated, thrilled to encounter a wealthy patron. Professional stone gamblers typically assessed the quality of the ore, determining if the site was rich in mineral deposits. The size of the stones, and the presence of accompanying minerals. Only after thorough investigation would one make a selection, aside from those with the fortune of a destiny master, who dared to choose stones directly. Such audacity was characteristic of novices. Should they strike gold, the shopkeepers would feast on the entire batch of raw stones. Chapter 83. Once more into the stone gamble spirits of heaven and earth, grant us the blessing of gems. Meng Jing appeared as though performing a ritual, her hands clasped together, muttering incantations. She bowed towards the left, then the right. Jiang Ping'an regarded her with curiosity. What are you doing? Of course. I am offering you my blessings. What if we lose? Meng Jing disregarded Jiang Ping'an, continuing her murmurs. He found himself both exasperated and touched. This girl, though occasionally silly and eccentric, possessed a genuinely good heart. Young master, the total for the 10 stones is 730,000 spirit stones. The worker in the gambling area placed the stones on the counter, smiling as he inquired, will you be paying with a gold card or spirit stones? Xiao Jing, please handle the payment, Jiang Ping'an requested, as he had no spirit stones on him. The 300,000 he had won aboard the airship were all in Meng Jing's possession. Meng Jing gritted her teeth, reluctantly offering her companion a storage bag. With the sum of 730,000, it could ensure the protection of her yuaning for an entire year. Yet, Jiang Ping'an chose to invest it in these worthless stones. The more she pondered, the more regretful she felt. She turned to Jiang Ping'an, revealing her small canine teeth. If you fail to uncover a treasure, I shall drain your blood. Jiang Ping'an chuckled, saying nothing. Even if he lost everything, the most she would do is complain. He withdrew a knife and began to carefully slice the stone, cautious not to damage the icy crystal grass seeds within. With each careful incision, the mother stone shed its edges, and upon the fourth cut, a fragrant aroma wafted forth from within. Something was there. The sorrow on Meng Jing's face vanished instantly as her little head leaned in closer. Jiang Ping'an meticulously pried the stone apart, revealing a segment of green wood, the size of a finger, exuding a delightful fragrance. It was Xiantan greenwood. The staff at the stone gambling shop were utterly astounded, not due to the rarity of the wood itself, but because he had struck such a valuable find on merely the first stone. What sort of extraordinary luck was this? How much? How much? Meng Jing eagerly inquired, her curiosity piqued by the value of the wood. An elderly man approached, examining the find, and remarked, this piece of Xiantan greenwood is ancient and has lost much of its essence. If it were from this era, it would be worth several million. But this one can only fetch 430,000. Meng Jing was overjoyed. Such a high value meant she had already recouped half of her spirit stones. And with 9 stones remaining, she might achieve substantial profit. The elder shook his head, declaring it not overly expensive. For items beneficial to the spirit tend to command high prices. He turned to Jiang Ping'an. Will you sell it? Yes, Jiang Ping'an replied, though he wished to keep it. He thought it worth exchanging for Meng Jing's happiness. As Meng Jing engaged in the transaction with the staff, Jiang Ping'an continued to cut the stones. The second stone, the size of a head, yielded nothing. The staff breathed a sigh of relief. This was more like it. Randomly chosen stones could not possibly have such a high success rate. To cut a piece of Xiantang green wood was indeed a stroke of ancestral fortune. Just then, Jiang Ping'an sliced into the third stone. As the blade struck, a surge of terrifying bloodthirst and malevolence erupted, akin to the emergence of a great demon. The shop staff were taken aback, and the store's protective formation activated, enveloping the stone in a sealing barrier. Meng Jing nearly dropped her storage bag, her face pale. What is that? How frightening. In that fleeting moment, she thought she had fallen victim to Jiang Ping'an's heavenly curse, rendering her immobile. Looking at the stone, she saw blood seeping out, and a pitch-black claw from an unknown beast emerged, emanating an aura of dread. It seemed to be the remnant of an ancient, ferocious creature. The staff were aghast. Just a single claw exuded such terrifying malevolence. The beast that bore it must have been extraordinarily formidable in life. All the staff were left dumbfounded. This young man had struck another find. What incredible luck! Is this something that can be sold? Jiang Ping'an inquired. Of course it can. The remains of this ferocious beast can be fashioned into weapons, augmenting their lethality, making it one of the most coveted items among blacksmiths. The seasoned shopkeeper nodded affirmatively, declaring that the store was willing to offer 1 million for this fragment. No, increase the offer a bit more. Meng Jing, recovering from her astonishment, hastily began to negotiate the price. Lacking knowledge about the item, she was merely eager to haggle. Ultimately, she secured an additional 100,000, closing the deal at 110,000. Overjoyed, Meng Jing felt elated, not only recovering her investment, but also profiting by several 100,000. Indeed, her luck was unparalleled. She had previously worried about him incurring losses, which now seemed foolish. How could someone so fortunate, who encountered her, possibly be unlucky? Jiang Ping'an continued to slice through the stones. 5th, 6th, 7th, and still, nothing emerged. At last, with the 8th stone, he finally unearthed a crystal. The crystal is a highly concentrated form of spirit stone, imbued with a certain force of law. One crystal is valued at 100,000. However, upon hearing the shopkeeper's offer, Meng Jing felt somewhat dissatisfied. The other staff members glanced at her incredulously, even for a loose cultivator at the golden core stage. Parting with 10,000 spirit stones in one go was no small feat. She had just made a profit of 10,000. What was there to be dissatisfied about? After Jiang Ping'an finished cutting the remaining stones, he did not uncover any further treasures. Nevertheless, the staff were left in utter astonishment. To buy 10 mother stones and hit 3 treasures was an extraordinary probability, almost rivaling that of a fated master. Observing their expressions, Jiang Ping'an understood he should temper the odds further, aiming for 2 hits out of 10 to avoid raising suspicion about the quantity of treasures he might uncover. He continued to purchase. Jiang Ping'an gestured towards the towering pile of mother stones, determined to extract the ice crystal grass seeds. This time, Meng Jing did not impede him. Having been thoroughly impressed by his luck, Jiang Ping'an resumed cutting the stones. This time, he spent 500,000, only to uncover 2 ordinary gems, selling them for 300,000, resulting in a loss of 200,000. It was no wonder that gambling on stones often drew ire, even with 2 hits. He was at a loss, and the ability of others to find valuable items was entirely reliant on luck. Undeterred, he continued to buy mother stones, intentionally raising the probability this time, lest Meng Jing be driven to tears again. In this endeavor, one of the 10 mother stones turned out to be exceptionally rare, yielding a profit of 500,000. As more mother stones were sliced open, waves of energy surged forth, and divine light flickered. Rare ores, mysterious woods, and fragments of magical artifacts continuously emerged. Jiang Ping'an deliberately suppressed the odds, yet still earned over 1 million. However, he remained unfulfilled. For the ice crystal grass seeds he sought had yet to make an appearance. The shop staff stood by, utterly dumbfounded. Was this fellow merely practicing his skills as a fated master? He must be a fated master. An ordinary person buying 100 mother stones would be fortunate to uncover even one. Only a fated master could boast such a high success rate. Yet, his face bore an unmistakable expression of discontent, clearly dissatisfied with the results of his calculations. The fated master, a unique profession endowed with the mysterious ability to discern the workings of fate, often possesses limited combat strength. To earn a living, They typically provide fortune-telling services. However, the act of divining others' destinies can easily lead to backlash. Thus, in pursuit of wealth, the fate manipulators are drawn to the allure of stone gambling. For them, the repercussions of such endeavors are minimal. To outsiders, stone gambling resembles mere gambling, but for the fate manipulators, it serves as a means to hone their predictive skills while simultaneously reaping financial rewards. Consequently, the staff surmises that Jiang Ping'an might be a fate manipulator. Chapter 84. Confrontation with Zhou Feng. In truth, Jiang Ping'an is not a fate manipulator. His remarkable accuracy stems solely from his right eye. Upon overhearing the discussions among the staff, a flicker of thought crossed Jiang Ping'an's mind. The profession of fate manipulator, with its apparent prowess in stone gambling, piqued his interest. If he were to feign being a fate manipulator, perhaps he would evade suspicion, as a multitude of stones were cut open. Even the emergence of treasures worth millions failed to elicit joy in Jiang Ping'an, where, after all, were the seeds of the ice crystal grass. On the following day, the third round of the genius competition commenced. Today marked the beginning of traditional martial combat, wherein the top 10 would be selected based on their combat prowess to vie for dominion over the Divine Island. Millions gathered at the Colosseum, the stands brimming with cultivators, their voices creating a cacophony. Observing the genius battles not only provided a visual feast, but also offered valuable lessons. Of course, many attended purely for the thrill of gambling. Who did you bet on for the first match? Is that even a question? Only a fool wouldn't bet on Zhou Feng, the genius of the mysterious sect. This Zhou Feng is a rare sword cultivator, whose path is forged through the sword. Even within the mysterious sect, he ranks among the elite. I wagered 10 spirit stones on Jiang Ping'an. If he wins, I'll earn 100. Fool, if you believe he can win, you might as well invest in stone gambling, where you're guaranteed to strike it rich. Ordinary cultivators occupied the general seating, while the affluent enjoyed private boxes. These boxes offered a serene atmosphere, close proximity to the arena, and an unobstructed view of the battles. Seated in one such box, Hua Qingyu wore a furrowed brow. Where had Jiang Ping'an and Meng Jing gone? The competition was about to commence, yet they were still absent. Jin Lin scratched his head. We all went to the Prosperous Commerce Association yesterday. They mentioned selling items and then parted ways. Feng Yuchen, still harboring jealousy, remarked, where else could they be? Probably at the inn. A man and woman out all night. Where else would they go? Upon hearing this, several young maidens blushed, their eyes feigning interest in the arena. Bang! The box door swung open, and Meng Jing joyfully dashed inside, unable to contain her laughter. Hua Qing's furrowed brow relaxed upon seeing her. Where have you been? What of Jiang Ping'an? He.S. backstage preparing. We spent the entire time at the stone gambling venue, and you won't believe it. His luck was extraordinarily fortuitous. He amassed a fortune in spirit stones. Meng Jing puffed out her chest, unable to resist boasting. Bang! Hua Qing slammed her hand on the table, raising her voice. You're supposed to be competing today, and you were off gambling? Meng Jing lowered her head, realizing she had spoken too freely. Hua Qing rubbed her temples, conceding, well, it doesn't matter. After all, I have no hope for Jiang Ping'an. If he had drawn someone else, perhaps there would be a glimmer of possibility. But he drew Zhou Feng. Jin Lin quietly lamented Jiang Ping'an's resilient mindset. Nevertheless, it is as it is. Since victory seems unattainable, one might as well indulge in the joy of the game. The inaugural match is on the verge of commencing. I invite Jiang Ping'an and Zhou Feng to enter the arena. As the voice of the officiating nun resonates, two figures emerge from the gladiatorial passages. One, wielding a sword, exudes a calm demeanor, radiating an air of aloofness. The other, clad in simple black attire, though still somewhat youthful, possesses a striking presence. The appearance of these two engenders a tumultuous uproar among the spectators. At last, the moment has arrived. The battle between top-tier geniuses is imminent. I have wagered my entire fortune. I eagerly await my reward. Zhou Feng, defeat that fellow in an instant. The two combatants stand facing each other across the arena. Locking gazes. Zhou Feng's lips curl into a sinister grin, declaring, with but a single stroke of my sword today, I shall vanquish you. Jiang Ping'an's eyes remain tranquil, betraying no emotion. He cannot forget the day Zhou Feng sought to bring about his demise. Had it not been for Hua Qingyu and his master's timely intervention, he would have undoubtedly perished. He has endured humiliation and hardship for months, all for this very day. The celestial referee, a beautiful woman, proclaims with clarity, Let me reiterate the rules of the match. No killing, no use of treasures beyond the foundation establishment stage. The use of talismans and secret techniques is forbidden, and the consumption of medicinal pills is prohibited. Any violation will result in immediate disqualification. Now, I declare the match to commence. The referee's voice is melodious, uplifting the spirits of all who hear it. As her words fade, Zhou Feng swiftly unsheathes his treasured sword. A formidable surge of sword energy manifests in the air, the terrifying force cleaving through the clouds above, its brilliance undeniable. The referee's expression turns grave, her astonishment palpable as she explains, "Incredible. He has comprehended sword intent at the foundation establishment stage. There are scarcely 10 individuals in the entire Great Xia who have achieved such a feat. Truly, he is a prodigious talent of the mysterious mist sect." The outcome of this battle seems predetermined. Observing this scene, Xia Qing in the private box lets out a silent sigh. The disparity between Jiang Ping'an and Zhou Feng is insurmountable. Feng Yuqin remarks solemnly, "Even I would find it exceedingly difficult to withstand such sword intent, let alone Jiang Ping'an." Feng Xing, Yun Huang, and others witness the sword intent, their expressions shifting in realization. Indeed, he is a genius swordsman. While others cannot comprehend sword intent at the Golden Core stage, he has grasped it at the foundation establishment level. "Begone," Zhou Feng commands, swinging his sword. The sword intent descends from above, poised to strike Jiang Ping'an. Such filth is unworthy to share the same battlefield with him. Jiang Ping'an takes a slight step forward with his right leg, crouching slightly, with his right hand forward and left hand back, adopting a defensive stance. The terrifying sword intent descends upon him. However, the anticipated resounding clash fails to materialize. The audience, poised to erupt in victory, seems momentarily frozen. The immense sword intent hovers above Jiang Ping'an. He swings his arm, and the colossal sword intent suddenly pivots, now aimed at Zhou Feng. Zhou Feng's complexion pales as he hastily brandishes his sword to counter. Bang! The two sword intents collide, producing a thunderous sound. The fierce turbulence of sword energy cleaves the earth, sending dust swirling into the air. Jiang Ping'an's ebony hair dances in the wind. His posture remains unchanged, his expression unyielding. Akin to an ancient pine, steadfast as a mountain. The audience stares in wide-eyed astonishment. What transpired? How did he deflect the sword intent? It is the limitless fist. This Jiang Ping'an is not to be underestimated. Many recognize the renowned martial art of Wuji Quan. Its distinctive techniques are immediately perceptible upon execution. Zhou Feng's expression darkened as he failed to dispatch his opponent with a single strike, a fact that stung his pride. "Do you truly believe I cannot defeat you? I have merely held back, fearing I might slay you with a single blow. This time, I shall unleash my full power." Zhou Feng underestimated Jiang Ping'an, not anticipating that his adversary had mastered Wuji Quan to such an extent. He summoned his sword intent once more, this time more fearsome than before. "Zhou Feng, you must prevail, my fortune rests upon you." The crowd rallied behind Zhou Feng, their encouragement stemming from their financial stakes in his victory. "Die!" Zhou Feng unleashed his full might, a fierce wave of sword energy stirring a tempest. Jiang Ping'an's garments rustled, yet his countenance remained devoid of emotion. Once again, he activated Wuji Quan, a peculiar force swirling around him. The sword intent aimed at him circled back, targeting Zhou Feng instead. Zhou Feng's eyes widened in disbelief. Impossible. This was his most powerful strike, yet it failed to breach Jiang Ping'an's Wuji Quan. Previously, he had easily injured his opponent with just 2 casual sword strikes. Chapter 85. You are truly weak. As he witnessed the returning sword intent, Zhou Feng hesitated to confront it. He understood the sheer terror of this strike. It was not that he could not withstand it, but rather that doing so would deplete a significant amount of his spiritual energy. Employing the Shenvu step, he surged toward Jiang Ping'an in an instant. Aware of Jiang Ping'an's considerable strength and formidable mastery of Wuji Quan, he recognized that brute force alone would struggle to penetrate his defenses. However, if his speed were sufficiently swift, preventing Jiang Ping'an from executing Wuji Quan would lead to his victory. The Shenvu step, the pinnacle of ethereal movement techniques, granted him remarkable speed, leaving behind a cascade of afterimages that obscured reality. In a fleeting moment, Zhou Feng appeared behind Jiang Ping'an, launching a full-force sword strike. Die! Suddenly, Zhou Feng felt as though his sword had slipped from his grasp. A sense of dread enveloped him. Impossible. How can he still wield Wuji Quan? true to his genius. Zhou Feng reacted within that brief instant, abandoning his attack and retreating swiftly. Jiang Ping'an turned calmly, his expression tranquil. His right eye could decelerate his opponent's movements, allowing him to prepare his defenses in advance. Impossible. How could such trash withstand my assault? Zhou Feng's expression twisted into a snarl as he frantically unleashed the Thousand Willows sword technique. Hundreds of sword shadows materialized in the void, their presence imposing. Each sword shadow represented a full-force strike from Zhou Feng. The audience gasped in astonishment. Is this the Thousand Willows sword technique? Such a terrifying aura. Hundreds of sword shadows converged upon Jiang Ping'an. He stood his ground, channeling all his energy into Hua Qingyu. The strange force distorted the surrounding space, rendering his figure almost indistinct. As waves of astonishing sword energy descended, Jiang Ping'an raised his hand to meet them. He remained vigilant, employing Hua Qingyu to control the sword energy, causing their mutual destruction. The clang of swords echoed as the energies clashed. Yet several sword strikes still found their mark upon Jiang Ping'an. However, his current defensive capabilities are immensely formidable. These assaults merely left a few superficial wounds, without inflicting any damage to his vital sinews and bones, and he could easily restore himself with a slight infusion of his blood energy. Seizing the opportunity while Jiang Ping'an was preoccupied with defense, Zhou Feng executed the Divine Void Step and launched another attack. A sinister grin crept upon Zhou Feng's face, relishing the thought of how his opponent would evade this strike. Just as his assault descended, Jiang Ping'an transformed into a streak of lightning, appearing behind Zhou Feng and delivering a slash of sword energy toward his back. With a splatter of blood, Zhou Feng's garment was torn, revealing a deep gash on his back. He swiftly retreated, distancing himself from Jiang Ping'an. Overwhelmed by the pain radiating from behind, Zhou Feng was engulfed in disbelief and fury. Impossible. How could you inflict harm upon me? The very individual who had nearly been slain by his own 2 strikes mere months prior could now injure him. Why had his adversary suddenly appeared behind him? Jiang Ping'an maintained his stoic demeanor. Indeed, relying solely on the boundless fist was insufficient for an effortless victory, as he needed to employ the Thunder Flash. Witnessing Jiang Ping'an's calm expression ignited a volcanic rage within Zhou Feng. He felt he had been subjected to a tremendous insult. I refuse to believe you can stand against me. Zhou Feng summoned his sword techniques and charged once more. Jiang Ping'an activated Thunder Flash, skillfully evading the strikes while employing the boundless fist to counterattack. The speed of both combatants was astonishing. Ordinary Foundation establishment practitioners could scarcely discern their figures, only catching fleeting glimpses of their collisions. The spectators were left in stunned silence, with many Golden Core practitioners displaying expressions of disbelief. These 2 individuals are swifter than I. A Golden Core practitioner. Zhou Feng was executing the Divine Void Step, but what kind of body technique was Jiang Ping'an employing? That it could rival the top-tier Divine Void Step? How absurd. Who claimed that Jiang Ping'an was merely worthless? The strength exhibited by Jiang Ping'an left many in the audience in a state of alarm. They had wagered on Zhou Feng's victory. Yet Jiang Ping'an's combat prowess was entirely beyond their expectations. This man is also an exceptional talent. In the private box of Xiaqing, everyone was equally astonished. While others were unaware, they were acutely aware that just a few months ago, Jiang Ping'an had been utterly powerless against Zhou Feng. Yet now, he was able to hold his own. My brother truly possesses remarkable endurance. Xiaqing's brow furrowed in surprise and joy. She could discern that Jiang Ping'an had mastered the second layer of the Boundless Fist. Furthermore, each time he activated Thunder Flash, he could traverse over 10 meters, indicating that he had inscribed at least 3 or 4 Thunder Flash runes. In addition, Jiang Ping'an's ability to withstand Zhou Feng's assaults suggested that his physical strength had multiplied several times over. How had this brother of mine undergone such a profound transformation in just a few months? Keep it up. Defeat him. Defeat him. Meng Jing excitedly waved her tiny fists. Having wagered 50 million yesterday, a victory would yield 500 million. With such an abundance of spirit stones, Mutu would surely treat her to a grand assortment of pastries. Fortunately, I also wagered 200,000 on Brother Jiang. Otherwise, this would have been a disastrous loss. Jin Lin thought, filled with trepidation. The combat power Jiang Ping'an displayed was wholly unexpected. This lad truly possesses remarkable fortitude. Feng Xing, Feng Yuchen, and other prodigies wore grim expressions upon hearing this. They all placed their bets on Zhou Feng's victory, but it turned out to be a disastrous loss. The audience in the stands was far less composed, their eyes reddening as they leapt to their feet, shouting frantically, "Zhou Feng, what are you doing? Hurry up and finish him off. Indeed, you're supposed to be a genius of the Miao Liao sect, but is that just a facade? If you dare to lose, I'll curse you to oblivion." Zhou Feng, overwhelmed by anger, longed to defeat Jiang Ping'an, but the latter's boundless martial prowess rendered him impervious to any assault. Even when an attack managed to slip through, Jiang Ping'an would effortlessly employ the lightning flash to evade, leaving Zhou Feng utterly frustrated. "You are so weak," Jiang Ping'an taunted after successfully parrying yet another strike. "How dare you?" Zhou Feng seethed, unable to retain his composure when mocked by someone he despised. He abandoned defense and frugality with his spiritual energy, unleashing a tempestuous barrage of attacks. He refused to believe that Jiang Ping'an's stamina could be infinite. Zhou Feng had cultivated a unique mental technique, brimming with energy, and he was confident that he could outlast his opponent. It was somewhat humiliating, but he could not afford to dwell on that now. Sword energy surged as the two figures flashed back and forth across the arena, the cacophony of insults and cheers merging into a single roar from the audience. "To be honest, you have truly disappointed me," Jiang Ping'an remarked once more. His countless experiences in battle had taught him that provoking the enemy would lead them to reveal their vulnerabilities. Zhou Feng's eyes blazed with fury as his terrifying onslaught swept through defenses for hundreds of meters, had it not been for the array inscribed upon the ground. A colossal rift would have surely formed. Jiang Ping'an nimbly dodged the assault, saying, "You claimed you would finish me with a single strike. Yet this is now the 1346th sword." "Ah!" Zhou Feng roared, his pride taking a crushing blow. How could this worthless opponent dare to mock him? Zhou Feng had entirely lost his composure, forgetting the rules of the match. Now, his singular thought was to annihilate Jiang Ping'an. His frenzied attacks raged forth like a tempest. Jiang Ping'an, utilizing his boundless martial arts to counter the strikes, smiled and said, "Are you angry now? The Miao Liao sect is hardly impressive. Xiao Jing told me I would surpass you within a year. It seems she overestimated you, as I've already outstripped you in just a few months. Why are your attacks so feeble? Did you skip breakfast?" Zhou Feng's relentless strikes were continuously repelled, each met with taunts. He had become a furious beast, utterly devoid of reason. "I will kill you," Zhou Feng communicated with his storage bag, summoning a top-tier sword that flew toward Jiang Ping'an with lethal intent. Suddenly, Jiang Ping'an shouted, "Referee, he is using prohibited weapons." Zhou Feng, with a fierce countenance, froze in shock. The audience was momentarily dumbfounded. Chapter 86. Poison. Zhou Feng jolted awake. The competition forbade the use of weapons surpassing a certain level. The sword he had summoned, adorned with runes, was coveted even by those at the nascent soul stage. It was clearly beyond the permitted weapon limitations. The beautiful referee descended from above, her expression complex as she announced, "Zhou Feng has violated the rules and is disqualified from the match." The audience erupted in fury, hurling their refuse at Zhou Feng in anger. "Damn it, you idiot. Is this what you call a genius of the Miao Liao sect? The entire Miao Liao sect is composed of worthless fools. The law does not punish the masses, now that everyone is denouncing. There is no need to fear retribution from the members of the mysterious sect." Zhou Feng pointed at Jiang Ping'an and bellowed at the referee. "This brat deliberately employed deceit to provoke me into making a foul." The beautiful referee replied coolly, "This is not a violation. I hereby declare that in the first match, Jiang Ping'an emerges victorious." The audience erupted in a chorus of curses, as no one anticipated such an outcome. Zhou Feng had actually committed a foul. That scoundrel Jiang Ping'an is truly despicable. The infinite fist is utterly revolting. I must learn it as well. My fortune, all the savings I had painstakingly amassed over decades, have vanished. Wails of despair echoed throughout the audience. Jin Lin secretly clicked his tongue, finding it insidiously clever. He had not expected the seemingly innocent Jiang Ping'an to resort to such tactics. "It was merely Zhou Feng who could not handle the disparity," Yun Huang remarked. Zhou Feng, brimming with arrogance, had believed a single strike would suffice to overcome Jiang Ping'an. Little did he know that it was utterly ineffective. Moreover, Jiang Ping'an's continuous taunts would shatter anyone's composure. Jiang Ping'an's martial arts were infuriating, countering his attacks with speed that rendered him untouchable. Zhou Feng's defeat was entirely due to his mindset. Otherwise, victory would have undoubtedly been his. Jin Lin laughed heartily. I placed a bet of 200,000 spirit stones on Brother Jiang, and it multiplied tenfold. That's 2 million spirit stones. A tremendous profit. Feng Xing and the others looked on with envy. This fellow had indeed struck an extraordinary stroke of luck, while they suffered substantial losses. Jiang Ping'an adjusted his attire, casting a nonchalant glance at Zhou Feng before turning to leave. A genius of the mysterious sect is nothing remarkable. Zhou Feng, gazing at Jiang Ping'an's retreating figure, felt a tumult of resentment, fury, and murderous intent swell within him. Die! He hurled his treasured sword at Jiang Ping'an. Having lost, the only way to quell his inner rage now was to eliminate his opponent. Should that sword strike him, even a body at the nascent soul stage would be grievously harmed. Look out! Suddenly, an unexpected scene startled everyone. In an instant, Jiang Ping'an transformed into a bolt of lightning, swiftly appearing before Zhou Feng, delivering a powerful punch. Bang! Zhou Feng had yet to react before his body soared like a meteor, crashing heavily against the wall with a deafening thud. The runes on the wall flickered violently. Zhou Feng coughed up blood, his ribs and internal organs ruptured, collapsing to the ground, instantly losing his combat capability. His expression twisted in shock. Impossible. What kind of speed and strength is this? It turned out that Jiang Ping'an had not even exerted his full power during their battle. But how did he become so formidable? What special techniques had he learned? What extraordinary elixirs had he consumed? Zhou Feng could hardly believe this was reality. Jiang Ping'an disregarded Zhou Feng any further, seized the sword, and tossed it into his storage ring. Acquiring a sword for free was a profit, albeit at the cost of revealing his strength and speed, his trump cards, a slight loss. Just as Hua Qingyu was about to rush out to offer assistance, she froze at the window of the box. The previously clamorous arena had fallen into an eerie silence. Everyone stared blankly at the retreating figure of Jiang Ping'an. Previously, everyone believed that Jiang Ping'an's victory stemmed from his unscrupulous techniques, which incited his opponent's shame and anger, leading them to violate the rules. They thought Jiang Ping'an's combat prowess was rather mediocre, attributing his success to Zhou Feng's faltering mindset. It was not until just moments ago, when Jiang Ping'an appeared instantaneously several dozen meters away and sent Zhou Feng flying with a single punch, that they realized he had concealed his true strength. What kind of formidable force must Jiang Ping'an have unleashed to achieve this? Yun Huang, Feng Xing, and the others wore expressions of grave seriousness. The speed displayed just now was beyond their comprehension. They had previously dismissed Jiang Ping'an as a rival, yet now they regarded him with earnest respect. Victory! Victory! Haha! Meng Jing's eyes shimmered with admiration, her excitement causing her to dance with joy. She had always known that the unassuming Jiang Ping'an would prevail. A windfall of 500 million. Tonight would be a feast to remember. The audience erupted in vitriolic condemnation directed at Zhou Feng. How despicable! A sneak attack. Even if one were to attempt a surprise assault, failing to execute it properly is a disgrace. The members of the Piao Miao sect are nothing but a bunch of inept fools. Refund our money. Zhou Feng, who had grown accustomed to praise since childhood, was hearing such vitriol for the first time. The combination of shame, fury, and his injuries ignited a tempest of rage within him, causing him to spit blood and lose consciousness. The once formidable Zhou Feng, who had severely wounded Jiang Ping'an with 2 strikes, was now vanquished by a single blow. Yet, Jiang Ping'an remained indifferent, viewing the defeat of a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator as inconsequential. He aspired to grow even stronger. Upon returning to the backstage lounge, just as Jiang Ping'an was about to depart, a male attendant entered, bearing a tray adorned with a glowing golden fish, filling the room with an enchanting aroma. Greetings, young master. This is the reward bestowed upon victors by our arena, the golden dragon fish. A single bite rivals days of arduous cultivation. Jiang Ping'an's eyes brightened at the revelation of such a treasure. Please, set it down. The fish exuded an enticing fragrance, promising an exquisite taste. Most importantly, it possessed the ability to enhance one's cultivation. The attendant placed the golden dragon fish on the table. Young master, consume it swiftly, otherwise, its spiritual essence will dissipate. This fish is best enjoyed warm. Very well, thank you. Once the attendant departed, Jiang Ping'an sat at the table, picked up his chopsticks, and selected a piece. The golden-hued meat radiated a brilliant glow and was fragrant to the senses. It was the first time Jiang Ping'an had encountered such a delectable morsel. As he placed the meat into his mouth, a refreshing flavor burst forth, invigorating his taste buds and stimulating saliva production. Yet, in that moment, Jiang Ping'an's expression abruptly changed. With a thud, he collapsed to the ground, his chopsticks clattering away, blood oozing from his orifices as his vitality waned rapidly. Poison. Jiang Ping'an's complexion turned ashen. His consciousness began to blur, but through sheer willpower, he reached for his storage pouch, extracting various antidotes stored within. These antidotes had been procured alongside the poisons. In anticipation of such a scenario, he swallowed all the antidotes in one go. However, it was futile. This poison undoubtedly wielded the power of the laws. Jiang Ping'an's awareness continued to fade. He never imagined he would meet his demise here. In his haze, he glimpsed the figures of his parents. Is it time to depart? Despair enveloped Jiang Ping'an. He suddenly realized how insignificant he truly was. If he were to survive, he vowed to procure a substantial quantity of antidotes. Alas, there are no ifs in this situation. The Wan Du Qi Xing insect within the spirit beast storage pouch sensed something amiss and swiftly emerged. Bound by a contract with Jiang Ping'an, it knew that if Jiang Ping'an perished, it would meet the same fate. The insect yearned to extract the poison from him. Yet it detected the terrifying nature of the toxin, imbued with the fluctuations of laws, having already infiltrated Jiang Ping'an's entire being, rendering any extraction impossible. The Wan Du Qi Xing insect flapped its wings and flew towards Jiang Ping'an's heart, releasing venom from its mouth. The horrifying toxin cascaded down, corroding a gaping hole in Jiang Ping'an's heart, causing blood to spurt forth. Undeterred by the blood, the Wan Du Qi Xing insect burrowed inside, expelling the poison and sealing the wound. The heart serves as the hub of blood circulation. Every drop of blood must pass through it. The insect severed its own limbs and body, allowing its blood to flow forth. As a creature of poison, it was also a purger of toxins. It was uncertain whether this act would be effective, but it recognized that failing to save Jiang Ping'an meant its own demise. Jiang Ping'an's heartbeat grew increasingly faint. Chapter 87. The enraged Xia Qing Xiao Jing. Why hasn't Jiang Ping'an arrived yet? In the private room, Xia Qing awaited a conversation with Jiang Ping'an, who had displayed remarkable prowess worthy of commendation. However, after an extended period, there was still no sign of him. I'll go find him. Meng Jing, beaming with excitement, bounced towards the exit. At that moment, a female attendant rushed in, her expression fraught with panic. Something terrible has happened. Jiang Ping'an has collapsed backstage. It seems he has been poisoned. What? The room fell into stunned silence. Meng Jing's face turned ashen, nearly fainting as she pushed past the attendant and dashed out. Mutu, you must be all right. You cannot be harmed. She frantically rushed backstage, where several staff members were present. Jiang Ping'an leaned against a table, his complexion pale and his clothing stained with blood. Mutu, what has happened? Please, do not frighten me. Meng Jing was in a state of utter turmoil. Her mind blank, tears streaming uncontrollably down her face. In that moment, the world felt shrouded in darkness. It's all right. Jiang Ping'an's voice was feeble. He had navigated through the most perilous phase. His life was no longer in jeopardy. He had narrowly escaped death, just a hair's breadth away from demise. He instinctively reached for his heart, aware that without the intervention of the Wan Du Qi Xing insect, he would certainly have perished today. Xia Qing and the others arrived, their expressions darkening upon witnessing Jiang Ping'an's state. Xia Qing approached the table, inspecting the golden dragon fish, and upon sniffing a piece, his countenance shifted dramatically. Passion blood poison. What? Jin Lin and Feng Yuchen exclaimed in shock, staring at Jiang Ping'an in disbelief. He had been afflicted by such a poison and yet managed to survive. What kind of poison is this? Feng Xing inquired, perplexed, having never encountered such a toxin before. Jin Lin replied gravely. It is a toxin infused with the power of laws. Even a single drop would be fatal to those below the nascent soul stage, and a nascent soul practitioner would suffer severe injuries from its effects. As those around absorbed this revelation, a wave of dread washed over them, instinctively prompting them to take a step back. This poison was indeed terrifying. Who could have deployed such a horrific toxin against Jiang Ping'an? Xia Qing retrieved the finest detoxification pill from her person and administered it to Jiang Ping'an. She had not anticipated that he would survive. It was nothing short of a miracle. Rest assured, my brother, whoever is responsible for this poison will undoubtedly pay the price. The air around Xia Qing crackled with a terrifying energy, her expression twisted into one of fury, evoking sheer dread. Setting aside the fact that Jiang Ping'an had gifted her a Fire Lotus Enlightenment seed, his capability to rank among the top 10 was invaluable, and thus, she could not disregard this matter. She turned to the group of attendants and bellowed, "Summon your superior." Today, she was determined to unleash a wave of vengeance. It is our negligence in ensuring safety. The Kaiyuan Chamber of Commerce is willing to compensate. A melodious voice resonated from the doorway. A woman, barefoot and seemingly treading upon the void, entered the room. Her azure eyes sparkled with beauty, and her skin was as flawless as snow, an exquisite vision. At that moment, a collective thought crossed the minds of those present. What a stunning woman! Upon seeing her, Hua Qingyu clenched her fists and spoke in a low, fierce tone. "Hua Qingyu, did you know someone was plotting poison all along? Why did you not inform me sooner?" Hua Qingyu shrugged delicately. "Our chamber has its own protocols. We do not meddle in your affairs. However, since this incident occurred within our domain, it tarnishes our reputation, and we can provide intelligence." She offered Hua Qingyu a jade slip. "In truth, you likely have already deduced who is behind this." Hua Qingyu scanned the jade slip with her divine sense, confirming her suspicions. In a fit of rage, she crushed the slip in her hand and burst from the room, shouting towards a private box, "Wanchun Gua, come out at once." Her thunderous voice echoed through the skies, startling the cultivators awaiting the second match. "What is happening? Wanchun Gua, isn't that the governor of Yinyang County? Who is this woman daring to cause a ruckus in the realm of the Underworld King and the Kaiyuan Chamber of Commerce? Is she courting death? Such a beautiful woman. Yet she seems doomed." As Hua Qingyu stirred up chaos, many spectators believed her fate was sealed. A flash of purple light appeared, revealing Meng Jing, adorned in purple robes, hovering in the air with a furrowed brow. "Ninth Princess, what are you doing during the competition?" Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd as they recognized her as the ninth princess of the Great Xia. The State Lord had personally arrived. Something monumental must have transpired. The assembly fell silent, straining to listen. Hua Qingyu roared in indignation. "Wanchun Gua has used the fragrant blood poison against Jiang Ping'an. He must perish today." The faces of the onlookers paled. What is happening? Why would Wanchun Gua target Jiang Ping'an? Is it because Zhou Feng, who joined our Yinyang County, was defeated? Many speculated this to be the reason, though the truth was more intricate. Only a select few were aware of the enmity between Hua Qingyu and the fourth prince, who was aligned with Wanchun Gua. I have warned you. Should you remain obstinate, regret will surely follow." An elderly figure, marked by a striking red beard, emerged. "This is merely an appetizer. Your brother's fate is bound to be tragic, When Wanchun Gua's divine sense swept through the backstage, discovering Jiang Ping'an was still alive. His laughter abruptly ceased. "Impossible. He is still alive." Wanchun Gua was utterly astonished. Even a nascent soul expert would suffer grievous injuries from consuming the passion blood poison. Below the nascent soul realm, death was unequivocal. Remarkably, Jiang Ping'an had survived. Hua Qingyu, witnessing Wanchun Gua's nonchalance, was consumed by fury. "Today, it would be you who perished." A verdant longsword materialized in her grasp as she charged forward. Recovering from his shock, Wanchun Gua reflected on the unexpected failure to kill Jiang Ping'an. Faced with the advancing Hua Qingyu, he wore a scornful expression. Did she truly believe that her nascent soul cultivation could threaten him, a transforming god? "You two shall battle within the Underworld King's secret realm. Do not disturb the others." With a wave of his hand, Meng Jing invoked a spell, transforming the surrounding space as a colossal vortex manifested in the air, whisking the two away. Calm returned to the arena, leaving only the immense whirlpool suspended in the air. A tempest of emotions surged within the onlookers. How could the ninth princess engage the governor of Yinyang County over someone like Jiang Ping'an? Did she truly hold Jiang Ping'an in such high esteem? The competition resumed. Meng Jing uttered a final remark before vanishing into the secret realm. The enchanting host continued to oversee the tournament, announcing the second match between Yun Huang and Mali, inviting both parties to the stage. The sudden turn of events bewildered the audience, yet the contest persisted, drawing everyone back into its fervor. Many feared that this match might mirror the previous one, where a formidable contender like Jiang Ping'an reversed the tide. As it turned out, their concerns were unfounded. Jiang Ping'an was merely an anomaly. Mali was swiftly defeated by Yun Huang. In the backstage resting area, Meng Jing, teary-eyed, remained by Jiang Ping'an's side, unable to fathom the nature of his world without her. "I'm fine. The antidote the princess provided is effective," Jiang Ping'an reassured, regaining some strength. He finally understood why his master had advised against forming deep ties with the princess unless absolutely necessary. Following the ninth princess, while distancing himself from certain dangers, could lead to other unforeseen risks. No matter which path he chose, crises awaited him. Jiang Ping'an recalled a saying from Elder Li, in the rivers and lakes. One is not free. What happened to the wound near your heart? Meng Jing inquired, wiping away her tears, puzzled. It was evident he had been poisoned. Yet his heart had bled profusely. Jiang Ping'an reached towards his heart, a flicker of gratitude crossing his eyes. His survival was entirely due to the seven-star poison worm. The creature had sacrificed its own body to save him, yet it had nearly perished in the process. At that moment, the seven-star poison worm lay within Jiang Ping'an's heart. Its form shattered, its life force faint. He refrained from extracting it. Nourished by his blood, the worm could continue to live. To remove it would jeopardize its survival. Jiang Ping'an could not bear the thought of its death, even if it was merely a worm. Hua Qingyu summoned a physician to examine Jiang Ping'an's condition, but he declined their assistance. The reason was simple. He wished to keep his physical state a secret. Dozens of drops of sacred blood and a vast reservoir of spiritual energy constituted his trump cards. Should they be discovered, his advantages would be exposed. Hua Qingyu did not insist, offering you a staggering 100 million spiritual stones. Is that acceptable? 100 million spiritual stones could purchase the life of a cultivator in the nascent soul stage. Yet, it is now being used to compensate Jiang Ping'an, underscoring the terrifying financial power of the financial source chamber. Jiang Ping'an, feeling weak, replied, "Let me speak with my sister when she emerges." He wished to avoid further dealings with these individuals, preferring to leave matters to Xia Qing. "Very well," Hua Qingyu said, saying little more before turning to depart. Jiang Ping'an gazed at the golden dragon fish on the table, pausing in silence for a moment before stowing it away in his storage ring. This fish contained potent venom, which could later be applied to weapons. Even a nascent soul cultivator would suffer grievous injuries from it. It was yet another card to play. After a while, Meng Jing had just concluded her match, and the mysterious vortex above the arena began to swirl. Clad in a white dress and wielding a green longsword, Xia Qing appeared, her body drenched in blood, and in her other hand, she held a severed head, blood gushing forth, exuding a terrifying aura that instilled fear in all who beheld it. Suddenly, the head of Hua Qingyu spoke, shrieking in anguish, "Xia Qing, do you dare to slay me? The fourth prince will never let you go." With a swift motion, Xia Qing raised her hand and struck Hua Qingyu across the face. "Do you, old dog, even deserve to speak?" Millions of spectators were left aghast at the sight. The ninth princess had actually slain a transformation god. Was she not merely in the nascent soul stage? Her combat prowess was truly formidable. To kill a transformation god for the sake of a mere Jiang Ping'an seemed utterly disproportionate. The onlookers were incredulous, realizing the ninth princess had displayed such terrifying strength, crossing a great boundary to slay a transformation god. This incident would undoubtedly reverberate throughout the entire Great Xia. What baffled them further was that she had done this for a foundation establishment practitioner like Jiang Ping'an. Xia Qing returned to the private box, dragging Hua Qingyu's head and discarding it onto the ground, positioning it to face Jiang Ping'an. "Apologize to my brother, or I shall annihilate your soul, condemning you to eternal suffering." The severed head of Hua Qingyu twisted in rage. "You will all perish. The fourth prince will avenge me." Jiang Ping'an trembled at the sight. Even as a mere head, the man was still alive. Was this the vitality of a strong being? Seeing Hua Qingyu's defiance, Xia Qing's expression darkened. "Refuse to apologize? Then I shall seal your soul within the dungeons of the city of the underworld, subjecting you to the flames of the earth's core day and night." "Huh, do you think I fear that? Before long, you too will share my fate." Hua Qingyu remained unafraid in the face of the threat. Before Xia Qing could continue, Jiang Ping'an weakly interjected, "Sister, let it go." Xia Qing's bloodied face was grave. "Brother, your kindness is excessive. This cannot stand. Our enmity with the fourth prince is irreconcilable. Mercy toward our enemies is cruelty to ourselves." "I have not finished speaking," Jiang Ping'an replied, gazing at Hua Qingyu's head. "Just seal it within a latrine." Everyone was stunned. What a vicious method. Xia Qing reconsidered her earlier words. Jiang Ping'an was not kind at all. In fact, one could say he was cruel and malicious. The latrine, reeking and repulsive, teeming with maggots, would ensure that the head would be doomed to a life of filth. The defiance on Wan Chun's face vanished without a trace, and in terror, he cried out, "Zhang Daoyu, I am truly sorry." The old man merely follows orders. If he does not take action, others will. He admits his mistakes, if necessary. Let them take his life in revenge for the fourth prince. The kingdom of Wan Chun trembles, hastily offering an apology. He fears neither death nor the searing flames from the earth's core, but to be cast into a foul, stinking pit is utterly intolerable. The very thought of that viscous liquid coalescing makes him wish for immediate demise. Even without a stomach, the urge to vomit intensifies. Xia Qing wears a cruel smile. Is it too late to apologize now? She seals Wan Chun's mouth and prepares to discard him into a cesspool. You two scoundrels, may you meet a wretched end. Before Wan Chun can finish his curse, Xia Qing silences him. The others in the room glance at the seemingly innocent and sincere Jiang Ping'an, instinctively shivering. The capacity for such malicious tactics from a mere 15-year-old is terrifying. They must never provoke him again. He is patient, ruthless, and cunning. Who would have thought he was just a boy? Feng Yuqin quietly retreats to the back, pretending he is invisible. He had previously crossed Jiang Ping'an and hopes the boy has forgotten. Hua Qingyu re-enters, addressing the matter of compensation, a sum of 100 million perhaps? Given the severity of the incident, their merchant guild must take a stand. They pride themselves on not exploiting customers, which is the foundation of their reputation and business practices. Jiang Ping'an won the competition, allowing them to profit by several billion. Is this meager compensation sufficient? We seek not gold, but the second and third layers of the dominant body technique. Xia Qing demands not riches, but rather a martial art. Wealth is easily acquired. The true challenge lies in mastering techniques. Jiang Ping'an is relieved he did not speak further. For him, the value of martial arts surpasses that of spirit stones. The dominant body technique belongs to the dominant body clan. Only the first layer is known publicly, and we possess no further content. Hua Qingyu blinks her striking blue eyes, her every expression captivating. Xia Qing scoffs, "Stop pretending. What does your guild lack?" Hua Qingyu shrugs, "Let us be frank, we cannot provide it, lest the dominant body clan become displeased. However, we do have several similar martial arts. The first 3 layers of the battle god technique, the first 3 layers of the divine weapon forging method, and the first 3 layers of the Solar Heart Sutra. Choose one." Upon hearing the names of the techniques, Jin Lin and several body cultivators are envious to the point of reddening their eyes. These martial arts are among the pinnacle of body cultivation in the realm. They even contemplate being the poison one. Yet, merely thinking of ingesting the 100 fragrance blood poison, they know it would mean certain death. Xia Qing does not pursue the dominant body technique, but introduces Jiang Ping'an to the options. The battle god technique, created by the holy body lineage, can amplify one's combat power several times over and is the foremost offensive technique in existence. Though only the holy body can unleash its full potential. The divine weapon forging method is a top-tier body tempering method that can transform the body into a weapon. When perfected, it can withstand celestial artifacts. The Solar Heart Sutra is a fire-affiliated body technique, embodying the essence of the sun, and at its peak, can rival the sun itself. I recommend the divine weapon forging method. Though difficult to cultivate, it is manageable for your endurance. Once you have mastered the skills, I can assist you in acquiring the subsequent layers. Jiang Ping'an desires these 3 martial arts, yet it is evidently unrealistic. After a moment of contemplation, he stated, "I wish to learn the divine combat technique." Xia Qing remarked, "Here it comes again. This lad surely possesses a rebellious spirit. Last time, when I assisted him in selecting a technique, he disregarded my advice and chose the infinite fist. However, that technique indeed suits Jiang Ping'an well." Xia Qing merely shot a glance at her stubborn brother without insisting that he select the divine weapon forging technique. Clearly, he harbors his own intentions. Thus, the divine combat technique it shall be. With a swift motion of her wrist, Hua Qingyu produced a jade slip that floated before Jiang Ping'an. His breath quickened. Could this be the technique of the sacred body lineage? Chapter 89. Divine Combat Technique. The rationale behind Jiang Ping'an's choice of the divine combat technique was quite straightforward. Dubbed the ultimate offensive art in the world, it sounded formidable. Furthermore, it allowed him to assimilate the blood of the sacred body into his own. Though currently only a few drops were integrated, over time, changes would undoubtedly occur within him, potentially unlocking the true might of the divine combat technique. As Jiang Ping'an's consciousness entered the jade slip, a torrent of information flooded his mind. Once the imprinting concluded, the jade slip shattered. Similar to the previous technique, this one was also bound by restrictions. Once comprehended, it would be destroyed and could not be conveyed, necessitating personal study. According to the technique's description, mastering the first layer would enhance his speed, strength, and physical resilience by twofold. The second layer would yield a threefold increase, and the third layer promised a terrifying fourfold strength. Such a technique, when combined with the infinite fist, was truly a match made in heaven. Who at the same level could breach his defenses? Hua Qingyu affectionately ruffled Jiang Ping'an's hair, saying, "Brother, focus on your recovery. I must take my leave for a while. The quest for vengeance is not yet complete, and some matters require resolution." "Thank you, sister," Jiang Ping'an replied, deeply moved. She had slain a formidable foe for his sake, treating him as if he were her own brother. As Hua Qingyu departed with Hua Qingyu, it was evident that the two had known each other prior. Leaving Jiang Ping'an to ponder their discussion, after concluding the match, he left the arena and headed to the gambling stone area of the Kaifeng Trading Association. "Rest for a day, don't overexert yourself," Meng Jing advised, noticing Jiang Ping'an's fatigued demeanor, her heart aching for him. "Master's lifespan is dwindling. We must swiftly locate the ice crystal grass seeds to save him," Jiang Ping'an stated solemnly. At that moment, he found himself lacking the motivation to pursue the divine combat technique. Meng Jing was taken aback. It dawned on her that Jiang Ping'an's interest in gambling stones was not for profit, but for the sake of Master Wang Ren. She gazed at the earnest expression on the young man's face, her beautiful eyes shimmering with tenderness. Upon returning to the gambling stone area, Jiang Ping'an sought out the section designated for the 10,000 great mountain mineral veins. Several attendants, upon seeing him, greeted him with broad smiles. Knowing that this fateful master could uncover precious gems, allowing them to profit from the subsequent sales. Prior to his arrival, Jiang Ping'an had conducted a brief inquiry about fateful masters, who were unique cultivators adept at deciphering the secrets of fate. They pay with their lives to gain insights into the heavenly mysteries, even catching glimpses of the past and the future, which is truly terrifying. Fate masters often engage in stone gambling, as it consumes less of their life force. His hit rate of merely 30 to 60%, though astonishing, is not excessive. The powerful Fate Masters can achieve 100% accuracy. This time, Jiang Ping'an intends to elevate his success rate to 40%. Hastening his search for the ice crystal grass. After winning his match against Zhou Feng, he found himself enriched with an additional 500 million spirit stones. With such wealth, he is unconcerned about losses. As long as he can procure the ice crystal grass, he would not mind exhausting all 500 million spirit stones. Jiang Ping'an is determined not to let those who care for him drift away. As he begins to unearth treasures from the stones, the crowd around him swells. By heavens, he has struck another crystal core. Is he a Fate Master? 4 or 5 out of 10 stones yield treasures. He must be a Fate Master. It's simply unbelievable. The onlookers, envious of the treasures appearing before them, are captivated. After concluding her business discussion with Hua Qingyu, Hua Qingyu exits the room and happens upon the bustling stone gambling area. Noticing the throng of people, she suddenly inquires, "You too are a Fate Master. What is the finest treasure you have unearthed?" "Fragments of an immortal artifact," Hua Qingyu replies nonchalantly. Hua Qingyu's eyes widen in astonishment. "Your luck is astonishing. Do you not possess fragments of an immortal artifact as well?" Hua Qingyu smiles softly. Hua Qingyu's expression shifts. She is taken aback that the other party is aware of this information. The intelligence network of this business association is indeed formidable. Just as she intends to leave, something catches her eye, and she halts, redirecting her gaze to the stone gambling area. "Huh, I've struck gold again. You're truly remarkable." Seeing Meng Jing leaping with joy, Hua Qingyu is momentarily stunned. Through the crowd, she spots Jiang Ping'an engaged in stone gambling. Her expression darkens. Jiang Ping'an, instead of resting to recover, has come here to gamble. Fueled by irritation, she strides over, intending to bring him back to recuperate. As she approaches, the murmurs of the crowd reach her ears. "This kid has made over 5 million. I'm so envious." Envious? The money of a Fate Master is earned at the cost of life. If life could be exchanged for wealth, I would gladly trade mine. Hua Qingyu is momentarily taken aback. 5 million? A Fate Master? She watches curiously for a while, noticing Jiang Ping'an's exceptionally high success rate in stone gambling. Out of 10 mother stones, at least 3 or 4 contain something. This accuracy is truly astounding. Is this brother of yours also a fate master? Hua Qingyu's puzzled voice echoes in her ear. Xia Qing opens her mouth, uncertain of how to respond. She is unaware if Jiang Ping'an is indeed a fate master, as he has never mentioned it. Yet, this level of accuracy is clearly indicative of a fate master's abilities. What other secrets does this brother conceal? As Jiang Ping'an splits open another stone, a chill suddenly surges forth, causing the temperature to plummet. A look of ecstatic joy spreads across his face. Seeds of the ice crystal grass? Moments later, his elation fades. It is not the ice crystal grass seeds, but rather a fish skeleton. The remains of an ice fish. Worth 300,000 spirit stones, announces the stone gambling shopkeeper. Jiang Ping'an felt deeply disappointed. After all, it was not merely the seed of the ice crystal grass. Where, indeed, could one find such a seed? I have previously stated that your actions are akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. A melodious and enchanting voice resonated through the air, drawing the gaze of the crowd involuntarily. The attendant at the stone gambling shop, upon seeing Hua Qingyu, changed countenance dramatically and hastily bowed in greeting. Miss. The crowd exchanged puzzled glances. Could it be that this woman was the proprietor of the stone gambling establishment? The Fortune Prosperity Chamber was not solely comprised of their own enterprises. Other factions could also set up shops within the chamber, provided they met certain criteria and paid a hefty sum. Many of the establishments were, in fact, owned by other forces, such as the pill store belonging to the pill sect. The Fortune Prosperity Chamber profited handsomely from collecting rent. Hua Qingyu nodded at her employees and turned her attention back to Jiang Ping'an, saying, "Give it up. Even if you were to venture into the 10,000 great mountains, you might not find the ice crystal grass seed." Jiang Ping'an ignored her, resolutely continuing to cut stone. Regardless of the outcome, he felt compelled to attempt to save his master. Otherwise, he would regret it for the rest of his life. Hua Qingyu gazed at Jiang Ping'an with her azure eyes for a considerable while, a faint smile gracing her lips. She found the young man's spirit quite endearing. With a delicate wave of her hand, a peculiar energy barrier enveloped the two, isolating them from sound and sight. Hua Qingyu parted her red lips. "I can offer you a single leaf of the ice crystal grass." "What?" Jiang Ping'an abruptly lifted his head, excitement flooding his features. "You possess the ice crystal grass?" She had previously stated otherwise. Hua Qingyu shook her head. "I do not have the complete ice crystal grass, only a single leaf, which is merely 1/3 of its full efficacy. While it cannot entirely cure Wang Run, it is sufficient to extend his life by several decades." "How much?" "I will buy it." Jiang Ping'an's fervor was palpable as he fixed his gaze upon her. Even if it were but a single leaf, he could replicate more through the gathering treasure basin. Thus, his master would be saved. Hua Qingyu replied coolly, "If I truly needed money, I would have sold it long ago." Jiang Ping'an immediately grasped her implication. "Then what do you desire?" Dragon Bone. Chapter 90. The transaction with Hua Qingyu. Dragon Bone? Jiang Ping'an had never heard of such a thing before. Where would he procure it? Hua Qingyu explained, 5,000 years ago, a dragon fell into the path of darkness and ascended to the Divine Island, where it was obliterated by the God Void Taoist, its bones scattered far and wide. With your capabilities, obtaining the qualification to ascend to the Divine Island should not prove difficult. I require you to help me locate a piece of dragon bone. Isn't that hard to find? Jiang Ping'an inquired. If the dragon bone were easily obtainable, she would not seek assistance from someone as inconsequential as him. After all, mobilizing powerful individuals was as effortless for the Fortune Prosperity Chamber as commanding a few dogs. You are a fated master as well, are you not? Locating objects should not be challenging for you. If you agree, I can provide you with the ice crystal grass leaf right now. A delicate black wooden box appeared in Hua Qingyu's flawless hand, bearing a sealing talisman. Jiang Ping'an clenched his fist. She had misunderstood him, perceiving him as a fated master. Yet, he dared not confess otherwise. Otherwise, she would not seek his assistance, and he would be unable to obtain the ice crystal grass leaf. Now, hand me the leaf. What if I cannot locate the dragon bone? Then you shall venture to the mining area, employing your abilities to assist in the search for a significant vein. With a time frame of 5 years. Hua Qingyu was not in want of funds and did not stipulate a monetary demand. Rather, she sought to utilize Jiang Ping'an's talents to unearth mineral deposits. This was her true intent. She had previously dispatched formidable individuals to the Divine Island. Yet they failed to find the dragon bone, and it was likely that Jiang Ping'an would encounter the same fate. If he were to find it, that would be splendid. If not, She would have him aid in the quest for mineral veins. Searching for these veins is arduous work, and only a Fate Master possesses the acumen to discover substantial mines. However, Fate Masters are exceedingly rare and often susceptible to curses, making it a task that few are willing to undertake. Thus, regardless of Jiang Ping'an's success, Hua Qingyu would not incur a loss. The only scenario that would result in a setback is if Jiang Ping'an were to perish on the Divine Island. Yet Hua Qingyu remained indifferent to this prospect. In business, losses are inevitable. Even the seasoned members of their guild frequently encounter financial setbacks. However, should she achieve success, the rewards would be monumental. Very well, we have a deal. For the sake of his master, Jiang Ping'an accepted the box. He removed the yellow talisman affixed to it, and a wave of frigid air surged forth, enveloping the box in frost. Jiang Ping'an felt as if his hand were on the brink of freezing. Upon opening the box, he discovered a single white leaf, emanating glimmers of ice crystals, its chill palpable. A shiver coursed through him, yet his face radiated a brilliant smile. With this leaf, his master would be saved. He hastily closed the box and reapplied the talisman seal, for the cold was overwhelming, and he could endure it no longer. After stowing the ice crystal leaf in his storage tool, Jiang Ping'an inquired, "Are you not concerned that I might abscond with your possession?" As he uttered these words, he found them absurd. The notion of fleeing with the assets of the Wealth Source Guild was more challenging than slaying an ancient being in the transformation stage. Hua Qingyu chuckled softly, retracted her energy shield, and turned to leave. She did not even require Jiang Ping'an to sign a written contract. Such was her confidence. She was unperturbed by the prospect of breach. Meng Jing approached Jiang Ping'an curiously and asked, "What were you two discussing?" The energy barrier had isolated them from the others, leaving them unaware of the conversation. "You two, hurry back and rest. The competition is ongoing, are you not aware?" Xia Qing scolded, tugging at Jiang Ping'an and Meng Jing's ears as she led them back. These two troublesome individuals were at play while others were diligently cultivating. Most critically, Jiang Ping'an had nearly met his demise not long ago. The pair was escorted back to the Lord's manor. Upon returning to his chamber, Jiang Ping'an eagerly opened the barrier and utilized the treasure-gathering pod to replicate the ice crystal leaf. 11 leaves materialized simultaneously, nearly freezing him in the process. He quickly placed 6 of the leaves back into the box and resealed it. Hua Qingyu had claimed that 1 leaf represented 1/3 of a complete ice crystal plant. With 6 leaves, he possessed the equivalent of 2 entire plants. This was more than sufficient. His master would be saved. The remaining leaves were placed into a separate storage bag. Jiang Ping'an, holding a box, approached Xia Qing and recounted the transaction he had made with Hua Qingyu, omitting, of course, the detail concerning the exchange of a few leaves. His intention in confiding in Xia Qing was to solicit her assistance in utilizing the teleportation array to expedite the delivery of the ice crystal grass leaves back to Hefeng City. Jiang Ping'an was apprehensive that conventional transport would be time-consuming and fraught with peril, hence his preference for the teleportation array. However, activating such an array was exorbitantly costly and typically avoided. To his relief, Xia Qing agreed without the slightest hesitation. Previously, she had attempted to court Wang Ren, but he had offered no opportunity, preferring to remain uninvolved in conflicts. Following Wang Ren's injury, Xia Qing had abandoned her efforts. Now that Wang Ren had a chance to recover, she was determined to rekindle her alliance. She also intended to inform him about Jiang Ping'an's poisoning, confident that this would incite the old man's ire and naturally draw him to her side. In Hefeng City, beside the county lord's estate, Wang Ren sat beside a horse in a stable, appearing as an ordinary old man, his figure caked in mud and straw. He coughed violently, blood staining his hands. As he opened his garment, several knife scars marred his chest, wounds that had remained unhealed for years, flickering with the essence of the Xuanhua law. The injury had now permeated to the marrow. Without ice crystal grass, he had no hope of resistance. A deep, melancholic sigh escaped him, not from the desolation of impending death, but from the regret of not witnessing the growth of that child, Ping'an, in the twilight of his life. If he could behold even a semblance of achievement from his half-disciple, it would grant him a sense of closure. Suddenly, an unusual wave emanated from the distance. Wang Ren lifted his gaze to see the pulsations of the teleportation array, his brow furrowing in concern. What calamity had befallen? Had the Ling Tai kingdom launched another assault? Clenching his fists, he rose again. With only a few days left to live, if he could take down a god transformation expert with him, It would indeed be worth it. A stunning figure appeared in the air. Hua Qingyu descended gracefully. Your Highness, have the ruffians from the Ling Tai kingdom and Dechu returned? Wang Ren inquired gravely. No, I have merely come to deliver something, she replied, and before Wang Ren could react, she handed him a wooden box and a jade slip. This is what Jiang Ping'an obtained for you. The jade slip contains the accounts of his recent experiences. With that, Hua Qingyu soared back into the sky. As swiftly as she had arrived, Wang Ren, perplexed, wondered what Jiang Ping'an had exchanged that warranted the princess's personal delivery. As he opened the box, a rush of frigid air escaped, shrouding him in a thick, white mist, suppressing the Xuanhua law at his wounds. Astonishment and elation overtook the face of this god transformation powerhouse. Although he had never encountered ice crystal grass, he recognized in that moment. This was indeed the leaf of ice crystal grass. Following the initial jubilation, confusion set in. How had this child, Jiang Ping'an, managed to procure something that even he, a god transformation expert, and the royal family of Xia could not find? Wang Ren, filled with confusion, directed his consciousness into the information jade slip to examine Jiang Ping'an's recent experiences. Upon discovering the news of Jiang Ping'an's victory over Zhou Feng, a sense of pride and joy illuminated Wang Ren's face, astonished at how much stronger the boy had become. However, upon learning that Jiang Ping'an had consumed the deadly 100-fragrance blood poison and had nearly perished, Wang Ren's expression transformed into one of fury. A terrifying aura enveloped the entirety of Black Wind City, leaving everyone feeling as though a colossal weight pressed upon their chests, rendering them breathless. Clenching the jade slip tightly, his countenance darkened. Who dared to recklessly harm the pillars of the great Xia without support? If that was the case, he, Wang Ren, would stand as a bulwark for him. Resolutely consuming the ice crystal grass leaves, he declared that anyone who dared to disregard the rules and mistreat his aging disciple would face annihilation. In the city of the underworld, at the Lord's manor, Hua Qingyu returned. Thank you for your hard work, sister, Jiang Ping'an expressed gratefully, cupping his fists. With the ice crystal grass leaves in hand, Master will be saved. Hua Qingyu had not only provided the leaves, but had also brought other items. Though Jiang Ping'an remained unaware of those. Gently ruffling Jiang Ping'an's hair, Hua Qingyu said, I've told you, there's no need for formality between us siblings. Now, go back and cultivate. Regardless of the circumstances, aim for the top 10, for you. The inheritance of the Underworld King holds greater significance than the opportunities on the Divine Island. Should you attain this inheritance, the future Lord of the Underworld State among the 9 provinces will be you. Chapter 91. Resistance to Poison Naturally. Jiang Ping'an yearned for the Underworld King's inheritance. This was one of the 9 great war gods of the Great Xia, a being who nearly ascended to immortality. The legacy of the Underworld King was coveted by countless cultivators. Yet, in a world brimming with treasures, not everything one desires can be obtained. Jiang Ping'an did not fixate on the Underworld King's inheritance. As he was not a sword cultivator, it was unlikely to fall to him. His primary focus was on enhancing his strength, ensuring his survival upon reaching the Divine Island, while simultaneously increasing the probability of discovering the Black Dragon Bone. He had no desire to toil in the mines for 5 years. Having resolved his master's concerns, Jiang Ping'an could now concentrate on his cultivation. Returning to his chamber, he sat cross-legged on the training platform, organizing his cultivation thoughts. There was an abundance of knowledge to assimilate: the infinite martial fist, the combat god technique, thunder flash, and sandstorm burial. Presently, he had mastered the second layer of the infinite martial fist, while the third layer posed a significant challenge. It was prudent to postpone learning the third layer until after breaking through to the Golden Core stage. Thunder flash was essential, proving invaluable for both survival and combat. Sandstorm burial required further study to compensate for deficiencies in ranged and area attacks. The combat god technique was also crucial, as it could substantially amplify his combat prowess during battles. The overbearing body technique could be forsaken, as without subsequent methods, it would become irrelevant at the Golden Core level. Though not entirely useless, it would fail to compete with formidable talents. The earth-mounding technique had also reached the pinnacle of foundation establishment, necessitating further breakthroughs for advancement. Thus, his primary focus would be on the combat god technique, striving to master 1 or 2 layers within the next 4 months before heading to the Divine Island, followed by Thunder Flash and Sandstorm Burial. Jiang Ping'an held a fire lotus enlightenment seed in his mouth and began to delve into the combat god technique. He yearned to discover the extraordinary essence of the martial art, known as the supreme technique of offense and defense. While Jiang Ping'an was immersed in his cultivation, his name began to circulate. His triumph over the prodigious sword cultivator Zhou Feng from the Misty sect was indeed a remarkable achievement. Yet, the public's interest in such feats was rather tepid. The true catalyst for the widespread dissemination of Jiang Ping'an's name was the gossip surrounding him. The ninth princess engaged in a fierce battle against a god transformation cultivator and, astonishingly, managed to slay the formidable opponent solely with her nascent soul cultivation. What could have compelled her to vanquish a god transformation? Such prowess could greatly benefit our nation. It was rumored that Jiang Ping'an was recognized as the brother of the ninth princess. Only a fool would believe such a claim. I suspect he is merely the pet of this woman. Infuriated by the mistreatment of her little man, she retaliated. Those who made a living through storytelling and writing began to exploit the situation for profit, fabricating tales such as the secrets of the ninth princess and her brother. The ninth princess's fury against the god transformation and the love-hate relationship between the ninth princess and her brother. Within a day or two, these narratives spread like wildfire. Compared to Jiang Ping'an's innate talent, the public found this narrative far more intriguing. On the third day, the first round of the competition concluded, having the 50 talented participants to leave 25. The second round of drawing lots was about to commence. As the remaining 25 gathered in the square, Jiang Ping'an noticed the peculiar glances directed at him by the other contenders, leaving him perplexed. Having devoted the last 2 days to his training, he was unaware of the rumors circulating outside. No wonder this lad caught the princess's eye. He truly possessed a handsome visage. He was indeed fortunate. It was said he had once been an ordinary person, but the princess's attention propelled him to great heights. Why then, do I not attract the gaze of a powerful woman, despite my own striking looks? Whispers filled the air, tinged with envy and admiration. As Meng Jing acknowledged the assembled contestants, he proclaimed, "We shall now commence the second round of the lottery. With 25 participants, one shall receive a bye and advance without contest. This shall be determined by fate." "Wait," Hua Qingyu interjected abruptly. "What is it?" Meng Jing inquired, puzzled. Hua Qingyu replied, "Jiang Ping'an has been poisoned and has yet to recover. His combat prowess is evident. Even if he were to compete, he would assuredly advance. Let him receive a bye." At this, the crowd widened their eyes in astonishment. Was this not a matter of luck? Was it not rather a display of connections? Initially, some doubted the special relationship between Hua Qingyu and Jiang Ping'an, but her maneuver convinced them otherwise. Jiang Ping'an wished to assert that he had indeed recovered, but Hua Qingyu's hand around his neck swiftly silenced him. Meng Jing regarded Jiang Ping'an deeply, then cast a glance at Hua Qingyu. Surprised to learn of the ninth princess's preferences, he then addressed the assembly. "Jiang Ping'an shall receive a bye. The others may now proceed with the drawing for the second round." A multitude of talented individuals cast resentful gazes at Jiang Ping'an, wishing they could oust him and take his place as Hua Qing's brother. No wonder Jiang Ping'an soared to prominence. It appeared he had indeed endeavored to win the princess's favor. The remaining 24 contestants proceeded with the drawing, selecting their opponents. Jiang Ping'an was taken aback to find himself exempt from the second round of selection. However, this predicament may serve a greater purpose, allowing for the cultivation of time. Once the drawing concluded, amidst the envious gazes of the crowd, Jiang Ping'an departed. Upon returning to his chamber, he was about to commence his training when a stirring emanated from his heart. The wanded qixing insect within had awakened. "Do you wish to consume poison?" Jiang Ping'an, bound by a secret pact with the creature, understood its intent. This left him in a quandary. The Wandu qixing insect craved poison, yet it resided within his very heart. Should he carve an incision in his heart to extract the insect? "You suggest I ingest poison while you feast on my blood, and this would hasten your evolution?" Jiang Ping'an found himself both amused and vexed. He lacked any detoxification abilities, for consuming poison would be fatal. The insect appeared somewhat naive, insisting he take poison while it consumed blood. "Are you certain? Can you nullify the poison?" Upon grasping the insect's meaning, Jiang Ping'an pondered for a moment before retrieving a packet of low-grade hypnotic powder. This was a substance previously used by 3 individuals during his stay at an inn. Its potency was not formidable, and it possessed an antidote, thus consuming it would not inflict significant harm. Jiang Ping'an cautiously ingested a small amount, hoping the Wandu qixing insect might benefit. Yet, To his astonishment, nothing transpired. "Have you rendered me immune?" Jiang Ping'an inquired of the venomous creature, only to receive a shake of its head in response. Could it be that the dosage was insufficient? He then poured the remainder of the powder into his mouth. Still, there was no reaction. Something was amiss. This poison was of low grade. It was inconceivable that there would be no response whatsoever. Jiang Ping'an sought out other toxins. This time, he ingested a spirit-dispersing pill, which would not severely harm a foundational stage cultivator, even if complications arose. Again, an odd occurrence ensued, no reaction. It was as if the poison had entirely dissipated within him. What could be the cause? Was I too formidable, or was there another explanation? Jiang Ping'an persisted in testing various poisons, progressively increasing the dosage. Ultimately, he consumed an entire packet of the bone-dissolving powder, a substance feared even by golden core cultivators. Yet he remained unaffected. It became evident to Jiang Ping'an that something was amiss with his body. He seemed to possess a newfound ability to detoxify. This capability had not existed prior. It had manifested only recently. What could have triggered this change? Jiang Ping'an's consciousness entered his heart, gazing at the Wandu Qixing insect. His expression shifting. Could it be your influence that granted me this detoxification ability? This singular explanation sufficed to clarify why the poison dissipated within him. Due to some aberration, he had acquired the ability to neutralize toxins from the Wandu Qixing insect. To validate this hypothesis, Jiang Ping'an consumed several packets of even more potent poisons, yet still, there was no effect. The Wandu Qixing insect was nearly in tears, yearning for poison yet unable to obtain any. Jiang Ping'an resolved to make a bold decision. He retrieved a plate of golden dragon fish, laced with the deadly passion blood poison, the very dish that had nearly claimed his life. This fish had remained unspoiled within his storage space. The passion blood poison was lethal to any below the nascent soul stage. Prepare to save me. Jiang Ping'an has confirmed his newfound resistance to toxins, though he remains uncertain whether he can withstand this poisonous substance imbued with loss. He instructs the Wandu Qixing insect to be ready and, with trembling hands, picks up his chopsticks once more to grasp a piece of fish. Recalling the harrowing experience from before, a tinge of fear grips him. The Wandu Qixing insect reassures him that all will be well. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Ping'an boldly places the morsel into his mouth. Chapter 92. Spiritual energy with toxins as the tainted fish enters his stomach. Jiang Ping'an feels a slight dizziness wash over him. However, there is no bleeding from his orifices, nor does he endure the same excruciating pain as previously. The law-infused toxins surge throughout his body, prompting the Wandu Qixing insect within his heart to sense the toxins and whirl with glee. At last, it has tasted poison. It revels in this law-laden toxin, which not only enhances its toxicity, but also serves as a delightful experience. In just the span of an incense stick's burning, Jiang Ping'an regains his composure, the dizziness dissipating. He clenches his fist in exhilaration. He has indeed developed a resistance to toxins. At the very least, he cannot be vanquished by poisons weaker than the 100-fragrance blood toxin. This realization compensates for a previous shortcoming. Since his last encounter with poison, Jiang Ping'an had intended to procure an array of antidotes for precautionary measures. Discovering his body's natural resistance has saved him a considerable sum in spirit stones. The Wandu Qixing insect is truly a remarkable treasure. Suddenly, Jiang Ping'an queries the insect. Will the toxins you release affect me? The Wandu Qixing insect admits its uncertainty and suggests a trial, reasoning that since he can neutralize his own poison, it would be worth attempting. Jiang Ping'an consents to the insect releasing its toxins. Streams of green poison emanate from the insect, immediately merging with his blood and flowing throughout his body. Remarkably, Jiang Ping'an feels no discomfort. It seems your poison is ineffective against me. Suddenly, he senses something amiss. His pupils contracting as he swiftly raises his palm to unleash his spiritual energy. What should have been a pure white energy now glimmers with flecks of green light. Jiang Ping'an, astonished, places his hand upon a nearby flower. In an instant, the flower withers and turns to ash. Normally, pure spiritual energy would accelerate the growth of flora. However, the energy Jiang Ping'an released did not merely fail to promote growth. It caused the flower to wither instantaneously. Jiang Ping'an nearly leaps in shock. His spiritual energy is tainted. A whirlwind of emotions, astonishment, surprise, and ultimately exhilaration fills his heart. With this ability, he will undoubtedly catch his foes off guard in battle. It is an unexpected turn of events, as he never anticipated such a fusion between the insect's poison and his own body. A new trump card has emerged. If he enjoys consuming poison, then he shall indulge in it more. Jiang Ping'an retracts his spiritual energy, seizing his chopsticks to take another bite of the toxic golden dragon fish. He is determined to accelerate the evolution of this insect. The stronger the toxins released by the Wandu Qixing insect, the more formidable he becomes. In future confrontations, his adversaries will be utterly unprepared, succumbing in frothy defeat. This incident, which could have been a misfortune, has ultimately proven to be a blessing, revealing a remarkable transformation resulting from the bond between the Wandu Qixing insect and his own being. Jiang Ping'an continues his cultivation, preparing for his journey to the Divine Island. What truly lies on the Divine Island? Why do the immortal cultivators venture there before achieving their transcendence? Might there be some extraordinary treasures hidden upon this isle? Such mysteries remain unknown. Only by journeying to the island can one glean the truth. The competition for supremacy continues, with prodigies emerging before the gaze of the masses. Dazzling and resplendent, their names etched in the minds of all. However, the one most vividly remembered is Jiang Ping'an. The news of his deliberate exemption from the competition further solidified the speculation of his connection with the ninth princess. On the final day of the second round of matches, Meng Jing and Yuan Huang returned from the arena bearing shocking news. Feng Yuqian was vanquished in mere moments by 3 strikes. Who possesses such formidable strength? Jiang Ping'an was taken aback. Although Feng Yuqian was arrogant, he certainly had the prowess to back it up. With a trace of dragon blood coursing through his veins, he boasted a robust physique and ample spiritual energy, leaving him virtually without weaknesses. To dispatch him in 3 strikes required an opponent of at least Yuan Huang's caliber. The one responsible was a figure named Yi Wuqing, rumored to be a seeker of the supreme forgetting emotion path, devoid of desire. Using slaying as a means to validate his path, Meng Jing spoke with trepidation. She too would falter before Yi Wuqing. Yuan Huang interjected, noting that Yi Wuqing was the first to step forward during the initial trial of the heart's inquiry and ranked 4th in the subsequent assessment. The number of extraordinary talents in this competition is truly staggering, Jiang Ping'an mused, unable to suppress his admiration for these formidable individuals. Hearing his words, Yuan Huang shot him a disapproving glance. And you dare speak of others? With less than 2 years of cultivation, you have attained such a level. Who could possibly rival your peculiarity? Unlike Jiang Ping'an, the others had dedicated extensive time to their training. The rapid advancement of Jiang Ping'an, achieved in under 2 years, was indeed formidable. Jiang Ping'an shook his head, dismissing the notion of his own greatness. He believed that the bountiful resources provided by the treasure trove had merely facilitated his rapid ascent. Yuan Huang continued, if all goes as expected, we shall be comrades moving forward, embarking together to the Divine Island. The journey will not be one of peaceful contests, but rather a ferocious battle demanding mutual assistance. Even someone as powerful as Yuan Huang found it necessary to set aside her pride and unite with others. For the expedition to the Divine Island would entail a life-and-death struggle against the prodigies of the Ling Tai Kingdom. The pressure on their side, the underworld king state, was immense. While the other 8 states contended against the Great Chu dynasty, they alone faced the Ling Tai Kingdom. Let us support one another, Jiang Ping'an replied amicably. The journey to the Divine Island necessitated cooperation, as it would only enhance their chances of survival. Additionally, Jiang Ping'an needed to seek the dragon bone. Relying solely on his own strength might prove insufficient. Yuan Huang inquired with curiosity, Jiang, have you now opened multiple acupoints? She wished to ascertain the extent of Jiang Ping'an's power in the realm of martial arts. The number of opened acupoints significantly influences the potency of the blood essence when condensed. The more acupoints one opens, the stronger one becomes. 99, Jiang Ping'an revealed without reservation. A look of astonishment crossed Yuan Huang's beautiful face. Are you intending to open 100 acupoints to condense your blood essence? That would place you among the elite of the great Xia. Even Jin Lin had not reached such heights. Jiang Ping'an was momentarily taken aback. How many acupoints could the most exceptional prodigies truly open? A typical martial artist would condense a blood dan after unlocking 30 acupoints, yet he had managed to open 99. Even so, he was still not among the elite. Yuan Huang shook her head, stating, I am not a body cultivator, so I am not entirely sure. However, it is rumored that our Daxia's most formidable genius has opened 150 acupoints. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ping'an's demeanor grew serious. The talents within the realm of cultivation were indeed formidable. To have opened 99 acupoints was already his limit, beyond which he could not suppress his cultivation. The knowledge that someone had unlocked 150 was staggering. How many acupoints has the most gifted body cultivator in the realm opened? Jiang Ping'an inquired further. A hint of embarrassment flickered across Yuan Huang's exquisite visage as she replied, I apologize, Jiang Daoyu, but I lack knowledge concerning body cultivation. However, I believe there are 360 major acupoints in the human body. Perhaps the ultimate limit lies in unlocking all of them. Jiang Ping'an felt a jolt of realization. The task of opening all 360 acupoints seemed daunting. Having achieved only 99, the chasm between their accomplishments was vast. He needed to recalibrate his aspirations and strive to unlock every single acupoint. Unbeknownst to Yuan Huang, her words, spoken out of her ignorance of body cultivation, would eventually give rise to an extraordinary being. Chapter 93. Severing the Blood Dan. After a brief exchange, Yuan Huang and Meng Jing departed, leaving Jiang Ping'an to immerse himself in his training. He summoned the blood energy within him, attempting to breach the 100th acupoint. The surging blood energy roared like a mighty river, resonating with a thunderous sound, as his body radiated a crimson glow. With a resounding thud, the 100th acupoint was unlocked. Energy began to uncontrollably congregate in his dantian, an ominous aura looming. The blood Dan was on the verge of forming. Jiang Ping'an's countenance changed dramatically. Should the blood Dan solidify, he would lose his qualification to compete. Yet, there was no stopping now. What to do? Gritting his teeth, Jiang Ping'an steeled himself, channeling his internal spiritual energy into a sharp blade, cleaving through the impending formation. Bang! The blood Dan exploded, a terrifying force nearly tearing Jiang Ping'an apart, leaving him with lacerations on his abdomen and several shattered bones. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Fortunately, he had destroyed the blood Dan, resulting in a failed breakthrough. Wiping the blood from his lips, a smile graced Jiang Ping'an's face. The 100th acupoint had been successfully breached. He consumed a healing elixir and resumed his assault on the 101st acupoint. Half an hour later, Jiang Ping'an's blood energy once again surged uncontrollably, threatening to condense into a blood Dan. Once more, he summoned his spiritual energy, shattering the blood Dan and facing yet another failure. It was clear that attempting to condense a blood Dan before reaching the threshold of 360 acupoints was futile. If others could open all 360 acupoints before forming a blood Dan, then so could he. Jiang Ping'an continued to mend his wounds. Once he had sufficiently recovered, he resumed his relentless pursuit of unlocking the acupoints. The cycle of opening acupoints, condensing blood Dan, and shattering it continued indefinitely. It was merely a matter of enduring some pain. He could always procure more healing elixirs later. Should other martial artists discover Jiang Ping'an's endeavors, they would surely be overwhelmed with despair. Despite their arduous efforts to condense the blood Dan, Jiang Ping'an deliberately shattered it, hindering any potential breakthroughs, an act seemingly devoid of justice. With the conclusion of the second round of competition, only 13 out of 25 remained. These 13 would engage in 12 battles each, with their rankings determined by the number of victories achieved. The 3 individuals with the least victories would face elimination, while the remaining 10 would advance. Ultimately, rewards would be distributed based on their rankings, and those who progressed would participate in the Divine Island War months later. However, prior to this, they were afforded the opportunity to enter the Pluto secret realm, where the possibility of acquiring the Pluto legacy would hinge upon their own fortunes. In the gladiatorial box, Hua Qingyu regarded the talented individuals behind her with a radiant expression. Among the 13, 5 belonged to her. The impressive roster included the Phoenix body Yuan Huang, the Soul Cultivator Feng Xing, the Golden body Jin Lin, and the Thunder Spirit body Meng Jing, alongside the enigmatic Jiang Ping'an. Such statistics were truly remarkable, rendering the other counties pale in comparison. As long as these individuals emerged victorious in the Divine Island War, Hua Qingyu could leverage this opportunity to gain favor and return to the Imperial City. Relax, the 5 of you are bound to secure a place in the top 10. If Jiang Ping'an faces elimination, you might consider letting him win a few matches to elevate his statistics. Hua Qing's sole concern was Jiang Ping'an, for his strength remained an enigma to her, leaving her uncertain of his ability to best his opponents. Jin Lin and Feng Xing exchanged glances, their expressions revealing surprise at the apparent favoritism shown towards Jiang Ping'an. Could it be true, as rumored, that there was something between Jiang Ping'an and the princess? Such a strong-willed princess must surely hold the upper hand. Jiang Ping'an, prepare to take the stage. You are up first today, Hua Qingyu reminded him. Wang Lan is a practitioner who relishes protracted battles. Several formidable talents have been overwhelmed by him. It would be best to aim for a swift resolution. Understood. Jiang Ping'an nodded, departing the box and stepping onto the battlefield. Millions of spectators fixed their gazes upon him. Is this the pampered young man of the ninth princess? Hush. Keep it down. Are you courting death? I once thought he was a prodigy. If I had sufficient resources, I could easily claim that spot. Such a person does not deserve to stand here. Let Wang Lan knock him down swiftly. Many harbored jealousy toward Jiang Ping'an, believing his strength to be a mere fabrication of Hua Qingyu, unworthy of being classified as a genius, let alone gracing the arena. His opponent appeared amiable, donned in a flowing azure robe, a smile adorning his face. This was Wang Lan, who greeted Jiang Ping'an with a respectful fist salute. Jiang Dao friend, it is a pleasure to meet you. Years ago, I nearly chose to cultivate the ultimate fist, but its lack of offensive power led me to select the flowing fist instead. I hope you can demonstrate the true strength of the ultimate fist. Jiang Ping'an returned the gesture, responding coolly, I look forward to your guidance. The enchanting referee floating in the air announced, the competition for the top 10 officially begins. Wang Lan launched the first offensive. Although his punches did not appear particularly swift, the surrounding air currents surged wildly, as if the very ground's debris were being stirred. This was a deceptively potent martial art, where a moment's inattention could lead to misfortune. Jiang Ping'an countered with the ultimate fist. The assaults from both combatants were rather unhurried. Even those of the Qi refinement stage could discern their movements. Their might was not overwhelming. It lacked the earth-shaking tremors and heavenly radiance of previous matches, where terrifying fluctuations sent shivers down one's spine. The two fighters executed their strikes with simplicity, yet impeccable precision. The flowing water fist, a form of soft martial art, gained renown for its ability to counter moves with countermoves. Although it leaned towards defense, it possessed an inherent aggressiveness. It bore similarities to the Wujikwan, yet lacked the latter's ability to turn an opponent's attack back against them. Friend Zhang's martial prowess was commendable. Wang Lan praised as his fists danced through the air. Wang Daoyu also displayed remarkable skill in his technique. Jiang Ping'an could sense the impeccable defense woven into the opponent's strikes. Their fists collided repeatedly. While they appeared to lack offensive power, only those who experienced the bout firsthand could comprehend the underlying peril. Both sides had effectively neutralized the attacks, rendering the true intensity imperceptible. Time flew by swiftly, and soon half an hour had elapsed. The spectators in the stands could not suppress their yawns. How dull. Was this truly a battle between the top 10 prodigies? Where were the thrilling moments? The dazzling techniques were sorely missed. Jiang Ping'an had fallen into Wang Lan's trap. Wang Lan wielded an exceptionally peculiar technique, with an abundant reservoir of spiritual energy within him. I detest watching Wang Lan's matches. During the last one, it took him 3 hours to deplete his opponent's energy. I shall meditate for now. Call me when the competition concludes. Many cultivators, feeling the weight of boredom, began to meditate. Hua Qingyu observed the duel with furrowed brows, increasingly suspecting that Jiang Ping'an had a rebellious streak. Instead of swiftly ending the fight, he engaged in a prolonged battle with Wang Lan, unwittingly falling into Wang Lan's scheme. How disobedient. Your Highness, you may be misjudging Brother Jiang, Jin Lin interjected. What do you mean? Hua Qingyu inquired, turning to find several talented individuals behind her wearing sympathetic expressions. This sympathy, undoubtedly, was not directed at Jiang Ping'an. Jin Lin explained with a smile, during the selection of prodigies in Black Wind City, Brother Jiang, in the final month, excelled in endurance battles, depleting the energy of his opponents. From the 29th level to the 11th, each adversary fell to Brother Jiang's relentless attrition. Hua Qingyu was taken aback. She had only witnessed Jiang Ping'an's decisive victory against Ma Wei. She had not realized that in previous challenges, every prodigy had succumbed to Jiang Ping'an's exhausting tactics. This indicated that Jiang Ping'an was exceptionally skilled in war of attrition. Hua Qingyu's gaze returned to the battlefield. How long would they continue this bout? Who would endure to the end? Wang Lan, being a spiritual cultivator, possessed greater energy reserves than a physical cultivator, perhaps giving him an advantage. However, Jiang Ping'an was not without his opportunities, albeit they were scant. Chapter 94. Concealed Universe Technique. Wang Lan wore a smile, unfazed as he executed the flowing water fist. His technique flowed like water, ever-changing, capable of neutralizing attacks. Wang Lan possessed a unique physique, allowing him to store ample energy within, complemented by his extraordinary technique, which rendered his internal reservoir of spiritual energy formidable. With such capabilities, he had overwhelmed countless opponents. Like a hunter, he pursued his prey gradually, instilling panic and anxiety until the prey, exhausted, fell prey to a final, lethal strike. Wang Lan smiled subtly, knowing that Jiang Ping'an had already fallen into his trap. He merely needed to wait for his opponent's stamina to deplete. Although the infinite fist was not particularly potent in attack, it consumed energy at a rapid pace. Within 2 hours, at most, Jiang Ping'an would grow anxious and recklessly counterattack, ultimately succumbing to exhaustion. Wang Lan remained unperturbed, exchanging punches with Jiang Ping'an, their fists colliding and stirring the air around them. As time passed, the duel extended from morning into midday, with the sun hanging high in the sky, casting heat upon the earth. The cultivators on the arena either practiced their techniques or had already exited out of sheer boredom. Even the beautiful referee seemed to have lost her focus, idly toying with her own leg in the shade. "This is exceedingly dull. I am leaving. I shall not watch any longer. Is this ever going to end? Hurry up and fight. You two hardly deserve to be called prodigies. Step aside." The increasingly irate audience began to voice their frustrations. Had the fighters dazzled with their combat, watching for several hours would have been worthwhile, but instead, they merely exchanged slow, uninspiring punches. Wang Lan, observing Jiang Ping'an's unyielding demeanor, felt a flicker of panic within him. Why was Jiang Ping'an not growing anxious? This was contrary to his expectations. Under normal circumstances, Jiang Ping'an should have started to worry, launching reckless attacks in a bid to exhaust his opponent. Yet, he remained as composed as ever. With no indication of how long this would continue, Wang Lan decided to employ a psychological tactic and spoke up. "Jiang, my friend, have you ever heard of the Concealed Universe Technique?" "No," Jiang Ping'an replied nonchalantly. Was his opponent merely attempting to engage in idle chatter? Wang Lan momentarily faltered, astonished that Jiang Ping'an had never heard of such a profound technique. He pressed on. "Then, have you heard of the Divine Void Master? The one who vanquished the demon dragon?" Jiang Ping'an recalled a transaction he had with Hua Qingyu, who had tasked him with locating the bones of the demon dragon, which was indeed tied to the Divine Void Master. Hua Qingyu mentioned that the dragon, having succumbed to the path of darkness, was struck down by the Divine Void Master on the Divine Isle. Indeed, that same Divine Void Master, the last immortal of this world, is also hailed as one of the top 10 strongest figures of all time. Wang Lan continued, his eyes filled with awe and yearning. A millennium ago, the path to immortality vanished, yet that individual somehow managed to reopen a route and ascend to the celestial realm. Curious, Jiang Ping'an inquired, what purpose does this serve? Wang Lan concealed the complexity of his emotions and elaborated. The Divine Void Master created a transcendent technique known as the Concealed Universe Technique. Mastery of this technique allows one to store vast amounts of natural spiritual energy within oneself, exponentially surpassing that of other cultivators at the same level. At these words, Jiang Ping'an felt a chill run through him. How formidable! Do you possess this technique? It is astonishing that such a technique, akin to the earth layering technique, exists in the world. Wang Lan shook his head. I do not. This technique has been lost to time. 20 years ago, the estate of the Divine Void Master was breached, and many sought the ultimate divine art within, yet none succeeded. However, I possess a mimicry of the Concealed Universe Technique, capable of amplifying one's internal energy tenfold compared to other cultivators. Moreover, I possess a unique constitution that grants me an energy reservoir tenfold greater than that of other cultivators, which means my internal energy surpasses that of an ordinary practitioner by a remarkable factor of 20. At last, Wang Lan commenced his psychological assault, confident that Jiang Ping'an would be visibly shaken upon hearing this revelation and subsequently become agitated. However, to Wang Lan's disappointment, Jiang Ping'an remained as composed as ever, unfazed and unhurried. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Ping'an suddenly inquired, "Are you familiar with the method known as the earth-building technique?" Wang Lan shook his head, believing that the most esteemed techniques were limited in number, and this particular method likely did not belong to the highest echelon. Upon hearing this response, Jiang Ping'an was nearly convinced that the so-called earth-building technique was merely a superficial name for a practice that bore a different title altogether. During his early cultivation, his internal spiritual energy had already rivaled that of the foundation establishment stage. Such an extraordinary technique could not possibly remain obscure. It was highly probable that the earth-building technique had originally borne another name, which had since been altered by someone. Jiang Ping'an recalled Wang Lan mentioning that the abode of the Divine Void Master had been opened 20 years prior. Moreover, Uncle Meng had stated that he acquired the earth-building technique from a grand secret realm, a timeline that seemed to coincide. The effects of the concealed universe technique and the earth-building technique were strikingly similar. Could it be? Of course, this was merely Jiang Ping'an's conjecture. Once the expedition to the Divine Island concluded, he intended to inquire with Uncle Meng regarding the origins of this earth-building technique. If Uncle Meng had indeed obtained it from the Divine Void Master's residence, it was highly likely that this earth-building technique was, in fact, the concealed universe technique. Jiang Ping'an remained utterly unperturbed. His stamina was far from depleted, and he had yet to resort to utilizing his spiritual energy. His prolonged engagement was, in truth, an endeavor to refine his combat skills. Unlike others who had spent years in relentless battle, Jiang Ping'an found himself somewhat lacking in this regard and required extensive practice through prolonged confrontations to hone his abilities. After 2 additional hours of combat, the audience had dwindled significantly, with many succumbing to boredom and falling asleep. As darkness enveloped the arena, the once confident Wang Lan began to feel anxious. Why was Jiang Ping'an still so untroubled? How much energy did his opponent possess? Was it possible that his internal energy exceeded even his own? Though Wang Lan could continue fighting for another day, the sight of Jiang Ping'an's unflappable demeanor filled him with trepidation. For the first time, he faced an opponent capable of exhausting him so thoroughly. He could not allow this protracted engagement to continue. After a day of battle, Wang Lan's patience waned, and he resolved to intensify his attacks to deplete his opponent's energy further. The previously unremarkable flowing water fist suddenly transformed, surging forth like a torrential flood towards Jiang Ping'an. Jiang Ping'an raised his hand to block, using the force to redirect the attack back at Wang Lan. Wang Lan harnessed the flowing water fist to counteract the momentum. Jiang Ping'an then remarked, "Is this truly your full strength?" Wang Lan's expression tightened, affronted by the mockery. "Me? Weak? I shall demonstrate just how formidable I can be." The day's combat had eroded Wang Lan's patience, and upon hearing Jiang Ping'an's taunt, he became incensed. Channeling every ounce of energy within him, he unleashed a barrage of punches. The arena was engulfed in swirling dust and debris as terrifying energy surged uncontrollably. Yet, Jiang Ping'an remained calm and collected. In terms of stamina, he could endure for an entire night, but his reserves of spiritual energy were tenfold that of his physical strength. The situation escalated into a fierce standoff, yet the audience had dwindled to almost nothing. The referee sat idly, preoccupied with his own affairs. The 2 combatants continued their struggle until midnight. Under the strain of their exertions, Wang Lan found his spiritual energy depleted. When Jiang Ping'an attempted to counterattack, Wang Lan was unable to retaliate due to his exhaustion. With a resounding thud, Wang Lan was sent flying, crashing against the wall, a muffled groan of pain escaping his lips. Sitting on the ground, he gasped for breath, sweat streaming down his forehead, his eyes filled with disbelief and despondency. The one who had always assumed the role of the hunter found himself utterly drained today. This was the first time since embarking on his journey that he had been defeated in such a manner. How much longer can your stamina hold out? Wang Lan managed to steady his breath and looked up at his opponent, asking with reluctant defiance. "As for stamina, I can last until dawn," Jiang Ping'an replied. Wang Lan sighed heavily, lamenting, "I did not lose in terms of spiritual energy, but rather in mindset. Had I not been so flustered, I could have dragged Jiang Ping'an until morning, and then I would have emerged victorious. My mentality is still lacking." Jiang Ping'an offered no further words, merely clasping his fists in salute, conceding the victory. The referee, who had been indulging in a late-night snack, hastily stowed away his food and announced loudly, "The first match goes to Jiang Ping'an." There was no cheer from the sparse audience, as most had already departed, leaving only a few meditating in the arena. "Damn it. I swear I will never watch another match between those 2, one spectator grumbled. "It was utterly disgusting. If I hadn't paid, I would have left ages ago." Amidst the murmurs of discontent, the 2 fighters exited the arena, marking the conclusion of the first bout. Chapter 95. Yi Wuqing's dominance the following day. Yun Huang faced off against Yi Wuqing. The two prodigies engaged in a fierce battle that ignited the audience's fervor. Now this is a fight. Yesterday was an utter disgrace. Who won yesterday's match? That scoundrel Jiang Ping'an. I heard they fought until midnight. Thank goodness I left early. As the spectators watched the fierce contest, they continued to berate Jiang Ping'an and Wang Lan, expressing their dissatisfaction with the previous day's encounter. In the VIP box of the arena, Jin Lin remarked to Hua Qingyu, "Your Highness, when I battle with Brother Jiang, I asked for permission to concede. I cannot bear another moment of that. He would rather accept defeat than endure such torment." Hua Qingyu turned her gaze towards Jiang Ping'an. "Your speed is impressive. You could have ended it sooner. Why prolong the match?" This little man had studied the Thunder Flash technique, but had refrained from using it yesterday. "I still have much to learn in combat skills. I seek to refine myself and do not wish to possess any flaws," Jiang Ping'an responded. Hua Qingyu's expression softened. This young man resembled uncut jade, diligently striving to hone himself, unaffected by others' ridicule or praise. Jiang Ping'an then addressed the others. "Friends, are there any shortcomings in my practice that I should be aware of?" It is often difficult for one to perceive their own deficiencies, and he sought the counsel of others. "No, you are as perfect as wood," Meng Jing exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with admiration as she clung to Jiang Ping'an's arm, wishing to be closer to him. Fang Xing suddenly spoke up. "You still have deficiencies in mental strength. During the first round of the Tao of questioning the heart, you barely passed." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ping'an was jolted into awareness. "Indeed, my mental defenses are lacking. What if I were to engage in battle with a soul cultivator like you, who could attack my mind?" Jiang Ping'an turned to leave. "Where are you going?" Hua Qingyu inquired. "I am off to the Merchant Guild to procure some artifacts that can defend against mental assaults." Jiang Ping'an hastily departed. His prowess in strength, speed, defense, and energy reserves was commendable. However, he had neglected the mental aspect. Soul cultivators possess the ability to assail one's spirit. It is rumored that some formidable practitioners, upon the destruction of their physical forms, seek to seize another's body. His mental fortitude was not robust, necessitating the acquisition of protective artifacts against mental attacks. Additionally, he planned to purchase some advanced talismans and elixirs. With ample funds at his disposal, 500 million spirit stones in his gold card, he felt no need to economize. He must fully arm himself. Unlike Ma Wei and Zhou Feng, who had the backing of the ethereal sect and powerful factions, he was all alone. Although Hua Qingyu had pledged to protect him, for the sake of his own safety, he needed to take precautions. Jiang Ping'an spared no expense on his security, expending all 500 million spirit stones. He amassed a considerable collection of talismans, elixirs, and artifacts. Failing to ensure his safety would only leave his wealth for others. With these treasures, as long as he did not encounter a formidable deity, his death would be nearly impossible. These items were his trump cards. With them, Jiang Ping'an finally experienced a modicum of security in this perilous realm of cultivation. After consuming a lethal poison, he returned to witness the competition. Upon re-entering the private box, he found the atmosphere tense. Yun Huang sat within, nursing her wounds, her arm punctured, presenting a frightful sight. Meng Jing clung to Jiang Ping'an's arm, dejectedly stating, "Sister Yun Huang has been defeated. That Yi Wuqing is utterly despicable, intent on murder." Jiang Ping'an's heart jolted. How could the formidable Yun Huang have been vanquished? There is nothing despicable about it. She was simply outmatched. Yun Huang wore a grave expression. "Warning, when you encounter Yi Wuqing, exercise utmost caution. His swordsmanship is devoid of hesitation and distraction, purely lethal techniques." Several prodigies became acutely alert. If even Yun Huang had fallen, defeating him seemed nearly impossible. Despite her loss, Yun Huang remained undeterred. Losing a match was inconsequential, merely affecting her ranking, and she would not be eliminated. The final round of ranking battles continued. Contestants strived fervently to secure victories, for higher rankings yielded more substantial rewards. The clash of talents ignited fierce battles, stirring the audience's blood, elevating the fervor of the Genius Championship to its zenith. The performances of several prodigies left an indelible mark on the spectators' hearts. The Divine Phoenix, embodied by Yun Huang, unleashed scorching flames that seemed capable of incinerating all. None dared to be engulfed by their inferno. The physical genius, Jin Lin, exhibited terrifying defensive and destructive capabilities that sent shivers down his opponent's spines. The soul cultivator, Feng Xing, wielded a mind that could turn the tides with its fearsome and uncanny mental prowess, leaving his adversaries utterly defenseless. The thunder spirit, Meng Jing, summoned thunderstorms. Her speed akin to lightning, with an extraordinary physique that hinted at some secret technique. Their dazzling performances showcased extraordinary strength throughout each battle. However, when they faced Yi Wuqing, one after another, they fell in defeat. On the 5th day, Feng Xing was defeated by Yi Wuqing in close combat. On the 8th day, Jin Lin succumbed to Yi Wuqing due to a disadvantage in speed. By the 12th day, Meng Jing fell to Yi Wuqing as well, lacking the combat experience necessary to prevail. Yi Wuqing's swordsmanship had reached perfection, with speed, strength, and technique that were utterly impeccable. Each of his strikes seemed intent on taking lives, as if he were indifferent to the consequences of killing or being disqualified from the competition. The audience was left in awe, shaken by Yi Wuqing's terrifying prowess. I am confident that Yi Wuqing will undoubtedly secure first place in the championship. Such unfathomable ruthlessness. How I wish to learn from him. Learn what? A person like him recognizes no kin. He would kill even his own parents. Can you do that? Yi Wuqing emerged as one of the most promising contenders for the championship title. The second contender was not the divine phoenix body Yin Huang, nor the soul cultivator Feng Xing, or the unparalleled Jin Lin in physical combat. It was Jiang Ping'an. The reason for Jiang Ping'an's status was that Yin Huang and Jin Lin, upon facing him, chose to concede immediately. They wished to avoid the humiliation of being defeated by Jiang Ping'an's techniques, preferring to forfeit than to be dragged down. After all, they were all on the same side. A loss was merely a loss. However, to the other spectators, this appeared to be the 9th princess granting Jiang Ping'an a favor, attempting to support him. Regardless, Jiang Ping'an had yet to face defeat. Other geniuses attempted to engage him in battle, but no matter how they attacked, they could not overcome him. Unless they resorted to forbidden techniques, they could not breach Jiang Ping'an's defenses. The infinite fist not only held them at bay, but also turned their own attacks against them. To avoid the humiliation, these geniuses opted to concede. Jiang Ping'an merely sought to hone his combat skills. On the 17th day, the Genius Championship drew to a close, culminating in the final battle, Jiang Ping'an versus Yi Wuqing. Whether this match was deliberately arranged by the State Lord remains uncertain, but its outcome would determine who would claim the top honor, promising to be a spectacle. Both had emerged victorious in every preceding match, one sweeping through opponents, the other methodically dismantling them. The final showdown saw the stands packed with spectators, who fervently cheered. Defeat Jiang Ping'an. Yi Wuqing. Strike him down in a single blow. Many had long harbored disdain for Jiang Ping'an, deeming this well-connected individual unworthy of standing in such esteemed company. The crowd was incensed, venting their frustration, primarily because Jiang Ping'an had caused them financial losses. A portion of the audience simply regarded him with contempt, believing he did not belong in this arena. Hua Qingyu, gliding gracefully through the air, arrived at the box where Hua Qingyu was seated, smiling as she inquired, "Can Jiang Ping'an win? If he does, our Commerce Guild could profit by billions." Few had wagered on Jiang Ping'an. The majority had placed their bets on Yi Wuqing, with millions of people betting simultaneously. Even the smallest wager amounted to hundreds of millions or billions, and there were those betting in the millions and tens of millions. Even 100 cultivators working tirelessly for a year could not amass such wealth. For the Commerce Guild, this was merely a minor competition. Hence, many powerful individuals opted to establish families or join larger factions, as such endeavors proved far more lucrative. Hua Qingyu cast a glance at the other party, stating, "If you share half with me, I'll ensure my brother wins." "Of course, but if there are losses, will you compensate?" replied Hua Qingyu with a smile. "If you cover the losses, then I shall agree to share." Hua Qingyu fell silent. Yin Huang had been defeated, Feng Xing had fallen, and all the prodigies succumbed to Yi Wuqing. This individual's talent is undoubtedly among the elite across the entire Great Xia, not to mention in the realm of the Underworld King. In contrast, Jiang Ping'an's time for growth has been too brief. Had he mastered the Battle God technique, he might have posed a challenge. Yet, with only half a month past, such mastery is unattainable. The second tier of the Infinite Fist is insufficient to contend with Yi Wuqing. Chapter 96. Confrontation with Yi Wuqing. By the way, Jiang Ping'an, is he truly your god brother? Hua Qingyu seated herself beside Hua Qingyu, her azure eyes sparkling with allure, her lips curling into a smile. Hua Qingyu discerned the ambiguity in her words and retorted with irritation, "Pay no heed to the rumors outside. I have told you before, I aspire to be an empress. And there shall be no man in my life. That is not a conflict. Simply keep it private," Hua Qingyu teased. "Get lost," Hua Qingyu exclaimed, her words laced with expletives. The youths in the room, upon overhearing the conversation between the two mature women, flushed with embarrassment, pretending not to have heard as they gazed towards the battlefield. Jiang Ping'an faced a daunting challenge. The confrontation between Yi Wuqing and Jiang Ping'an was akin to a spear against a shield, with the spear being far more formidable. It was exceedingly difficult for this shield to withstand such an assault. Meng Jing, filled with anxiety, held her breath, her small fists clenched tightly, her tension palpable. Having faced Yi Wuqing before, she understood the terror of her opponent, resembling a soulless beast driven solely by the desire for victory. Jiang Ping'an stood in the arena, his expression composed, unaffected by the jeers of the audience. Yi Wuqing's exquisite visage was cloaked in indifference, her eyes devoid of emotion, as if she were gazing upon a corpse. In the sky, the state lord, Ming Jing, hovered, presiding over the final match himself. He held high hopes for Yi Wuqing. With her presence, the odds of victory in this divine island battle appeared substantial. As for Jiang Ping'an, while his defense was unparalleled and commendable, his offensive capabilities fell short, making him significantly inferior when compared to Yi Wuqing. The final battle of the Genius Championship commences now. With Ming Chen's voice echoing, cheers erupted from the audience. "Yi Wuqing, go for it. I've staked my entire fortune on your victory. You must win." Yi Wuqing's beauty surpassed that of Jiang Ping'an, and surely she would prevail. As the battle began, Yi Wuqing uttered no words. Without a greeting, a sword gleaming with cold light lunged swiftly towards Jiang Ping'an. In an instant, it was upon him. Jiang Ping'an raised his hand, and just as the crowd anticipated him to unleash the infinite fist, he instead seized the blade. The spectators were momentarily taken aback. Was he willing to sacrifice his hand? How audacious to grasp Yi Wuqing's sword. But wait, his hand bore no wounds. With a forceful grip, Jiang Ping'an's right hand shattered the sword, the fragments scattering. The cheers from the audience abruptly ceased. Jiang Ping'an had indeed crushed a treasured sword with his bare hands. In the realm of cultivation, the rank of a weapon is determined by the number of runes and the quality of materials used. The finer the materials and the greater the runes, the higher the grade of the weapon. Based on these classifications, weapons are categorized into different tiers. The sword wielded by Yi Wuqing has already reached the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage, and even foundation establishment cultivators would hesitate to confront this blade with their bodies. Among Yi Wuqing's numerous opponents, only Jin Lin has managed to withstand a few strikes with his physical prowess. Yet at this moment, Jiang Ping'an caught the sword barehanded and crushed it. Jiang Ping'an's strength and physique have undoubtedly reached the level of a blood-dan body cultivator. The arena fell into a profound silence, as all present stared in disbelief at the scene unfolding before them. It appeared they had underestimated Jiang Ping'an. He raised his gaze, locking eyes with Yi Wuqing. "Initially, I intended to continue employing the Wujik fist in defense, planning to wear you down. However, your strength compelled me to activate the Dozhan Shenju, war god technique. I did not anticipate that this technique harbors a flaw. Once activated, the battle intent becomes uncontrollable." With those words, Jiang Ping'an lost all restraint, and a terrifying golden aura erupted from within him. His garments billowed, hair danced in the wind, and a powerful wave of energy swept across the battlefield, making Jiang Ping'an resemble an invincible war deity. The audience in the stands abruptly rose to their feet, faces filled with astonishment. What did he say? Dozhan Shenju. He can wield the war god technique, the world's foremost offensive technique, Dozhan Shenju. How could someone as cautious as Jiang Ping'an possess such a formidable art? Sensing the aura emanating from Jiang Ping'an, a flicker of change appeared on Yi Wuqing's previously expressionless face. Bang! Jiang Ping'an propelled himself forward, the ground beneath him cracking, and in an instant, he appeared before Yi Wuqing, delivering a powerful punch. Bang! Yi Wuqing reacted swiftly, raising his hand to block, but the tremendous force sent him flying. He stabilized himself midair, and another sword materialized in his grasp. A chilling aura of slaughter erupted, surrounding them in a crimson haze, as a terrifying blood-colored sword intent pierced the heavens, slicing toward Jiang Ping'an. Influenced by the Dozhan Shenju, Jiang Ping'an's blood surged uncontrollably, yearning for battle. Faced with the incoming attack, he did not evade. Instead, raising his fist to meet it head-on. No, Yunhuang instinctively shouted, recalling her own experience of being pierced by such a blade. The fist collided with the sword intent. Bang! The immense impact caused the arena's formations to flicker, shattering the blood-colored sword intent. The spectators widened their eyes in disbelief. Such a fearsome sword intent was actually shattered. Jiang Ping'an transformed into a streak of lightning, instantaneously reaching Yi Wuqing's side, swinging his fist to strike. Yi Wuqing countered with his sword. Bang bang bang. The clash of sword and fist produced sounds akin to iron colliding. The two became blurred figures, darting rapidly across the arena. In a matter of moments, they exchanged blows hundreds of times. Fist against sword. Battle intent against murderous intent. The two clashed fiercely. Cultivators below the Foundation establishment stage could no longer perceive their battle. Golden Core cultivators' eyes darted rapidly, striving to catch sight of the two. Jiang Ping'an, usually composed and focused solely on victory in his battles, experienced the thrill of bloodshed for the first time. The heartbeat thundered, as if something within was about to erupt. This was the art of combat, igniting the spirit of battle and instilling an unwavering belief in invincibility. Since concealing one's strength was not an option, let the fight commence with fervor. One hand wielded the boundless fist for defense, while the other launched an assault. Yi Wuqing's focus was sharper than ever before. This was the most formidable opponent he had ever encountered at this level, surpassing all others. Above in the sky, Ming Chun observed the duel intently. He realized he had misjudged. Jiang Ping'an was not merely a defensive fighter. Previously, the youth had been overly cautious, reluctant to reveal his brilliance. It was his unfamiliarity with the art of combat that had awakened his fighting spirit, showcasing his true strength. Suddenly, Ming Chun smiled. With these two prodigies, the struggle for the Divine Island would surely result in victory for the Ming King's domain. In the audience box, Xia Qing stared blankly for a moment before abruptly turning to Hua Qingyu. I agree to the wager. If Jiang Ping'an loses, I will bear the cost. If he wins, share half the spoils with me. No, the time has passed, Hua Qingyu decisively rejected. It was absurd. She had only considered betting on Jiang Ping'an's inevitable failure. Now that he had a chance of victory, agreeing to the wager was out of the question. Should he win, the payout would be in the hundreds of billions. Only a fool would consent to such terms. Xia Qing was filled with regret, cursing her brother, who, despite his remarkable prowess, had concealed it so deeply, missing an opportunity for substantial gain. Beside her, Hua Qingyu, cradling her delicate frame, narrowed her azure eyes slightly. In less than a month, mastering the first tier of the combat art, such astonishing talent in this young man. She had introduced him to this technique. Thus she was acutely aware of when he had begun his training. This art was revered as the supreme offensive technique in the world. And its mastery was no simple feat. Although the first tier did not delve into the laws of combat, it was still a challenge to learn. Ordinary cultivators might take years to grasp even the basics, yet Jiang Ping'an had achieved mastery in under a month. Could it be that this youth harbored some extraordinary divine physique, allowing for such rapid progress? Wang Lan, Jin Lin, and numerous other prodigies gazed at Jiang Ping'an's prowess, their expressions turning bewildered. Until now, they had believed Jiang Ping'an had arrived at this stage solely through the boundless fist. They had never considered him a threat until this moment, when they finally recognized the extent of his strength. Had it not been for this unexpected turn of events, they might have never witnessed the true capabilities of Jiang Ping'an. Chapter 97. The first watching the young man fight valiantly on the battlefield. Meng Jing's small face radiated pride and joy. She had known all along that Jiang Ping'an would not falter in the footsteps of the princess and her mother. Jiang Ping'an was exceptional. He was like a pot of boiling water. Untouched, one could never fathom his true heat and brilliance. When her mother received news of Jiang Ping'an, her jaw would undoubtedly drop in astonishment. In the stands, Zhou Feng, donning a straw hat, beheld the unfolding scene with incredulity. Impossible. How could such a worthless individual exhibit such strength? Absolutely inconceivable. Zhou Feng was vanquished by Jiang Ping'an in their initial confrontation, leaving him consumed by resentment and unwillingness to accept his defeat. Today he sought to witness Jiang Ping'an's downfall. However, he was utterly astonished to find that Jiang Ping'an exhibited a prowess that transcended his understanding. This formidable strength nearly rivaled the most elite prodigies within their sect. The battle god technique elevated Jiang Ping'an to unprecedented heights. Despite his inability to fly, he navigated the air by harnessing the blood energy he emitted. His speed, strength, reflexes, and defenses had all doubled. Beneath the brim of his hat, Zhou Feng's countenance twisted in jealousy. Just months prior, he had severely wounded Jiang Ping'an with 2 strikes. Yet now, how had he become so powerful? Jiang Ping'an's fist struck towards Yi Wuqing's face, while simultaneously, Yi Wuqing thrust his sword towards Jiang Ping'an's heart. Bang! Uft! Yi Wuqing was sent flying. Jiang Ping'an's shoulder was pierced, blood staining his garments. Due to the influence of the battle god technique, the pain was significantly mitigated. In combat, pain can drastically diminish a warrior's fighting capability. Many would falter when injured. However, the battle god technique alleviated suffering, allowing him to maintain his combat effectiveness. Of course, pain had not entirely vanished. Enduring the agony, Jiang Ping'an extracted the sword from his shoulder and tossed it to Yi Wuqing. Yi Wuqing caught the blade, wiping away the blood seeping from his nose, and his voice, cold yet melodious, resonated. Continuing this way is futile. With this final strike, if you can withstand it, I concede. However, you had best endure. Should this blow claim your life, my opportunity will vanish. An indescribable chill emanated from Yi Wuqing, his gaze devoid of emotion. To him, all existence seemed trivial. Although he had not unleashed any energy, a fierce wind surged around him, sweeping across the battlefield. Experts like Meng Jing, Hua Qingyu, and Hua Qingyu widened their eyes in astonishment. Yi Wuqing had indeed invoked the laws. While he had not yet mastered the utilization of these laws, he had undeniably stirred a trace of their power. The laws are a peculiar set of principles that can only be comprehended by cultivators at the nascent soul stage or above. Attacks infused with the laws possess greater strength. Healing techniques become more effective, and toxins are amplified in potency. The might of a powerful individual stems from their insight into the rules of heaven and earth, and their ability to harness these principles. Some extraordinarily gifted cultivators may begin to invoke the laws in the late Golden Core stage. But only the top prodigies of the Great Xia can achieve such feats during the Foundation establishment stage. In this moment, Yi Wuqing had summoned the power of the laws. The audience, including Zhou Feng, suddenly rose in shock, exclaiming, "The Heartless Sword." Could he have inherited the legacy of the Heartless ancestor? As a sword cultivator, Zhou Feng was well versed in numerous sword techniques. The ability to invoke the laws of this realm, coupled with swordsmanship that matched Yi Wuqing, could only belong to the Heartless Sword. Upon hearing the name of the Heartless ancestor, a shudder ran through the crowd. The Heartless ancestor? The one who, in pursuit of cultivation, had slaughtered tens of thousands of his own kin? Hadn't he died long ago? Did Yi Wuqing truly inherit the Heartless ancestor's legacy? Over 3 centuries ago, a cultivator known as the Heartless Swordsman emerged, a figure notorious for his bloodthirstiness and utter disregard for human life. Driven by an insatiable hunger for resources, he resorted to heinous acts of murder and plunder, committing unspeakable atrocities in his relentless quest for power. With the resources he amassed, he achieved the transformation into a god in a mere century, becoming the fastest in 5,000 years to reach such heights. Thereafter, he declared himself the Heartless Ancestor. Although he could have continued his ascension, fate intervened when he killed a prodigy from a prominent family, which led to his demise at the hands of a coalition of formidable opponents. Had it not been for their united assault, this self-proclaimed Heartless Ancestor would have undoubtedly survived. His creation, the Heartless Sword, was unparalleled. Even when beset by a throng of god-level cultivators, he managed to slay one and severely injure 3 others. Unexpectedly, Yi Wuqing inherited this man's legacy. The terrifying Crimson Sword intent stirred the heavens, sending a chilling wave through the ranks of lower-level cultivators. This strike, without a doubt, was beyond Jiang Ping'an's capacity to withstand. Defeat was imminent. After a moment of shock, Zhou Feng's face contorted into a sinister grin as he frantically shouted, "Kill him! Kill him!" Eager to witness Jiang Ping'an's fall and vent his pent-up rage, he could hardly contain himself. Meng Jing prepared to intervene and save Jiang Ping'an. Yi Wuqing's strike, imbued with the essence of the laws, rendered ordinary defenses futile. Suddenly, Jiang Ping'an transformed into a streak of lightning, flashing from 70 meters away to appear behind Yi Wuqing. Launching a fist toward his face, The striking force contorted Yi Wuqing's beautiful visage, sending him hurtling backwards. The concentrated and terrifying crimson sword intent abruptly dissipated as Yi Wuqing crashed against the wall. The crowd held its breath, anticipating the unveiling of Yi Wuqing's sword strike. Yet, to their astonishment, Jiang Ping'an had executed a sneak attack. "I'm not foolish enough to stand still and let you strike me." Sensing an ominous presence, Jiang Ping'an understood the difficulty of withstanding this blow and opted for a close-quarters assault with a lightning strike. Yi Wuqing, unable to release the power he had gathered, became reckless with it within his body, resulting in a backlash that caused him to spew a mouthful of blood, staining the ground crimson. He attempted to harness his power, but with his meridians severed, he could no longer launch an attack. With a deep gaze cast upon Jiang Ping'an, he retrieved a healing pill from his storage tool and swallowed it. Staggering to his feet, he said nothing, leaning on his sword as he made his way toward the exit. The moment he consumed the pill signified his concession. Meng Jing stood dumbfounded at the scene before him, utterly unprepared for the revelation that the seemingly honest Jiang Ping'an would resort to a sneak attack. Of course, this was his skill. Few possessed such swiftness. The outcome was truly unexpected. "I hereby declare the Genius Championship a resounding success. The first place goes to Jiang Ping'an." As the audience emerged from their shock, the cheers were nearly drowned out by a torrent of objects hurled into the arena. "Shameful Jiang Ping'an! Sneak attack! You scoundrel! I lost all my money because of you!" roared the enraged spectators. Most had not anticipated that Jiang Ping'an would emerge victorious. Had Yi Wuqing's strike landed, Jiang Ping'an would surely have been the one to lose. In a sudden turn of events, Jiang Ping'an launched a stealthy assault, resulting in Yi Wuqing being gravely injured by his own energy and retreating in desolation. Jiang Ping'an himself was astonished by this outcome, inexplicably securing the first position. Reflecting on a few months prior, he had been troubled by the prospect of competing for a genius spot in the Black Wind County, where the talents Ma Wei and Zhou Feng had caused him considerable distress. Yet, just a few months later, he found himself standing at the pinnacle of the genius competition in the Underworld King state, leaving him somewhat dazed. However, upon further contemplation, everything began to make sense. Utilizing the heavenly mysterious pill to enhance his aptitude, the blood of the sacred body to strengthen his physique, and the fire lotus enlightenment seed to accelerate his comprehension, he had mastered the battle god technique in merely a month. Ultimately, it was the abundant resources provided by the treasure basin that enabled his rapid growth. Any individual endowed with such resources could achieve strength, perhaps even surpassing him. Chapter 98. The Phantom of the Underworld King. All the geniuses returned to the city lord's mansion. 13 talents had eliminated the 3 with the fewest victories, leaving a cohort of 10. All 5 geniuses from the Black Wind County advanced. Meng Jing gazed upon this group of talents with satisfaction. With these 10, our Underworld King state is bound to triumph in the Divine Island contest 3 months hence. With a grand gesture, 10 storage rings flew into the hands of the contestants. This is the reward of resources allocated according to your rankings. Jiang Ping'an grasped the storage ring before him, releasing his divine sense to explore its contents. Inside were 200,000 spirit stones, 100 healing elixirs, and 100 blood demon pills that could enhance cultivation. This trove of resources would entice even a wandering nascent soul cultivator. A nascent soul cultivator toiling for a year might earn a mere 100,000 spirit stones, priced at 5,000 each. The 100 blood demon pills amounted to 500,000. The 100 healing elixirs were of the highest quality. Unless one suffered a law-inflicted injury, they could generally restore health. For a foundation establishment cultivator, this was a substantial reward. However, Jiang Ping'an's reaction was rather subdued. After all, he had profited over 5 million just from stone gambling, not to mention his previous windfall of 500 million. The others merely displayed faint smiles, lacking significant reaction. Most hailed from prominent families, far superior to wandering cultivators, and were not lacking in cultivation resources. What they truly yearned for was the legacy of the Underworld King, one of the 9 war gods of the Great Xia. Observing the eager gazes of the youths, Meng Jing understood their desires. With another wave of his hand, spatial energies surged, and a vortex appeared behind them. As previously stated, you have merely received an opportunity. Whether you gain the legacy's acknowledgement depends on your performance. Step inside. Upon receiving the permission to enter, the 10 youths eagerly stepped into the vortex. Soon, only the Underworld King and several county leaders remained outside. One county leader inquired, Will they obtain the Underworld King's legacy? It seemed an impossible feat. Meng Jing chuckled. What they face is an Underworld King of the same rank, who has mastered the laws of space. Hua Qingyu interjected. Isn't it true that the Underworld King only began to comprehend the laws of space upon reaching the nascent soul stage? Indeed, thus they have no chance. In 3 months, let them strive diligently within the secret realm. There will be considerable improvement. Upon hearing the words of Meng Jing, the expressions of the numerous county lords became peculiar, as even the tall and broad-eyed prefect had learned the art of deception. Yet, the opportunity to enter the secret realm of Meng Jing for cultivation was indeed a grand fortune. The 10 prodigies remained unaware that they had been led astray. They found themselves within an expansive hall, magnificent in scale, soaring to heights of over 1,000 meters, with walls adorned in intricate and mysterious patterns. At the very front of the hall stood a colossal statue, and for reasons unknown, its visage eluded clarity, as if an invisible force rendered it obscured from view. This must be the legendary embodiment of the great Taoist rules, indescribable and unnameable. Due to the influence of these rules, they, mere mortals, were utterly unworthy of beholding the true countenance of the king of the underworld. Nevertheless, the group could sense a terrifying pressure emanating from the statue, surpassing even that of the prefect. This figure was likely one of the 9 war gods of the great Xia, who had nearly ascended to the celestial realm. Yun Huang gazed reverently at the statue, lamenting that in his effort to protect the great Xia, he had committed numerous atrocities, leading to the descent of karmic retribution that resulted in his failure to transcend. Almost immortal, Jiang Ping'an stared up at the statue, deeply moved. How might one attain the legacy of the king of the underworld? Jin Lin inquired eagerly. Although the chance of obtaining the king's legacy was slim, he was eager to try. No sooner had he spoken than 10 spatial vortices appeared before them. A faint, ethereal voice echoed in their ears. Within 3 months, whoever can defeat my projection shall receive my legacy. The 10 prodigies were seized by a sudden determination and rushed to challenge it. In the end, only Meng Jing and Jiang Ping'an remained. Jiang Ping'an, perplexed, asked, "Why aren't you hurrying to challenge it?" Meng Jing, disinterested, replied, "My mother said that I will inherit the legacy of a celestial being from my family in the future. This senior has not achieved ascension, and his level is too low. Moreover, the legacy is not suited for me." Jiang Ping'an retorted, "Comparing oneself to others can be disheartening. Many cultivators yearn for even the legacy of the nascent soul stage, yet you show no interest in the king of the underworld's legacy. Why don't you hurry inside? You dullard?" Meng Jing countered, "My talents are limited. Even if this senior's projection lowers its cultivation, it is still beyond my capability to contend with." Jiang Ping'an was acutely aware of his own limitations, craving the legacy, yet harboring no illusions. However, the opportunity to engage with such a senior would undoubtedly enhance his abilities over the next 3 months. "I'm going in. Best of luck. I know you can do it." Meng Jing cheered, her small fists pumping with enthusiasm, genuinely wishing for his success. Jiang Ping'an stepped into the vortex, and the scenery before him shifted once more. He found himself atop a mountain peak, surrounded by drifting white clouds as far as the eye could see. A formless shadow wielding a sword stood before him, exuding an indescribable aura from within. This shadow must be the projection of the king of the underworld, born of special rules. Before Jiang Ping'an could react, the projection lunged at him. He swiftly retreated. An odd occurrence transpired. The tip of the sword in the shadow's hand suddenly vanished. Almost immediately, Jiang Ping'an felt a sharp pain in his shoulder as a blade pierced through it from behind. Suddenly, he turned his head sharply, and a sword tip emerged from the void behind him, piercing through his shoulder. Jiang Ping'an's face was filled with astonishment. Is this the art of spatial swordsmanship? It can disregard spatial distance and launch attacks from any angle. How terrifying! Jiang Ping'an executed a lightning flash, vanishing from his original position and reappearing behind a shadow, raising his fist for a direct assault. Just as his fist was about to strike the shadow, it vanished. A fist suddenly appeared behind Jiang Ping'an, astonishingly. It was his own. Boom! Jiang Ping'an was sent flying by his own fist, crashing heavily onto the mountain peak, stirring up a cloud of dust. His face was a picture of shock and disarray. The opponent's spatial technique was infinitely more terrifying than his boundless fist. The boundless fist utilized the opponent's own strength against them, yet this spatial technique directly transformed space, redirecting the opponent's attack back upon themselves. an utterly impeccable defense. The shadow stood still and thrust out another sword. Jiang Ping'an quickly regained his footing and employed the boundless fist for defense. If he couldn't attack, then he must defend. The sword tip shot out from behind him in an instant, and Jiang Ping'an raised his hand to block. But in that fleeting moment, the sword tip vanished. Thud! Jiang Ping'an's abdomen was pierced. He raised his head, gazing in horror at the shadow before him. There was no angle left unguarded. No technique capable of countering this onslaught. Though he too was at the late stage of foundation establishment, this being effortlessly inflicted injury upon him. The first-place victor of the 100 Counties Championship. Had the opponent wished to kill him, the first strike would have sufficed to end his life. This was the god of war of the great Xia, the king of Hades, a legendary figure on the brink of ascension. The shadow sheathed his sword and remarked coolly, "Too weak." A peculiar energy enveloped Jiang Ping'an, ceasing the flow of blood from his wounds, and visibly accelerating his recovery. Within this mystical space, there appeared to be a force of rules that could hasten healing. Chapter 99. The talent of gravity. Jiang Ping'an faced defeat. However, he felt no sense of loss. Instead, these two strikes had pierced through the pride that lingered in his heart, allowing him to regain his composure. Achieving the title of champion in the 100 Counties Championship and standing as the foremost amongst his peers in the realm of Hades was not without its share of pride. It was only upon witnessing the terrifying existence of the king of Hades' projection that Jiang Ping'an truly understood his own frailty. If the king of Hades, despite his immense power, had not ascended, then Jiang Ping'an's current level would render such an ascension even more elusive. Casting aside pride, embracing humility, and grounding himself, he resolved to train diligently. "Senior, may I cultivate here?" Jiang Ping'an respectfully inquired. The shadow seemed to possess a consciousness. "As you wish." The shadow stood with sword in hand, devoid of any emotional fluctuations. Jiang Ping'an seated himself on the ground, channeling his blood energy to impact his acupoints. The projection of the king of Hades was insurmountable. There was no need to squander time. This space could accelerate healing, and Jiang Ping'an intended to harness this power for his cultivation. This way, he could save a considerable amount of healing elixirs and expedite his training. Currently, he had opened 122 acupoints. Yet there remained a vast chasm to the total of 360. As he channeled his blood energy, a light emerged from an acupoint in his abdomen. Boom! The acupoint in his abdomen burst open, emitting a brilliant crimson light, dazzling in its radiance. The blood and vital energy within his body swiftly coalesced into the dantian, forming the blood elixir at an accelerated pace. Jiang Ping'an immediately channeled his spiritual energy, shaping it into a razor-sharp blade, and struck down decisively. With a resounding boom, the blood elixir shattered, nearly tearing Jiang Ping'an's body apart, as crimson blood cascaded down, seeping from 7 orifices like serpents. The excruciating pain contorted his features, rendering his breath feeble. The competition among the 100 counties had not inflicted such grievous wounds upon him. At that moment, a peculiar force emerged within the secret realm, enveloping him and mending his injured form. The agony gradually subsided, and a smile began to grace Jiang Ping'an's face. With the assistance of this secret realm, he could save a significant amount on healing elixirs. Once his injuries were healed, he pressed on to penetrate the acupoints once more. Time and again, he condensed the blood elixir. Time and again, he shattered it, and time and again, he spat blood. Enduring the pain, Jiang Ping'an advanced toward the goal that resided in his heart. Perhaps Jiang Ping'an's current achievements were a result of resources acquired. Yet one must not overlook his relentless dedication and tireless efforts. How many could withstand the agonizing pain of near-death injuries? How many could endure the solitude of solitary cultivation? With merely a few months remaining until he turned 16, the youthful innocence had vanished from his face, replaced only by tenacity. 2 years were sufficient to alter many aspects of life. While he cultivated, the other 9 prodigies also witnessed the terrifying nature of the underworld king's projection. However, they understood far more than Jiang Ping'an, recognizing that the power of space belonged to the realm of laws, comprehensible only at the nascent soul stage. Thus they did not experience a significant disparity. They merely regarded the underworld king's projection as a combat adversary, rather than a target to pursue. Only Jiang Ping'an naively believed that the projection represented the pinnacle of combat power within his tier, foolishly attempting to catch up. Meng Jing exhibited little interest in such a challenge. She often visited the secret realm where Jiang Ping'an practiced, resting her chin on her hand, quietly observing his cultivation. For cultivators, 2 months merely passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, many prodigies made strides in their battles against the Underworld King's projection, significantly enhancing their combat skills and reaction times. Bang! One day, after enduring repeated injuries and breakthroughs, Jiang Ping'an finally opened all 360 acupoints within his body. At the moment all 360 acupoints were unlocked, the blood within him resonated with the sound of a rushing river, and the vital energy radiating from him blazed like a searing flame. Even a golden core master would feel their heart quicken in response. He sensed a peculiar force emerging within him, uncertain of its nature. Unexpectedly, you have managed to persevere. The Underworld King's projection, who had remained silent at the side, suddenly spoke. Jiang Ping'an gazed at him in confusion. He still could not discern his features, only feeling the extraordinary aura emanating from him. You have done remarkably well to endure such a painful ordeal. The voice of the projection, no longer as mechanical, now carried a hint of emotional resonance, imbued with admiration. Over the past 10,000 years, I have encountered countless individuals of remarkable talent, too numerous to count, who surpassed you in innate gifts. Yet those who rival your willpower and endurance are few and far between. Only by witnessing it firsthand can one truly grasp the extent of the suffering Jiang Ping'an has endured over these 2 months, teetering on the brink of death each day. Had it not been for the realm's extraordinary capacity for bodily restoration, the youth would have perished countless times. Such perseverance demands immense fortitude, which earned him the commendation of the ethereal figure. Senior, it seems a peculiar power has manifested within me. Do you know what it is? Jiang Ping'an released this strange energy, enveloping the space within a meter around him in an uncanny force. It's merely a gravitational field, replied the ethereal figure with a calm demeanor, as if he had encountered such phenomena numerous times. You have unlocked 360 major acupoints, transcending the limitations of the human body and acquiring a unique talent. You can manipulate the gravity within a meter of your body, ranging approximately between 2 to 3 times normal gravity, and this power will amplify as you progress. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ping'an was filled with elation. He had not anticipated that unlocking 360 acupoints would yield such a boon. He had gained a talent. Though it may not rival the formidable golden body or the divine phoenix body, Jiang Ping'an was nonetheless delighted. He began to experiment with controlling the surrounding gravity. As he intensified the gravitational force, he felt his body grow heavy, and when he lightened it, he felt as though he were floating. Such a wondrous power. At present, his ability to control gravity was still in its nascent stage, yet if utilized wisely, it could yield unexpectedly advantageous results. Moreover, the senior had mentioned that this power would augment over time. Thank you for your guidance, senior, Jiang Ping'an expressed with a respectful clasp of his fists. Such trifles need not concern me. You would have discovered this on your own, the ethereal figure replied nonchalantly. Jiang Ping'an continued, Senior, there remains some time. I wish to challenge you. Very well, the figure of the king of Hades casually thrust out a sword. In an instant, Jiang Ping'an vanished from his spot, evading the assault from behind. With all 360 acupoints activated, although he had yet to reach the golden core stage, Jiang Ping'an felt as though he had entered an entirely new realm. He darted behind the king of Hades figure and unleashed a punch, causing the clouds swirling around the mountaintop to churn wildly. Just as his fist was about to connect with the figure, it suddenly vanished, reappearing behind Jiang Ping'an. He swiftly retracted his fist to avoid striking himself and simultaneously launched attacks from various angles. As he fought, Jiang Ping'an became increasingly familiar with his newfound ability. His control over the gravitational field grew more adept with each skirmish. For nearly a month, he immersed himself in combat, deliberately enhancing his gravitational talent. Through diligent effort, he successfully amplified the gravitational level to 10 times its original strength, expanding its range to a diameter of 10 meters. This degree of gravity would significantly affect an ordinary person, yet it held little impact on cultivators. Wood, it's time to go out. Meng Jing bounced over to find Jiang Ping'an, feeling utterly bored and eager to play outside. Jiang Ping'an ceased his battles, wiped the sweat from his brow, and bowed respectfully to the ethereal figure. Thank you for your guidance, senior. Although he had not touched even a corner of his opponent's attire, the battles over the past weeks had greatly enhanced his reflexes and combat capabilities. Jiang Ping'an turned to leave. Just as he exited the secret realm, he heard Jin Lin lamenting, "It's impossible to defeat the projection of the King of Hades." Indeed, without grasping the principles, no one beneath the nascent soul stage could possibly triumph over him, Feng Xing remarked with regret. Unexpectedly, none of the individuals received the inheritance of the underworld monarch. Yet, judging by the expressions on their faces, the gains were considerable. Yi Wuqing's indifferent gaze swept over Jiang Ping'an. Should they engage in combat once more? He was resolute in his belief that he would not be defeated. Over the past 3 months, he had honed that singular sword technique to the extent that it required no lengthy build-up, allowing him to unleash it directly. Among his peers, he remained unparalleled. Chapter 100, Journey to the Divine Island. The provincial lord, Meng Jing, awaited outside the secret realm, dressed in elegant purple attire, exuding charm and bearing a friendly smile. He stood among the crowd, entirely unrecognizable as a provincial lord. It was evident that over the past 3 months, everyone had made strides in their abilities. They would rest for a day, and tomorrow they would set forth for the Divine Island. Suddenly, the smile vanished from his face, replaced by a grave expression. Ensure you leave behind letters for your families. This may be your final opportunity to communicate with them. The words of Provincial Lord Meng Jing cast a pall over the 10 prodigies, who had been reveling in their progress. The battle at the Divine Island would not be as tranquil as the selection contests within the underworld monarch state, where killing was forbidden. The impending conflict with the Spirit Platform Kingdom would be a life-and-death struggle, implying that fatalities were inevitable. One by one, the 10 prodigies departed. After 3 months of arduous training, they indeed deserved a respite. Meng Jing took Jiang Ping'an's arm, leading him into the city for a leisurely stroll. Her cherubic face adorned with a sweet smile. "When we return from the Divine Island, you must come home with me. My father has something to discuss with you." "What is it?" Jiang Ping'an inquired, puzzled. "I am not certain what Uncle Meng wishes to convey. You will find out upon your return." Meng Jing averted her gaze. Unable to meet his eyes, the sunlight bathed her lovely face, rendering it rosy and delightful. Jiang Ping'an refrained from pressing further. It had been nearly a year since he had seen Uncle Meng and Elder Li, and certainly, once the Divine Island battle concluded, he would visit them. He intended to bring resources for both, enabling them to enhance their strength as much as possible. The higher one's realm, the greater the longevity. Reaching the nascent soul stage would grant one a lifespan of 1,000 years. Today was a day of rest, and Meng Jing enthusiastically guided Jiang Ping'an on their outing. Along the way, they encountered familiar faces, Wang Lan and Zhang Ruo. Wang Lan had fought against Jiang Ping'an for an entire day, ultimately falling short. Yet he had successfully entered the top 10. Zhang Ruo was one of the 3 girls among the top 10. It seemed the two had become a couple, walking hand in hand, exuding sweetness. "Brother Jiang, once the Divine Island battle concludes, I shall challenge you again. This time, I am certain I can bring you down," Wang Lan declared confidently. "Very well." Jiang Ping'an felt no malice from him. It was merely a desire for friendly competition. After exchanging pleasantries, they parted ways to continue their respective excursions. Jiang Ping'an and Meng Jing wandered from morning until evening, meandering through various pastry shops. Meng Jing's chatter was incessant. This one, I must have this bunny-shaped pastry. This one isn't tasty. You eat it, no wasting. Wooden block, I am absolutely going to open a pastry shop. And you shall be my assistant." Observing the lively and sprightly Meng Jing, Jiang Ping'an felt an unprecedented sense of relaxation wash over him. It was the first time since his parents' passing that he experienced such a feeling, a sense of finding a harbor after drifting as a rootless water lily. "Hey, Wood, I'm asking you a question. Do you agree to be my shop assistant?" Meng Jing flashed her little tiger teeth, looking as if she would devour Jiang Ping'an if he refused. "All right," Jiang Ping'an replied with a smile. Hee. Meng Jing beamed again, leaping onto Jiang Ping'an's back and resting her head on his shoulder. "I'm tired from shopping. Carry me back." Jiang Ping'an embraced Meng Jing's slender legs, stepping steadily towards the city lord's residence. As the sun dipped below the horizon, their shadows elongated on the street. Inside the city lord's residence, Xia Qing, clad in a flowing white dress, sat in the courtyard, holding a jade slip. Upon seeing the two return, she smiled and remarked, "You two seem to have enjoyed your outing." "What couple?" "Not at all." Meng Jing, blushing, hopped off Jiang Ping'an's back and hurried to Xia Qing, wrapping her arms around her. "Sister princess, are you coming with us on this trip to the Divine Island?" Xia Qing shook her head, explaining that to avoid unforeseen circumstances, The provincial lord would accompany them, and the ruler of Lingtai Nation would also be present. She handed the jade slip to Meng Jing, stating, "This contains intelligence gathered from Lingtai Nation, detailing 10 prodigies. Among them, 3 are exceptionally powerful, comparable to Yi Wuqing and Ping'an. We must exercise caution. This battle will undoubtedly be arduous." Meng Jing took the jade slip but did not examine it. Instead, she tossed it directly to Jiang Ping'an. "Would I want to be taking action? I'm afraid of scaring them. It's all up to you to eliminate them single-handedly." Jiang Ping'an grasped the jade slip. His gaze fixed intently on Hua Qingyu. "Sister, we shall discuss the supreme secrets of the great Xia upon your return." Suddenly, Hua Qingyu interrupted, stating, "There are reports indicating that Lingtai Nation is stirring, possibly plotting something. I must return to Hefeng County." Hua Qingyu departed hastily, her beautiful, mature face briefly betraying a flicker of unease. She could hardly believe that a mere jest had turned into reality. The first time she encountered Jiang Ping'an, he was weak beyond measure. At that time, she didn't think he merited selection through Hefeng County. To her astonishment, Jiang Ping'an had indeed secured a spot, even achieving first place. Such a fantastical occurrence left Hua Qingyu in disbelief. Jiang Ping'an had fulfilled the wager, thus entitling him to the great Xia secrets. However, such high-level secrets were beyond her authority to bestow upon another, which was exceedingly vexing. She could only delay the matter and later compensate with something else. Noticing that she had no time to spare, Jiang Ping'an did not press the issue. He examined the jade slip in his hand, absorbing its contents. "Know oneself and one's enemy. In 100 battles, one shall emerge victorious." The adversaries were the top talents of Lingtai Nation, and one must not be careless. This jade slip was of high quality and boasted a recording feature, capturing the combat footage of Lingtai Nation's prodigies. While observing their battles, Jiang Ping'an contemplated how he should respond. The following morning, Jiang Ping'an and the 10 prodigies were summoned by the provincial lord, Ming Jing, to the teleportation array. "We are about to embark on our journey to the Divine Island. This battle may pose a threat to our lives. If anyone wishes to withdraw, now is the time." Ming Jing surveyed the 10 prodigies, awaiting a response. No one answered. The youthful faces were alight with indomitable martial spirit. The kingdom of Lingtai has allied with the great Chu dynasty to invade the great Xia, slaughtering their compatriots. Were it not for the intervention of their family, they would have already plunged into battle. Now, with an opportunity to eliminate a genius from Lingtai, retreat is not an option. Ming Jing nodded with satisfaction, relieved that they had not withdrawn. Otherwise, there would have been but one outcome. He refrained from saying more and turned to activate the teleportation array. A chill ran through everyone, as they understood what that outcome would be: death. To cultivate with the resources of the great Xia while refusing to contribute and fleeing at the last moment was an affront Ming Jing could not tolerate. Whoever had voiced the desire to retreat was now but a lifeless corpse. The teleportation array was activated, and mysterious runes filled the air, enveloping everyone. They were transported. As Ming Jing's words faded, all felt the world tilt, their consciousness blurring. Just as their bodies were about to collapse, their vision cleared, revealing a scene unlike the previous one. Around the teleportation array stood soldiers armed with weapons, an aura of deadly intent overwhelming them, stifling their breath. These soldiers were all Golden Core experts. Was this the Divine Island? One genius wondered, scanning the surroundings. No, this was Luoxia County. The Divine Island was on the sea. Ming Jing waved his hand, rending the space before him, revealing a massive island surrounded by azure waters. A flying vessel floated at one side of the island. Jiang Ping'an felt a surge of astonishment. It turned out the provincial lord possessed spatial powers. Such strength was truly terrifying, allowing for effortless spatial travel, far surpassing any speed technique. If an opportunity arose in the future, he must endeavor to learn it. "Let us proceed," Ming Jing commanded, his expression turning solemn as he beheld the vessel on the other side of the rift. The numerous geniuses traversed the space, arriving above the ocean. Jiang Ping'an had yet to master any flying techniques, and thus had to wrap his arms around Meng Jing's waist. A mischievous glint crossed Meng Jing's face as she nestled closely against the young man. "Ming Jing, you old fool, are you nearing death? Why are you so slow? We've been waiting for 3 days," came a sinister voice from the vessel by the Divine Island. Chapter 101. The Divine Island. An emaciated elder emerged from the vessel. Clad in a gray robe, with scant hair and wrinkled skin, he exuded an air of impending death, as if he were on the verge of passing. This man was none other than Qin Zhan, the current ruler of the kingdom of Lingtai. Upon seeing him, Ming Qin's demeanor changed. The warmth he had previously shown dissipated, replaced by a looming, terrifying presence. "You, old wretch, have yet to die. How could I possibly meet my end?" he retorted, following the great Chu like a lapdog. "If your father were still alive, he would surely be enraged by your actions." "Haha. If my father were alive and knew the benefits bestowed upon us by the great Chu, he would undoubtedly approve," Qin Zhan laughed, a chilling sound akin to that of a specter. "Enough of this idle chatter. Strength dictates all. I hope that you talented ones perish utterly. Do not take it to heart." He turned to the vessel behind him and commanded, "Prepare for battle." With that, he soared towards the divine island, followed by 10 youths who descended from the vessel, making their way to the island. Upon seeing these 10 individuals, Jiang Ping'an and the others' expressions suddenly shifted. Meng Jing, noticing Jiang Ping'an's reaction, inquired with curiosity, "What is the matter?" Jiang Ping'an spoke solemnly, "The information is incorrect. The 10 individuals selected by the Lingtai kingdom are not the same. They have all been replaced." "What?" Meng Jing exclaimed, her beautiful eyes widening. Jiang Ping'an's expression grew grave. The newly emerged 10 individuals were undoubtedly formidable, as they could not have been substituted otherwise, and their talents and martial techniques remained unknown. The preparations made last night were rendered futile. Yun Huang and the others shared similarly somber expressions. This battle would be challenging. Among the 10 publicly selected by the Lingtai kingdom, 3 individuals warranted particular caution, possessing strength comparable to Yi Wuqing and Jiang Ping'an. Yet, these 3 were conspicuously absent from the current group, implying that the 10 possessed abilities surpassing those 3. That old wretch. Ming Qin also noted this situation, suppressing his murderous intent. The Lingtai kingdom was employing underhanded tactics, yet there was little recourse, as no regulations prohibited such actions. At this juncture, it was futile to lament. All he could hope for was that Jiang Ping'an and Yi Wuqing would sweep them aside. The island was vast, larger than the combined areas of Lian County and Ping County. As they approached, Jiang Ping'an felt an invisible force constraining him. He then realized that Ming Qin's cultivation level had been suppressed to the golden core stage. Observing the confusion among several talented individuals, Ming Qin elucidated. The divine island has unique rules. Regardless of a cultivator's level, upon arrival at the island, they will be confined to the golden core stage. Weapons and talismans also face this limitation. Even immortal artifacts can only exert power equivalent to that of the golden core. Upon hearing this explanation, the group was enlightened. Yet more questions arose. What secrets lay within the divine island? Why did cultivators journey here before ascending to immortality? What treasures or rules of ascension existed? Regardless of the nature of these mysteries, it was evident that something on this island beckoned those on the brink of immortality. Once the battle concluded, they would certainly explore the divine island. After flying for some time, they finally alighted before an ancient, desolate palace. It was evident that this place had once been inhabited, leaving behind a dilapidated structure. However, the passage of time had rendered even the stone edifice crumbling. In front of the palace lay a plaza, at the center of which stood a black pillar radiating an unusual luminescence. Despite the countless ages that had passed, this pillar remained pristine and remarkable. Ming Qin turned to explain to the talented individuals behind him. This is a testing stone used to assess talent, capable of measuring bone age and cultivation level, left by the original inhabitants of this palace. Qin Zhan exchanged a knowing glance with the youths behind him, and one by one, they approached the black pillar. A green-haired youth pressed his hand against it. A dark light flickered upon the pillar, revealing red inscriptions. 17. Late Foundation Establishment. I alone am sufficient for this test. I can handle all 10 of them by myself, declared the green-haired youth, his hands behind his head, a straw dangling from his mouth, exuding an air of nonchalance. Entirely unconcerned by the impending life-and-death battle, how could such a delightful prospect of vanquishing the talents of the great Xia be something he alone enjoyed? A girl giggled as she placed her hand on the black stone pillar, and red runes materialized. The 10 prodigies from the Lingtai kingdom appeared remarkably composed, as if they had already secured victory over the divine island. This instilled considerable pressure upon the 10 geniuses from the Mingwan continent. It was evident that Lingtai kingdom had acquired intelligence regarding their combat prowess. The ease displayed by Lingtai suggested an unwavering confidence in their capabilities. Were the 7 newcomers exceptionally gifted individuals cultivated in secrecy by Ling Tai? The 10 prodigies from Ling Tai swiftly completed their evaluations without any issues arising. Next, it was the turn of the 10 geniuses from the Xia kingdom. Brother Jiang, you are merely 15, Wang Lan exclaimed, his eyes nearly bulging with astonishment upon learning Jiang Ping'an's age. He was taken aback by the maturity and composure exhibited by someone younger than himself. I'll soon be 16. Jiang Ping'an replied calmly. The Ling Tai prodigies adopted a more serious demeanor upon encountering Jiang Ping'an. He was recognized as one of the most formidable opponents, necessitating his elimination to prevent his potential growth. The Ling Tai individuals had reviewed Jiang Ping'an's combat records and were aware that he commanded 3 top-tier techniques: the Battle God technique, the Infinite Fist, and the Thunder Flash. Chen Zhen, with aged eyes fixed on Jiang Ping'an, endeavored to present a genial smile. You were once one of us in Ling Tai, weren't you? The unknowing prodigies, including Wang Lan, were momentarily taken aback by this revelation. Was Jiang Ping'an previously affiliated with Ling Tai? Chen Zhen continued, if you return now, I can bestow upon you promotions and resources befitting a prince. Jiang Ping'an's expression remained cold. My mother has always advised me to steer clear of beasts. Instantly, the smile vanished from Chen Zhen's face. You seek your own demise. A mere foundation establishment cultivator dared to insult him, the sovereign of Ling Tai. Jiang Ping'an paid no heed to him. All present had their realms suppressed to the golden core stage, and with Ming Chen nearby, they could not harm him. Suddenly, the fury on Chen Zhen's face transformed into a sinister grin. Boy, shortly you shall receive a grand surprise. I hope you can maintain your arrogance. Jiang Ping'an furrowed his brow, sensing an ominous premonition. The Xia prodigies completed their aptitude assessments, all passing with flying colors. Ming Chen waved his hand, and a golden parchment materialized in the air, surrounded by a mysterious force. This was the Heavenly Dao contract. Any who defied the outcome of this battle would face the wrath of the Heavenly Dao, rendered incapable of advancement for life. Sign it, he commanded. Ming Chen sliced his finger, allowing a drop of blood to ascend, causing the golden contract to flicker twice before the blood vanished. Chen Zhen similarly cast forth a droplet of blood, marking the document. With the establishment of this Heavenly Dao contract, any transgression would invoke retribution from the Heavenly Dao. Although such contracts were costly, the value of the Divine Island was unparalleled, necessitating more than mere verbal constraints. Suddenly, the golden parchment ignited, transforming into 2 beams of light that soared into the foreheads of Ming Chen and Chen Zhen. The contract was complete. Chen Zhen ominously declared. The rules of the competition are as follows. 10 individuals may challenge each other freely, with no specific order. A participant may engage in multiple bouts until all 10 have been defeated, at which point the contest concludes. During this time, the use of any artifacts, runes, or elixirs exceeding the foundation establishment stage is strictly prohibited. Any violation will result in the disqualification of the entire team. I will go first. I shall take on all 10. The green-haired youth from Ling Tai Kingdom stepped forward eagerly, his countenance brimming with arrogance, dismissing the talents of Mingwang Prefecture entirely. Ming Chen's gaze fell upon Zhang Ruo, one of the 3 young women in their group. Just as he was about to speak, Wang Lan suddenly interjected. Allow me to take the lead. Zhang Ruo grasped Wang Lan's arm, insisting, you need not assist me. Wang Lan held on to Zhang Ruo's hand and replied with a smile. While my combat prowess may not match yours, I can use my spiritual energy to hold the opponent back, allowing you to reveal your full strength. Their eyes met, and Zhang Ruo gently cautioned, please be careful. Wang Lan smiled reassuringly, do not worry. Are you 2 done with your nonsense? Why not come together and meet your demise? The green-haired youth scoffed impatiently, irritated by their delay. In the center of the square, Wang Lan and Zhao Tianyi faced off, while the others stepped back to provide ample space for their duel. Zhao Tianyi raised his chin, one hand resting behind his back, declaring, one hand is sufficient to deal with you. Wang Lan remained unfazed. His previous battle with Jiang Ping'an had taught him the importance of maintaining composure at all times. He executed the flowing water fist and launched his attack. Suddenly, an overwhelming aura erupted from Zhao Tianyi, a torrent that surged like a raging river. Its oppressive force palpable even from a distance. Boom! Their fists collided, and the sheer might of their energies intertwined, obliterating the tender grass sprouting from the crevices of the stone beneath them. Thud, thud, thud. Wang Lan staggered back 3 steps, his face a mask of astonishment. The flowing water fist he employed was capable of countering attacks twice his own strength. Yet even so, his opponent had managed to force him back. Wang Lan's expression grew gravely serious. Gritting his teeth, he prepared to strike again. He recognized that he could not best his adversary. But it was imperative to draw out Zhao Tiany's true capabilities, providing the others with a strategy to confront him. A series of resounding clashes echoed across the square. Yun Huang and the others observed the battleground intently, their expressions solemn, while the other 9 prodigies appeared utterly relaxed. Zhao Tiany is truly pathetic. He hasn't been able to finish this opponent in a single move. One genius remarked. This individual possesses an abundance of spiritual energy and has predominantly mastered techniques focused on deflecting force. He is indeed somewhat troublesome. Zhao Tiany, are you even capable? How many exchanges have we gone through already? A girl from the Lingtai Kingdom camp shouted derisively. Zhao Tiany's expression darkened. It was humiliating to struggle against such an inferior opponent. You shall perish. Zhao Tiany's fist transformed into an open palm, and a shadowy hand suddenly materialized. Ming Chen's pupils constricted as he shouted, "Quick, evade! He is not from Lingtai Kingdom." However, his warning came too late. A colossal hand descended heavily upon Wang Lan. Despite his utmost effort in executing the flowing fist technique, it proved futile. His strikes were akin to tofu striking stone, leading to his own demise. With a resounding crash, his arms shattered, blood splattering, and his body was flung backward. Before Wang Lan could utter a word of surrender, Zhao Tiany struck again with a fierce palm. The energy-concentrated giant hand descended, reducing Wang Lan to a mere pulp. Can one even call this a genius? Utter rubbish, Zhao Tiany sneered disdainfully. Wang Lan. Zhang Ruo cried out in anguish, her voice tearing through the air, tears cascading like a breached dam. Drawing a sword, she charged forward. You scoundrel! I shall rend your body into pieces. She had met Wang Lan amidst battle, their spirits resonating, sharing mutual interests. They had planned to exchange betrothal gifts after the competition, thereby uniting their families as partners. Little did she expect that Wang Lan would fall here. Overwhelmed by despair and fury, Zhang Ruo's eyes blazed with determination. She would seek vengeance at all costs. Huh. 1 down, 9 to go. Come on, let me see just how pathetic you are, great Xia. Zhao Tiany's delight grew as he witnessed their suffering, his laughter ringing even more joyfully. To Zhang Ruo, that smile was a piercing agony. Biting her tongue, her aura surged exponentially. Forbidden techniques, those that consume one's life force, are known as such. After invoking a forbidden technique, one's combat prowess could be dramatically enhanced. Zhang Ruo understood that conventional means would not suffice to vanquish her foe. Only by employing a forbidden technique could she stand a chance. A terrifying aura enveloped her, and the sword energy pierced the heavens, sweeping toward Zhao Tiany. Zhao Tiany furrowed his brow, his laughter vanishing, his expression turning serious. He countered with his palm technique, and the two clashed violently in midair, sword energy intertwining with ethereal palm shadows. Ming Chun gritted his teeth, scolding the ruler of Ling Tai Kingdom. These individuals are not of your realm. They are all talents from the Chu Kingdom. This assertion stemmed from the fact that Zhao Tiany's palm technique was exclusive to the Chu Kingdom, the cloud-pushing palm. The sheer strength exhibited by these individuals was undoubtedly beyond what Ling Tai Kingdom could cultivate. Chun Zhan, with his aged visage, bore a sinister smile. The competition rules specified the selection of 10 geniuses, but they never stipulated where the selection would occur. What a farce! The hot-tempered Jin Lin spat vehemently. All 10 were indeed geniuses from the Chu Kingdom. No wonder they were so formidable. Fang Xing employed his spiritual force to drag Wang Lan's body back. It was beyond recognition. The talents of Great Xia seethed with rage, their chests heaving with fury. Although their relationship with Wang Lan was not particularly close, he was still one of their own, a member of Great Xia. Witnessing a comrade's brutal demise incited their wrath. Jiang Ping'an clenched his fists, his gaze icy as the battle intensified, becoming increasingly desperate. Zhang Ruo disregarded her life force, frantically sacrificing herself in pursuit of strength, pushing Zhao Tiany into retreat. Zhao Tiany, come down. Don't waste time. I have to hurry back for dinner tonight, shouted Chu Kingdom's maiden, Zhu Yuling. Shut up. Zhao Tiany could hardly tolerate the mockery. Feeling utterly humiliated that day, with a fierce glare directed at Zhang Ruo before him, Zhao Tiany exclaimed, You think you alone can wield forbidden techniques? He sliced his finger, initiating a blood sacrifice. In that instant, a terrifying aura surged skyward. Zhang Ruo was taken aback. From behind, Yun Huang shouted, "Ruo, quickly concede." This overwhelming presence instilled a palpable sense of deathly threat, revealing that Zhang Ruo was no match for him. Casting a glance at Wang Lan, now reduced to a mere pulp, she cried out defiantly, "As a cultivator of the great Xiao, I shall only perish in battle. There is no surrender." With that, she offered all her remaining lifespan and energy in sacrifice. The flame of life erupted in a moment of brilliance, her entire being transformed into a blade, cleaving towards Zhao Tianyi with an unstoppable force, as if capable of reshaping the very heavens. "You lunatic!" Zhao Tianyi gasped in horror, never expecting her to be so fierce as to sacrifice her entire life. He turned to flee, yet his speed was no match for the burning resolve of Zhang Ruo. With a sickening sound, Zhao Tianyi was cleaved open, blood staining the sky crimson. The radiance enveloping Zhang Ruo dissipated, and her body began to plummet. Feng Xing unleashed his mental prowess, swiftly catching her and bringing her back to the others. The once vibrant Zhang Ruo now bore the visage of a centenarian. Her youthful beauty withered, skin wrinkled, and the flame of life on the verge of extinguishment. "Lord Governor, please save Ruo." Yun Huang clutched Zhang Ruo, her eyes glistening with tears. She had burned through all her life force, and had there been even a fragment of vitality left, she could have been saved. But now, Ming Chun refrained from speaking further, for the outcome was already sealed. In a weak voice, Zhang Ruo managed to utter from her cracked lips, "For the sake of the great Xia, I entrust everything to you all. After my passing, bury me alongside Wang Lan." Summoning her last ounce of strength, she cast a fleeting glance at Wang Lan's corpse, a trace of a smile gracing her lips as her eyes finally closed. Ruo, Yun Huang, a person of cool exterior but warm heart, could no longer contain her tears as her companions fell. Jiang Ping'an clenched his fists tightly and stepped forward. Suddenly, he felt a force binding him. Turning, he saw Feng Xing, using his mental power to restrain him. Feng Xing glanced at the bodies of Zhang Ruo and Wang Lan, solemnly stating, "Let me go first. That female cultivator is also a soul cultivator. You would be at a disadvantage in the arena." With that, he propelled himself towards the battlefield, using his mental energy to carry his body forth. Chapter 103. A gruesome scene. Feng Xing always donned a gray garment and seldom spoke, largely due to the differences in cultivation systems, which limited his interactions with others. However, he was not indifferent. He simply spoke little. Upon seeing Feng Xing step forward, Zhu Yuling joyfully exclaimed, "They have a soul cultivator. That is my opponent. Don't you dare compete with me." She summoned her mental energy and flew towards the battlefield. Soul cultivators, those who practice the art of the spirit, possess a unique form of mental prowess. Ordinary cultivators also wield mental energy, known as divine consciousness. However, the divine consciousness of ordinary cultivators is primarily used for marking objects and surveying their surroundings. In contrast, the mental strength of soul cultivators holds formidable offensive capabilities. As the two soul cultivators entered the fray, although no energy fluctuations were felt, a terrifying gale arose, lifting the tiles from the ground. Bang! An unseen assault reverberated through the air, shattering the stone slabs beneath. The two combatants had engaged in a fierce battle, wielding their mental prowess against each other with great intensity. The soul cultivators' lethal strikes were imperceptible, making it challenging for those lacking exceptional sensitivity to detect their attacks. Suspended in midair, they collided with their psychic energies, with Feng Xing being relentlessly pushed back. "Is this all you've got?" Zhu Yuling scoffed, her disdain evident. "I've perused your dossier. Your awakening of psychic powers stemmed from the massacre of your family, a tragedy that befell thousands. It mentions you have a younger sister. Shall I arrange for her demise? Perhaps that would elevate your strength." Upon hearing Zhu Yuling mention his sister, a fierce expression suddenly flickered across Feng Xing's otherwise calm visage. "You seek death. His sister was his last kin, his Achilles heel. How dare she threaten him?" A strange light radiated from his pupils as he fixated on her eyes. Zhu Yuling, arms crossed before her, met his gaze unwaveringly. "You wish to duel me in the realm of the mind? Very well, I shall show you just how utterly inadequate you are." There are two primary methods of attack in soul cultivation. One involves projecting psychic energy outward, while the other targets the spiritual essence of another. At this moment, they were locked in a struggle to assault each other's spiritual core. The outside world fell silent. Onlookers could only witness the intensity of their eye contact, oblivious to the fierce battle raging within their respective mental seas. If they were to unleash such an attack on non-soul cultivators, the consequences could be dire, ranging from madness to outright death. Soon, spectators observed blood seeping from Fangxing's nose, eyes, and ears, his floating form swaying precariously. Yin Huang, Jin Lin, and others grew increasingly anxious, while Meng Jing clutched Jiang Ping'an's arm tightly. It was evident that Fangxing was at a disadvantage. Haha, fool. Do you even know who Zhu Yuling's father is? He is Zhu Shuai, one of the provincial lords of our Chu kingdom, and among the most formidable soul cultivators. A young prodigy from Chu kingdom abandoned pretense, openly acknowledging their origins. Upon learning of Fangxing's opponent's father's identity, the expressions of Yun Huang and the others shifted dramatically, while Ming Chen's face darkened ominously. They had never anticipated that a genius from Chu kingdom would join the fray. The sacred island might indeed be at risk of being seized. Fangxing staggered, on the brink of defeat. Zhu Yuling's smile grew increasingly radiant. Suddenly, Fangxing coughed up blood, his psychic energy dissipating as he plummeted. Concurrently, a scream escaped Zhu Yuling's lips as blood streamed from her orifices, and she too fell. Ming Chun swiftly darted forward to catch Fangxing. Zhu Yuling crashed to the ground, her face smeared with blood, rendering her visage grotesque. You wretched fool. You actually detonated your soul seed. My soul seed is on the verge of shattering. The soul seed is the foundation of a soul cultivator's practice, akin to the innate talent found in spiritual cultivation. The explosion of a soul seed signifies the obliteration of one's innate potential, resulting in the loss of psychic abilities. In a desperate final act, Fangxing detonated his own soul seed, causing Zhu Yuling's to rupture as well. Anyone who dared to threaten his sister, even if he could not eliminate them, must be rendered powerless. This was also for the greater good of the Xia dynasty, diminishing a rival genius and enhancing their chances of victory. Yet, the cost was exorbitantly high. He would be unable to cultivate ever again. Zhu Yuling swallowed every medication meant to heal the mind, yet she could not contain the fracturing of her soul. In desperation, she shouted at Chunjun, "Do you have any medicine for mental healing? Hurry." "Miss Zhu, I regret to inform you that I possess none of such remedies," Chunjun replied solemnly. "Medicines for mental ailments are exceedingly rare and costly, and I do not have any on hand. Take me home at once. I must restore my soul within an hour, or I am lost." Zhu Yuling exclaimed anxiously. "It is too late. The distance is too great," Chunjun lamented. "We are far from the state of Chu, and timely treatment is impossible." Zhu Yuling collapsed to the ground, glaring menacingly at Fangxing. "You wretched fool. You have ruined my talent. But I am the daughter of the governor. Even if I cannot cultivate, I can still enjoy life. And you shall forever be a cripple." Fangxing remained expressionless, indifferent to the label of cripple. Ming Chun assured Fangxing, "Rest assured, we of the Mingwang Prefecture will protect you and your sister, providing her with the finest resources for her training." Fangxing had sacrificed for their great Xia. He could not let that be in vain. "Is it true that with the right medicinal pill, you could be restored?" Jiang Ping'an inquired suddenly. Fangxing, though weak in spirit, maintained a calm demeanor. "Yes, but there is no time." He was more severely injured than Zhu Yuling, his soul completely shattered. Without restoration within half a cup of tea's time, recovery would be impossible. Even if they returned to the Mingwang city to procure the medicine now, they would not make it in time. "Is it enough to heal?" "I have a pill," Jiang Ping'an said, his consciousness probing into his storage ring for the remedy. Fangxing shook his head with a bitter smile. "Ordinary pills are of no use. My soul has exploded, and only those of the Yuaning level or above can suffice." Such pills were exorbitantly priced, far beyond his means. With a flick of his wrist, Jiang Ping'an revealed a pill radiating a golden light, its extraordinary glow startling all present. From a distance, Zhu Yuling's eyes widened. "The soul-stabilizing pill. How do you possess such a high-tier pill?" She recognized the precious medicine, recalling when her father had procured one for her in the past for the sake of her training. Her expression shifted to one of wild delight. "Sell it to me. I will pay 50 million. No, 100 million. With this pill, her soul would be preserved." Jiang Ping'an, however, ignored her frantic pleas and directly administered the pill to Fangxing. As Fangxing swallowed the pill, a wondrous force began to gather at his head, rapidly reassembling his shattered soul. The onlookers gazed at Jiang Ping'an in disbelief. How could he possess such an expensive medicine? Jiang Ping'an addressed the bewildered Feng Xing. This is related to your earlier admonition. You mentioned a weakness in my spirit, so I procured it as a precaution. The crowd gasped at this revelation. 50 million. Even the most seasoned cultivators would feel the pinch of such an expenditure. Jiang Ping'an had chosen to invest in a pill that he might never use. Some wondered if he was cowardly or merely prudent. Yet, it was fortuitous that it was indeed needed. This cost will be borne by our Mingwang prefecture, Ming Chun said, presenting Jiang Ping'an with a storage ring containing 50 million spirit stones. We cannot allow those who sacrifice for the great Xia to feel disheartened. Ming Chen simply did not have such a pill. Otherwise, he too would have provided it to Feng Xing. Thank you. I owe you a favor. Feng Xing expressed immense gratitude. Regardless of whether Ming Chun had delivered the money, without Jiang Ping'an's elixir, he would have undoubtedly become a mere shell of a man. It can be said that Jiang Ping'an bestowed upon him a chance for rebirth. You scoundrels! I will have my father eradicate you all. Eradicate you! Zhu Yuling roared in fury upon witnessing her last glimmer of hope consumed by Feng Xing. Ultimately, overwhelmed by her weakness, she gasped for breath and fainted. A grave atmosphere enveloped Yun Huang and the other remarkable talents. 3 prodigies, 2 perished in battle, and 1 gravely injured. Meanwhile, the adversary suffered only 1 death and 1 injury. Were it not for the valiant resistance of several geniuses, they would have lost all 3 encounters. Furthermore, the individuals sent forth by the opponent were certainly not the strongest. How could they possibly continue? Allow me. Jiang Ping'an's murderous intent had reached its zenith. Suddenly, Yun Huang stepped in front of him, stating, You and Yi Wuqing must serve as the final bulwark. I will take the lead. Chapter 104. A dramatic shift. Is the divine phoenix body to be summoned? Then allow me to take the stage. A tall, slender youth entered the arena. The moment he set foot on the battlefield, a terrifying flame engulfed the heavens, painting the sky crimson. A colossal red bird projected itself behind him, causing the onlookers to feel suffocated. Ming Chen's pupils constricted. Zhuke. The projection of Zhuke, one of the 4 divine beasts. The Zhuke possesses one of the most fearsome flames in existence. Once ignited, it is nearly impossible to extinguish. The slender youth smiled at Yun Huang, declaring, My ancestor infused the bloodline of the Zhuke into his being, acquiring the power of a divine beast. You carry the bloodline of the divine phoenix. We would be a perfect match, and our offspring would undoubtedly be stronger. Surrender now and become my partner, and you may yet have a chance to live. Otherwise, you shall be reduced to ashes. Yun Huang's expression was icy, devoid of any further discourse, as she commanded the phantom of the divine phoenix to strike. The slender youth shook his head, stubborn and unyielding. I have already merged with a drop of divine beast blood. What do you possess to compare with me? The Zhuke unleashed a terrifying flame in retaliation. A dreadful heat wave swept across the land, flames clashing and sputtering, scorching the stone slabs beneath them. Both the myriad of geniuses and Ming Chun and Chun Jun wore solemn expressions. These 2 individuals, endowed with extraordinary talents, if they do not perish, will undoubtedly become superlative powerhouses in the future. With their current combat prowess, they could compel ordinary golden core cultivators to retreat, afraid to come into contact with the flames. The divine phoenix phantom clashed fiercely with the Zhuke phantom as Yun Huang and the slender youth unleashed their spells against one another. Wherever the flames spread, not a blade of grass would survive. A torrent of fire surged forth. The 2 fought atop a dilapidated palace, which had long since fallen into disrepair, collapsing with a thunderous roar into the inferno. This woman is quite remarkable. She should be my pet. What a pity. The blue-haired youth standing beside Chunjin fixed his gaze intently on Yun Huang. Chunjin chuckled. Once the great Xia is obliterated, any woman can be found. The blue-haired youth shot Chunjin a disdainful glance full. The divine phoenix bloodline is born but once every millennium. Such a unique entity is truly invaluable. Chunjin, chastised, merely altered his expression, refraining from retorting, as his attention remained fixed on the battlefield, a hint of tension evident. Uncertain whether the vermilion bird would prevail or the divine phoenix would triumph, the blue-haired youth confidently asserted that the vermilion bird would surely win. After all, he had mastered a secret technique of the vermilion bird, capable of instantly vanquishing even a late-stage golden core expert. He possessed an intimate understanding of the boy with the vermilion bird bloodline, leading him to make a definitive judgment. Upon hearing this, Chun Jun felt a wave of relief wash over him, his smile growing ever more radiant. The God Island was soon to be theirs, a treasure that might unveil the secrets to immortality. With this acquisition, he could further enhance his cultivation and extend his lifespan. The fiery sky, tinged with crimson, enveloped the surroundings in unbearable heat. The spectators retreated several hundred meters, apprehensive of being caught in the ensuing turmoil. Damn, you are far stronger than the records indicated. The boy with the vermilion bird bloodline grimaced, his face marred by burns from the flames of Yunhuang. Initially, he had not intended to deploy the vermilion bird's secret technique, as it would deplete his spiritual essence. However, he realized that without resorting to this technique, he stood no chance against this woman. He and the shadow of the vermilion bird inhaled deeply, drawing in the heat and flames from the surrounding environment. The terrifying principles of fire surged around him. Yunhuang's expression shifted dramatically. Her opponent was manipulating the principles. This was surely the prelude to a formidable spell. Rather than retreating, Yunhuang charged forward at breakneck speed, intent on interrupting her adversary's incantation. Yet, her opponent executed the technique with astonishing swiftness, with little time for preparation. In the instant Yunhuang reached him, the vermilion bird youth unleashed a fearsome torrent of flames that struck her, a blaze seemingly capable of annihilating everything. The horrendous fire pierced through her body, transfixing her heart. Sister Yunhuang, Meng Jing cried out in anguish, tears streaming down her face. Regret consumed her. She lamented not having cultivated diligently in the past. Now, she could only watch as her friends fell one by one. The slender youth retracted his technique, a radiant smile illuminating his face. I have won. What is the divine phoenix compared to my vermilion bird? Suddenly, Yunhuang let out a soft acknowledgement, summoning a black flame knife into her hand. With a swift motion, she aimed for her opponent's head. The slender youth attempted to defend himself, but his spiritual essence had been entirely depleted by the previous spell, leaving him powerless to resist. His massive head flew high into the air. Just before losing consciousness, he caught a glimpse of Yunhuang's heart, which was rapidly regenerating. Why could you revive from the flames? In his final moments, the slender youth grasped the reason behind her counterattack. Alas, it was too late. The most terrifying ability of the divine phoenix was not the flames themselves, but rather its regenerative capacity. However, healing from such a grievous injury exacted a considerable toll on the body. Nevertheless, Yunhuang deemed this trade for victory to be worthwhile. Stumbling back, she flew towards Meng Jing, who rushed to support her. Ming Chun hastily offered her a high-grade healing elixir, acknowledging her arduous battle. You've endured so much to secure this victory. The challenges ahead remain uncertain. The rest is up to everyone. Weak and weary, Yunhuang consumed the elixir, retrieving the black flame stone to absorb the fiery energy and restore her body. This depletion would render her unable to fight for several months. To think she had actually lost. A flicker of anxiety crossed Chunjun's face. What was there to be anxious about? With the red-haired youth present, how could I possibly lose? The boy spoke with an air of indifference. Chunjun turned his gaze towards the youth, his anxiety dissipating. Indeed, with this boy here, victory was assured. Now it is my turn. A towering figure, standing 2 meters tall, stepped onto the battlefield with heavy strides, emanating an overwhelming aura of bloodlust, akin to a blazing furnace. Now it is my turn. Jin Lin's expression grew exceedingly grave upon realizing the figure was a body cultivator, preparing to advance. This group was formidable, and he had no idea what kind of monster this robust individual was. He had to resort to a blood sacrifice, not seeking victory, but merely aiming to incapacitate the opponent and level the playing field. Just as Jin Lin was about to enter the fray, a voice echoed from the horizon. Your Majesty, I have brought the individual. The crowd looked up in confusion. A cultivator appeared, dragging along a person clad in armor. As bewilderment swept over the spectators, Jiang Ping'an and Meng Jing's expressions changed dramatically. Uncle Meng. Father. The captor was none other than Meng Qua. A chill ran through the hearts of the Daxia people. It was over. Trouble had arisen. Haha. Chen Jun laughed maniacally, turning to Jiang Ping'an. Youngster, are you pleased with this grand gift? This was the present he had previously mentioned to Jiang Ping'an. Ming Chun was filled with fury, his murderous intent surging forth. You old scoundrel. You are blatantly violating the rules. His accusation of rule violation was not regarding the contest's regulations, but rather the principles governing the conflict between nations. On the battlefield, It was customary for combatants of equal standing to face one another. This was to prevent chaotic assassinations. For instance, could one thwart an attack from an ancient expert targeting the royal heir of the Ling Tai kingdom? It would be utterly impossible. Therefore, to avoid such disorderly assassinations, both sides endeavored to keep the conflict within reasonable limits, lest it devolve into a situation where the strongest assassinate the talented heirs of the opposing side. However, now the Ling Tai kingdom had dispatched a powerful individual to capture Meng Qi. This was a blatant violation of this unwritten rule, opening a Pandora's box. Haha. For the sake of the Divine Island, who cares about rules? My descendants have relocated to the Dazhu kingdom. As long as you possess the capability, feel free to assassinate at will. Chen Zhen was utterly unafraid. His progeny were safely hidden in the Dazhu kingdom. A sinister, terrifying smile spread across his gaunt face as he held Meng Qi's head aloft. Should Jiang Ping'an and Meng Jing dare to act, this worthless being would surely perish. Chapter 105. Meng Jing's fury. Jiang Ping'an gazed at his bloodied, feeble Uncle Meng, his fists clenched tightly, nails digging into his hardened skin, blood oozing forth. He could never have anticipated that the Ling Tai kingdom would resort to such underhanded tactics, capturing Uncle Meng. Meng Jing's eyes reddened, tears streaming down her cheeks in desperation. Ming Chun clasped his hands behind his back, swiftly forming seals, his gaze fixed intently on Chen Zhen. Old scoundrel, do you know whose husband he is? If you harm him, the kingdom of Chu will not spare you. He sought to leverage Lei Lan's identity as a threat. Hee, Chen Zhen replied with a sinister smile, an eerie expression crossing his face. Guess why I dare to act against him? Ming Chen's complexion changed drastically. Could it be that he had received the consent of certain individuals from the Lei family? Regardless, the immediate priority was to rescue him. Just as Ming Chun was poised to take action, Chen Zhen suddenly interjected, I advise you not to make any hasty moves. This fellow's head is firmly in my grasp. Even if you possess the ability to traverse dimensions, the suppression of your cultivation here renders you incapable of rescuing him in an instant. However, I can crush his skull before you even attempt to strike. Chen Zhen had completely discerned Ming Chen's intentions. With clenched fists, Ming Chun simmered in resentment. Meng Qi cast a tender gaze towards his daughter and Jiang Ping'an, his eyes brimming with affection. Ping'an, take good care of Xiao Jing. She holds great affection for you. Initially, I intended for you both to become engaged upon your return, but I may never witness her wedding. Suddenly raising his voice, Meng Qi continued. You need not concern yourselves with my fate. For my sake, for the sake of Old Li, and for the hundreds of thousands of citizens in Lianshan County, you must ensure the annihilation of Ling Tai Kingdom. This group not only captured me, but also massacred tens of thousands in Lianshan County. Silence. Chen Zhen abruptly seized Meng Qi's arm, twisting it violently. With a sickening crack, Meng Qi's arm was wrenched from its socket, blood spurting forth. Pain surged through Meng Qi, his veins bulging, eyes bulging, and body trembling violently, yet he emitted not a single sound of anguish. Father! Meng Jing cried out in desperation, her voice filled with panic. I will not participate in the competition, I won't. Please, spare my father, I beg you. Witnessing her bleeding father, Meng Jing felt her heart shatter. Haha, isn't this splendid? Chen Zhen laughed heartily, turning his attention back to Meng Qi. I remember you visited the residence of the Divine Void Taoist, where Lei Lan led you into the innermost chambers and you acquired a certain technique. Where's that technique? What technique? The blue-haired youth standing nearby inquired, puzzled. The Divine Void Taoist was the last individual to attain immortality, forging a path through the severed roads to ascension. He is revered as one of the top 10 powerhouses of all time. Any matter concerning the Divine Void Taoist is of utmost significance, Chen Zhen explained. I am not entirely certain what the technique entails. It seems to have been acquired simply because it lacked fame. However, the techniques left behind at the Divine Void Taoist's abode cannot possibly be without merit. Suddenly, Chen Zhen sensed something amiss, his expression shifting dramatically. You bastard! How dare you take your own life? He hastily retrieved a pill, attempting to force it into Meng Qi's mouth. Yet, Meng Qi resolutely clamped his mouth shut, blood pouring from his nostrils and ears. He had long since ingested poison and, upon finishing his words, detonated his heart. It was too late for salvation. Meng Qi cast a gentle glance at his daughter before fixing his gaze upon Jiang Ping'an, his eyes filled with a solemn charge. Finally, he slowly closed his eyes. Father! Meng Jing let out a heart-wrenching scream. tears streaming down her face, her voice filled with profound sorrow that could rend one's very soul. Jiang Ping'an trembled violently, his face a mask of murderous intent and fury. "Damn it!" Jin seethed, hurling the corpse to the ground and turning to the cultivator who had brought Meng Qua, delivering a lethal kick that reduced him to a mist of blood. "You fool! How could you not notice he had taken poison?" No one had anticipated Meng Qua's resoluteness. After being captured, he had no intention of survival and chose to end his life without hesitation. The plan had been to eliminate him only after he had served his purpose. "I will kill you all." Meng Jing, consumed by furious wrath, charged onto the battlefield. A terrifying storm of thunderclouds gathering, casting the sky into darkness as thunder rumbled within the clouds. An overwhelming pressure permeated the air, causing the expression of the physical cultivator from the Chu kingdom in the center of the battlefield to drastically change. Meng Jing's eyes glowed crimson as she glared at her opponent, her voice a furious roar. "Die!" A myriad of thunderbolts cascaded from the heavens, illuminating the world in blinding white light, striking the body cultivator before her. A piercing scream echoed as the cultivator was utterly reduced to ashes, leaving no trace behind. A shiver coursed through the hearts of all present. Such a terrifying assault. Was this the power of the thunder spirit body from the ancient clan? Qinjun, the ruler of Lingtai Kingdom, wore a dark expression. He had seized Meng Qua in an attempt to restrain her, but instead of thwarting her, he had incited her wrath. "Come again," Meng Jing cried, her gaze fixated on her father's lifeless body, blood tears streaming from her eyes, her heart aching to the point of suffocation. The other prodigies from Chu Kingdom instinctively recoiled, none daring to meet her gaze. With such dreadful thunder descending, it was evident to all that survival against such a ferocious attack was nearly impossible, unless one resorted to special artifacts. However, according to the rules of the competition, employing artifacts beyond their realm would disqualify the entire team, granting the opposing side an automatic victory. Ming Chun coldly regarded Qinjun, "Since none of you dare to advance, it seems the victory belongs to Great Xia." The blue-haired youth turned to a nearby boy, commanding, "You, swift one, go and stall her. She cannot unleash such terrifying attacks repeatedly." The commanded youth opened his mouth as if to protest, but upon seeing Chu Yang's stern expression, he promptly fell silent. Driven by fear, he advanced, immediately performing a blood sacrifice, burning his life force to unleash his utmost speed. He moved with such swiftness that it seemed he had vanished. Surely, he thought, he would evade her attacks. In her fury, Meng Jing wept as she roared, "Die!" An endless torrent of thunder engulfed the battlefield, lightning crackling as if to annihilate all existence, leaving no room for evasion. A gasp escaped as yet another prodigy was struck down, turned to ashes. The prodigies of Chu Kingdom felt their scalps tingle with dread. Who could withstand such a horrific assault? The members of Great Xia exhaled in relief. Initially, they had little faith in this battle, but they were astonished by Meng Jing's formidable prowess, having already slain 2 opponents. Chu Yang then turned to a talented young woman. "You go." The girl, fraught with anxiety, queried, "Should I go, Your Highness?" Chu Yang's expression remained icy, gritting her teeth. The girl dared not disobey and stepped into the battlefield, trembling with fear. "Die!" Before the genius from Chu Kingdom could even make a move, a bolt of lightning, dozens of meters wide, suddenly crashed down upon her, leaving no opportunity for a scream, as she was instantly reduced to ashes. What genius? What prodigy could stand against such thunder? There is one last chance. Chu Yang sensed the energy reserves within Meng Jing and turned to another young man. "You go." The young prodigy, filled with trepidation, ascended to the stage, immediately channeling his spiritual energy to its fullest. The ground trembled, and walls of earth erupted around him, enveloping his form, a thickness of several meters, shielding him from above. He thought to himself, "This time, I should be safe." Fueled by boundless rage, Meng Jing unleashed the last of her energy, summoning a thunder dragon from the sky that shattered the thick earthen walls, striking the cultivator hidden within. A chilling scream echoed as the 4th prodigy met their demise at Meng Jing's hands. A solitary figure vanquished 4 remarkable talents, rendering even the illustrious Yun Huang and Feng Xing utterly eclipsed. Meng Jing, her energy completely depleted, found her body succumbing to weakness. Just as she teetered on the brink of collapse, a warm embrace enveloped her. Upon seeing Jiang Ping'an, Meng Jing burst into tears, clutching his arm tightly, exclaiming, "Father, father!" I know. Do not worry. None shall escape. Jiang Ping'an's voice emerged, low and hoarse, filled with an overwhelming fury. His life, had it not been for Uncle Meng, would have long since perished. Yet, he could only watch helplessly as Uncle Meng fell, a profound sense of impotence flooding his heart. This blood feud must be avenged in blood. Meng Jing wept uncontrollably in Jiang Ping'an's arms, while Yun Huang, Feng Xing, and the others looked on with sympathy. Witnessing the tragic demise of her father was a torment no one could bear. Meng Jing, typically the most cheerful among them, had been struck by such misfortune. As Jiang Ping'an prepared to entrust Meng Jing to Yun Huang and step into the fray himself, a figure hastened to intervene. Yi Wuqing approached with a detached, icy demeanor. Her expression remained emotionless, draped in immaculate white garments, devoid of any blemish. Beside her, the blue-haired Chu Yang glanced at the two remaining talents with a resigned shake of his head. A bunch of useless fools, truly a waste of time. It appears I must personally conclude this contest. The mention of his title sent ripples of shock through the crowd of the great Xia. The Crown Prince? The Crown Prince of Chu. Chapter 106. The Solar Divine Body, initially. Hope had surged within Ming Chun as he witnessed Meng Jing systematically dispatch the four prodigies from the kingdom of Chu. However, upon learning this individual's identity, his spirits plummeted once more. A kingdom has but one crown prince. All other royal offspring are merely princes. The crown prince of Chu, named Chu Yang, was the youngest among them. Though he had several elder brothers, according to the primogeniture system, the throne was not rightfully his. Yet, upon his birth, an extraordinary phenomenon occurred. Ancient war songs echoed, and the heavens responded. It was winter when he was born, yet the kingdom of Chu was instantly enveloped in summer, with lotuses blooming. This event astonished hundreds of dynasties and major powers nearby. It was due to Chu Yang's birth that the kingdom of Chu found the audacity to wage war against the great Xia. As for Chu Yang's talents, little was known to outsiders, save for the fact that many ancient families and holy places sought to ally through marriage. No one could have anticipated his appearance here. Clearly, the kingdom of Chu was intent on seizing the divine island. Otherwise, they would not have dispatched Chu Yang. Upon realizing his identity, Yi Wuqing's expression shifted, her eyes narrowing slightly. Chu Yang approached, adorned in a pale golden robe, exuding an innate pride and aristocratic grace. He regarded Yi Wuqing's exquisite visage with admiration. Indeed, you are remarkably beautiful, surpassing even the fairest of women. No wonder your mother brought you to the brothel, allowing you to become the star attraction. Surrender now, and become my cherished consort. Born in a brothel to a mother whose identity he did not know, Yi Wuqing's beauty only intensified with age. To earn a living, her mother had her disguised as a boy. Yi Wuqing endured a harrowing childhood. Unable to withstand the darkness of her life, she seized an opportunity to poison a tormentor, acquiring their cultivation techniques and embarking on the path of cultivation. After achieving mastery in his cultivation, he eradicated everyone within the brothel, including his own mother. Throughout the city, every man who had visited the brothel was mercilessly slaughtered. Yi Wuqing, having witnessed the darkest facets of humanity, embraced the path of ruthlessness upon inheriting the legacy of the heartless ancestor, thus adopting the name Yi Wuqing. Upon hearing Chu Yang's words, an overwhelming aura of murderous intent erupted from Yi Wuqing. The haunting memories of his past were unbearable, and yet his adversary dared to invoke them. Yi Wuqing unleashed his most formidable sword strike, summoning the power of the laws, as divine radiance illuminated the sky. After 3 months of rigorous training in the Underworld King's secret realm, he had honed this sword technique to the point where it could now be executed instantaneously without lengthy preparation. This strike surpassed the typical attacks of those in the late Golden Core stage. Although he could only unleash 2 such strikes, the sword energy swept across the ground, leaving deep, unfathomable gashes. Beware, your highness. The prince's sword strike had stirred the very laws. Chen Jun, fearing for his companion's safety, shouted a warning. What nonsense! Chu Yang, undaunted, exuded a blazing aura, enveloped in flames, with the laws of fire swirling around him. He did not flinch in the face of the sword strike. Instead, he raised his fist to meet it head-on. Ming Chen's eyes widened in realization. It was the solar divine body. The solar divine body, embodying the utmost strength and radiance, is among the most exalted of divine forms. Time encompasses both the yin and yang of the sun, as well as the 4 ultimate powers. Jiang Ping'an's practiced Wuji fist was modeled after the Yin-Yang Heart Sutra, which was conceived by two powerful beings possessing the Yin and solar divine bodies. Those gifted with such supreme divine attributes are surrounded by the laws from birth, growing at an astonishing pace. By the time they reach the nascent soul stage, while other cultivators toil for centuries to comprehend the laws, they require no such struggle. The ultimate laws lie before them, and upon reaching a certain threshold, they can be activated. Boom. The collision of fist and sword energy sent shockwaves into the sky, unleashing a violent gust that scattered Yi Wuqing like leaves in a storm. Yet, Chu Yang stood unwavering in the air, radiating flames akin to a miniature sun, impossible to gaze upon directly. These laws are inherent to me from birth. Though I may not yet wield them fully, your level of law holds no sway over me, Chu Yang declared, looking down upon Yi Wuqing with disdain. As my pet, I shall spare your life. He disregarded Yi Wuqing entirely. However, he found the latter's striking beauty intriguing, even if he was a man. After all, he had grown weary of women and had yet to experiment with handsome men. As he caught a glimpse of that familiar, covetous gaze, Yi Wuqing's resentment surged. Biting his tongue until it bled, he resolutely sacrificed 10 years of his lifespan to unleash his sword with renewed vigor. This strike was even more powerful than the last. Chu Yang, previously at ease, furrowed his brow. Since you seek your demise, I shall grant it. Sensing the threat, Chu Yang swiftly swung his fist, launching a searing fireball that shattered the sword intent and hurtled toward Yi Wuqing. Yi Wuqing raised his sword to defend, but his attack against the solar divine body was akin to a child's wooden sword, utterly defenseless, shattered with ease. With a sharp exhale, Yi Wuqing was sent hurtling through the air, blood spewing from his mouth, staining his pristine long robe. His lifeblood evaporated under the searing heat. The immense force propelled Yi Wuqing nearly 100 meters away, crashing into the ground and creating a massive crater. Die! Chu Yang raised a finger, aiming it at Yi Wuqing. A fiery projectile surged forth, flames engulfing the sky. Yi Wuqing, too weak to resist, slowly closed his eyes. In just 2 moves, he had been defeated. Chu Yang's power was insurmountable. Life is never fair. Some are born into boundless wealth, possessing the innate talent to overshadow millions of cultivators, while others emerge from humble beginnings, enduring countless humiliations. Death, perhaps, is a form of liberation. Even if rebirth were possible, one might choose not to return. Bang! A dull thud echoed, flames scattering in all directions. Yi Wuqing felt no pain and suddenly opened his eyes wide. A slender silhouette of a youth appeared before him, blocking the final blow. Jiang Ping'an gazed at Chu Yang, his eyes icy with resolve. He had conceded, it was his turn now. His murderous intent had become uncontrollable. Step aside, your interference is unnecessary. Before Yi Wuqing could finish, Jiang Ping'an flicked a pill into the opponent's mouth and then strode directly toward the battlefield. Meng Jing swiftly positioned himself in front of Jiang Ping'an, his face shadowed with resentment and despair. This island was no longer worth it. Their adversary possessed the solar divine body, rendering them hopelessly outmatched. To engage would be tantamount to seeking death, a needless sacrifice. Even the formidable Yi Wuqing had succumbed in merely 2 moves, and that was under Chu Yang's lack of full seriousness. Even if Jiang Ping'an were marginally stronger than Yi Wuqing, it would be futile. Such a caliber of genius was beyond Jiang Ping'an's capacity to confront. Brother Jiang, do not act impulsively. As long as the green hills remain, one need not fear the firewood will run out. Feng Xing urged, advocating for caution. This battle was lost, not to the Ling Tai kingdom, but to the Chu kingdom. Fool, do not go, do not go. Meng Jing pleaded pitifully, nestled in Yun Huang's embrace, having already lost her father and not wishing to lose Jiang Ping'an as well. Jiang Ping'an turned to Meng Jing, his expression solemn. Trust me, I will slay him, in honor of Uncle Meng. With that, he circumvented Meng Chun and advanced toward the battlefield. Meng Chun grasped Jiang Ping'an's arm tightly. Upon witnessing the determination in Jiang Ping'an's eyes, Meng Chun let out a heavy sigh and ultimately released his grip. Recognizing danger and conceding is no disgrace. No one will blame you. Jiang Ping'an offered no response, taking measured steps toward the battlefield. All eyes of the great Xia gathered upon him, silently praying for his safety. The prospect of defeating Chu Yang was near impossible. Merely surviving would be the greatest fortune. Chu Yang hovered in the air, casting a disdainful glance at Jiang Ping'an. Do not presume that the techniques you've learned make you formidable. To me, you are but an ant with wings. Aside from the thunder spirit body, Chu Yang regarded no one with any respect, including Jiang Ping'an. Shall we begin? Jiang Ping'an's tone was eerily calm. Fool, I'll send you on your way. Seeing the audacity of this youth, Chu Yang raised his hand and swung downwards, conjuring a massive hand of flames that spanned over 10 meters, aimed directly at Jiang Ping'an. Meng Jing's eyes turned crimson, her heart racing in her throat, paralyzed with fear for Jiang Ping'an's safety. In that fleeting moment, Jiang Ping'an transformed into a streak of lightning. Appearing 100 meters away, right behind Chu Yang. Chu Yang's pupils dilated sharply. What astonishing speed! This lad had undoubtedly inscribed 10 Thunder Flash runes within his body. Chu Yang, having studied the technique of Thunder Flash, discerned Jiang Ping'an's advanced mastery. Unable to evade, he summoned every ounce of his fiery power, preparing to incinerate the approaching Jiang Ping'an into ashes. Jiang Ping'an swung his fist down heavily upon his opponent's head, all his fury coalescing into that singular strike. Bang! His fist pierced through the flames, the sleeve ablaze, and landed with tremendous force. Bang! The impact sent Chu Yang crashing to the ground like a meteor, a blinding flash marking his descent. Boom! The earth cracked open, a gaping pit forming, fissures spreading across the ground within a radius of several dozen meters, stones flying. And those hundreds of meters away felt the tremors beneath their feet. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. What kind of power was this? That blow was comparable to a golden core strike. Chapter 107. Jiang Ping'an takes action. Qinjun, the ruler of the Lingtai kingdom, was taken aback upon witnessing Chu Yang's assault. Your Highness, Jiang Ping'an knew that his opponent would not perish, so he flashed over, raising his fist to strike. Chu Yang's expression shifted dramatically as he activated a secret technique, vanishing from sight and reappearing 100 meters away. He rubbed the slight dent on the back of his head, flames of fury surging within him, igniting the clouds above in a crimson hue. You scoundrel! How dare you injure this prince? You shall pay with your life. For the first time in his life, he had been wounded by an opponent of the same tier. Chu Yang finally took the matter seriously. He was a solar divine body, unmatched in both attack and defense. Even Golden Core cultivators found it challenging to harm him. Yet, he had been injured by Jiang Ping'an. The speed and strength displayed by Jiang Ping'an had reached an unimaginable level, compelling him to focus intently. Chu Yang unleashed the top-tier divine art of the Chu kingdom, the heavenly flame fist, charging towards Jiang Ping'an. Jiang Ping'an once more executed Thunder Flash. Vanishing from his original position, Chu Yang spun around sharply. No, above. He raised his fist to counter. Jiang Ping'an's foot descended with great force. Boom. The collision of fist and foot shattered the surrounding floor. Before Chu Yang could retaliate, Jiang Ping'an again vanished using Thunder Flash, reappearing at his right side. Chu Yang raised his fist to block the incoming assault. Failing to strike, Jiang Ping'an executed Thunder Flash once more, darting to another side for an attack. Chu Yang retaliated again. Bang, bang, bang. The two fists collided violently, their powerful auras instilling terror in all who witnessed. Jiang Ping'an flickered in and out of view, evading after every punch, attacking from different angles. Chu Yang endured multiple blows, blood streaming from his nose. As Jiang Ping'an gained the upper hand, everyone stood in stunned silence. The level of their exchanges was far beyond that expected of Foundation establishment practitioners. Even a typical Golden Core would be shredded to pieces facing their onslaught. Hope surged within a genius from the underworld state, his shock transforming into elation. Yet, he soon noticed the grim expressions of State Lord Ming Chun and the other prodigies. Why the long faces? Daoist Jiang is currently in the lead. We have a chance at victory. Meng Jing bit her crimson lip, tears welling in her eyes. The advantage of the wooden figure lay in its swiftness. However, the lightning strikes were exceedingly energy-consuming, and it wouldn't be long before the energy was depleted. Although the opponent was under assault, their defensive capabilities were so formidable that they could not sustain any fatal injuries, nor even significant wounds. Upon hearing Meng Jing's explanation, the previously elated genius's expression darkened instantly. This indicated that Jiang Ping'an's attacks were utterly ineffective. Such a terrifying and frenzied onslaught could not breach the opponent's defenses. The solar divine body was indeed monstrous. Yi Wuqing fixed his gaze intently on the battlefield, his fists clenched tightly. Jiang Ping'an was several times stronger than when he had fought against Yi, yet it remained futile. Unless Jiang Ping'an could harness the power of the laws, his swordsmanship would not possess the lethality required. The dilemma was that a foundation establishment cultivator could not possibly channel the laws. Jiang Ping'an recognized this issue as well. Even if his fist struck a golden core cultivator, he could obliterate them. Yet against Chu Yang, his strikes were ineffective, merely causing superficial injuries. A powerful anomaly. Chu Yang endured several punches, blood flowing from his nose. Although Jiang Ping'an could not inflict serious harm, he was filled with seething rage. As a prince, being struck by a mere peasant was a profound humiliation. Intolerable. This prince shall tear you apart. Chu Yang roared like a wild beast. To increase his speed, he unleashed a secret technique, instantly enhancing his velocity several-fold. Employing this secret would leave him weakened for days, but for the sake of vengeance, Chu Yang was indifferent to the cost. Under no circumstances could he lose his dignity. Initially, Jiang Ping'an had the upper hand with his lightning strikes, but he suddenly lost his advantage. Chu Yang's fiery fists crashed into Jiang Ping'an, each impact leaving deep, searing marks on his body. Chu Yang's Burning Heaven Fist was one of the highest secret techniques of the Chu Kingdom, and when combined with the Solar Divine Body, its terrifying lethality was something even Golden Core cultivators dared not confront directly. The hearts of the people of the Great Xia hung in suspense once again. Even though Jiang Ping'an's physique had been honed to an unimaginable level, it still could not rival the Solar Divine Body. Suddenly, a terrifying aura erupted from Jiang Ping'an as he activated the Battle God technique, accelerating the flow of his blood. His hair billowed, and his fighting spirit soared. His speed, strength, and reaction time surged twofold. The initially dominating Chu Yang was once again suppressed. The expression of the ruler of Ling Tai Kingdom darkened. This insignificant brat had only now unleashed the Battle God technique. He had assumed Jiang Ping'an had been employing it all along, which accounted for his combat prowess. It turned out he had just activated it. What kind of opportunity had this boy encountered to become so formidable? This was supposed to be the genius of Ling Tai Kingdom, yet now he was one of the Chu Kingdoms. Such a traitor must be eradicated. He would return and obliterate Ping Shui County, where this brat once lived. Jiang Ping'an seized Chu Yang's arm and slammed him violently to the ground, shattering the earth, then swung him around as if he were a rag doll. Witnessing this scene, the remaining two geniuses of the Chu Kingdom covered their mouths in disbelief. Among all the prodigies of the Great Chu, there are no more than 3 who could so thoroughly overpower the Crown Prince. This Jiang Ping'an possesses an astonishing strength that leaves all in shock, even the people of the Great Xia. It appears that Jiang Ping'an, who partakes in the competition, has been concealing his true abilities. How could someone without a special divine body be so formidable? Ah! Chu Yang roared in fury, his voice echoing like thunder. As the Crown Prince of the Chu Kingdom, endowed with the solar divine body and unparalleled in physical prowess, he was mercilessly beaten by a mere peasant. Anger, humiliation, and resentment surged within him. Such a lofty individual as Chu Yang had never endured such disgrace. He completely lost his composure. If you seek death, I shall grant it. The flames enveloping Chu Yang suddenly transformed into a ghostly blue. Jiang Ping'an immediately felt a searing pain, his expression shifting as he kicked Chu Yang away. Ming Chen's face paled, and he shouted, "Jiang Ping'an, be cautious." He was unaware of the power Chu Yang had harnessed, invoking the laws of flame. In typical scenarios, battles below the Golden Core stage revolve around sheer strength, speed, and ferocity. However, once one reaches the nascent soul stage, it is a matter of understanding the laws at play. A nascent soul cultivator can inflict exponentially greater damage with even the slightest cut if it contains the essence of the laws. To illustrate, it is akin to applying poison to a blade. Being pierced is trivial, but the poison that invades the marrow is truly lethal. Chu Yang, having summoned this extraordinary power, rose from the ground, glaring at Jiang Ping'an with a malevolent intent. "I will see you dead." Chu Yang unleashed the Burning Heaven Fist upon Jiang Ping'an. The latter evaded the attack with remarkable agility, employing the Thunder Flash technique. Meng Jing and the others grew anxious. If this continued, Jiang Ping'an was destined to lose. Jin Lin inquired in confusion, "Lord Prefect, what is happening? How can Chu Yang, being at the foundation establishment stage, command the powers of the laws? Only cultivators of the nascent soul level can comprehend the laws. Even a genius like Yi Wuqing can barely stir them, let alone invoke them." Yet, Chu Yang was able to unleash this terrifying force. Ming Chun fixed his gaze on the battlefield, Speaking gravely, this could be a unique effect of the divine body, or perhaps a combination of other secret techniques with the solar divine body that has awakened such power. Isn't that wooden fellow in grave danger? Meng Jing cried out in distress. Wooden one, stop fighting. Quickly concede. She wished to prevent any harm from befalling Jiang Ping'an. Chu Yang's manipulation of the laws equated to a weakened nascent soul. Victory was virtually unattainable. Jiang Ping'an chose not to retreat, opting instead to evade Chu Yang's onslaught swiftly. Searching for an opportune moment, the opponent's use of this power surely had limitations. If he could endure until it dissipated, there would still be a chance. However, the true challenge lay in how to defeat him. Chu Yang sneered. You aim to outlast this prince? Fool, do you not realize that using Thunder Flash consumes your vitality? I am the solar divine body. Do you dare to compare your spiritual energy reserves with mine? He discerned Jiang Ping'an's intentions, but remained unperturbed. The spiritual energy stored within the solar divine body was incomparably vast, surpassing that contained within a golden core. Let us see who exhausts their energy first. You or this prince. Chu Yang unleashed a frenzied assault, waves of flames emanating a terrifying energy. The onlookers from the great Xia held their breath, anxiously fixated on the battlefield. They were acutely aware that Jiang Ping'an's use of the Thunder Flash technique was immensely depleting, and if this stalemate continued, he would inevitably face defeat. Why did Jiang Ping'an not concede? Chapter 108. Burning divine blood. The azure flames of the laws illuminated the void. Jiang Ping'an felt little of the heat on his skin, yet his blood seemed on the verge of evaporation. In this moment, Chu Yang resembled a fiery war god, consumed by rage as he pursued Jiang Ping'an relentlessly. Jiang Ping'an utilized Thunder Flash to deftly evade his adversary's strikes, waiting for the moment when Chu Yang's energy would be exhausted. Currently, he was no match for Chu Yang. The battlefield expanded, forcing spectators to retreat further. Jiang Ping'an flickered twice before reaching the lifeless form of Meng Qi. Gazing upon Meng Qi's emaciated, weathered visage, Jiang Ping'an clenched his fists, a surge of hatred swelling within him. Rest assured, Uncle Meng, not a single soul will escape from the Ling Tai Kingdom or the Chu Kingdom. I will honor your spirit with their blood. Jiang Ping'an stored Meng Qi's body and severed arm within his spatial storage, turning back to offer a proper burial. Fool, to engage in battle with this prince and let your guard down. Chu Yang, witnessing Jiang Ping'an taking time to gather Meng Qi's remains, felt an immense humiliation wash over him. He unleashed all his energy in a single punch. The fiery fist surged forth like a colossal wave, scorching the ground as it passed. Just as the fist was about to strike Jiang Ping'an, he swiftly dodged, leaving the remaining two geniuses of the Chu Kingdom helplessly watching the inferno approach. The speed of the punch was astounding. Before they could comprehend the situation, they were engulfed in flames. Chu Yang's attack was undeniably powerful. The two geniuses could not even emit a cry before being reduced to ashes. Chu Yang's chest nearly exploded with fury, his eyes ablaze as he glowered at Jiang Ping'an. You dare to scheme against this prince. Jiang Ping'an not only took Meng Qi's body, but also plotted the demise of the remaining two Chu geniuses. Even Ming Chun and Chun Jun were taken aback, unable to fathom how Jiang Ping'an could devise such a strategy in this critical moment. This boy's temperament had indeed become monstrous. However, this was merely a delay for Jiang Ping'an. The consumption of energy from using Thunder Flash was immense, and he could not sustain it for long. Unless he could also harness the power of the laws, he stood no chance against Chu Yang. But was that even possible? Clearly, it was not. Chu Yang possessed the solar divine body, while Jiang Ping'an had nothing. The ensuing battle devolved into a chase, one fleeing while the other pursued. Infuriated, Chu Yang lost all semblance of royal composure. This continued for half an hour, until the onlookers finally sensed something amiss. Impossible. How does this little wretch still possess vitality? The ruler of the Ling Tai Kingdom, Chun Jun, bore an expression of incredulity. The might of the Thunder Flash technique was predicated on energy expenditure. Even a golden core cultivator would be drained after half an hour of continuous use. Yet, Jiang Ping'an had wielded it for that long, seemingly unaffected, still brimming with energy. Chu Yang was flustered. His solar divine body was still in an immature state, capable of sustaining its power for merely an hour. He had anticipated swiftly eliminating Jiang Ping'an, but he never foresaw the boundless energy pulsating within Jiang Ping'an. What kind of extraordinary constitution did he possess, or what unique technique had he cultivated? You wretch! Don't you dare flee. If you don't run, I'll slaughter you like a dog." Chu Yang bellowed in fury, attempting to provoke Jiang Ping'an into a direct confrontation. Yet, Jiang Ping'an was not one to be easily swayed. Even in anger, his judgment remained unclouded. He retorted coolly, "And what are you really? Without your solar divine body, any random genius here could dispatch you like vermin." This retort was akin to a dagger to the heart, rendering Chu Yang utterly diminished in stature. However, the truth was that Chu Yang was indeed formidable. The Chu kingdom had deliberately restrained his rapid advancement to ensure his optimal growth. Had he faced a golden core expert, the latter would have already met their demise. Unfortunately, he encountered the exceptionally swift Jiang Ping'an, whose speed rendered his attacks ineffective. "Wretch, this prince refuses to believe you can endure even half an hour." Humiliated, Chu Yang's rage intensified, and his assaults grew increasingly frenzied. Jiang Ping'an's eyes were cold and unyielding as he nimbly evaded while swiftly contemplating how to vanquish his foe. Even if he exhausted his opponent's time for invoking the laws, he could not breach their defenses, unless he could summon the laws himself, but he had never learned how to do so. The battle raged on, or rather, the chase continued. Flashes of lightning flickered across the battlefield as Chu Yang relentlessly pursued. Yet no matter how fervently he chased, he could not catch up to Jiang Ping'an. The concerns of the people of the Great Xia diminished significantly. They finally understood why Jiang Ping'an had mastered the infinite fist with his reservoir of energy. Even a golden core could do him no harm, provided they lacked mastery over the laws. However, what arcane techniques had Jiang Ping'an learned to amass such energy? Half an hour passed, and the battlefield had transformed into a desolate wasteland. Chu Yang, panting heavily, felt the blue flames enveloping him gradually dissipate, and the laws returned to tranquility. He gazed at Jiang Ping'an in disbelief. The latter's breath remained unfaltering. How could this be possible? Observing the dissipating laws surrounding his opponent, Jiang Ping'an transitioned from retreating to launching an assault. With fists raised, he attacked ferociously. Weary, Chu Yang had no strength left to retaliate, succumbing to Jiang Ping'an's relentless punches. Blood streaming from his nose, Chu Yang roared, "Even if you possess boundless energy, so what? Unless you also possess a divine body. Igniting the blood of the divine and invoking the laws, you shall never breach this prince's defenses." With a fierce glare, Chu Yang vowed, "One day, I shall shatter your corpse into 1,000 pieces." This confrontation was destined to end without a clear victor, at best resulting in a stalemate. Upon hearing Chu Yang's words, a strange smile curled at the corners of Jiang Ping'an's lips. It dawned on him, igniting the blood of the divine. As he witnessed the cruel smile on Jiang Ping'an's face, a chill ran through Chu Yang, and he gasped in disbelief. "Could it be that you also possess a divine body?" "No, but I have the blood of the divine." At that moment, Jiang Ping'an ignited the sacred blood within him. In this moment, ancient war songs traversed the void, resonating from the primordial era. The drumbeats thundered, causing the distant trees to sway and the ocean to surge in tumultuous waves. A terrifying battle intent emanated from Jiang Ping'an, enveloping all present in an inexplicable pressure, including the formidable figures of Meng Jing and Chen Zhen. "The holy body!" Chen Zhen exclaimed in astonishment, his face a mask of terror, as if confronted by unspeakable horror. Over 4,000 years ago, when he had just entered the transformation realm, he had witnessed a battle between the holy body and an unparalleled powerhouse amidst the starry skies. That cataclysmic clash had left an indelible mark on his memory. At that time, the holy body had summoned power akin to the current phenomenon. Although Jiang Ping'an's display paled in comparison to the holy body of yore, the essence was unmistakably the same. Jiang Ping'an was, indeed, the holy body. What? The incredulity was palpable among Ming Qian, Yun Huang, and the other prodigies who were equally taken aback. Jiang Ping'an was the holy body? A terrifying physique said to surpass even the mightiest of families. No, that could not be. The holy body was adorned with battle tattoos, yet he bore none. He possessed blood of the holy body within him. Chen Zhen discerned the distinction and urgently shouted, "Your Highness, surrender quickly." He ignited the blood of the holy body. However, his warning came too late. Jiang Ping'an set the holy body blood ablaze, invoking the power of the laws. All his strength coalesced in his right hand, enveloped by the aura of battle intent. His hand transformed into a lethal blade, thrusting fiercely towards Chu Yang. This time, there was no obstruction. It pierced directly through Chu Yang's heart. All manifestations faded, and the world fell into silence. Everyone stood in stunned disbelief as they beheld the battlefield. Chu Yang had lost. The legendary sun god body had been defeated. It turned out that Jiang Ping'an's true trump card was the blood of the holy body coursing through his veins. No wonder his physique was so formidable. Chu Yang stared in disbelief at the unfolding scene, unable to fathom how a prince could be vanquished by such an individual. After a moment of stunned silence, Ming Chun and Yun Huang erupted in joy. Chu Yang was dead. The great Xia had lost a perilous adversary. Jiang Ping'an had achieved a remarkable feat. Chapter 109. The Semi-Divine Artifact. Thank you for the warning. Otherwise, I would not have realized that igniting the blood of the holy body would yield such effects. Jiang Ping'an had learned that burning the blood of the holy body generated the power of the laws. Although each strike consumed 5 drops of the holy body blood, equivalent to 250 million spirit stones, he had the gathering treasure basin, which would allow for future replication. As he withdrew his arm, the blood of Chu Yang was scalding, nearly melting away his flesh. Chu Yang, gazing at his bleeding heart, felt a wave of dread wash over him. Why had he spoken out? Now it was clear that his opponent harbored the blood of the holy body within him, explaining his overwhelming strength. Jiang Ping'an collected the blood of the sun god body that had spewed forth from his adversary, knowing it could fetch a handsome price. Such divine blood was exceedingly valuable. Your Highness, Chen Zhen was taken aback. If Chu Yang fell here, he too would not survive. Chen Zhen glared at Jiang Ping'an with fury, preparing to strike him down. But at that moment, a brilliant light erupted from Chu Yang, causing his body to rapidly disintegrate. Jiang Ping'an furrowed his brow, sensing an unsettling aura, and swiftly retreated to prevent any unforeseen danger. Waves of radiant laws enveloped Chu Yang's form, exuding a mysterious and ancient essence. With a resounding crack, Chu Yang's body transformed into a mere splinter of wood, disintegrating into dust. Simultaneously, the intact Chu Yang reappeared, his aura restored to its peak condition. Witnessing this, the despairing Chen Zhen rejoiced, exclaiming that it was splendid news. His Highness was unharmed. However, Ming Chen's expression darkened as he gritted his teeth and uttered 3 words: "Death substitute wood." Although Chu Yang's revival was unexpected, it remained within the realm of possibility. How could the state of Chu fail to provide this invaluable artifact to one capable of leading them to victory? What transpired? Was he not dead? Meng Jing gazed at the unfolding spectacle, utterly astonished. Chu Yang's heart had been pierced, yet he had miraculously revived. He utilized the death substitute wood. Yun Huang solemnly elucidated. This is an exceedingly rare treasure of heaven and earth, a legacy of the phoenix lineage, which allows the bearer to evade death once and restores them to their prime. Jin Lin clenched his fists, filled with resentment. Just a moment more, and had Chu Yang perished, he would undoubtedly have become the most formidable adversary of the great Xia in the future. Despite his revival, Chu Yang was not elated. Rather, his fury intensified, his expression contorting as he glared venomously at Jiang Ping'an. "You scoundrel! You dare squander a precious artifact of mine." This time, with his vitality restored to its zenith, Chu Yang was eager to witness how much holy blood Jiang Ping'an had left to burn. The opponent was not a sacred body, but merely infused with sacred blood. Given the rarity of such blood, he doubted Jiang Ping'an had much remaining. Moreover, after such a prolonged battle, even if he possessed abundant energy, it would have been substantially depleted. This time, Jiang Ping'an was destined to perish. Jiang Ping'an narrowed his eyes slightly. His opponent had actually returned to peak form. "You have wielded a secret treasure. This violates the rules. You have lost," Meng Jing shouted. The competition's regulations forbade the use of treasures that transcended this realm. The death substitute wood was clearly not an artifact of the foundation establishment stage. "I care not for any contest. Today Jiang Ping'an must die." Chu Yang once again ignited his blood, his flames turning a vivid blue as he summoned the powers of the laws anew. The competition had concluded. The great Xia had triumphed. The ensuing conflict would no longer be a contest, but a massacre. Just as Ming Chun prepared to intervene, Jiang Ping'an suddenly declared, "Stay back. This is a battle between us two." He feared that Meng Jing and the others would come to his aid, risking their safety. Today, he intended to perform a blood sacrifice for the solar divine body, paying tribute to Uncle Meng. In that moment, Jiang Ping'an ceased to conceal his true power, an overwhelming spiritual energy surging forth from his being. The earth abruptly turned to sand, transforming the surrounding area of several hundred meters into arid terrain. The technique. Sands of the burial storm took effect. Observing the ground beneath them turning to sand, the onlookers immediately ascended into the air, captivated by the astonishing scene. Jiang Ping'an possessed spiritual energy, a dual cultivation of spirit and body. Initially, it was presumed that the sacred blood was Jiang Ping'an's trump card, yet it was revealed that he was indeed a dual cultivator. The crowd was left in utter shock. Just how many hidden cards did he possess? The sand coalesced into a colossal hand, spanning dozens of meters, seizing Chu Yang with overwhelming force. "How dare you attempt to obstruct this prince?" Chu Yang roared, unleashing the fiery heaven fist to breach the defenses and burst forth. Jiang Ping'an charged at Chu Yang, delivering a kick squarely to his face, sending him plunging into the sand. The endless grains surged like a tempestuous sea, dragging Chu Yang deeper into their depths. In a desperate bid, Chu Yang released flames, hoping to merge with the sand, only to find that the molten grains solidified instead, hardening the surrounding area. Jiang Ping'an fervently channeled his spiritual energy, burying Chu Yang further beneath the sand. The potency of the sandstorm burial was directly proportional to the reserves of spiritual energy. The more energy expended, the greater the force unleashed. Layers upon layers of sand enveloped Chu Yang, threatening to entomb him alive. "Begone!" Chu Yang sensed the imminent peril. He was ensnared by the ceaseless sand. In a fit of rage, he summoned a fractured golden brush, wielding it with fervor as its tip danced through the air. In an instant, a gaping chasm opened in the hundreds of meters of sand. Grasping the brush, Chu Yang emerged from the suffocating depths. The golden, broken brush emanated a divine radiance, illuminating the entire expanse, instilling a profound sense of dread in all present. This was a quasi-immortal artifact, the judge's brush. "Everyone, evacuate the divine isle." Meng Jing's expression shifted dramatically upon sighting the brush, and he swiftly rushed towards Jiang Ping'an, intent on whisking him away. Little did he anticipate that the treasured heirloom of the Chu royal family would manifest in Chu Yang's possession. This brush, forged in imitation of the legendary judge's brush, was a quasi-immortal artifact. Though it had been shattered in a great battle, its might remained formidable, even under the constraints of the divine isle, which suppressed their realms to golden core. Its power still resonated with the essence of the great Tao. Ming Chun could not withstand it. However, before Ming Chun could rescue Jiang Ping'an, a venerable figure interposed himself. Chun Jun glared at him ominously, declaring, "Your adversary is me. Step aside." Ming Chun unleashed a secret attack technique, launching a spatial blade towards him. Chun Jun effortlessly evaded the strike, with both their realms suppressed to golden core. Such an assault could hardly breach the skin of the national lord. Prepare to witness Jiang Ping'an's demise, haha. On the divine isle, their realms and the attacks they unleashed were constrained to golden core, yet their physical prowess remained unchanged. Thus, the assaults exchanged between the two bore little lethality. Consumed by rage, Ming Chun anxiously glanced at Jiang Ping'an and bellowed, "Jiang Ping'an, run now?" He wields a quasi-immortal artifact. Yet, he was taken aback by an astonishing sight. Jiang Ping'an did not flee. Instead, he charged towards Chu Yang. Ming Chun was astounded. What was Jiang Ping'an thinking? Was this a death wish? No matter how powerful Jiang Ping'an was, he could not possibly contend with a quasi-immortal artifact. Even Ming Chun, on this divine isle, would not dare to clash with the judge's brush. Others around them were equally perplexed and astonished. What was Jiang Ping'an attempting? The opponent possessed a quasi-immortal artifact. Chu Yang, upon seeing Jiang Ping'an approach, momentarily froze, only to soon reveal a sinister grin. "Fool, it seems you have never heard of a quasi-immortal artifact. To perish at its hands is a privilege for scum like you." Chu Yang regarded Jiang Ping'an's current actions as sheer ignorance. He summoned the power within him, wielding the judge's pen, poised to strike Jiang Ping'an down. At that moment, blood oozed from Chu Yang's mouth, nose, eyes, and ears, infused with an inexplicable fragrance. Suddenly, a change swept over his countenance as he realized he had been poisoned. But when had he succumbed to such a fate? He had felt nothing at all. It was evident that Chu Yang was oblivious to the fact that the poison lurked within his own spiritual energy. As he was enveloped by sand, the toxin had infiltrated his body with each breath he took, a horrific mixture infused with the blood poison of Baixiang. Chu Yang's expression shifted dramatically as he communicated with his storage ring, retrieving an antidote pill. He possessed numerous top-tier antidotes, precisely to guard against poisoning. Yet, just as he was about to consume the antidote, His body suddenly stiffened, his hand frozen in place. He was ensnared by a mysterious force. In the distance, Fang Xing sensed something amiss, his pupils narrowing. Mental energy. The last time Jiang Ping'an had unleashed the heavenly evil technique, Fang Xing had detected a surge of mental energy, mistaking it for a mere illusion. This time, he recognized it for what it truly was. Jiang Ping'an was capable of wielding mental power. This brief hesitation allowed Jiang Ping'an to execute a lightning-fast strike, arriving at Chuyang's side, igniting the blood of the sacred body. The laws of battle surged around his right hand, which he thrust violently toward Chuyang's heart, torrents of scalding blood splattering into the void. With his other hand, he seized the judge's pen, hastily casting it into his storage space. Such a weapon was beyond Chuyang's capability to imprint with a soul mark at his current level. Anyone could wield it. Chapter 110. The intervention of the tribulation-strengthened warrior. Feeling the searing pain in his heart, Chuyang's expression froze. His heart had once more been pierced. Jiang Ping'an had succeeded in killing him again. Jiang Ping'an snatched the judge's pen, transforming his palm into a blade. Severing Chuyang's right hand and discarding it, along with the storage ring, into his storage space. Surely, there were many valuable items within that ring. Your Highness, just moments ago, Chen Zhen had reveled in his triumph, but upon witnessing this scene, he cried out in terror. He then glared at Jiang Ping'an. You wretch! Daring to kill the crown prince, you seek death. Chen Zhen turned to charge at Jiang Ping'an, intent on slaying him. At that instant, Meng Jing swiftly positioned himself in front of Chen Zhen. This time, it was finally his turn to revel in the moment. You won't get past here. Watch as the most illustrious crown prince of the Chu kingdom meets his demise. As for you, protector, do not presume you will survive this either. Meng Jing laughed heartily, relishing the vindication. With terrifying combat prowess, Jiang Ping'an had entirely reversed the tide of the conflict. At that moment, a series of black runes flickered across Chuyang's body. An ancient and primal aura emanating, shrouded in the mysterious essence of the Tao. A black jade talisman burst forth from Chuyang's brow, transforming into his likeness. With a resounding crash, the talisman shattered, restoring Chuyang's heart to its former state. However, this time, he did not return to his peak condition. His severed arm continued to bleed profusely. Jiang Ping'an's expression darkened. This fellow possessed a means of revival. He recognized the black jade slip, known as the death substitution talisman, capable of allowing a practitioner to die in place of another. It had been mentioned briefly during his acquisition of life-saving treasures at the Merchant Guild. This is an ancient artifact, and in this era, very few cultivators possess the ability to forge such jade talismans. Thus, the value of the death replacement talisman is extraordinarily high. It is deemed priceless, unattainable even with spirit stones. Jiang Ping'an sought to acquire one, but found it beyond his reach. Meanwhile, Prince Chuyang of the Chu Kingdom boasts 2 resurrection items and a damaged quasi-mortal artifact. Jiang Ping'an, undeterred, launched another assault, determined to vanquish his opponent, regardless of the 100 resurrection items they might possess. Suddenly, a dark portal materialized behind Chuyang, adorned with intricate divine patterns. An ethereal hand emerged from the void, accompanied by an ancient, resonant voice. Dare to slay the bloodline of the great Chu royal family? Die! The spectral hand, imbued with terrifying power, erupted from the black hole, causing the very fabric of space to tremble, while tempestuous winds and clouds swirled violently, making the sea within 100 miles churn furiously. The expressions of everyone on the island shifted dramatically, as the suffocating force rendered their bodies immobile. What manner of horrifying entity is this? Could it be a tribulation period powerhouse of the Chu kingdom? The tribulation period represents the final great realm before attaining immortality, and such a formidable being had personally intervened. Jiang Ping'an's countenance paled, as he found himself ensnared, unable to employ his lightning escape. Communicating with his storage ring, he unleashed hundreds of golden core talismans to defend himself. These talismans, replicated from a treasure basin, were intended for preserving his life, and now he cast them all at once. However, despite their numbers, the hundreds of golden core talismans were effortlessly dismantled by the phantom hand. Even though the terrifying hand was suppressed to the golden core level by the unique rules of the Divine Island, the talismans merely slowed its velocity marginally. They were utterly ineffective against this formidable hand. If captured, Jiang Ping'an would undoubtedly meet his demise. Would? Meng Jing shouted in terror, channeling all her recovering spiritual energy. A tempest of thunderclouds reappeared in the sky. However, before Meng Jing could mount an offensive, the spectral hand casually waved, causing the thunderclouds to vanish in an instant. Meng Jing's cultivation was far too low to influence such a hand. Haha, futile. Die. Chu Yang howled in a frenzied display of rage, venting his inner fury over the loss of 2 life-saving treasures to Jiang Ping'an. With the patriarch now personally involved, he was convinced that Jiang Ping'an would meet his end. He could only lament that he could not personally execute Jiang Ping'an. Jiang Ping'an gazed in horror as the enormous hand approached ever closer, his eyes widening in despair as the specter of death enveloped him. For the first time, he encountered such overwhelming terror, feeling as insignificant as an ant. Was he truly destined to perish here today? In that critical moment between life and death, Jiang Ping'an suddenly recalled something and retrieved the broken golden brush. He infused it with all his spiritual and vital energy and swung it with all his might, engaging in a desperate struggle. The brush erupted with golden light, unleashing a beam infused with the power of the great Tao. The golden radiance clashed with the ethereal hand. In that instant, a cataclysmic force erupted, enveloping a radius of 1,000 meters. Seizing the opportunity as the oppressive force dissipated, Jiang Ping'an activated his lightning escape to flee from the epicenter of the collision. As the explosion subsided, Jiang Ping'an retreated to a distance, anxiously observing the dark portal behind Chu Yang. Jiang Ping'an dared not leave the Divine Island. On the island, the opposing force would be weakened, providing a chance for survival. However, should he step beyond its bounds, the enemy's strength would remain unmitigated, sealing his fate. Leave. The ancient voice resonated once more from the black hole, not directed at Jiang Ping'an, but at Chu Yang. With a countenance full of reluctance, Chu Yang implored, "Ancestor, eliminate him. This wretch cannot be spared, otherwise he shall become a grave threat to our Chu kingdom. Moreover, the judge's pen remains in his possession. Depart." The voice, now tinged with urgency, unleashed a formidable force that drew Chu Yang into the black void. Anguish and fury contorted his face, his crimson eyes fixated on Jiang Ping'an. "I shall ensure your dismemberment." The sovereign of Ling Tai Kingdom, Chun Zhen, sensed the dire turn of events and, with reluctance, followed into the black hole. He had never anticipated that the battle on the Divine Island would yield such an outcome. The 10 foremost prodigies of Chu Kingdom, including the fabled solar godbody prince, had all been vanquished. Why was Jiang Ping'an so formidable? Merely a lowly farmer from a village on the outskirts of Ling Tai Kingdom. How had he ascended to such heights? Chun Zhen was engulfed in confusion. As the black hole sealed, tranquility enveloped the Divine Island. In the deepest recess of the Chu Kingdom's mausoleum, a gaunt elder sat within a pitch-black coffin. Clad in a dragon robe, his emaciated frame resembled a mere stick. Yet he emanated an aura of dread. Chu Yang and Chun Zhen knelt before this elder, the mightiest of the great Chu dynasty, a transcendent on the brink of ascension. Though Chun Zhen was the ruler of Ling Tai Kingdom, he prostrated himself before this formidable presence, scarcely daring to breathe. With a face marred by resentment, Chu Yang pleaded, "Ancestor, why allow Jiang Ping'an to live? The judge's pen is still with him." The elder, frail and hollow-eyed, spoke in a voice seasoned by time. "There lies great terror upon the Divine Island. Remaining will lead to death." Chu Yang's eyes widened in disbelief. "More terrifying than the ancestor? But you are a transcendent. Could there be immortals on the island? Beyond the realm of transcendent beings exists the immortal." "I do not know." The elder's visage flickered with trepidation. Before becoming an immortal, they would inevitably venture to the island, which harbors certain taboos. The elder himself was stricken with fear, pondering what force could invoke such apprehension within him. Otherwise, he would never have refrained from eliminating Jiang Ping'an. Yet, Chu Yang remained unsatisfied, his fists clenched tightly. Having faced death twice, and with the judge's pen seized, his dignity lay in tatters. This was the first time in his life he had encountered such adversity. The gaunt elder reclined once more into his coffin, his voice diminishing. "Merely a shattered quasi-immortal artifact. If it ignites your spirit and humbles your pride, it is worth it. Remember, only those who endure to the end achieve true success. With your solar god body and understanding of the laws, you shall enter your mightiest era, when few shall stand against you. Depart now, tend to your wounds. Reflect on your shortcomings. Your journey through life is still long." With that, the elder sealed the heavy black lid, cloaking his essence and ceasing further discourse. His time was limited, unable to ascend. He could only employ special means to obscure the heavenly secrets, awaiting the opening of the immortal path. Chu Yang's teeth were nearly ground to dust, his mind consumed by hatred. Jiang Ping'an, just you wait. Chapter 111. The Ancient Thunder Family upon the Sacred Island. All terrifying auras dissipated, returning everything to tranquility. Jiang Ping'an, wielding a golden judge's pen, emanated a chilling presence. The people of the Great Xia stared at Jiang Ping'an, their expressions a mix of shock and disbelief. Even Ming Chen, having lived for millennia and witnessed countless prodigies, recognized the rarity of a cultivator at the foundational stage who could rival Jiang Ping'an. With dual cultivation of the spirit body, he had slain the sun god body twice and managed to fend off the attacks of an old monster at the tribulation stage. Although the power of the tribulation stage was suppressed on the sacred island, he had truly withstood the assault. Had it not been for Jiang Ping'an in this battle, the Great Xia would undoubtedly have faced defeat, and the sacred island would have been seized. Jin Lin's expression was complex. Just half a year prior, he had easily defeated Jiang Ping'an. Now, after 6 months, Jiang Ping'an's combat prowess had entirely surpassed him, elevating him to an entirely different realm. Yi Wuqing fixed his gaze on Jiang Ping'an, tightening his fists, having thought that after months of training in the Underworld King's secret realm, he had finally caught up. Little did he know, Jiang Ping'an had concealed his true strength all along, achieving dual cultivation of the spirit body. Only Feng Xing was more astonished, as he understood that Jiang Ping'an was undoubtedly more than just a dual cultivator of the spirit body. Meng Jing, in tears, rushed into Jiang Ping'an's embrace, holding him tightly, her voice trembling with emotion. Jiang Ping'an sheathed his judge's pen, relinquishing his battle intent, and reciprocated her embrace. "I'm sorry, I couldn't slay him." Jiang Ping'an had intended to eliminate the crown prince of Chu to honor Uncle Meng, but the opponent had resurrected twice, and even summoned ancestral assistance, ultimately leading to his failure. "It's all right, as long as you are safe," Meng Jing replied, her fear of losing Jiang Ping'an evident. When that immense hand had appeared, her heart nearly ceased to beat. Fortunately, he was unharmed, though she remained puzzled as to why that formidable being had suddenly ceased its onslaught. At that moment, several figures rushed in from the distance. Lord Mingchen sensed them and turned his gaze sharply. Who were they? People from Chu? There were 7 or 8 individuals, each radiating a thunderous aura that sent chills down the spines of the Great Xia. Instinctively, the crowd turned their eyes towards Meng Jing, as the aura they exuded bore a striking resemblance to hers. If nothing else, these individuals were likely members of the ancient Thunder family. The elder leading the group fixed his gaze on Meng Jing, his face alight with unrestrained joy and astonishment. "I never imagined you would evolve into the celestial Thunder body. What a great fortune for my Thunder clan. In a millennium, our clan shall witness the rise of another unparalleled powerhouse." "What? The celestial Thunder body?" The others reacted with shock upon hearing this. As members of the Thunder family, they were acutely aware of the significance of the celestial Thunder body. Wasn't Meng Jing a Thunder spirit body? How had she evolved into the celestial Thunder body? Had she consumed some heavenly treasure? They had come today with the intention of taking Meng Jing away. Learning of her evolution into the celestial Thunder body only intensified their resolve to bring her back. This girl would become the hope of their Thunder clan. The elder, experienced in worldly matters, quickly regained his composure, shifting his gaze to Jiang Ping'an. Observing Jiang Ping'an and Meng Jing in an embrace, a glint of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. "Release our divine maiden, you insolent wretch. She is not someone of your ilk who can be touched." As he spoke, the elder advanced step by step towards Jiang Ping'an. "Stop. Do not harm him." Meng Jing, realizing the identity of these individuals, positioned herself fiercely before Jiang Ping'an, her expression a tempest of fury. Ming Chen also flew over, standing protectively in front of Jiang Ping'an. "Are you friends of the ancient Thunder clan?" "Indeed," the elder replied, lifting his chin with an air of superiority. "I am the current 3rd elder of the Thunder clan, and I have come here today to retrieve the divine maiden." At his words, Meng Jing trembled, gripping Jiang Ping'an's arm tightly. "I will not return. You can leave." The 3rd elder furrowed his brow. "Just like your mother, you have a penchant for this worthless trash from the outside world. He is utterly unworthy of you. The strong prodigies of the Holy Land and the ancient clans are your true choices. You are the trash. I will never return with you." Meng Jing, enraged by the elder's insults towards Jiang Ping'an and her father, was filled with an overwhelming desire to kill him. The third elder's expression darkened. Had it been anyone else, such disrespect would have resulted in immediate death. However, this was the daughter of Lei Lan, who had awakened the most potent thunder body. She was not to be harmed. His demeanor turned icy. If you do not return, I shall kill him. With that, he cast a menacing glance at Jiang Ping'an. Meng Chen's expression grew frigid as he released his aura. Do you think I am insignificant? The third elder merely sneered at Meng Chen, dismissing him. You are merely at the void refinement stage. Do you think you can obstruct the ancient Thunder Clan? Not even you, nor the entirety of the Great Xia, could impede us. Meng Chen clenched his fists, recognizing the sheer arrogance of these ancient clans. Yet, their conceit was not unfounded. The Great Xia had seen only one immortal. While these ancient clans boasted countless ascended beings, their depth of power formidable. Hearing their intentions to kill Jiang Ping'an, Meng Jing's complexion turned pale. Drawing her blue pattern blade, she pressed it against her slender neck, shouting, "If you dare to harm him, I will take my own life." Xiao Jing. Jiang Ping'an grasped the blade's edge, preventing her from making a rash decision. Meng Jing lowered the knife and collapsed into Jiang Ping'an's embrace, weeping, "I do not want to leave you. I cannot bear to part." Her heartbreaking cries echoed amidst the ruins, invoking deep sympathy from Yun Huang and the others. Meng Jing was but a girl of 15 or 16, having witnessed her father's death, and now faced separation from the one she cherished. Fate had dealt her a cruel hand. After a prolonged bout of weeping, she finally lifted her head, tears glistening in her eyes. Wouldn't. Jiang Ping'an tightened his grip on the judge's pen with one hand while holding Meng Jing with the other, speaking solemnly, "We can remain on the island forever." He believed that with the judge's pen and the resources he possessed, they could resist the encroaching threat. Meng Jing shook her head, vigorously wiping her tears. "I must return to obtain the Immortal's legacy. I must avenge my father." The primary motivation lay in her desire to protect Jiang Ping'an from harm. While Jiang Ping'an possessed a quasi-immortal artifact, the ancient clans wielded true immortal weapons, rendering his meager artifact powerless in comparison. Jiang Ping'an understood the true reason behind her departure. His fists clenched in frustration and helplessness. In this world, strength dictated the rules. Resistance was futile. For the first time, he grasped the anguish of being unable to protect someone. Guilt, remorse, and pain welled up within him. Jiang Ping'an concealed all his helplessness and unwillingness deep within his heart as he handed a storage ring to Meng Jing. This contained the remains of Uncle Meng. Fortunately, he had merely returned to his lineage, not truly departed. With trembling hands, Meng Jing accepted the storage ring, murmuring, "I shall grow stronger swiftly when I return." She rose on her toes, lifted her chin, and pressed a fervent kiss upon Jiang Ping'an's lips, her tears flowing as she turned away. Jiang Ping'an's body shuddered violently, a wave of unprecedented emotion surging within him. Meng Jing approached the third elder, wiping her tears, her voice cold and resolute. "Let us depart. Remember, do not lay a hand on him. Otherwise, when I grow stronger, you shall be the first to perish." The third elder furrowed his brow, but said nothing. A surge of energy enveloping Meng Jing and lifting her away. As she gazed back at Jiang Ping'an, the distance between them grew, and her tears flowed anew as she shouted, "Stupid wooden block. You need not fancy other girls. Otherwise, when I return, I shall strike you." Jiang Ping'an clenched his teeth, his body trembling as he watched Meng Jing depart until she was no longer visible, still in a daze. Meng Chen sighed deeply, remarking on the formidable ancient Thunder Clan, urging Jiang Ping'an to forget it all. If he did not relinquish his ambitions, they would surely turn against him. He wished for Jiang Ping'an's safety and offered counsel. Jiang Ping'an withdrew his gaze, revealing no trace of emotion, as if nothing had transpired. "Lord Prefect, before leaving Divine Island, I wish to search for Dragon Bone. Might you know its whereabouts?" Meng Chen paused, taken aback by Jiang Ping'an's calm demeanor. It seemed he understood the necessity of avoiding the ancient clan, severing his illusions in a timely manner. Had Meng Jing, who knew him well, been present, she would recognize that the calmer Jiang Ping'an appeared. The more fury brewed within him. Chapter 112. The Thunder Clan takes action. Dragon Bone. Meng Chen recalled, the Wealth Source Merchant Guild had previously sent someone to seek it. Yet they found nothing. It must have been taken long ago. He speculated that Jiang Ping'an's search for Dragon Bone might be linked to dealings with the Wealth Source Merchant Guild, which was indeed the case. To save his master, Wang Run, Jiang Ping'an had reached an agreement with Hua Qingyu of the guild, in exchange for a leaf of ice crystal grass. Jiang Ping'an was to locate a piece of dragon bone. Should he fail, he would mine for the guild for 5 years. Though Jiang Ping'an was well aware of the slim chances of finding dragon bone, he felt compelled to accept the agreement. Without it, he could not procure the ice crystal grass leaf, nor could he rescue his master. It was likely that Hua Qingyu had little hope of finding the dragon bone herself, merely desiring to bind him to 5 years of labor for the guild. Jiang Ping'an had few years to squander, even with the odds stacked against him. He was determined to make the attempt. Lord Prefect, I wish to search for dragon bone on Divine Island. Please grant me some time, Jiang Ping'an implored, cupping his fists in respect. Meng Jing smiled, saying, You are too courteous. Were it not for you, Divine Island would have been surrendered. Not only may you roam the island, but you may even reside here. Much of the credit for our acquisition of Divine Island is due to you. Without your victory over Chu Yang, we would never have seized it. Meng Jing addressed the crowd, proclaiming, You have all contributed to this battle. Take a month to explore the Divine Island. If fortune smiles upon you, you may uncover numerous resources left behind by powerful beings before their ascension. He stated that he would return shortly and would come to collect them after a month, at which point they would receive the rewards from this contest. With that, Meng Jing departed, carrying the lifeless bodies of Wang Lan and Zhang Ruo. The loss of these two prodigies weighed heavily on him. He was determined to return their remains to their families, ensuring they received the honor they deserved for their sacrifices. Unbeknownst to him, as he left, a robust figure emerged from the depths of the sea. To kill a Foundation Establishment cultivator is hardly a task for an infant soul stage practitioner. What a waste of resources. Lei Qingyun remarked with evident annoyance. As a cultivator of the Lei family in the infant soul stage, he had been tasked by the third elder to eliminate Jiang Ping'an to prevent any future threats, ensuring that the incident involving Lei Lan would not recur. Lei Qingyun found it utterly unnecessary for him to intervene in the assassination of a mere Foundation Establishment cultivator. A practitioner of the same level could have sufficed. Yet, he felt compelled to fulfill the mission assigned by his grandfather. After Meng Jing's departure, Jiang Ping'an had no time to engage in idle chatter with the other talented individuals. He consumed a vial of spirit-replenishing pills and ventured deeper into the Divine Island, releasing his consciousness to search for the whereabouts of the dragon bones. He was not keen on spending 5 years mining for resources. The cultivators from Lingtai Nation and Chu State awaited his vengeance, and he yearned to avenge Uncle Meng. The memory of Uncle Meng's final words caused Jiang Ping'an's heart to ache. With Uncle Meng, an elderly gone, and countless lives lost in Shan County, he was determined to grow stronger and resolve the conflicts with both Lingtai Nation and Chu State. Meanwhile, Yun Huang, Jin Lin, and other prodigies scattered in search of opportunities. Every powerful being that ascended had once visited Divine Island, which surely concealed profound secrets. Should any treasures be left behind by these formidable figures, even a single discovery could become a family heirloom. Moreover, the island was abundant with rare herbs and treasures, each of significant value. Witnessing Jiang Ping'an's prior battle with Chu Yang intensified their desire for strength. None wished to be left behind. Jiang Ping'an swiftly maneuvered through the forest, his consciousness sweeping over mountains, rocky crevices, and flowing streams. He activated the power of his right eye to peer into the depths, leaving no stone unturned. Suddenly, a change washed over Jiang Ping'an's expression. He quickly infused spiritual energy into his sky-treading boots. The boots activated, their runes shimmering as his speed surged. He had acquired these boots from the Wealthy Commerce Association, reserving them as a last resort for escape. The urgency to activate the boots arose from a profound sense of impending danger. Just as he vacated his previous position, a formidable figure materialized in his wake. With a thunderous crash, the ground where Jiang Ping'an had stood erupted, creating a massive crater with a diameter of 100 meters, splintering nearby trees. Lei Qingyun furrowed his brow, astonished that this young man had anticipated his attack. He had not expected that even as an infant soul practitioner, his ambush on a Foundation Establishment cultivator would fail. If this were to leak out, it would undoubtedly bring shame. However, the impact is minimal. When it comes to speed, can you truly rival my Lei family? In an instant, a flash of lightning illuminated the scene as Lei Qingyun materialized before Jiang Ping'an. Jiang Ping'an's expression shifted dramatically. The opponent's lightning had evidently reached at least the third tier, rendering his sky-treading boots ineffective. He could sense the laws emanating from the other, signifying that this individual was a formidable Yuan Ing stage expert. The Lei family had indeed set their sights on him. Death. Lei Qingyun, not one to underestimate the situation, summoned his utmost power, channeling a full-force strike at the golden core stage. As he swung his fist, thunder crackled around him, causing trees to sway violently. This blow would undoubtedly spell doom for Jiang Ping'an. With a resounding thud, Jiang Ping'an raised his arm in defense, only to have it shattered upon impact. His body flew through the air like a shooting star, crashing into and obliterating a dozen sturdy trees before finally coming to a halt. Coughing, Jiang Ping'an's arms contorted, blood spilling from his lips. One strike had left him grievously injured. Yet, Lei Qingyun's eyes widened in disbelief. His full-force punch at the golden core stage had failed to obliterate this youth. He belonged to the ancient Lei family, renowned for their devastating attacks. Such a blow should have been lethal to any Foundation establishment cultivator, let alone other golden core warriors. Yet, Jiang Ping'an remained alive. You possess some skill, but you shall still perish. You are unworthy to associate with my Lei clan. Lei Qingyun's expression turned cold as he clenched his fist once more, lightning crackling around it as he approached Jiang Ping'an step by step. Suddenly, Jiang Ping'an unleashed a talisman, from which a phantasmal sword emanated a terrifying aura. Slicing toward his opponent, Lei Qingyun waved his hand dismissively, shattering the talisman attack with a look of disdain. Fool, this trinket cannot harm me. Before he could finish, an overwhelming aura of dread washed over him. A beam of light, imbued with terrifying principles, swept toward him with such swiftness that he could not react in time. His protective gear activated instantly, forming a barrier. However, due to the restrictions of the Divine Island's rules, the gear was suppressed to the golden core level. With a crack, the energy shield was effortlessly breached by the light, crashing heavily into Lei Qingyun. A deep gash appeared across his chest, exposing flesh and bone as he was sent reeling, blood spewing forth. Seeing that the judge's pen had not incapacitated his opponent, Jiang Ping'an decisively retrieved a teleportation talisman, vanishing in an instant without hesitation. His energy had yet to fully recover, and this last maneuver had completely drained his spiritual essence. Though other offensive methods remained at his disposal, none could guarantee the demise of his foe. For his own safety, he had to flee. Lei Qingyun lay half reclined on the ground, clutching his chest wound, his face a mask of fear and shock. The judge's pen. How could the judge's pen from the Chu kingdom be in his possession? He quickly fished out a healing pill and swallowed it. Yet, the potency of his elixir was insufficient to mend the damage wrought by the judge's pen, which contained not mere laws, but a far superior Tao. Under normal circumstances, such an injury would compel Lei Qingyun to retreat. However, at this moment, his expression was contorted with a blend of savagery and greed. A quasi-immortal artifact, the judge's pen, was in the hands of a mere Foundation establishment cultivator. This was the last great opportunity bestowed upon him by the heavens. Jiang Ping'an's energy was evidently limited, allowing him only a single strike, if he could vanquish his opponent. This quasi-immortal artifact would belong to him. Such a treasure would not only stir his own heart, but even his grandfather and the third elder would personally come to snatch it away upon learning of Jiang Ping'an's possession of a quasi-immortal artifact. Although the reason for the judge's pen being in Jiang Ping'an's hands remained a mystery, it was of little consequence. Lei Qingyun approached the spot where Jiang Ping'an had stood, picking up a fragment of a talisman for a closer inspection. This teleportation talisman was of the nascent soul level, capable of covering a distance of up to 1,000 miles. However, due to the constraints of the Divine Island, this talisman could not unleash its full potential. His adversary was undoubtedly still atop the Divine Island. Lei Qingyun frantically activated his lightning flashes, releasing his spiritual awareness to locate Jiang Ping'an's whereabouts. He could not allow this monumental opportunity to slip away. Within a damp, expansive, and dark cave, Jiang Ping'an gasped for breath, his clothes drenched in sweat. Regrettably, he had failed to eliminate his opponent. He had exhausted all his energy in combating the formidable warrior from the Chu kingdom earlier. Had it not been for that, his ambush would surely have succeeded. To catch his opponent off guard, he had intentionally sustained an injury and used the talisman as a ruse to execute his sneak attack. Next time, even if his spiritual energy were fully restored, he would no longer have the chance for an ambush. His adversary would undoubtedly be wary of the judge's pen's assault. After consuming a healing elixir to recuperate, he surveyed his surroundings, wide and shrouded in darkness. He had no idea where the unpredictable teleportation talisman had transported him. The unpredictable teleportation talisman was a perilous artifact, capable of sending one underground or into the cosmos. Yet it had its advantages as well, being difficult to trace. Jiang Ping'an expanded his spiritual awareness to explore the darkness. Although he was uncertain of his exact location, he was certain he had not left the Divine Island, as he could still sense its unique regulations. Once assured that there was no imminent danger, Jiang Ping'an relaxed. Though his expression darkened as he clenched his fists, the Lei family truly regarded him highly, sending a nascent soul practitioner to confront him, showing no intention of leaving him an escape route. If they sought conflict, he would gladly oblige. A fierce desire for vengeance and strength ignited in his eyes. Chapter 113. The true form of the Divine Island. Sitting cross-legged in the cave, Jiang Ping'an produced a severed arm. As soon as the arm appeared, a scorching wave of heat engulfed the entire cave. This arm belonged to Chu Yang. Even in its severed state, it still harbored formidable laws of fire. The severed limb bore a storage artifact. Jiang Ping'an removed the storage artifact, erased the imprint of its spiritual awareness, and inscribed his own. Thus, the storage artifact became his. Upon entering it with his spiritual awareness, Jiang Ping'an's expression shifted dramatically. Inside lay a mountain of spirit stones, at least 5 million. Additionally, there were countless crystal stones, each worth 100,000 spirit stones. An abundance of elixirs and dozens of magical artifacts radiated brilliant light, dazzling the eyes. There were even several fragments of fire law. Fragments of laws are utilized by cultivators to comprehend the laws, with each fragment valued in the tens of millions. Furthermore, there were nearly 100 storage tools. Upon casually opening a storage tool, an overwhelming abundance of resources lay within, with spirit stones in such profusion that they seemed innumerable. Even Jiang Ping'an, possessing a treasure basin, could not help but feel a surge of desire and envy at the sight. Truly, as the crown prince of the state of Chu, even a mere storage bag was sufficient to drive loose cultivators of the nascent soul stage into a frenzy. The disparity between individuals is indeed insurmountable. What others toil for a lifetime to scarcely acquire in spirit stones, he could possess with ease. Quickly regaining his composure, Jiang Ping'an began to rummage through the contents, extracting spiritual herbs and consuming them. He activated the earth piling technique, or perhaps it could be termed the cosmic concealment art. Previously, he had heard from Chunjun of Lingtai country that Uncle Meng had once entered the abode of the Divine Void Master. This very earth piling technique was purportedly discovered there. According to Wang Lan's earlier descriptions, the earth piling technique and the cosmic concealment art bore identical content. Thus, it was plausible that this volume was indeed the cosmic concealment art of the Divine Void Master. After swallowing a nourishing pill, Jiang Ping'an prepared to condense his golden core. Knowing that the presence of a quasi-immortal artifact would not allow him to escape unscathed, he understood the necessity of solidifying his core for safety. Waves of golden energy erupted from within him, causing the spiritual energy in his body to surge wildly. While a single nourishing pill sufficed for an ordinary golden core stage cultivator to restore their energy, Jiang Ping'an consumed an entire bottle, yet felt no effect. He swallowed another bottle of nourishing pills, extracting hundreds of thousands of spirit stones to fill the cave. A breakthrough to the golden core stage demanded utmost seriousness. Jiang Ping'an had an inkling that the golden core formed through the cosmic concealment art would be distinctly different. Strange waves of energy surged within him, causing every pore to open and transform into small vortices, voraciously absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy. The spirit stones in proximity were rapidly drained, shattering into dust. Witnessing this phenomenon, Jiang Ping'an's heart tightened. He realized that the energy required for this breakthrough exceeded his expectations. He searched through Chu Yang's storage tool and retrieved a nascent soul pill, a potent elixir meant for nascent soul stage cultivators, brimming with terrifying energy, essential for their recovery. Without hesitation, Jiang Ping'an consumed the pill. In that instant, his body began to swell, fissures appearing upon his skin. Fortunately, the demand for energy during this breakthrough was immense, and the energy was swiftly absorbed. As his body returned to normalcy, a dazzling golden light erupted from his dantian, illuminating the entire cave. A massive golden core, radiating golden brilliance, coalesced within his dantian. The next realm after foundation establishment was the condensation of the golden core, resulting in a drastic increase in stored energy. To put it metaphorically, This golden core was akin to a storage tool, capable of containing vast amounts of spiritual energy. It was not uncommon for cultivators to self-destruct their golden cores in moments of mutual destruction, unleashing terrifying power. Upon witnessing the formation of his golden core, Jiang Ping'an breathed a sigh of relief. Perhaps due to consuming 5 heavenly profound pills, his innate talent had significantly improved, resulting in a breakthrough devoid of any obstructions. Just as Jiang Ping'an believed the breakthrough was complete, the golden core was suddenly overwhelmed by an immense influx of spiritual energy, causing it to explode. Stunned, Jiang Ping'an questioned the situation. How could his golden core have been shattered by spiritual energy? Realizing he had acted impulsively, driven by an urgent desire to grow stronger without fully understanding the golden core, he contemplated pausing his breakthrough to first condense his blood core. Suddenly, the blood within him surged, stirred by the ethereal energy, causing his blood to boil and resonating like the roaring of rivers from deep within. The myriad poisons coiling within his heart, the 7-star worm, sensed an immense pressure and resisted with all its might, fearing it would be shattered by the tumultuous blood. Both the blood energy and the ethereal force coalesced in his dantian, merging to form a blood-hued golden elixir. What could this mean? Was it possible that the blood elixir of body cultivators and the golden elixir of spirit cultivators were destined to merge? Jiang Ping'an was perplexed and bewildered. Just as he pondered, the golden elixir shattered again. Jiang Ping'an was utterly confounded. What was happening? You have practiced that little fellow's concealed universe technique. Thus you cannot condense the elixir. A deep, ancient voice suddenly resonated. Who is that? Jiang Ping'an exclaimed, startled, immediately halting his cultivation. Gripping the judge's pen in one hand and the teleportation talisman in the other, he anxiously scanned his surroundings for the source of the voice. You are within my nose. The aged voice echoed in his mind. Within your nose? Jiang Ping'an was taken aback. He was clearly on the Divine Island. Sensing Jiang Ping'an's confusion, the voice continued. What you refer to as the Divine Island is, in fact, my corporeal form. Hearing this, Jiang Ping'an's face was etched with shock and disbelief. The Divine Island is its body? Could it be that the Divine Island was a living entity? Or had it somehow attained sentience? The ancient voice spoke again. I merely slumber here, and over time, it has transformed into an island. Jiang Ping'an's heart raced. To have transformed into an island from mere slumber? How many years had it slept? Wasn't it said that the Divine Island existed since antiquity? What manner of terrifying being was this? The ancient voice continued. You have practiced that little fellow's concealed universe technique. Thus you cannot condense the golden elixir. He has forged his own path, establishing a new cultivation system distinct from your celestial way of cultivation. Jiang Ping'an, still reeling from the previous shock, was once again taken aback by this revelation. The concealed universe technique was created by the revered Zhou Feng, one of the 10 mightiest figures of antiquity, who later ascended to immortality. Yet, this voice's master referred to him as a little fellow. Suppressing his inner turmoil and astonishment, Jiang Ping'an respectfully inquired, Esteemed elder, if I cannot condense the golden elixir, how should I proceed with my cultivation? Given the formidable nature of this being, it would be as effortless for it to extinguish his life as it would be to yawn. Thus, there was no need for fear, yet humility and respect were paramount. I am uncertain, the ancient voice replied languidly. That little fellow has integrated all ethereal energy into his blood, assimilating various ancient cultivation methods to carve out a new path. Jiang Ping'an's expression turned grave. According to the elder's words, if he practiced the concealed universe technique, he would be unable to condense the golden elixir. However, he was reluctant to abandon the technique. Only those who had practiced the concealed universe technique understood its true terror. He could wield its powers freely without concern for energy depletion. As long as he was not swiftly vanquished, he would be invincible. Yet therein lay the conundrum. If he did not relinquish the concealed universe technique, he could not advance further, for Zhou Feng had forged his own unique cultivation system. This was indeed a perplexing contradiction. It seems that the only path left is to abandon the art of concealed universe. Relinquish it. That little fellow is beyond your comparison. The title of one of the 10 strongest in the ancient world is not bestowed lightly. Follow the conventional cultivation system, and there remains a chance for ascension. The Divine Island advised. Jiang Ping'an did not respond, but instead settled back onto the ground, reflecting on his journey thus far. Lacking innate talent for spiritual cultivation, It was the concealed universe that granted him opportunities and the confidence to pursue physical cultivation. Without a divine body, it was his abundant spiritual energy that allowed him to endure and triumph in battle against the solar divine body, enabling him to continuously unleash Thunder Flash. Without the concealed universe, his combat power would diminish significantly. After pondering in the dark cave for quite some time, Jiang Ping'an finally spoke. "Senior, is it truly difficult to forge one's own path?" The aged voice paused for a considerable time before responding. "Throughout the ages, countless prodigies have emerged, yet only 3 have managed to carve their own path and reach the pinnacle. The first was the creator of the ancient cultivation system who led humanity to stand out among the myriad races, revered as the Emperor of Humanity. The second combined the revered teachings of humanity to establish the physical cultivation system, coining terms such as Qi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, and divine transformation. The third, whom you refer to as the divine void Taoist, is that little fellow. Though this elder did not explicitly state the difficulty of creating one's path, the fact that only 3 have emerged from countless prodigies speaks volumes. Do not dwell on it, let it go. You are still weak and cannot forge your own path." The divine island discerned Jiang Ping'an's desire to create a new path and gently urged him to abandon the thought. Among countless prodigies of humanity, only 3 have succeeded in forging their paths. Others have tried and failed. No matter how exceptional your talent, how invincible you are in an era, or how you ascend to immortality, it is an impossibility to create a new cultivation system. Jiang Ping'an inquired once more, "What is the relationship between physical and spiritual cultivation?" These 2 systems seem distinct from the current cultivation methods. The other party explained that there are only 3 cultivation systems and questioned how the 2 types, spiritual and physical cultivation, came into being. In truth, they are similar, merely differing in the energy utilized. The divine island, perhaps out of boredom or simply with time to spare, patiently elucidated. The foundational realms of physical cultivation are martial disciple, martial master, blood core, and blood infant. The blood core corresponds to the golden core, and the blood infant corresponds to the nascent soul. Spiritual cultivation follows suit, with realms such as seed sowing, soul master, soul core, and soul infant, also corresponding to the golden core and nascent soul. Physical and spiritual cultivation were perfected and created by later generations based on the second cultivation system, ultimately leading to the same destination. Upon hearing this explanation, Jiang Ping'an experienced a moment of enlightenment. The fundamental essence remains unchanged. Whether it is spiritual, physical, or ethereal cultivation, the energy employed may differ. Yet the realms are quite comparable. It appears that creating a new system is indeed a formidable challenge. "Thank you for your guidance, Senior." Jiang Ping'an expressed his gratitude. After a long period of contemplation, he retrieved a fire lotus enlightenment fruit and consumed it. Previously, in order to avoid wasting precious resources, he had merely held the fruit in his mouth without swallowing it. This is the first ingestion aimed at accelerating enlightenment. The fire lotus enlightenment child enables the strong to swiftly comprehend the Tao, hastening their understanding of the laws. Jiang Ping'an has yet to reach the level of comprehending the laws, but he can utilize the fire lotus enlightenment child to enhance his cognitive speed. Soon, a concept emerged in his mind. He fully mobilized the blood energy and spiritual energy within him, causing them to surge and envelop his body. "What are you attempting to do? Form a golden core?" It has been stated that practicing the concealed universe technique precludes the formation of a golden core unless one relinquishes this technique. The divine island observed Jiang Ping'an's continued cultivation with confusion. Jiang Ping'an responded, "For the time being, I do not wish to abandon the concealed universe technique. At least until I reach the nascent soul stage, I am unwilling to let it go." He was reluctant to part with the concealed universe technique. Yet the path of the divine void Taoist eluded him. Therefore, he resolved to take a gamble, temporarily forsaking the formation of a golden core. In the future, should he discover alternative techniques, he would reconsider relinquishing the concealed universe technique and return to the practice of forming a golden core. However, the probability of finding a substitute technique was slim. The concealed universe technique requires no innate talent for cultivation. He previously lacked any spiritual cultivation aptitude. Yet upon acquiring the concealed universe technique, he gained formidable combat strength. Other top-tier techniques demand considerable talent, standing in stark contrast to the concealed universe technique. "You do not intend to form a golden core? What, then, do you aspire to achieve? Do you wish to create a cultivation system? Inquired the divine island, perplexed. No, I lack the talent for such endeavors. I am not qualified to create a cultivation system. What I desire is to transform my body, to elevate it to the level of a golden core. Jiang Ping'an was reluctant to relinquish the concealed universe technique, for it was truly powerful. However, he could not currently condense a golden core, so to grow stronger, he required a new approach. The 360 major acupoints within him opened simultaneously, and the spiritual and blood energies that originally converged in his dantian surged towards the acupoints. The distinction between the golden core realm and the foundation establishment realm lies in the condensation of spiritual energy into a golden core within the dantian, significantly increasing the storage capacity, expanding the range of divine awareness, and enhancing physical attributes. His current physique and spiritual energy storage had already surpassed that of an ordinary golden core. The ample storage of spiritual energy was a boon from the concealed universe technique, and the strength of his physique was linked to the opening of all 360 major acupoints. He now intended to further open his body's acupoints, condensing the blood energy and spiritual energy within them to augment the storage limit. Jiang Ping'an concentrated the spiritual and blood energy at the center of his chest, forming a hard shell to envelop the acupoint. He then compressed and stored a substantial amount of spiritual and blood energy within. As the shell shattered, Jiang Ping'an swiftly halted. The storage capacity had doubled compared to before. This method is feasible. A surge of joy filled Jiang Ping'an's mind. By employing this technique, he could effectively double the blood and spiritual energies within his body. His current blood and spiritual energies already exceeded those of a golden core. If he were to double that strength, even without forming a golden core, he would remain formidable. This line of thought was indeed correct. Yet, Jiang Ping'an sensed that doubling the energy storage was still insufficient. Under the influence of the Fire Lotus Enlightenment Child, his mind raced. He conceived another plan. By activating the blood of the sacred body within him, he could mix it with the spiritual energy to form an even harder shell at the acupoints. He would then store the spiritual and blood energy once more. This time, the shell has hardened, and the storage capacity has quadrupled. Indeed, this notion is not misguided. Jiang Ping'an was elated. He continued to channel the blood of the sacred body mixed with spiritual energy, forming a resilient shell over the other acupoints on his body, allowing him to store energy within. Your approach is commendable. If you learn a few more top-tier techniques, you may find yourself unrivaled beneath the nascent soul stage. Yet, how will you ascend to the nascent soul? Asked Shindao Yuyo. Only through the formation of the golden core can one ascend to the nascent soul and be granted the qualification to comprehend the laws of the universe. Without forming a golden core, one cannot transcend to the nascent soul, nor can one grasp the laws, Jiang Ping'an replied. For now, there exists an adversary. Temporarily enhancing my combat power through this method is prudent. Later, I shall seek out other advanced techniques and reconsider relinquishing the concealed universe technique. It is simply too advantageous. Without a viable substitute in the short term, I have no desire to abandon it. One may possess strength surpassing that of the golden core without actually forming one. Once I find a replacement for the concealed universe technique, I shall relinquish it and reform my golden core. As long as resources are sufficient, it will not significantly hinder my cultivation. Jiang Ping'an consumed a substantial amount of elixirs that replenished spiritual energy and vitality, continuing to expand his acupoints. Meanwhile, above the divine island, Hua Qingyu, nursing injuries, raced across the landscape with a face full of yearning and avarice. In his hand, he held a golden compass emanating a mysterious golden radiance. The needle of the compass pointed in a specific direction, guiding his movement. This compass, crafted by a destiny master, was an exceedingly rare and expensive artifact. It belonged to Hua Qingyu's grandfather, the third elder. Otherwise, given his financial standing, he could not afford such a treasure. Its high value stemmed from its ability to locate treasures and individuals. Whatever one contemplated, the compass would reveal the location of the target. Unless the pursued concealed their presence with a treasure or formation that obscured the heavenly secrets, they could not hide their tracks. Only a destiny master could shroud the heavenly secrets and thwart pursuit. Within half an hour, Hua Qingyu reached the edge of the divine island, where the needle of the golden compass began to tremble violently. It clearly indicates that Jiang Ping'an is right here. Where is he? Hua Qingyu extended his spiritual sense. searching for Jiang Ping'an's whereabouts. After a considerable time, he could not find any trace of him. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He glanced at the ground beneath him. A sinister smile creeping onto his face. "You crafty little brat. You think hiding underground will keep you from my grasp?" Hua Qingyu broke through the surface and burrowed downwards. After digging for a while, he descended several hundred meters underground, only to find himself halted by an exceptionally hard layer. In a frenzy, Hua Qingyu launched attacks against it, wasting another half-hour without even breaking its surface. Damn it, what on earth is this? How did that brat manage to burrow in? Hua Qingyu seethed with rage, striking the ground with his electrified fists twice more. Once he had vented his anger, he calmed down. Could there be an entrance? He retrieved the golden compass once more. Pondering, which direction is the entrance below? The needle pointed towards the sea. "You little rascal, let us see where you can hide. The treasured artifact shall be mine." As Hua Qingyu emerged from the depths, his face was etched with avarice, soaring towards the designated direction. In Chapter 115, The Battle of the Nascent Soul, Jiang Ping'an harnessed the blood of the sacred body and spiritual energy to forge new energy convergence points at 360 meridians. The storage of both blood essence and spiritual energy quadrupled. Strangely, his control over gravity had escalated to 100-fold. What could possibly account for the enhancement of his gravitational talent? Jiang Ping'an was profoundly perplexed. Unable to fathom the reason, he dismissed the thought. For the novel method of energy storage had undeniably augmented his strength. Even without invoking any supernatural techniques, the sheer weight of his body could effortlessly crush foundational cultivators. "Senior, might I inquire about the magic dragon? I am in need of its bones." Having temporarily resolved his cultivation concerns, Jiang Ping'an posed a question that weighed heavily on his mind. Since the other party resided on this island, they were likely knowledgeable about the magic dragon. The little insect that strayed into the demonic path? "I consumed it," the divine island stated calmly. Gasping, Jiang Ping'an inhaled sharply. The legendary dragon race was referred to as a mere insect. How fearsome must this being be? Following his astonishment, disappointment flooded Jiang Ping'an's heart. If the dragon had been devoured, its bones would certainly be lost as well. It appeared he was destined to toil for the financial source trading company for 5 years. "I have a few fragments of that little insect's bones lodged between my teeth. If you wish, I shall grant them to you." Before Jiang Ping'an could react, fissures appeared in the surrounding space, revealing 4 black bones before him. The smallest was the size of a palm, while the largest exceeded Jiang Ping'an's own stature. They emanated an overwhelmingly terrifying aura of darkness, nearly suffocating him and sending chills throughout his body. Merely a few bones could suppress him. How fearsome must the living magic dragon have been? Yet, this terrifying creature had been slain by the Taoist of Divine Void and devoured by the Divine Island. There were far too many terrifying beings in this world. Hastily, Jiang Ping'an collected the 4 pieces of magic dragon bones, clasping his fists in gratitude. "Thank you, Senior. I am immensely appreciative. Consider it not a favor." "No need for thanks," the Divine Island yawned. "I am weary and shall take my leave to rest. Strive to grow stronger. Do not disappoint that bronze basin." With that final remark, the Divine Island fell silent. Jiang Ping'an stood momentarily, his mind awash with tumultuous thoughts, cold sweat streaming down his brow. The other party had perceived his treasure within, the gathering basin. This was his most guarded secret. Did they not desire such a precious artifact? Why not seize it? What manner of being was this Divine Island? Boom! Just as Jiang Ping'an was engulfed in shock and contemplation, a nearby stone suddenly exploded. A figure radiating with the brilliance of lightning emerged into view. "You little brat, I've been searching for you. Hand over the judge's pen, or you'll be in for a world of trouble." Hua Qingyu, wielding a golden compass, glared at Jiang Ping'an with a fierce, greedy expression. The wound on his chest continued to bleed, yet he had not returned to tend to it, driven by the allure of a quasi-immortal artifact. Jiang Ping'an's expression darkened. How had this person found him? A glance at the golden compass in the other's hand led Jiang Ping'an to surmise the reason. In this world, countless treasures existed, and many possessed the ability to locate individuals. Clearly, the compass in the other's grasp was one such artifact. Jiang Ping'an withdrew the fractured judge's pen, his gaze fixed intently on his opponent as he solemnly inquired, "Was it your Lei family that signaled for Uncle Meng to be captured by Lingtai country? Some matters must be clarified, and it is imperative to identify one's enemies." Hua Qingyu warily focused on the judge's pen in Jiang Ping'an's grasp. "Uncle Meng? That worthless Meng Jing, does he even merit a decree from my late clan? If blame were to be assigned, it should fall upon that woman, Lei Lan, who, despite being urged to marry the holy son of Tian's sacred land, chose instead to associate with a wretch like Meng Jing. Naturally, the holy son would seek retribution against such a disgrace. Silence. Enraged by the insult towards Uncle Meng, Jiang Ping'an swung the judge's pen. Lei Qingyu refrained from retaliating. Fully aware of the danger posed by the pen, previously wounded due to underestimating the opponent's weapon, he could not afford to be struck again by the judge's pen. Employing Thunder Flash, he swiftly evaded the attack. The Thunder Flash of the ancient Lei family is a top-tier speed technique, only slightly slower than spatial traversing or dimensional contraction. He had little respect for Jiang Ping'an's attack speed. A resounding boom echoed as light struck the rocky wall, obliterating a multitude of stones. Rather than retreating, Jiang Ping'an initiated his own Thunder Flash, charging forward. Fleeing was futile. The only path forward was to eliminate his adversary. He swung the judge's pen in an arc towards Lei Qingyu. Startled by Jiang Ping'an's sudden appearance, Lei Qingyu dodged swiftly. You can also use Thunder Flash. That wretched woman, Lei Lan, must have taught you. How dare she divulge our clan's secret techniques? Previously unaware of Jiang Ping'an's ability to wield Thunder Flash, he was consumed by fury upon witnessing it in action. Shut your foul mouth. Jiang Ping'an followed up with Thunder Flash, continuing his assault with the judge's pen. As Lei Qingyu evaded the strike, he raised his fist to strike Jiang Ping'an's head. Jiang Ping'an transformed into a bolt of lightning, evading to Lei Qingyu's rear and launching a counterattack with Thunder Flash. The two engaged in a back-and-forth exchange, neither landing a hit. Holding his chest where he had been wounded, Lei Qingyu's expression darkened. He had not anticipated that Jiang Ping'an could also utilize Thunder Flash. The confined space of the cave severely restricted his movements, preventing him from unleashing his full power, and he found it impossible to create a significant distance between them. They could not continue battling within the cave. He needed to drive Jiang Ping'an outside, ideally, beyond the sacred island, free from constraints. He could regain his nascent soul realm and easily vanquish him. With this thought, Lei Qingyu began to deliberately move towards the cave's exit. His attacks were imbued with the principles of lightning, and Jiang Ping'an could not afford to be careless, gradually being forced out of the cave. Below lay the tumultuous Azure Sea. This was the edge of the sacred island. Just 1,000 meters further, he would be outside its bounds. Jiang Ping'an dared not abandon his physical form, employing Thunder Flash to traverse 1,000 meters, reappearing above the sacred island. Witnessing his instantaneous movement, Lei Qingyu's pupils constricted, and his heart raced. Second-tier Thunder Flash. This kid is merely at the foundation establishment stage, yet has mastered second-tier Thunder Flash. Such a prodigy was exceedingly rare, even within their Lei clan. The term second-tier Thunder Flash refers to the engraving of 100 lightning runes within the body, enabling one to traverse 1,000 meters in an instant. In contrast, first-tier Thunder Flash involves inscribing 10 runes, allowing for a 100-meter leap. In the past, Lei Qingyu had only mastered the second tier when he was on the verge of entering the nascent soul stage. Yet this young man had achieved it at such an early stage. Jealousy surged within Lei Qingyu. Why was it that this boy, merely at the foundation establishment stage, could comprehend the second tier of Thunder Flash? And he, a descendant of the Thunder clan, lacked such talent. How could this boy possess it? In an instant, Lei Qingyu unleashed Thunder Flash to catch up. This boy, still in the foundation establishment stage and wielding a quasi-immortal artifact, must be suffering from depleted vital energy. This was the perfect opportunity to strike him down. Lei Qingyu flashed onto the divine island, gazing at Jiang Ping'an, who was panting and appeared weak. A sinister smile crept across Lei Qingyu's face as he raised his fist and charged forward. A foundation establishment cultivator had actually cornered him. A nascent soul expert, to such a degree, he could not quell the resentment in his heart without eliminating the opponent. As he approached, Jiang Ping'an's expression shifted dramatically. Upon witnessing the fear on Jiang Ping'an's face, Lei Qingyu felt a wave of satisfaction. Die. Chapter 116, Battle of the Nascent Soul, Part 2. As Lei Qingyu's fist descended upon Jiang Ping'an, he envisioned himself claiming the quasi-mortal artifact, shocking the entire clan. His fellow clansmen would undoubtedly be filled with envy and jealousy. Yet, just as Lei Qingyu indulged in these fantasies, the fear on Jiang Ping'an's face vanished, replaced by a chilling determination. With a fierce swing of the judge's pen, its tip cut through the air like a sharp sword, aimed at his opponent. Boom! A protective talisman erupted from Lei Qingyun's body, absorbing the impact, yet he was still swept away by the immense force. He tumbled on the ground, covered in dirt. Filled with disbelief and shock, his second protective talisman was gone. Impossible. How could he still wield the judge's pen with such vigor? This boy had executed Thunder Flash multiple times and even swung the judge's pen, yet still retained the strength to threaten his life. Jiang Ping'an, appearing weak and fatigued, activated his sky-stamping boots to escape. Damn it! Lei Qingyun was utterly enraged. He had lost 2 life-saving talismans and sustained injuries. If word of this got back to his clan, he would surely be ridiculed. This time, there was no escape for you. I will end you. Being outmaneuvered by a Foundation establishment cultivator was infuriating. Jiang Ping'an was undoubtedly doomed. With a thunder flash, Lei Qingyun pursued Jiang Ping'an, eager to see what trump card he had left. Jiang Ping'an did not evade. He once more wielded the judge's pen. A radiant light swept forth. Thud! The pen tip, akin to a sharp sword, effortlessly severed Lei Qingyun's arm. Hot blood splattering into the void. Lei Qingyun's eyes widened in terror, retreating as if encountering a ghost. This Jiang Ping'an was definitely not merely at the Foundation establishment stage. He had to be at the Golden Core stage. Otherwise, he could not possibly possess such power. Yet, the boy's aura clearly indicated he had not formed a core. What was happening? As Jiang Ping'an swung the judge's pen once more, a severely injured Lei Qingyun turned to flee. However, he was shocked to discover that 2 layers of nascent soul barriers had appeared around them, sealing both within. A wave of horror washed over Lei Qingyun. It turned out Jiang Ping'an's weakness had been a ruse. He had no intention of fleeing. He was determined to fight to the bitter end. Indeed, Jiang Ping'an's feigned weakness was merely a ruse, his true intention being to eliminate Lei Qingyun. Although the 2 layers of nascent soul-level barriers were suppressed by the rules of the Divine Island, he could still impede Lei Qingyun for half an hour. It was imperative to vanquish him within that time frame. Jiang Ping'an concealed the judge's pen. Further pretense of frailty was futile, as his opponent would not be deceived. His spiritual energy had been halved due to the consumption by the judge's pen, rendering further use impossible, lest he fail to slay this adversary. He could only employ the judge's pen at a critical moment. Upon witnessing Jiang Ping'an retract the judge's pen, Lei Qingyun's murderous intent surged. Without the judge's pen, this youth was akin to a lamb awaiting slaughter. His demise was inevitable. Lei Qingyun sensed an opportunity arise anew, raising his remaining arm to strike. He believed that even with his cultivation suppressed and only one arm at his disposal, he could still overpower his opponent. The moment Lei Qingyun appeared before Jiang Ping'an, he suddenly felt a weighty sensation, causing his attack to falter. His expression shifted. Gravity had altered. His adversary possessed the talent of gravitational manipulation. In that fleeting instant, Jiang Ping'an delivered a powerful punch to Lei Qingyun's face, sending him crashing to the ground. The earth erupted into a deep pit with a diameter of 100 meters. Dust swirling violently. You seek death. Lei Qingyun leapt up, his voice booming like thunder, lightning crackling around him, his hair swirling in fury. He had never experienced such rage before, being struck by a Foundation establishment cultivator. Lei Qingyun's murderous intent surged again, charging towards Jiang Ping'an. At that moment, the surrounding gravity shifted once more, causing Lei Qingyun's body to feel lighter. His speed had rendered him momentarily uncontrollable. Jiang Ping'an swiftly maneuvered behind him, delivering a forceful kick that struck Lei Qingyun's spine with devastating impact. A crack resounded as Lei Qingyun's spine shattered, forcefully driven into the ground. The earth trembled and stones flew. Blood gushed from Lei Qingyun's mouth, his eyes widening in disbelief, his face a mask of shock. The strength of this youth was extraordinary. A Foundation establishment cultivator could not possess such power. Lei Qingyun desperately channeled the laws of thunder, surrounding himself with lightning to attack Jiang Ping'an. In response, Jiang Ping'an ignited the remaining blood of the sacred body within him, unleashing the battle god technique. An ancient war song echoed, his heartbeat resonating like thunder. As the laws of combat enveloped him, countering the onslaught of thunderous energy, the blood of the sacred body, Lei Qingyun exclaimed in astonishment. This youth actually possessed the blood of the sacred body. How could he afford such an expensive divine essence? True to his noble lineage, Lei Qingyun recognized the power Jiang Ping'an wielded. I am of the nascent soul. You dare to kill me? Lei Qingyun bellowed, launching himself at Jiang Ping'an. Though he was reduced to one arm, blood flowing incessantly, he was still a nascent soul. Such an attack could not hope to kill him. Jiang Ping'an did not evade, drawing blood and spiritual energy from all directions to collide with Hua Qingyu. The earth shattered, sand and stones swirling, the barrier flickering violently. Meanwhile, not far away in a grove, an ethereal silhouette of a divine phoenix suddenly soared forth, its cry shaking the heavens, flames encircling it. As the divine phoenix's illusion dissipated, a breathtaking figure emerged. Yun Huang stood gracefully in the air, her enchanting eyes wide open, and the corners of her crimson lips curved upward. Having successfully formed her golden dan, she now possessed a first-rank divine phoenix golden dan. At this level, she was confident she could surpass Jiang Ping'an. The formation of the golden dan among cultivators is categorized into 9 ranks, with the 9th rank being the lowest and the 1st rank the highest. Most ordinary cultivators are at the 9th rank, which is the most rudimentary level. Those with substantial foundations can elevate the rank of their golden dan. The higher the rank, the greater the combat prowess. Beyond the 1st rank, there exists the extraordinary talent of a golden dan, such as that of Yun Huang, who had formed a 1st-rank divine phoenix golden dan, imbued with the power of the divine phoenix, further enhancing her strength. Cultivators who achieve the 1st rank are exceedingly rare, and those with special talents are even more like a phoenix among chickens. After forming the golden dan, their internal energy reserves, consciousness range, and physical quality experience a tremendous leap. Moreover, individuals with unique talents grasp the laws of the universe more swiftly, often reaching the later stages of the golden dan, enabling them to initially comprehend these laws. Thus, Yun Huang asserted that she could surpass Jiang Ping'an. She had not observed any particular talent in Jiang Ping'an. His strength stemmed from the blood of the sacred body and formidable energy reserves. However, the blood of the sacred body is ultimately an external force. No matter how high the energy reserves, they are finite. The comprehension of laws is paramount. The power of a strong individual is significantly tied to their understanding of these laws. As one ascends in rank, the innate talents of the divine body gradually manifest. Cultivators devoid of divine bodies and bloodlines will inevitably descend into mediocrity. This explains why many formidable beings hail from prestigious families. Besides abundant resources, their bloodlines and innate talents determine their upper limits. Suddenly, Yun Huang sensed something and turned her gaze toward a particular direction. Someone was engaged in battle. The aura was intense, seemingly resonating with the laws of thunder. Filled with curiosity, Yun Huang transformed into a streak of red light and flew toward the source of the energy fluctuations. Upon nearing the battlefield, Yun Huang furrowed her brows. Jiang Ping'an was ensnared by a nascent soul expert. Just as she prepared to assist in breaking the barrier, she suddenly sensed something amiss and halted her movements. Something was not right. It was not Jiang Ping'an who was trapped. Rather, the nascent soul expert was the one ensnared. Yun Huang's breath quickened, her chest rising and falling, her fair face filled with disbelief. Chapter 117. Slaying the nascent soul. Yun Huang felt a tingling sensation on her scalp. Had she not witnessed it with her own eyes, she would never have believed that Jiang Ping'an was presently pummeling a nascent soul expert. Though the expert's realm was suppressed and he was injured, the formidable physique and energy reserves of a nascent soul cultivator were still being relentlessly battered by Jiang Ping'an's fists. At that moment, a golden light rushed from the distance. It was Jin Lin, who had also broken through to the golden dan level. He had been suppressing his realm for the sake of the competition. After his breakthrough, his senses had heightened, and upon perceiving the commotion, he had come to investigate. When he saw Jiang Ping'an trapped within the barrier, being assaulted by a nascent soul expert, his expression turned grave. "Brother Jiang, I am here to assist you," Jin Lin exclaimed as he rushed to break the barrier, only to be intercepted mid-flight by Yun Huang. Seeing Yun Huang, Jin Lin's expression darkened. "Yun Huang, what are you doing? Are you allied with the one attacking Brother Jiang? Pay close attention to who is trapped," Yun Huang cautioned. "It must be Brother Jiang. Did you not see the laws he unleashed? Is he not a nascent soul powerhouse?" When Jin Lin discerned the situation within, he couldn't help but exclaim, his eyes widening in disbelief. Inside, a nascent soul cultivator was battered mercilessly by Jiang Ping'an. This cultivator sought every opportunity to breach the barrier, seemingly desperate to escape. "This is impossible. How could Brother Jiang be so formidable?" Jin Lin struggled to accept this reality. Judging by the aura, Jiang Ping'an had yet to form his golden core. His strength appeared even more terrifying than during his previous battle with Chu Yang. Such is the truth. A complex expression crossed Yun Huang's beautiful face, as she too found it hard to accept the sight before her. Jin Lin stared intently at the barrier, believing that having broken through to the golden core stage would allow him to narrow the gap with brother Jiang. But now it seemed that once Jiang Ping'an formed his golden core, he would undoubtedly become even more powerful. Yun Huang nodded in agreement with this sentiment. If Jiang Ping'an displayed such overwhelming destructive power now, how fearsome would he become upon reaching the golden core? Unbeknownst to them, Jiang Ping'an was entirely incapable of forming a golden core. Crack! A layer of the barrier shattered under the assault of Hua Qingyu. At that moment, all he desired was to flee. He could hardly believe that a Foundation establishment cultivator wielding the battle god technique, igniting divine blood, could be so terrifying. He was unable to defeat him. Who would believe such a tale? This young man's combat prowess had already surpassed that of most late-stage golden core cultivators. Injuries continued to bleed from Hua Qingyu, and as he struggled to control his wounds while facing Jiang Ping'an, he found himself utterly drained. "Damn you," he bellowed. "If not for the suppression of my realm, I could eliminate you with a mere finger." In a furious rage, he produced a secret treasure and struck it against the barrier, causing the second barrier to explode. Die! Jiang Ping'an retrieved the judge's pen once more, channeling energy into it as its tip erupted with radiant brilliance. Hua Qingyun's expression shifted dramatically. He immediately unleashed the third tier of Thunder Flash, teleporting thousands of meters away, outside the confines of the Divine Island. In the distance, Jin Lin and Yun Huang lamented the near miss of defeating their opponent. "You'll pay for this. Just wait until I return. I will annihilate your entire family." Hua Qingyu stood resolutely upon the surface of the sea, roaring in fury at Jiang Ping'an. Severely injured, he could not afford to prolong the confrontation. Once his wounds healed, he vowed to slay him. As Hua Qingyu turned to depart, he sensed something amiss and suddenly looked down, his expression shifting in alarm. Bundles of nascent soul-level sword runes hung at his waist. Bundles, not mere sheets. With a swift movement, the runes activated, unleashing dozens of terrifying sword energies that burst forth with blinding radiance, instantly engulfing Hua Qingyu. The sky was darkening, yet the eruption of the runes illuminated the heavens as if it were daylight. In an instant, within a radius of 10,000 meters, sword energies crisscrossed, cleaving the sea. The physical form of the nascent soul cultivator was obliterated, and while the nascent soul might escape to be reborn, Hua Qingyun's soul was unable to flee and was shattered amidst the overwhelming sword energies. He perished without pain, the entire event occurring in the blink of an eye. A tempest surged upon the sea, and Jiang Ping'an's gaze remained solemn, his hair dancing in the wind, his expression austere. The attack of the quasi-immortal artifact, the judge's pen, was merely a feint. His true intention lay in waiting for his opponent to lower their guard, thus affixing a talisman upon them. Once his adversary departed from the Divine Island, the talisman's power would not be suppressed and could unleash its full potential. Otherwise, atop the Divine Island, these runes would struggle to manifest their true might, making it difficult to vanquish his opponent. In the distance, Jin Lin and Yun Huang stood in stunned silence. The brothers Jiang were undoubtedly under the patronage of the princess. Their initial thought was not of Jiang Ping'an's slaying of the nascent soul, but rather their astonishment at the sheer number of talismans he had produced. Producing dozens of nascent soul-level talismans in one breath was no small feat, even a foundational cultivator, let alone a mere ordinary spirit transformation practitioner, would find it exceedingly difficult to procure such a quantity. Once their shock began to wane, they finally returned to the crux of the matter. Jiang Ping'an had indeed slain a nascent soul, although this nascent soul had been restricted in rank and was additionally injured. Jiang Ping'an had undeniably dealt the fatal blow. Were they in his position, even under the same circumstances, they would have found it impossible to achieve such a feat. The complexity of their emotions ran deeper than the tumultuous waves of the sea. Jiang Ping'an had far surpassed them. It was hard to fathom that just months prior, he had been so weak, and now he had transformed into such a formidable force. As the sword energy dissipated, the blood of Hua Qingyu was utterly obliterated, and nearly everything had vanished. Suddenly, Jiang Ping'an noticed something amiss. He executed several lightning flashes, reaching the surface of the sea to catch a storage ring. Remarkably, this storage ring had not been destroyed by the sword energy. It was a storage treasure of a level above the spirit transformation realm. Having acquired the storage ring, Jiang Ping'an returned to the Divine Island. Brother Jiang, you are truly impressive. Jin Lin greeted him enthusiastically. The terrifying talent displayed by Jiang Ping'an left Jin Lin utterly astounded. Cultivating a good rapport with Jiang Ping'an would surely bode well for both him and the Jin family in the future. Friend Jiang, you truly surpass all expectations. Yun Huang chimed in, her voice melodious. Merely fortunate, Jiang Ping'an replied modestly. He felt little pride, attributing his victory solely to the quasi-immortal artifact and the talismans. Without them, his strength alone would have made it impossible to severely injure a nascent soul expert. At most, he could only suppress them by sheer force on the Divine Island. That is quite impressive. If it were anyone else, they would undoubtedly be gravely injured. Brother Jiang, your physique is remarkably resilient, Jin Lin exclaimed, draping an arm around Jiang Ping'an's shoulder while the other hand patted his muscular chest. By the way, how many acupoints have you opened to possess such strength? The physical strength of a foundational cultivator is significantly related to the number of acupoints they have opened. Jiang Ping'an had likely opened 150. 360, Jiang Ping'an replied. Jin Lin's smile froze, his expression blank for several seconds as he emitted a thunderous exclamation. Impossible. How could you endure that? Jiang Ping'an looked at him quizzically. Yun, my friend, mentioned that many talented foundational cultivators can open all 360 major acupoints. Is that not normal? Jin Lin appeared as if he had seen a ghost as he turned to Yun Huang. Where did you hear such rumors that a physical cultivator could open all 360 major acupoints? A hint of embarrassment flickered across Yun Huang's beautiful face. I had not heard anyone mention it. I merely felt that the human body possessed 360 major acupoints, leading me to speculate that they could all be opened. Is this request particularly difficult? Jin Lin's expression shifted, and he retorted. What would happen if you were to shatter your golden core now? Of course, it would result in severe injury. The golden core is the foundation for cultivators of the golden core stage. Yun Huang replied, this is common knowledge. Everyone knows that. Jin Lin took a deep breath, suppressing his inner shock, and said earnestly, due to the characteristics of body cultivators, opening more than 30 acupoints makes it exceedingly difficult to suppress the blood core's condensation. Each time an acupoint is opened, the blood core condenses once. Only by shattering the blood core can one continue to open the next acupoint. Upon hearing this, Yun Huang finally comprehended, her face displaying a look of horror, more shocking than when Jiang Ping'an had slain the nascent soul. This implies that Taoist Jiang had shattered the blood core hundreds of times. How much suffering must he have endured? Chapter 118. The other purpose of the Bronze Basin. Both Jin Lin and Yun Huang realized the immense hardships Jiang Ping'an had faced to reach this point. Each time he shattered the blood core, it was akin to suffering a severe injury. He had been gravely injured hundreds of times. This process must have been unimaginably painful. Jin Lin, having shattered the blood core himself, understood the agony of its explosion, which nearly shattered the body. Thus, he had only opened 80 acupoints. The more acupoints one opens, the more excruciating the subsequent blood core explosions become, often leaving one on the brink of death. Yet, Jiang Ping'an had opened 360. Yun Huang felt exceedingly awkward, not anticipating that her casual remark would give rise to such a formidable being. She was unaware that Jiang Ping'an truly possessed the capability to open all acupoints. Once Taoist Jiang condenses his golden core, he will undoubtedly become even stronger, Yun Huang remarked. The more acupoints a martial artist opens, the mightier they become after condensing their core. Jiang Ping'an said nothing, until he found a substitute for the concealed universe technique. He had no intention of condensing his golden core. With his current combat prowess, cultivators below the nascent soul stage could not harm him, so there was no rush. Brother Jiang, let us go treasure hunting together, Jin Lin said, placing an arm around his shoulder. He now held Jiang Ping'an in great esteem. Who wouldn't admire someone capable of enduring hundreds of self-inflicted injuries? Jiang Ping'an shook his head. You all go ahead. I require time for cultivation. Brother Jiang is aiming to break through to the golden core, then I shall not disturb you. When we return to the underworld, I shall invite you to my home for a meal. I will go seek treasures now, farewell. Jin Lin laughed heartily, transforming into a streak of golden light and vanishing. Taoist Jiang, we shall chat again later, Yun Huang called out as she too took flight, fearing that treasures might be discovered by others. Jiang Ping'an did not pursue treasure. He had already acquired sufficient riches. Returning to the edge of the cliff, he flew back to the previous cavern, which served as the nostril of the divine island. He retrieved the bronze basin and the judge's pen. Placing the judge's pen into the bronze basin, Jiang Ping'an held his breath, uncertain whether the bronze basin could replicate an artifact of such caliber. If it could, it would indeed be a windfall. After a period of silence, the bronze basin remained still. It appeared that the bronze basin was incapable of replicating quasi-immortal artifacts. As Jiang Ping'an was about to retrieve the judge's pen, a brilliant beam of light erupted from the bronze basin, illuminating the dark cave. His heart raced suddenly. This was the light of successful replication. Once the brilliance faded, Jiang Ping'an eagerly gazed into the basin, where 3 identical judges' pens had materialized. The treasure basin could replicate 2 quasi-immortal grade weapons. His heart thudded violently with shock and joy. Could it be that even quasi-immortal artifacts could be replicated? This bronze basin must certainly be an immortal artifact. Are you only aware of its replication ability? The aged voice resonated once more. Jiang Ping'an's heart jolted. Hadn't this elder claimed to be asleep? He was not concerned about the elder seizing the bronze basin, for it was clear that the elder had recognized the situation. Had he wished to take it, he would have done so already. Predecessor, do you imply that this bronze basin possesses other functions? Jiang Ping'an respectfully inquired. Indeed. It also has the capability to restore broken items. You can offer it useless spirit stones or treasures to aid in the restoration of this replicated judge's pen. The voice of the divine island revealed another function of the bronze basin. A glimmer of excitement sparked in Jiang Ping'an's eyes. The bronze basin could restore this damaged quasi-immortal artifact? The elder would not deceive him. There was no need for such deception. How should one offer treasures? Jiang Ping'an asked, puzzled. If a broken judge's pen was so formidable, the complete one must be even more powerful. You are connected to it. Simply think of it in your heart. Came the reply. Thank you for your guidance, elder. Heeding the advice, Jiang Ping'an placed a damaged judge's pen into the bronze basin. His consciousness entered Chu Yang's storage treasure, retrieving spirit stones and artifacts to place within the basin. Though Chu Yang's treasures were impressive, they held no value for him. The bronze basin had a storage space, so there was no concern about capacity. After casting a multitude of artifacts into the basin, Jiang Ping'an silently intoned, "Offer, restore the judge's pen." At that moment, incomprehensible runes appeared on the bronze basin, each seemingly imbued with the essence of the Grand Tao. Instantly, the pile of treasures within the basin vanished. Not enough. Jiang Ping'an received an implicit reminder from the bronze basin. It did not speak, but this special feedback was akin to the sensation of hunger. He could perceive it. Was this still insufficient? He cast in several million spirit stones. Still not enough. Jiang Ping'an's face twitched. This was an insatiable abyss. Yet, upon reflection, it was reasonable, as it was a damaged quasi-immortal artifact, and the cost would undoubtedly be considerable. Resolutely, he placed another broken judge's pen into the basin. Surely this would suffice? A bit more? Jiang Ping'an felt his heart bleed. Even half of a quasi-immortal artifact was insufficient. He retrieved Hua Qingyu's storage ring, erasing the consciousness imprint upon it. The owner was deceased, making it easy to eliminate the imprint. Had the owner been alive, this would have been exceedingly challenging, unless his own consciousness surpassed that of the other. After scanning the contents of the storage ring, aside from a peculiar golden compass, Jiang Ping'an discarded all the spirit stones, fragments of laws, and artifacts into the basin. The bronze basin trembled violently, emitting a kaleidoscope of colors, from within which a complete judge's pen floated amidst the radiant hues. The pen's shaft, crafted from an unknown material, shone in golden brilliance, intricately engraved with runes, while the black bristles sparkled like distant stars, exuding an irresistible allure. With the aid of this quasi-immortal artifact, Jiang Ping'an felt that his sacrifices had been worthwhile. However, an ominous message soon followed. He received feedback from the bronze basin in his mind. The energy required for the replication and restoration of the quasi-mortal artifact had been depleted, and any attempt to replicate resources now necessitated an equal amount of energy in the form of other items. Jiang Ping'an's complexion shifted dramatically as he realized that the bronze basin also required energy. The replication and restoration of the judge's pen had drained all the energy within the basin. This revelation meant that future attempts to replicate items would not be as straightforward. They would require the sacrifice of spirit stones and magical treasures. A wave of regret washed over him for having repaired the judge's pen. Nevertheless, he consoled himself. For acquiring a complete quasi-immortal artifact was a significant achievement. This was a formidable weapon capable of vanquishing powerful foes. He placed the intact judge's pen into the bronze cauldron and stored the remaining broken pen within his storage treasure. "Senior, is this bronze basin indeed so?" Jiang Ping'an respectfully inquired. The ability to replicate and restore other items was nothing short of miraculous. At your current cultivation level, knowing this is of little use. "We shall speak of it when you are qualified for ascension," the divine island responded with a yawn, falling silent once more. Jiang Ping'an clasped his fists in a gesture of respect. With no answer forthcoming, he refrained from pressing further. The treasure basin was undoubtedly an immortal artifact. He swallowed a fire lotus enlightenment seed and resumed his study of his current cultivation methods. The storage of spiritual energy and blood essence had surpassed that of early golden core cultivators, yet in terms of consciousness, he was still far from their level. He focused on gathering spiritual energy at the acupoints in his brain, gradually nourishing his mind and enhancing his consciousness. An ordinary early golden core cultivator's consciousness could extend over 5 kilometers, allowing for early detection of danger. His own consciousness, however, could barely reach 1 kilometer, revealing a significant disparity. Meanwhile, aboard an ancient flying vessel belonging to the Lei clan, a third elder spoke gravely. That individual named Jiang Ping'an cannot be allowed to remain. An elderly cultivator from the Lei clan stood beside the third elder, murmuring, "Meng Jing has evolved into a heavenly thunder body. He cannot be delayed by a worthless person." Just like Meng Jing's mother, a former goddess, who was squandered on a useless fool. The third elder stroked his beard, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "Have you not noticed that Qingyu is absent?" The elder realized, indeed, the third elder possesses foresight. However, is it not excessive to dispatch Qingyu to deal with this child? After all, Lei Qingyu is a nascent soul. There is no need to expend such effort on a foundation establishment cultivator. It is better to be cautious. This guarantees success. The third elder replied coolly. He had sent his grandson for this assassination, which would surely succeed. Chapter 119, renowned throughout the Great Xia. Jiang Ping'an sat cross-legged in a dim cavern, 360 acupoints on his body radiating an extraordinary glow, flickering in and out. As he cultivated, his combat exploits began to spread throughout the realm of Great Xia, propelled by the influence of the underworld. The latest news. In the battle against the Ling Tai Kingdom, we emerged victorious, claiming ownership of the Divine Isle. I always knew our Great Xia would prevail. During this competition, the Ling Tai Kingdom resorted to despicable tactics. The true genius of the past contest was not from Ling Tai, but rather from the Chu Kingdom, including even the Crown Prince of Chu. He is the legendary solar divine body. The Crown Prince of Chu, Chu Yang, whose very birth caused a stir across the entire Chu Kingdom, has also participated. How then did we secure victory in this contest? Who could possibly defeat the solar divine body? Upon hearing that the Crown Prince of Chu had joined the fray, many were skeptical that we could triumph in the battle for the Divine Isle against Ling Tai. Chu Yang, upon his arrival, brought forth an omen that enveloped the entire Chu Kingdom. The expansion of Chu and their aggression towards Great Xia was emboldened by the presence of Chu Yang. It turns out that Chu Yang is a solar deity, one of the most formidable divine physiques, possessing unparalleled strength and resilience, with terrifying offensive and defensive capabilities. How could Great Xia possibly win with him on the Divine Isle? Reports indicate that Jiang Ping'an, the champion of the 100 Prefectures competition, defeated Chu Yang not once but twice. Chu Yang utilized his resurrection artifact twice, ultimately resorting to deceit by employing the semi-immortal artifact, the judge's pen, even summoning the most powerful tribulation stage warrior from Chu to intervene. This news spread, leaving the citizens of Great Xia in a state of shock and fury. They were astonished that Jiang Ping'an could slay the solar divine body twice, but infuriated by the underhanded tactics of Chu and Ling Tai, who disregarded martial ethics. Such treachery, resorting to semi-immortal artifacts and having their elders personally intervene in a contest meant for the younger generation. Was Jiang Ping'an slain by the powerful adversary? Damn the Chu Kingdom for costing Great Xia a prodigy. Yet, Jiang Ping'an was not sacrificed. Instead, he seized the semi-immortal judge's pen, successfully blocking the attack from that formidable warrior. Is this a jest? Jiang Ping'an managed to withstand the assault of a tribulation stage expert? Many found this hard to believe. Even if Jiang Ping'an had obtained a semi-immortal artifact, how could he confront such a powerful opponent? This cannot be a mere jest. On the Divine Isle, all powers are suppressed to the Golden Core realm. Even Tribulation Stage warriors are no exception. In less than a month's time, the name Jiang Ping'an resonated throughout Great Xia, becoming widely known. Several neighboring kingdoms also caught wind of the news and flocked to the wealthy Source Trading Company to procure information regarding Jiang Ping'an. Everyone was eager to discover which family had nurtured such a genius capable of vanquishing the solar divine body. However, upon learning of Jiang Ping'an's humble origins as a commoner with no divine physique endowment, they were left dumbfounded. Without a divine physique, how could he possibly be so strong? Upon receiving this revelation, many kingdoms lost interest in pursuing Jiang Ping'an. Lacking a high-grade bloodline and divine physique, he may shine brightly in the Foundation Establishment and Golden Core stages, but once he reaches the nascent soul stage and begins to comprehend the laws, the disparities with various bloodlines and physiques will become apparent. Ordinary cultivators will increasingly find themselves outmatched by those with potent bloodlines and physiques, who can grasp a law within a few years, while those without such gifts may struggle for decades or even centuries to comprehend a single one. The gap between ordinary cultivators and divine physiques will only widen. However, this incident significantly bolstered the morale of the soldiers of the Great Xia, prompting the other 8 states to launch a counterattack, driving the Great Chu into a series of retreats and reclaiming numerous lost territories. This event only stirred a slight commotion around the borders of Great Xia, garnering little attention. It was another matter, however, that truly sent shockwaves through various powerful factions. The ancient Lei family welcomed a being of the immortal Thunder Body, who received the inheritance of an immortal and has now been conferred the title of the Thunder Clan's Divine Maiden. Yet, this Divine Maiden does not bear the surname Lei, but rather Meng. Legend has it that the founder of the Lei family, possessing the immortal Thunder Body, ascended to the celestial realm. All the major forces are aware that in a millennium, the Lei family will once again produce an unparalleled powerhouse. Regarding the occurrences in the outside world, Jiang Ping'an remained oblivious. He sat in meditation, motionless for an entire month. He was determined to grow stronger, to avenge Uncle Meng and Old Li. The enemies he faced were overwhelmingly powerful, and with his current combat prowess, he was utterly incapable of contending against such colossal beings. The only path forward was relentless cultivation and the diligent enhancement of his abilities. Boom! Suddenly, a point of acupoint on Jiang Ping'an's arm exploded, unleashing a torrent of energy that shredded his garments. Jiang Ping'an gradually opened his eyes. The spiritual and blood energy within him had been compressed to its utmost limit. 5 times greater than before, any additional increase could lead to his body's explosion. Every acupoint in his body now harbored energy far exceeding that of an ordinary golden core. With 360 acupoints, this equated to the strength of 360 golden cores. This did not even account for the energy stored within his blood. Whether it was due to the blood of the sacred body or the acupoints themselves, his power continued to swell. Though his spiritual awareness had increased, it only extended 5 kilometers, barely comparable to an early-stage golden core cultivator, necessitating improvement. His ability to manipulate gravity had further advanced, allowing him to fly through the control of gravitational forces. Jiang Ping'an reflected on his cultivation state and the various techniques at his disposal. Thunder Flash had long since reached the 2nd tier, enabling him to teleport across 1,000 meters, but advancing to the 3rd tier required the inscription of 1,000 runes, a feat that could take years to accomplish. The 3rd layer of the Infinite Fist involved laws, and without breaking through to the nascent soul stage, comprehension was exceedingly difficult. The 2nd layer of the Battle God technique, if mastered, could directly invoke the laws of battle intent, yet the same limitation applied, without reaching the nascent soul stage. Grasping the laws remained unattainable. The Hidden Universe technique lacked a tier classification, allowing for continuous storage of spiritual energy, contingent upon the body's capacity to accommodate it. Upon concluding his reflections, Jiang Ping'an rose, unleashing his blood energy to shake off the dust from his body before changing into fresh garments. His next course of action was to seek an alternative to the Hidden Universe technique. If he could not find one, he would have no choice but to abandon it and start anew. Without achieving the nascent soul stage, he could not comprehend the laws, and thus could not grow stronger. Jiang Ping'an yearned deeply for the cultivation techniques of the immortal void Taoist. If he could obtain them, he need not forsake the hidden universe technique. He pondered whether the Wealth Source Merchant Association possessed the cultivation methods of the immortal void Taoist and resolved to inquire later. Jiang Ping'an clasped his fists and bowed deeply to the darkness, saying, "Senior, I take my leave." This elder had offered him guidance several times, and the respect he owed could not be overlooked. Even if this elder was not an immortal, he undoubtedly exuded a terrifying presence. "Do not speak of my matters to outsiders. I prefer to avoid trouble." The aged voice resonated once more. "Furthermore, should you find yourself despondent one day and wish to persist along your chosen path, the gravest obstacle you face is the inability to comprehend the laws of the universe. However, your right eye possesses the ability to glimpse the celestial principles." "My right eye?" Jiang Ping'an was momentarily taken aback, raising his hand to touch his right eye. "Senior, do you know whose eye this is? Whose eye is it, and how can it assist me in understanding the laws?" Overcome with fatigue, the ancient voice faded away. Jiang Ping'an understood that the other party was reluctant to divulge more. He clasped his fists in a bow, expressing his gratitude for the senior's guidance. Upon concluding, he manipulated gravity and soared out of the cavern. In truth, he had numerous inquiries, such as why cultivators invariably convened here before ascending to immortality and the true identity of this senior. Yet, given his current status, he deemed himself unworthy of such questions. A month had elapsed, and the state lord, Meng Jing, was soon to arrive for their retrieval. Returning to the battlefield where they had fought, the other prodigies had gathered. They chattered animatedly, many having discovered rare herbs and reaped bountiful rewards. It remained uncertain whether anyone had unearthed more valuable treasures, but even if they had, it was likely they would refrain from boasting. Meng Jing arrived, accompanied by the 9th princess, Hua Qingyu. Upon spotting Jiang Ping'an, a radiant smile illuminated her exquisite visage as she embraced him tightly, disregarding decorum. "Brother, I adore you dearly." Jiang Ping'an found himself ensnared in her embrace. His head nestled against her chest, feeling a sense of suffocation. Chapter 120. The capital of the Great Xia. "Thanks to you, dear brother, I can return to the imperial city." Hua Qing's delight was palpable as she affectionately rubbed her cheek against Jiang Ping'an's head. The other prodigies observed this scene with envy. Even Meng Jing began to question whether Jiang Ping'an was indeed the pampered young man that the outside world claimed him to be, for he had never witnessed a princess exhibit such familiarity with any man. After a considerable pause, Hua Qing released Jiang Ping'an but continued to hold his hand. "You have achieved remarkable feats, having slain Chu Yang twice and brought shame to the great Chu. Come back with me to the imperial city. You can certainly petition Father for the secret arts of the Great Xia." Jiang Ping'an's expression bore no trace of joy as he solemnly replied, "Your Highness, I beg your forgiveness. I do not wish to return with you." Upon hearing his response, the smile on Hua Qing's face gradually faded, and with an expression of regret, she said, "I am sorry, I could not protect General Meng. No one anticipated they would directly dispatch formidable foes against him." Jiang Ping'an respectfully countered, "I harbor no resentment towards your Highness. It is merely that the path I intend to pursue will bring calamity to the Great Xia. Severing ties with you now is the wisest course of action." The individuals he sought vengeance against wielded immense power, far surpassing that of the Great Xia. Hua Qing understood Jiang Ping'an's deep sense of loyalty. With the destruction of Lianshan County and the demise of Meng Qua, he must be feeling immense rage. If you seek revenge, aligning with the Great Xia is your best option. You are still quite weak and require time to grow. Jiang Ping'an gazed into Hua Qing's beautiful eyes and replied earnestly, "The enemies I wish to vanquish extend far beyond the Ling Tai Kingdom and the Chu State. They include those who issued orders against Uncle Meng." Hua Qing's pupils constricted, and she spoke through thought transmission, "You are mad. Do you comprehend what the sacred land signifies?" Clearly, she has also surmised who issued the orders to the Ling Tai Kingdom and the Chu State to take action against Meng Qua. "I am aware, yet I refuse to surrender, even unto death." Jiang Ping'an understands the troubles that await him. The heavenly zeal sacred land, one of the 3 mightiest forces in the Eastern domain, has existed since the dawn of the human race's ascendance. Its profound heritage is beyond imagination. The Great Xia is entirely on a different echelon compared to the sacred land. However, without Meng Qua, there would be no present Jiang Ping'an. Before his demise, Uncle Meng entrusted him with the care of Meng Jing, a duty he has failed to fulfill. Thus, he must avenge his uncle, regardless of the opponent's identity. "The princess has been kind to me, and I do not wish to burden the great Xia. Therefore, I must depart." Xia Qing observed the boy's stubborn expression, and a flicker of tenderness crossed her eyes. She reached out once more, tightly embracing him. "You are still too weak. You cannot seek retribution against them now. Suppress all hatred for the time being. There will be ample opportunities in the future, so follow your sister for now." Jiang Ping'an struggled desperately, yet she held him firmly, and he could not escape. Ultimately, a touch of emotion appeared on his face, and he ceased to resist. "Ahem." Ming Chen coughed lightly from the side. "Is there not a more opportune moment for you two to converse? There is still a young lady present." Xia Qing clung to Jiang Ping'an's neck, as though fearing he might flee, and turned to Ming Chen, saying, "Lord Prefect, the rewards for others have been distributed. What am my brother's competition prize?" The recent Divine Island battle included competitive rewards. Ming Chen replied. "Jiang Ping'an played a significant role this time. I am uncertain what reward to bestow upon him. Let him propose something himself." Xia Qing looked at Jiang Ping'an in her embrace, pinching his cheek, urging him to be bold. "Sister will back you up." Jiang Ping'an tentatively inquired, "Spatial secret arts?" Anyone who has encountered spatial techniques yearns for such power. Its speed is terrifying, surpassing that of lightning. Its defensive capabilities are even superior to that of the boundless fist, as one cannot strike the opponent at all. Its destructive force is formidable, capable of disregarding outer defenses, penetrating through to the opponent's body. It can be described as an almost perfect ability. Ming Chen was not surprised by Jiang Ping'an's choice. Anyone in their right mind would desire such power. He produced a jade slip and handed it over. The laws of space and time are two of the most unique laws, requiring exceptionally high talent. This is the first layer of the spatial canon. You may preview it. Though you cannot cultivate it yet, you must reach the nascent soul stage to comprehend it. Once you attain the nascent soul, you may return to the Underworld King's city at any time to practice in the Underworld's secret realm. Jiang Ping'an accepted the jade slip, wishing to express his gratitude with a clasped fist, but with Xia Qing holding his neck, he was unable to do so, and could only say, "Thank you, Lord Prefect." Xia Qing pinched Jiang Ping'an's face. "Brother, you are truly foolish to choose something without immediate reward. This old fellow will surely be overjoyed." The spatial secret arts are indeed powerful. This is common knowledge, yet they are exceedingly difficult to comprehend. Otherwise, why do we not see other cultivators wielding such abilities? She had once been tempted by the spatial arts, studying them for an entire year, yet grasped nothing, ultimately giving up. She does not believe Jiang Ping'an can comprehend the spatial secret arts. Such mastery truly requires a particular lineage. For instance, Ming Chen, being a descendant of the King of Hell, finds it considerably easier to comprehend the laws of space. Jiang Ping'an calmly remarked, "Even if it is challenging, I must give it a try. Should I fail after attempting, it shall no longer weigh upon my mind." Xia Qing, with a playful smile, pinched Jiang Ping'an's cheek, exclaiming, "Such a stubborn spirit, just like my sister. How I adore it." This affectionate gesture rendered Jiang Ping'an somewhat uncomfortable. Yet he could not extricate himself from the interaction and inquired, "Is Master's injury healed?" He remained concerned about Wang Ren, uncertain if the 6 leaves of ice crystal grass would suffice to mend the wounds. Xia Qing nodded affirmatively. Not only has he recovered, but he has also touched upon a breakthrough, currently in seclusion. At last, Jiang Ping'an received uplifting news. Could it be that Master was on the brink of advancing to the void refinement stage? Following the spirit transformation stage, the next is the void refinement stage, wherein one could extend their lifespan to 5,000 years. Xia Qing shared in the joy. With Wang Ren's breakthrough, they would gain another formidable ally. Embracing Jiang Ping'an, Xia Qing took flight, declaring, "Let us return to the imperial city and procure the great Xia secret techniques for you." Initially, Xia Qing had been troubled by the terms of their wager, pondering how to bestow the secret techniques upon Jiang Ping'an. However, with his significant contributions, he was now entirely deserving of such a request. The group departed from the Divine Island. Other talents returned to the King of Hell's city, while Xia Qing, along with Yun Huang and Jiang Ping'an, proceeded to the Imperial City via the teleportation array. The teleportation array to the Imperial City was perpetually open for commercial use, due to the high volume of traffic and substantial fees, which allowed for the recovery of maintenance costs. Moreover, given the considerable distance to the Great Xia Imperial City, traveling by flying vessel would take no less than 6 months without the use of the array. As the teleportation array activated, the runes of the laws shimmered and enveloped the void. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Ping'an, Yun Huang, and Xia Qing arrived at the imperial city. Jiang Ping'an gazed around, realizing that the surroundings were not as awe-inspiring as he had imagined. The sky was devoid of soaring cultivators and floating edifices. Instead, an atmosphere of solemnity and grandeur prevailed. "Ah, is that not my formidable night sister? I have been waiting for you, brother." A handsome young man clad in a dark golden robe approached with a warm smile, radiating enthusiasm. "Leave." Xia Qing's countenance, instead of reflecting any semblance of joy, was instead filled with frost. Ignoring him, she led Jiang Ping'an and Yun Huang away from the teleportation array. Xia Tianlu, undeterred by Xia Qing's frosty demeanor, cheerfully sidled closer. "Ninth sister, congratulations. The individual you selected has slain the crown prince of Chu twice and even acquired a quasi-immortal artifact. I wonder how many will envy you. You must protect this remarkable figure well, lest something unfortunate befall him." Although Xia Tianlu appeared to express friendly concern, Jiang Ping'an sensed an unsettling undertone in his voice, as if he were casting a curse upon him. Chapter 121. Application for Secret Techniques. Xia Qing conveyed to Jiang Ping'an through thought. "This individual is the fourth prince. He was the one who previously sent someone to poison you. Exercise caution around him." Jiang Ping'an nodded, his expression unchanged upon learning this information. What could anger accomplish? He lacked the capacity to eliminate the threat. He resolved to remember these warnings and transmute his anger into motivation. Following Xia Qing through the winding streets, they entered the imperial palace. The palace walls were not particularly towering, adorned with exquisite carvings, while the cobblestones beneath their feet glimmered with runes. Upon entering the imperial palace, Jiang Ping'an immediately sensed the piercing gaze of formidable divine consciousness sweeping over him. Numerous powerful beings patrolled the palace, ever vigilant. The atmosphere here was hushed. While there were conversations among passers-by, their voices were restrained, heavy with a sense of oppression and authority. Jiang Ping'an was not particularly fond of such an environment. Before long, a group of individuals arrived at a grand hall, exuding an aura of magnificence. At the center, on a high platform, sat a man adorned in a golden dragon robe, radiating an imposing presence. With sharp brows and bright eyes, he commanded respect without uttering a word. Clearly, this man was none other than the ruler of the great Xia, the father of Xia Qing. Beside him stood a eunuch, flanked by two palace maids. On either side of the hall, numerous officials stood, their presence undetectable. However, Jiang Ping'an's right eye could discern their cultivation levels with clarity, all at least at the nascent soul stage. Daring not to gaze longer, he feared detection. It was indeed terrifying, as the number of powerful beings here seemed to surpass that of ants. The sovereign was addressing the assembly when Xia Qing entered, clasping her fists in salute. "Father, your daughter pays her respects." Jiang Ping'an and Yun Huang quickly followed suit, bowing in reverence. The man before them was the ostensible ruler of the great Xia, the emperor Xia Yuanhao. Xia Yuanhao regarded Xia Qing with an impassive expression. "What is the meaning of your unannounced entrance into the hall without my summons?" Xia Qing smiled. "It is merely that your daughter has missed you dearly." "You think I am a fool?" Xia Yuanhao's demeanor remained stern and unyielding. "Your father's wisdom is unparalleled, a talent unmatched throughout history, comparable to the great emperors of antiquity. Very well, return and devote yourself to your training. Do not err again," he concluded, clearly uninterested in her flattery. "Thank you for your forgiveness, father." A smile blossomed on Xia Qing's face. "This time, Jiang Ping'an has rendered great service, and I wish to petition for the royal secret technique, the Tao body, on his behalf." "Princess, what jest is this? That is a royal secret technique. How could it be bestowed upon an outsider?" Before Xia Yuanhao could respond, a minister interjected vehemently. "Indeed, I have also heard that this individual hails from the Lingtai kingdom. Who knows if he is a spy? Your Majesty, you must not so readily grant him the secret technique. It is the very foundation of our royal lineage." Many officials lamented as if mourning a lost family member, collectively opposing Xia Qing's petition. The fourth prince, Xia Tianlu, smirked slightly. Most of those speaking against her were his supporters. Although preventing Jiang Ping'an from obtaining the Tao body would not benefit them directly, the mere act of causing Xia Qing discomfort was worth it. Xia Qing's expression turned icy as she retorted against the ministers. "Jiang Ping'an is now my brother. He has slain the solar divine body twice in the Divine Island War, fortifying the prestige of our great Xia and bolstering the morale of our frontline troops. What is the harm in granting him a Tao body? An elder scoffed. He did not truly slay the divine body. In the end, it still escaped. If he had genuinely killed Chu Yang, then bestowing the secret technique upon him would not be out of the question. Another official chimed in. According to my investigations, Jiang Ping'an originates from the Ling Tai kingdom. He is likely a spy. Xia Qing clenched his fists, his voice seething with anger. My brother has slain the crown prince of Chu twice and seized a shattered quasi-immortal artifact. Is this what you call a spy? One individual, with a sarcastic tone, interjected, perhaps it is all an act. In the past, there have been instances where individuals deliberately orchestrated the slaughter of their own families to infiltrate our nation. This young man may also be performing. I suggest we eliminate him now to prevent future troubles. Witnessing the shamelessness of these old men, Xia Qing was utterly enraged. Enough of your nonsense. Just then, Xia Yuanhao, concerned that Xia Qing was about to utter a curse, intervened to maintain the royal image. The secrets of the great Xia's mystical arts were sacred, known only to those who made significant contributions. While Jiang Ping'an had merits, they were insufficient for him to be granted access to these secrets. Xia Qing's expression shifted drastically. If his father deemed it impossible, then it surely was. Xia Tianlu, observing Xia Qing's anger, felt a surge of delight. As Xia Qing was about to speak again, Jiang Ping'an suddenly interjected, Your Majesty, I owe my current standing to the princess's care, and I am eternally grateful to her and the great Xia. With that, he produced a damaged pen, raising it high above his head. This artifact, a quasi-immortal treasure, was seized from the crown prince of the great Chu. I have no means to repay my gratitude to the great Xia, and I wish to present this treasure to your majesty. The broken judge's pen emanated a faint golden light, causing many eyes to glisten with desire. This was indeed a quasi-immortal artifact. Despite its damage, its worth was extraordinary. They were aware that Jiang Ping'an had acquired this secret treasure, yet they were astonished by his willingness to part with it. Xia Qing quickly tugged at Jiang Ping'an's sleeve, whispering, Are you foolish? Sell this artifact to the financial guild, and you shall never lack resources for the rest of your life. Jiang Ping'an remained silent. Did he wish to give it away? Certainly not. However, was it possible not to? Absolutely not. He had to present the judge's pen in this public setting. The rationale was simple, its value was staggering, and in his possession, it was akin to carrying a self-detonation talisman. From the moment he entered the imperial city, he had sensed dozens of murderous intents directed at him, all coveting the quasi-immortal artifact. Only by relinquishing it could he maximize his benefits. Who held the power in the great Xia? At least on the surface, it was the current ruler. Thus, by offering the quasi-immortal artifact, regardless of the other party's willingness, he would undoubtedly receive their favor. After all, he still possessed a complete judge's pen. This fractured quasi-immortal artifact was merely a means to draw attention. Indeed, upon hearing Jiang Ping'an's intention to gift the pen, a smile flickered across Xia Yuanhao's otherwise indifferent face. Such a young talent, destined to become a pillar of our great Xia. I deem your contributions immensely beneficial to our realm. Therefore, I shall reward you with half of the Tao body secret technique. With a gentle wave of his hand, Xia Yuanhao summoned the judge's pen into his grasp. In a swift motion, a jade slip containing cultivation methods flew into Jiang Ping'an's hands. Thank you, your majesty, Jiang Ping'an exclaimed, grasping the jade slip and bowing in gratitude. Even receiving half of the secret technique was quite favorable. He had initially not intended to accept it. Xia Tianlu's expression darkened. This Jiang Ping'an had successfully given away the quasi-immortal artifact. What further plans did he have to obtain such a treasure? Now that the precious artifact has fallen into the hands of the emperor, opportunities have vanished. As he toyed with the judge's brush, a smile that could not be concealed graced Xia Yuanhao's face. Though it was damaged, to him, it was still a treasure of immense value. Countless tribulation phase experts had been unable to acquire such a gem, yet he had succeeded. He found little desire to attend the morning court session. Very well. Let us conclude today's matters. Court is dismissed. Xia Yuanhao yearned to return and meticulously study the judge's brush. Oh, by the way, Shaoqing, prepare yourself. The master is no longer a child. For the upcoming winter sending festival in 2 months, I intend to arrange a marriage meeting for you. Upon hearing this, Xiaoqing's expression shifted dramatically. Father, I have said I shall never marry in this lifetime. What sort of decorum is it for a woman to remain unmarried? The matter is settled, do not speak further on it. Father, Xia Yuanhao offered Xia Qing no chance to protest, vanishing in an instant. Xia Tianlu approached Xia Qing with a smile. Sister, do not fret. I convinced father to arrange this meeting for you so you would not be lonely. You scoundrel. Xia Qing shot an angry glare at Xia Tianlu, puzzled as to why her father had suddenly arranged a marriage meeting, only to realize that this rascal was behind it all. Despite the scolding, Xia Tianlu maintained his cheerful demeanor. I wonder who your future husband will be. It would be best if he were a noble son or a prodigy of the family, which would be advantageous for our great Xia. He laughed heartily as he departed. As long as the other party marries, he will no longer have the right to contest the throne. Xia Qing clenched her fists, a surge of murderous intent boiling within her. Were it not for the imperial palace, she would have thrust a blade into him. A glance at Jiang Ping'an sparked an idea, and a smirk graced her lips. Jiang Ping'an felt an unsettling chill as she stared at him, sensing an ulterior motive. Chapter 122. The Tao Body. The avatar Xia Qing took Jiang Ping'an and Yuan Huang out of the palace, returning to her private chambers. The exterior of the palace appeared quite ordinary, yet the interior exuded opulence. The walls were adorned with jewels, radiating a pearlescent glow. The river in the courtyard was a spiritual stream, suffused with ethereal energy, and the fish seemed almost sentient, joyfully leaping upon Xia Qing's return. The flora in the garden consisted of top-tier herbs, each plant holding extraordinary value. At the very center of the courtyard stood a Bodhi tree. As Jiang Ping'an approached, he felt his thoughts sharpening, clearly a special tree that enhanced enlightenment. Yuan Huang, little brother, you both may choose any room. From now on, you shall reside here. Xia Qing's demeanor was remarkably affable, exuding a sisterly warmth. Jiang Ping'an selected a small room in the corner. Though modest, it was tranquil. Xia Qing followed him inside and placed a storage ring in his hand. Brother, within are 100,000 spirit stones and a plethora of elixirs. Do not refuse. Cultivate diligently and strive to reach the core formation stage as soon as possible. Jiang Ping'an sensed a warmth from Xia Qing that was even more pronounced than before, as if she sought something from him. However, he brushed it aside, eager to explore the pinnacle of great Xia's secret arts. Sister, if there is nothing else, I shall begin my cultivation. All is well. Make haste in your training. By the way, do not attempt to learn the Tao body technique for the time being. Though it is only half of the text, it is complex and will take years to master. After the Winter Sending Festival, I shall personally guide you. Sister will not disturb you. Should anything arise, just seek her out. Suddenly, Xia Qing exhibited an unexpected enthusiasm, turning to leave the room and shutting the door behind her. Anxious not to intrude upon Jiang Ping'an, a lingering sense of urgency enveloped Jiang Ping'an, as if he sensed something amiss. He activated the barrier within the room, positioned himself upon the training platform, and allowed his consciousness to delve into the jade slip of techniques. An overwhelming influx of information flooded his mind, leading to the shattering of the jade slip in his hands. Upon encountering the contents of the Tao body secret art, Jiang Ping'an's eyes widened in astonishment. The Tao body represents a form of body technique. Mastering this art allows one to manifest a separate corporeal form, endowed with all the powers of the original. Moreover, both bodies may cultivate independently, and when the need arises, they can merge, exponentially amplifying their combat prowess. However, it is crucial to note that the two bodies share a single life force. The demise of one results in the death of the other. Thus, the two forms are inseparable, akin to the left and right hands. Jiang Ping'an's excitement intensified with each revelation. No wonder it is revered as the supreme secret art of the great Xia. Its power is undeniable. This is merely a fragment. The complete version may even allow for the creation of 3 avatars. The prospect of dual cultivation signifies a remarkable time efficiency, yielding twice the results in half the time. Even without merging, 2 bodies confronting a single opponent enhances the likelihood of victory. Most thrilling for Jiang Ping'an is the ability of the manifested body to cultivate diverse systems of techniques. This implies that one can endeavor to practice Zhongyu art with one body, while the other continues conventional cultivation. This secret art must be mastered. Ignoring Xia Qing's advice, Jiang Ping'an resolutely consumed a Fire Lotus Enlightenment pill to grasp this powerful technique. Such a formidable art must be learned. Nevertheless, the high level of this technique meant that even with the aid of the advanced Fire Lotus Enlightenment pill, Jiang Ping'an spent an entire month merely deciphering its intricacies. In the second month, he began the endeavor of creating an avatar. Channeling the secret art, blood poured from his skin, coalescing nearby into a crimson silhouette. Bang! The blood silhouette detonated. The attempt to create an avatar had failed. Jiang Ping'an remained unfazed. Cultivation cannot be rushed, lest one invites disaster. Even in his desire for vengeance, he would not succumb to panic. He persisted in the effort to condense the avatar. A peculiar energy flickered as the blood derived from Jiang Ping'an's body gradually formed the intricate patterns of human veins. Bang! Just as he was condensing the right eye, the avatar exploded once more. Jiang Ping'an's complexion paled slightly, as the loss of blood was considerable. He consumed a vial of blood demon pills and continued the condensation process. The avatar repeatedly shattered and reformed, filling the room with the metallic scent of blood. It was only when his blood supply could no longer keep pace with the demands that Jiang Ping'an paused to re-examine the secret art and cleanse the room. Day after day, 10 times, 100 times, he practiced, enduring failure after failure. Each time he approached the right eye, complications would arise, as if the right eye's level of complexity rendered it exceedingly challenging to replicate. This predicament persisted for over 20 days. At last, on one fateful morning, an extraordinary energy fluctuation surged within the room, and a figure identical to Jiang Ping'an appeared beside him. If not for the absence of clothing, one could hardly distinguish which was the doppelganger. The two figures of Jiang Ping'an turned to gaze at one another, both bodies simultaneously blooming with smiles. This sensation was extraordinary, akin to wielding two hands in unison, one soul, two corporeal forms. Although the newly manifested body inherited his physical strength, it lacked cultivation and required retraining. Jiang Ping'an bestowed upon the doppelganger a spatial ring filled with resources. Henceforth, this new form would be tasked with the rigorous study of the orthodox cultivation system. Despite a significant enhancement in his spiritual cultivation talent due to the Tianxian pill, Jiang Ping'an resolved not to allow it to engage in spiritual cultivation. For without the concealing universe technique, even mastering spiritual cultivation would yield limited prowess. Instead, he intended for it to concentrate on honing its physical techniques using the blood of the sacred body. As for the original body, it would temporarily continue employing the concealing universe technique, as he still required the combat strength of this form for a while longer. He stored the doppelganger within a spirit beast storage pouch, capable of housing both the little white creature and the wand poison 7-star insect. Naturally, it could also accommodate a person. The doppelganger placed spirit stones and sacred body blood into a bronze basin to replicate the sacred body blood. Previously, the energy of the basin had been depleted due to the restoration of the judge's pen. Thus, to replicate items now required spirit stones and other resources. Jiang Ping'an had initially perceived this as a misfortune, fearing an increase in required resources. However, after a period of study, he discovered it was, in fact, a boon. Where he could once only replicate 10 drops of sacred body blood per day, with resources replenished, he could now freely determine the quantity of sacred body blood produced. Utilizing the treasure-gathering basin to replicate sacred body blood was not as exorbitant as purchasing it directly, which cost 50 million for a single drop. By employing the basin, one could replicate a drop with 100,000 spirit stones. Thus, with 10 million, one could replicate 100 drops. The basin operated on the principle of energy equivalence for replication, rather than commodity equivalence. Replicating a drop for 100,000 spirit stones, then selling it, would recoup the investment. The sole significant concern was the rarity of sacred body blood. Selling in excess could arouse suspicion and scrutiny. He could only sell a few inexpensive talismans to profit from the price difference. Fortunately, Jiang Ping'an was not currently in want of spirit stones and could sustain this for some time. Jiang Ping'an's original form sat on the training platform, surveying the desolate room with a dazed expression. The absence of Meng Jing's chatter left a peculiar sense of solitude, her smiling visage perpetually flickering in his mind. He pondered how Meng Jing was faring now and whether she found joy upon returning to her clan. With a deep breath, he cast aside his distractions and immersed himself in cultivation, channeling his turbulent emotions into his practice. Within the ancient Thunder Clan's microcosm, in a grand hall, Meng Jing sat alone on a training platform, gently caressing the blue-patterned knife in her hand, a look of longing gracing her features. This knife was a gift from the woodworker. Despite knowing it held little value, he had purchased it simply because he saw her delight in it. She wondered how the woodworker was doing now. Suddenly, the grand hall doors swung open, and Meng Jing quickly concealed the blue-patterned knife, lifting her gaze toward the entrance. A beautiful woman entered. "Mother," Meng Jing called softly. Since her father's passing, her mother's spirits had remained perpetually low. Leilon approached and sat beside, his expression somewhat intricate. The grandson of the third elder, Hua Qingyu, was possibly deceased. "What concern is that of mine?" Meng Jing inquired with confusion. Hua Qingyu had accompanied the third elder to seek you, yet he did not return. Upon hearing this, Meng Jing was momentarily taken aback. Suddenly grasping the gravity of the situation, she leaped from the training platform, her demeanor fraught with urgency. They actually dispatched someone to confront the wooden figure. Leilon nodded in affirmation, albeit uncertainly, noting that Hua Qingyu had failed and lost contact. The adversary was a formidable cultivator at the nascent soul stage. It remained unclear whether he had encountered a powerful entity from the underworld state. Upon learning that members of the Lei clan had sent a nascent soul cultivator to deal with Jiang Ping'an, Meng Jing's fury ignited. She executed the lightning flash technique. Vanishing from her original position, she reappeared atop the grand hall, her voice echoing with wrath. "I, Meng Jing, swear by the heavenly way. If Jiang Ping'an meets his demise at your hands, once I ascend to power, I shall ensure the annihilation of your Lei clan." Her voice thundered, resonating far and wide. The cultivators and powerful beings of the Lei clan were taken aback, their expressions shifting dramatically. Who dared utter such blasphemous words? To obliterate the Lei clan? Was this a pursuit of death? In the Lei clan's burial grounds, a grave suddenly stirred, and a gaunt elder emerged. He spoke slowly. "Who has provoked little Jing? Step forward, go to the Thunder Marsh for 300 years of contemplation, and refrain from any action against Jiang Ping'an." Though the elder's voice was soft, it reverberated throughout the clan. The third elder's countenance darkened to the utmost degree. His grandson had not returned, and now he himself was to face 300 years of contemplation. Had he known, he would never have brought that woman back. With his grandson missing, he also lost his treasured artifact, the Qianquan compass, an immense loss. Chapter 123. The arrival of Hua Qingyu. Knock. On the 7th day since the emergence of his doppelganger, Jiang Ping'an's door was rapped upon. He paused his cultivation, lifted the barrier, and opened the door. Standing at the threshold was Hua Qingyu, resplendent in a stunning purple and gold robe, adorned with red gem earrings, her hair elegantly secured with a phoenix hairpin. She was breathtaking, graceful, and utterly exquisite. Hua Qingyu gazed tenderly at Jiang Ping'an. "Brother, how fares your cultivation? Have you yet reached the Dan formation?" Seeing that Jiang Ping'an remained at the foundation establishment stage, the smile on Hua Qing's face faded. "I do not wish to break through at the moment," Jiang Ping'an replied. "You must hasten to break through. You have already excelled at this level, and it is imperative that you advance to the golden core stage. In a few days, you will have to contend with numerous prodigies," Hua Qingyu urged, a hint of anxiety in her tone. Jiang Ping'an appeared perplexed. "Compete with prodigies? Why?" Cough, cough. Hua Qingyu raised her hand to clear her throat, a touch embarrassed. "It is as follows. The detestable fourth prince wishes for my sister to marry, so that no one contests his claim to the throne. Due to the emperor's decree, my sister cannot refuse. Thus, she publicly declared her preference for younger men and intends to hold a martial arts competition for suitors. All geniuses under 18 and below the nascent soul realm are invited to compete. Whosoever emerges victorious will wed my sister. With your strength, brother, once you break through to the golden core, you shall certainly be on par with late-stage golden core cultivators. Defeating them will resolve the matter, and you may then reject the proposal." Upon hearing this explanation, Jiang Ping'an was taken aback. "But I do not wish to marry my sister." Hua Qing's expression froze as she raised her hand to lock onto Jiang Ping'an's neck, her voice tinged with irritation. "You insolent brat! Who gave you the audacity to marry me? This is merely a charade. Countless individuals yearn to wed me, and yet you show no interest. My neck, it's going to snap." Jiang Ping'an felt a surge of pain and hastily called out. Hua Qingyu slightly eased her grip and said, "You must swiftly advance to the golden core stage. In a few days, during the winter festival, there will be a martial arts competition to seek a spouse, and many top-tier talents will be present. No need for a breakthrough. I can handle them without it," Jiang Ping'an replied confidently. "As long as they aren't at the nascent soul stage." Smack. Hua Qingyu gave Jiang Ping'an a light tap on the head. "Why are you still being so arrogant? As one's cultivation realm ascends, those with special physiques become increasingly formidable. With your ordinary talent, it will be exceedingly difficult to contend with them. Don't be deceived into thinking that slaying a solar divine body is impressive. Once you reach the nascent soul stage, a single strike from them could obliterate you. Seeing Jiang Ping'an's nonchalant demeanor, Xia Qing felt compelled not to place all her bets on him. Hurry and break through to the golden core. I shall seek out another genius to serve as a shield. With that, she released Jiang Ping'an and hurriedly departed, clearly anxious about the situation. As she exited, she encountered an extraordinary beauty. The woman, with bare, pristine feet, seemed to tread upon the void, untouched by any dust. Her azure eyes sparkled with allure, and the blue silk draping her form fluttered with the gentle breeze. Xia Qing froze momentarily upon seeing Hua Qingyu. What brings you here? I thought you were leaving the great Xia? Hua Qingyu smiled gently. I did not come to seek you. Her gaze drifted into the courtyard, landing on Jiang Ping'an. What business do you have with him? Xia Qing inquired, puzzled. This woman, constantly swamped with affairs, was sought by many top-tier cultivators, yet rarely found. The ice crystal herb transaction, Hua Qingyu replied. Oh, Xia Qing recalled, recognizing that Jiang Ping'an had obtained the ice crystal herb from Hua Qingyu. It seemed they had reached some form of agreement. You two converse. I have matters to attend to. Do not bully my brother, Xia Qing said hurriedly before departing. Jiang Ping'an was unreliable. She needed to find a genius under 18 as soon as possible. Hua Qingyu stepped into the courtyard, her azure eyes fixed intently on Jiang Ping'an. Did you think that by running here, I would be unable to find you? You are mistaken. Jiang Ping'an had never underestimated the formidable entity that was the wealth source chamber. He settled at the stone table beneath the Bodhi tree in the yard, while Hua Qingyu took a seat opposite him. Work in our chamber's mining operations for 5 years, and we will not treat you unfairly. The life force expended can be replenished with medicine, she stated. Previously, in their dealings, Jiang Ping'an had failed to locate the dragon bone, leading him to agree to 5 years of mining for their chamber. Hua Qingyu had sent many to the Divine Island in search of the dragon bone, but none had succeeded. With Jiang Ping'an, she had little hope. She merely sought his assistance in mining. Destiny masters were rare, and mining was arduous work. Naturally, they would exploit the opportunity presented by someone seemingly easy to deceive. I have no desire to mine, Jiang Ping'an declared. Hua Qingyu's smile faded, her eyes narrowing. Do you truly believe that Xia Qing can protect you? Without uttering a word, Jiang Ping'an placed a palm-sized piece of black bone onto the table. The terrifying aura of malevolence enveloped the entire courtyard in a shroud of darkness, instilling fear and chill. He had procured 4 fragments of dragon bone, and this one was the smallest. The other party merely mentioned the necessity of obtaining a piece of dragon bone, without specifying its size. This should suffice. Hua Qingyu's eyes widened in shock as she abruptly stood up, the granary before her trembling violently. Impossible. How could you possibly find dragon bone? This must be a deception. She seized the dragon bone and examined it meticulously. Having encountered genuine dragon bones before, she knew a counterfeit could not deceive her. Sensing the draconic and dark energies emanating from it, Hua Qingyu's face was filled with disbelief. This was indeed authentic. She gazed at Jiang Ping'an in astonishment. Where did you find this dragon bone? Under the sea, replied Jiang Ping'an. Hua Qingyu wore an expression that suggested disbelief, clearly not convinced he had truly discovered it there. If it were found beneath the waves, it would have been uncovered long ago. Yet, she refrained from inquiring about the specifics of its location. You are indeed fortunate. Since you have discovered dragon bone, there is no need for mining. In truth, Hua Qingyu had struck an exceptional bargain. This was a piece of dragon bone. One shard far surpassed a ton of ice crystal grass. What use do you have for such an item? Jiang Ping'an casually inquired. I have a friend who wishes to become a mage and requires dragon bone. This was not a secret, and Hua Qingyu did not conceal it. Jiang Ping'an was taken aback. Why do you wish to become a mage? Are you not afraid of being eradicated by others? Hua Qingyu stowed the dragon bone and turned her gaze towards him. Do you truly believe all mages are malevolent? Aren't they? Jiang Ping'an recalled tales from his childhood, often hearing his father speak of demons and evildoers in relation to magic. Hua Qingyu shot him a disdainful glance. Mages are not the same as dark practitioners. While dark powers can indeed provoke intense emotions and lead to bloodshed, it does not inherently make them villains. Just like the Tiansha sect's Tiansha technique. This is a method cultivated for killing, yet you practice it as well. Does that make you a killer? Are the soldiers in your county not mages, and are they not good people? Jiang Ping'an was rendered speechless. Hua Qingyu continued, mages are formidable cultivators. It is merely that such individuals are rare in your small realm of Daxia. In the territories of the demon clan, cultivators like you would be considered anomalies. With the dragon bone in her possession, Hua Qingyu felt all matters in Daxia were resolved, and it was time for her to depart. Does your guild possess the cultivation methods of the sage void Taoist? Jiang Ping'an inquired, yearning for knowledge. His true form desperately needed the cultivation system of the sage void Taoist, or further advancement would be exceedingly difficult. Hua Qingyu shook her head. The world is eager to comprehend the path of the sage void Taoist, but regrettably, he has no descendants or partners. The cultivation system he created is known only to him. Chapter 124. News of the sacred bone. The prowess of the sage void Taoist has reverberated through the ages. Among countless prodigies of humanity, only 3 have managed to carve their own paths and create legends. One is the emperor of humanity. Another is the genius who established the contemporary cultivation system, and the last is the sage void Taoist. After the disappearance of the celestial path, the Taoist of divine void forcefully carved out a new celestial route, ascending to the celestial realm and shaking the foundations of the entire cultivation world. Regrettably, the Taoist of divine void did not leave behind his cultivation system. Otherwise, the realm of cultivation would have witnessed a different landscape. Jiang Ping'an sighed, pondering that even if the wealth source chamber were unaware, the legacy of the Taoist would remain undiscovered by others. It is a pity about the Zhangyu technique, which ultimately proved to be of no use. By the way, does your chamber have any holy body bones? I wish to purchase a piece, Jiang Ping'an inquired. He sought to infuse his avatar with the blood of the holy body to enhance its combat prowess. However, to replicate the holy body's blood using a treasure basin would require at least 100 billion spirit stones, a staggering sum. Hence, acquiring a piece of holy body bone would be the optimal solution. By transplanting the holy body bone onto his avatar, it could generate an endless supply of holy body blood. Hua Qingyu shot Jiang Ping'an an incredulous glance. You wish to buy? Do you have any idea how many spirit stones even the most ordinary piece of holy body bone costs? Even if that woman, Xia Qing, were to support you, you would still be unable to afford it. Jiang Ping'an casually produced a dragon bone, roughly the size of an arm. Would this suffice for a trade? This dragon, in its prime, was immensely powerful, and even after countless years since its demise, it still emanated a terrifying aura. Hua Qingyu's eyes widened, her chest heaving with excitement. You actually possess one. This piece is several times larger than the one I just acquired. How many dragon bones have you found? Do you have any more? Hua Qingyu asked eagerly. Dragon bones were highly coveted, and many desired to possess them. Jiang Ping'an shook his head. I've only found these 2. Though Hua Qingyu was skeptical, she refrained from pressing further and quickly stowed away the dragon bone. A young holy body perished in the western region a few days ago. He was at the nascent soul stage, and our chamber has just received his remains. I will have them sent over, but it will take time. After the winter festival, you can directly collect them from the chamber in the imperial city. Upon hearing of the holy body's demise, Jiang Ping'an was jolted with curiosity. How did the holy body meet his end? Was he slain by a powerful foe? He understood the strength of the holy body's blood, and the fact that such a formidable being could fall was astonishing. He was too arrogant and did not refine his cultivation adequately, ultimately being slain by the Taibai divine body of the Taiyuan sect. The more Hua Qingyu observed Jiang Ping'an, the more favorable her impression became. Even if you acquire the holy body bone, I still profit. Any surplus spirit stones will be credited to your gold card, and I will upgrade it to 5 stars for you. With that, Hua Qingyu departed with a smile. Jiang Ping'an did not anticipate such a windfall before leaving the Great Xia, having acquired 2 dragon bones. These treasures could not be measured merely in spirit stones. Even the entirety of the holy body's skeletal remains could not compare to a single piece of dragon bone. Of course, the holy body's low cultivation level, being merely at the nascent soul stage, diminished its value. Seated beneath the Bodhi tree, Jiang Ping'an's expression grew solemn. The holy body he so desired had been slain by a peer. This world was teeming with formidable beings, their strength beyond comprehension. One must never succumb to arrogance or pride. It is imperative to maintain a humble disposition at all times. Jiang Ping'an silently admonished himself before returning to his chamber to continue his cultivation. With the aid of resources, his doppelganger successfully ascended to the rank of martial master. And the next step was to unlock all the acupoints in his body. This process would be exceedingly painful. As the winter offering festival drew nearer, The imperial city buzzed with increasing excitement. The foremost families and factions within the great Xia dynasty flocked to the capital. In previous winter offering festivals, only the youth showed interest, while those cultivators over a century old had long grown accustomed to it and found little allure. However, this year was markedly more vibrant. Even many long-lived cultivators were unusually exhilarated, particularly the elders with prodigious descendants. The reason was straightforward. The royal family had publicly declared that this year's banquet would feature the 9th princess engaging in martial contests to select a suitor. The 9th princess, a paragon of the great Xia, had broken through to the nascent soul stage at the tender age of 15 and, mere months prior, had slain a transformation god, sending shockwaves throughout the realm. To marry her would mean securing a bond with a future powerhouse, along with a connection to the royal lineage. Which family would not covet such a prestigious affiliation? Yet, the 9th princess had declared a preference for younger geniuses, stipulating that the contenders must be under 18 years of age and below the nascent soul stage. Thus, numerous families brought forth their finest young talents to the capital, hoping their progeny would stand out among the exceptional and earn her favor. Within the palace of the 4th prince, Xia Tianlu, an elder approached him with utmost respect. Bowing deeply, "Your Highness, I have brought the individual you sought." Xia Tianlu turned to gaze behind the elder, where a towering savage, clad only in a pelt, was seen picking his nose. He extracted a worm from within and casually tossed it into his mouth. Xia Tianlu's face contorted in disgust, nearly retching as he instinctively stepped back several paces, covering his nose. Did this fellow truly possess barbaric bloodlines? The elder respectfully affirmed, "He undoubtedly possesses barbaric lineage. I personally ventured to the endless mountains to procure him. His bone age has been assessed at 15. At that moment, the savage noticed a fly buzzing around him and swatted it away. The impact of his rough, dark hands colliding created a violent explosion of air, shattering the furniture in the room. Xia Tianlu's garments rustled, and his hair was disheveled by the gale. He gazed in astonishment at the scene before him. Truly, this was the prowess of one with barbaric blood. Just that casual strike could easily slay a golden core cultivator. A sinister grin crept across Xia Tianlu's face. "Ninth sister, do not think for a moment that your brother is unaware of your intentions. I have found you a splendid husband." He chuckled, fully cognizant that Xia Qing had no desire for marriage, deliberately fabricating her preference for youthful geniuses. In truth, she aimed to have her subordinate, Jiang Ping'an, keep these suitors at bay, only for him to eventually refuse and forego wedlock altogether. Xia Tianlu then turned to a nearby young eunuch. "What is Jiang Ping'an's current status?" The young eunuch bowed his head and replied, "In response to the 4th prince, Jiang Ping'an appears yet to have broken through to the golden core stage. The 9th princess has sought assistance from Chen Xian of the Chen family." Chen Xian? Hearing that name, Xia Tianlu's brow furrowed slightly. This could pose a complication. The young man's talent nearly rivaled that of his ancestors and had already attained the later stages of the golden core several years ago. Chen Xian, a descendant of one of the 9 divine generals of the great Xia, possessed extraordinary talent, having slain 30,000 foes on the battlefield, earning him great acclaim. Xia Tianlu presented the elder with a storage ring, expressing gratitude for the arduous task of training this wild man, suggesting that it was indeed possible to defeat Chen Xian. Jiang Ping'an had not yet attained the golden core stage, so there was no need for concern regarding him. The primary focus was on Chen Xian, who required a strategic approach to contend with. A few days later, as the winter festival approached, firecrackers began to echo from the break of dawn. Children donned their cotton garments, carrying unlit lanterns, scurrying about the streets. Within the chamber of the 9th princess, Xia Qing gazed upon Jiang Ping'an's cultivation level, nearly on the verge of despair. "You insufferable brother, why have you not yet broken through? It has been so long, and you remain at the foundation establishment stage." Jiang Ping'an could only bitterly smile inwardly. He wished it were different, but felt powerless. Engaging in the concealed universe technique hindered his advancement to the golden core. Without it, he would not possess his current strength. Once his doppelganger achieved the nascent soul stage, he would reconsider relinquishing the technique. "Never mind, I never held high hopes for you. I have sought assistance from another talented individual," Xia Qing remarked, relieved to have a backup. Tonight, during the festival, a grand banquet would be held at the palace, with the foremost families of the great Xia in attendance. "Do not dress so casually. Accompany Yun Huang to procure a suitable outfit." Jiang Ping'an's attire was evidently ill-fitting, likely obtained from an unremarkable source. I can manage on my own. There is no need to trouble Taoist Yun, he replied. Yun Huang is a girl and knows what looks better. I am concerned about your choices, Xia Qing insisted, disdainfully nudging Jiang Ping'an towards Yun Huang in the courtyard. Chapter 125. The ancient white cloth Jiang Ping'an had little desire regarding clothing, as long as it covered his body. However, given that Xia Qing insisted he attend the evening banquet, where members of the royal family and elite families of the great Xia would gather, he understood that dressing appropriately was essential to avoid bringing shame upon her. Yun Huang led him to a tailor shop in the imperial city. The streets were adorned with red lanterns, exuding a festive atmosphere. Along the way, Jiang Ping'an remained silent, occasionally displaying a look of confusion or sudden realization. Yun Huang quickly discerned that he was still immersed in his cultivation, causing her expression to shift, unlike other men, who either appeared flustered or eager to please her. This was the first time she encountered someone completely indifferent to her presence. Taoist Jiang, do you not find it tiresome to confine yourself to your room for cultivation day in and day out? Yun Huang initiated the conversation. One must endure such hardships for the sake of cultivation, Jiang Ping'an replied. The more formidable individuals he encountered, the more he felt his own insignificance. If he did not grow stronger, he would be unable to avenge Uncle Meng and elderly. Yun Huang shook her head in resignation. This man was truly dull. How could Xiao Jing possibly be fond of such a character? She had little interest in conversing with Jiang Ping'an and casually selected a bustling tailor shop that appeared to have many patrons. The store offered a variety of garments, including armor and battle boots. Some outfits shimmered with runes, indicating they possessed special attributes. How much for that set of black attire? Yun Huang inquired upon entering. Noticing a striking black outfit that was sharp and well-tailored, adorned with beautiful patterns that complemented Jiang Ping'an's composed demeanor splendidly. A shop attendant approached with a cheerful demeanor, respectfully stating, "Young lady, your taste is impeccable. This ensemble is crafted from a special silk, ensuring warmth in winter and coolness in summer. With the remarkable ability to self-regulate temperature. Adorned with numerous runes, it offers protection against dust and water, all for the price of 30,000 spirit stones." That is exorbitant, Jiang Ping'an remarked. An ordinary person could acquire a complete outfit for merely a few copper coins. 30,000 spirit stones are pricier than foundational treasures. With that amount, one could replicate a third of the sacred body's blood. Fear not, I shall purchase it for you, Yun Huang replied, undeterred by the cost. The recent championship and the Divine Island battle had granted her ample rewards. Until she reached the nascent soul stage and required fragments of the loss, her finances were secure. Summer Qing, take this outfit and see if it fits. I believe it should, she instructed Jiang Ping'an. He sighed inwardly, noting the exorbitance of goods in the imperial city. He would not accept the item without recompense. He intended to pay her back personally. As he entered the fitting room, a young man clad in white appeared beside Yun Huang, holding a golden fan in the frigid winter air. What a coincidence, Miss Yun Huang. Are you here to purchase clothes as well? Yun Huang paused slightly, recognizing him. Young Master Li. The young man smiled gently. Please, call me Li He. Young Master Li feels too formal. I cannot presume, Yun Huang replied, inclining her head respectfully. He was one of the direct descendants of the Li family, one of the 9 war gods of the great Xia, a leader of this generation destined to govern a province, and thus held a position of high esteem. There's no need for such formality. We are quite familiar now. If you wish to buy anything, allow me to assist you, Li He offered amicably. His admiration for Yun Huang evident. He believed that this divine phoenix body was entirely worthy of his status. Your kindness is appreciated, but I am not purchasing for myself. It is for a friend. Yun Huang declined his offer. While Li He came from a well-to-do family and possessed great talent, he was not her type. The man she favored was one of unparalleled dominance, capable of sweeping through an era. Li He chuckled, jesting, it wouldn't be for a man, would it? Indeed, Yun Huang affirmed. Li He's smile faltered momentarily. What man? His expression mirrored the discomfort of finding a fly in a bowl of beloved kanji. The princess instructed me to bring Jiang Ping'an to acquire a suitable outfit for tonight's banquet, Yun Huang explained. Ah, so it is this young hero, Li He exhaled, relieved. Reports indicated that Jiang Ping'an was merely 16 years old, and although he had slain the solar divine body twice, his prowess posed no real threat to Li He. Lacking background and lineage, he would likely fade into mediocrity, fortunate if he reached the transformation stage. Surely, Yun Huang would not be drawn to such a person. Suddenly, An ancient aura emanated from the clothing counter, causing the cultivators selecting garments to tremble in unison as they turned their attention to the display. Before the counter stood an 18-year-old golden core cultivator, clutching a blood-soaked white cloth. The ancient essence radiated from this very piece of fabric. Sun Pan felt extremely uncomfortable under the gaze of so many people and hastily inquired of the shopkeeper. This piece of fabric was unearthed from the ancient battlefield. Will you take it? The ancient battlefield, a site where the war of 10,000 races erupted in antiquity, lacks a specific location. With the passage of time, many battlefields have transformed into forests, seas, or bustling human settlements. Yet, some areas still resonate with the terrifying remnants of ancient combat, rendering them inaccessible to ordinary folk. Filled with great horrors, many who unearth treasures claim they originate from the ancient battlefield, thus fetching exorbitant prices. This bloodstained cloth could indeed be a relic from that era. Its aura strikingly similar. The blood upon it, despite the passage of untold ages, remains vividly red. The shopkeeper cast a cursory glance at the fabric, dismissing it as mere rags. We don't accept such items here. You might try the upscale shop next door. The blood on it could be worth about 2,000 to 3,000 spirit stones. Only a few thousand spirit stones? Sun Pan felt disheartened, having expected the blood to be of immense value. The shopkeeper brusquely dispelled Sun Pan's illusions, stating, if it were truly of great worth, its power would have long since crushed you. A single drop from a powerful being could claim your life. With a sigh, Sun Pan tucked the cloth away and prepared to leave when a voice suddenly called out, wait. Jiang Ping'an emerged hastily from the changing room, clad in a new outfit that lent him an air of gallantry, albeit with his belt hastily undone in his rush. What is it? Sun Pan queried, his tone curt upon noticing that the other was merely a foundation-stage cultivator. His mood was already fraught with irritation, having believed he possessed something of great worth only to find it valueless. I'll offer 5,000 spirit stones for this cloth, Jiang Ping'an proposed. Yuan Huang approached with a puzzled expression, asking, what do you intend to do with this? Though the blood belonged to a powerful individual, after such a long time, the residual energy had dwindled significantly. I simply have an affinity for antiquities, Jiang Ping'an replied with a smile. Yuan Huang was unconvinced. A man who wouldn't splurge on a decent garment would not buy something seemingly useless. This cloth must possess some unique quality that Jiang Ping'an had discerned, otherwise, he would not have rushed out of the fitting room with his belt unfastened. In truth, Jiang Ping'an could not ascertain the exact nature of the bloodied cloth. However, when it first appeared, his right eye had trembled and ached violently. Although he was unsure of the cloth's significance, the reaction in his eye indicated that it harbored something unknown to him. Upon hearing the offer of 5,000 spirit stones, Sun Pan's eyes glimmered with renewed hope as he stated, this is an artifact from the ancient battlefield. Who knows if the blood contains any high-level principles? At least 10,000 spirit stones. It's just a rag. Why don't you go steal it if you think it's worth 10,000 spirit stones? Before Jiang Ping'an could respond, Yuan Huang interjected, unable to contain herself. While the fabric bore an ancient aura, the energy had long since dissipated over the ages. Fine. 10,000 it is. It's a deal. Jiang Ping'an was unconcerned about the spirit stones. His primary interest lay in uncovering the mystery behind the reaction of his right eye. Upon hearing Jiang Ping'an's words, Yuan Huang was entirely convinced that this piece of cloth possessed some extraordinary quality. Could it be a treasure? Sun Pan shared this sentiment. His asking price was 10,000 spirit stones. The other party was so straightforward. Was this white cloth truly precious? When the initial offer failed to materialize, he sought a staggering 50,000. Sun Pan, audaciously inflating the price fivefold, was met with Jiang Ping'an's furrowed brow. Just as he prepared to raise the stakes further, a sharp pain struck his right eye. Suddenly, a vivid image flashed in his mind, emanating from that very eye. It depicted a woman, clad in ethereal white, whose beauty eclipsed all that existed around her. It became clear that this white cloth was not a treasure in itself, but rather a vessel for the aura of that woman. Jiang Ping'an surmised that she must have been the beloved of the eye's original owner. Even in death, the essence of her unparalleled grace lingered in his gaze. The cloth and the blood it bore held no intrinsic value. They were merely remnants of a memory. A single tear fell from his right eye, washing away lingering regrets. Until this moment, Jiang Ping'an had felt a disconnection from his right eye. But now that barrier had vanished completely. He sensed that his gaze had become wholly his own, granting him a fleeting illusion of dominion over all things. The pain was transient. Jiang Ping'an lowered his hand and addressed the audacious cultivator, stating, "Then I shall not purchase it." He placed a storage pouch on the counter and added, "Boss, the garment fits me perfectly. I shall take it." The proprietor accepted the pouch, his consciousness scanning its contents and confirming sufficiency. He smiled faintly, welcoming future patronage. Sun Pan stood frozen, bewildered by the abrupt change in his counterpart's decision. Regret washed over him for having raised the price so excessively, yet he remained obstinate. "Your loss. You have missed out on a piece of precious blood. You will undoubtedly regret this in the future." Clutching the white cloth, he ventured to a neighboring shop that dealt in treasures. "Boss, I found this cloth on the ancient battlefield. How much will you offer?" The shopkeeper cast a glance and replied, 2,000 spirit stones. 2,000. That is far too low. This fabric bears the blood of an ancient powerhouse. Sun Pan was incredulous at such an undervaluation. "If you won't buy it, then step aside." "Do not hinder my business," the shopkeeper said, growing impatient. Sun Pan's expression soured considerably. Both the tailor and this shopkeeper had suggested that the cloth was worth only a few thousand. It was evident that it held no significant value. He hastily returned to the tailor's shop, where he encountered Jiang Ping'an just as he was exiting. With a forced smile, Sun Pan said, "Friend, as per our earlier agreement, 10,000 spirit stones." Jiang Ping'an ignored him, turning to leave. "Wait, 5,000. Surely 5,000 will suffice." Sun Pan was filled with regret. Had he known better, he would have settled for the original 10,000. Jiang Ping'an continued to disregard him. Growing desperate, Sun Pan's demeanor shifted to one of aggression. "You little brat. Have you been toying with me from the start? Do you know who I am? If you do not purchase this cloth today, do you believe I won't make your life in the imperial city unbearable?" He was prepared to resort to forceful means to avoid leaving empty-handed. Beside them, Yun Huang produced a token and coldly addressed Sun Pan, "Leave." At the sight of the phoenix insignia on the token, Sun Pan's expression changed dramatically. They are individuals from the princess's residence. Although Sun Pan's background is not inferior to theirs, it is evidently unwise to engage in conflict with the princess's people over such trivial matters. Sun Pan cast a fierce glance at Jiang Ping'an, unwilling to accept defeat, and turned away. He suspected that the other party was deliberately toying with him, having never intended to purchase the white cloth from the outset. Yun Huang disregarded such petty individuals and turned to Jiang Ping'an, inquiring with curiosity, "So, you no longer want that piece of white cloth? Not in the mood for it?" Jiang Ping'an replied, unashamed in his deception, "The clothes have been purchased. Let us return. Do not be hasty, both of you. I know of a tavern where the ingredients are sourced from the extraordinary beasts of the endless mountains. Allow me the pleasure of treating you to a meal," said Li He, clad in white, a warm smile gracing his face, his words imbued with an approachable charm. Jiang Ping'an, unfamiliar with him yet noting his closeness to Yun Huang, politely declined with a cupped fist, "I apologize, but I must continue my cultivation." "Enjoy your meal, Mr. Li. I too am currently engaged in cultivation, so I shall forego dining with you. Farewell." Yun Huang was aware of Li He's intentions towards her and sought to maintain a distance to dissuade him from pursuing further. As Jiang Ping'an and Yun Huang departed, the smile on Li He's face gradually faded. One of his guards coldly remarked, "Young master, how dare they show you such disrespect? Should we seek an opportunity to teach them a lesson?" Li He replied languidly, "Ah, they are merely prodigies. Arrogance is to be expected. We need not intervene ourselves. We shall simply inform the 9th princess and allow her to deal with them." "The 9th princess will admonish them?" the guard questioned in confusion. Li He smirked. "If the 9th princess wishes to ascend the throne, she will require our support from Li province. They are just 2 talents. A mere flick of a yuan ink could extinguish them. It is obvious how to proceed." The guard nodded in agreement. On their way back to the princess's palace, Yun Huang remarked leisurely, "You are quite bold, for the other party is the heir of Li province, holding a status akin to that of the son of the king of the underworld. They extended an invitation to dine, yet you declined so brusquely." After a moment's silence, Jiang Ping'an asked, "Is it too late to apologize?" Yun Huang paused, then burst into laughter. "I thought you would coldly assert your indifference. Better to avoid unnecessary trouble." Jiang Ping'an replied, not wishing to attract too many complications before he had fully matured. Yun Huang shrugged. "The opportunity is lost now. They have certainly departed." Jiang Ping'an sighed quietly. "How troublesome. I hope he is not a petty person." Yun Huang appraised Jiang Ping'an. "My judgment is sound. That garment suits you well." In a couple of years, you will undoubtedly be even more handsome. You are quite beautiful as well, Jiang Ping'an modestly complimented. Your calmness in complimenting does not seem genuine. I find myself free today. Shall we practice together at the arena? Yun Huang suggested. Certainly, Jiang Ping'an replied, suddenly intrigued. The cultivation of the infinite fist and the battle god technique requires enhancement through combat, and he was in need of a sparring partner. Noticing his newfound enthusiasm, Yun Huang rolled her eyes at him. This fellow is only interested in cultivation and has no inclination towards women. The two returned to the training grounds within the princess's palace, seizing the opportunity to practice combat before the commencement of the evening banquet. They continued to spar from dawn until sunset, exchanging insights on battle throughout. Without Xia Qing's intervention, they were uncertain how long they would continue. You two young men and women, instead of venturing out to celebrate the festival, are here engaged in your training? Quickly cease your endeavors. We must head to the palace. Upon encountering Xia Qing, Yun Huang extinguished the flames enveloping her, exhaling a long breath. Sister Princess, Jiang Ping'an is exceedingly formidable. Tonight, no one shall surpass him. After a day of combat, Yun Huang had come to realize the terror that Jiang Ping'an possessed. No matter the form of her attack, no matter how she approached, even his wuzhigong was impenetrable. Xia Qing shot a disapproving glare at Jiang Ping'an, her obnoxious younger brother, who, despite not having yet broken through to the golden core stage, seemed to think he could compete with others. Fortunately, she had enlisted the genius Chun Xian from the Qin family. Otherwise, she would have been doomed. Yun Huang explained. Zhang Daoyu is indeed powerful, but can he truly rival the many top geniuses of the great Xia? These prestigious families have even brought forth hidden talents to win my hand. Xia Qing was exasperated. She had no desire for marriage, as it would impede her ascension to the throne. Sister Princess, enough of this. Let us proceed to the banquet. Yun Huang wished to say more to Jiang Ping'an, but Xia Qing, slightly irked, was not inclined to listen. Yun Huang glanced at Jiang Ping'an, wondering if he would defend himself against the misunderstandings. However, Jiang Ping'an chose not to explain. He was indifferent to whether he was misunderstood, his focus solely on practicing wuzhigong, lost in his cultivation. Yun Huang sighed. This martial enthusiast was peculiar. Nonetheless, being in Jiang Ping'an's company was strangely comfortable, a feeling utterly unlike that which she experienced with others. Chapter 127. The banquet. The palace was ablaze with light today, as maidens and eunuchs bustled about the square, bearing platters of delicacies. The prominent families of the great Xia had gathered, seated in the guest area, each bringing forth their finest young talents. A fierce spirit of competition burned in the eyes of these youths. Some elder figures communicated discreetly through sound transmission, unperturbed by the ears of others. To their surprise, it seemed Her Highness had a penchant for younger men. This was deemed rather normal, given that a prince of the Great West favored companions of a similar ilk. Xiao Ming, tonight you must strive with all your might. If you can last until the end, our family shall be free from worries for a millennium. The princess has arrived. A hushed exclamation drew the attention of all present. Xia Qing, adorned in a resplendent purple and gold phoenix robe, exuded an air of gravitas and elegance, devoid of her usual warmth, leaving others feeling quite inadequate in her presence. The moment she appeared, many young men's gazes were drawn to her, their breaths quickening at the sight of such a beautiful princess. The princess is truly stunning. Numerous talented individuals clenched their fists in determination, vowing silently to win her affection. Jiang Ping'an and Yun Huang followed closely behind the princess, settling on one side near the imperial throne. Flanking the throne were several young cultivators clad in royal attire, unmistakably princes. However, Jiang Ping'an was puzzled. There were only 7 princes present, when logically there should be 8, or else Xia Qing would not be the 9th princess. The 4th prince, Xia Tianlu, tossed a mysterious fruit into his mouth, chewing as he addressed Xia Qing, 9th sister, for this year's winter festival, aside from the 6th brother whom you vanquished, the rest of your brothers have all gathered, concerned about your marriage prospects. Upon hearing those words, Jiang Ping's heart trembled. The 6th prince had been slain by the princess? What could have prompted such an act of violence? Previously, it had been rumored that the 9th princess had erred and been exiled to Blackwind City. Could this be the cause? Xia Qing lifted her gaze, speaking with an air of indifference. I shall arrange for you to meet him later. Ha. Perhaps it was the 4th brother escorting the 9th sister to meet the 6th brother. Xia Tianlu wore a perpetual smile, yet there was a hidden sharpness within it. Today is a festive occasion. Might you two remain a tad quieter? The first prince, closest to the throne, spoke in a cold tone. Sitting upright, he exuded a palpable aura of authority, clearly shaped by a life in the military. With the elder brother's admonition, Xia Tianlu and Xia Qing ceased their banter and silently indulged in the exquisite delicacies before them. These ingredients were of the highest quality. A single bite could equate to a month's worth of cultivation for an ordinary practitioner. Jiang Ping'an and Yuan Huang sat quietly behind Xia Qing, savoring the sumptuous feast. Jiang Ping'an had not dined in quite some time, having subsisted solely on fasting pills to conserve time. One such pill could sustain him for a month without hunger. Your Highness, Princess, a handsome youth clad in silver armor approached Xia Qing, bowing respectfully. The youth, around 18 years of age, possessed bright, spirited eyes and an undeniable charm. Do your utmost. I have great expectations for you, Xia Qing remarked, her gaze reflecting appreciation. Yes, Your Highness, the silver-armored youth replied with another bow before turning to depart. Many eyes were drawn to the young man. This was the prodigy of the Qin family. Which Qin family, you ask? Certainly, the Qin Xian of Qinzhou. He has arrived. Upon hearing his name, the expressions of many aspiring youths shifted to one of dismay as the pressure escalated. This young man had, unbeknownst to his family, ventured to the front lines at the onset of the war with the Chu kingdom, where he had slain 30,000 practitioners, creating a significant uproar, all at the tender age of 15. Xia Qing turned to Jiang Ping'an, who was still enjoying his meal, and conveyed through thought, observe keenly and learn well. Should you attain 2/3 of Chun Xian's prowess after breaking through to the gold core, I shall be satisfied. Understood. Jiang Ping'an nodded earnestly. Today promised the presence of many talents, from whom he could glean invaluable insights. Seeing Jiang Ping'an's serious demeanor, Xia Qing felt a sense of satisfaction. This youth distinguished himself with his calm disposition and humble nature. With such qualities, even in the absence of noble lineage or extraordinary talent, he would undoubtedly achieve great things in the future. His Majesty has arrived. A sharp voice suddenly rang out. Thousands rose to their feet, bowing to Xia Yuanhao. May your Majesty's festive occasion be auspicious. Please be seated. Today is a celebration, and I shall refrain from lengthy discourse. Relax, indulge in food and drink. Xia Yuanhao, holding a battered judge's pen, sat upon the throne, a broad smile on his face. Today, I shall select a consort for little Qing. I trust you have all brought forth your finest talents for me to behold, these pillars of the great Xia. To encourage your efforts, I shall add a little incentive. Whoever emerges victorious shall have the opportunity to enter the royal secret realm for a year of cultivation. Upon hearing the phrase royal secret realm, many were taken aback, exclaiming in astonishment. The ascension of the founding emperor to the celestial realm is intricately linked to this secret domain. Only members of the imperial family and the legitimate heirs of the major states are deemed worthy to enter the imperial secret realm for cultivation. Yet, His Majesty has proclaimed that whoever achieves the ultimate victory shall be granted passage to this sacred space for training. This opportunity is undeniably extraordinary, surpassing even the privilege of marrying a princess. Jiang Ping'an observed the breathless Yuan Huang and, utilizing a technique of telepathy, inquired, what advantages does entering the secret realm confer? Taking a deep breath to steady her emotions, Yuan Huang replied, I find myself wishing to become a man, to contend for this chance. The benefits are manifold. Let me mention one. Within lies an observatory, a site where ancient powerhouses once cultivated. Even a golden core practitioner seated there can comprehend the laws during their time of reflection. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ping'an felt a jolt of realization regarding the magnitude of this opportunity. Under normal circumstances, barring exceptional divine physiques, ordinary cultivators must reach the nascent soul stage to gain the recognition of the heavenly Tao and qualify for the comprehension of the laws of nature. However, to sit upon the observatory and grasp the laws as a golden core practitioner presents immense advantages for future cultivation. This opportunity is indeed significant, and Jiang Ping'an yearned to partake in it. He sought to comprehend the laws of gravity and the essence of combat. Even a slight insight could lead to a qualitative enhancement in his combat prowess during the golden core stage. I, Li Lingxing, am willing to wed the princess. Who will dare to challenge me? A youth, fervently yearning for the secret realm, boldly leaped into the center of the arena, his face adorned with unparalleled pride. Yun Huang's gaze sharpened as she conveyed to Jiang Ping'an, "This individual is Li He, the younger brother of Li's family. Renowned for possessing the most formidable swordsmanship in the Great Xia. Few can stand against the might of their blade. I, Jin Luo, accept the challenge." A robust man radiating golden light stepped forward. Jiang Ping'an turned to Yun Huang, who anticipated his unspoken question. "You are correct in your assumption. This individual hails from the same lineage as Jin Lin, belonging to the Jin family of the underworld king state." Emperor Xia Yanhao raised the judge's pen in his hand, and with a gentle wave, a beam of light shot forth to the center of the gathering, forming a boundary space that enveloped the two combatants. Outside the barrier, the area was merely a few dozen square meters, yet inside, the space expanded to several kilometers. The destructive power of a golden core practitioner is formidable, capable of obliterating a small mountain, thus necessitating combat within this specialized domain. Jiang Ping'an was momentarily taken aback at the sight of the barrier. The emperor, it seemed, was also proficient in the art of spatial manipulation, effortlessly creating a domain of his own. Noticing Jiang Ping'an's astonished expression, Yun Huang surmised his thoughts. "You are not contemplating that the emperor is adept in spatial powers, are you? You are mistaken. This is entirely your merit, or rather, the merit of the judge's pen. Its true function lies not in combat, but in the inscription of runes and the manipulation of causality." Chapter 128. The function of the judge's pen within the spatial barrier. The two youths had commenced their battle. Both contenders, driven by the desire to enter the secret realm, unleashed their full strength from the outset. The fierce clash captivated the attention of all present. Though Jiang Ping'an was engrossed in observing the duel, Yun Huang's words had diverted his focus from the contest itself. Yun Huang, noticing Jiang Ping'an's lack of understanding regarding the judge's pen, continued her explanation. "For ordinary cultivators, the endeavor to inscribe runes necessitates diligent study of talismanic knowledge, often requiring a century or even longer for any significant achievement, making the learning process exceedingly arduous. With the judge's pen, however, everything changes. Cultivators need not inscribe runes manually, but only envision the desired rune, and the pen shall automatically render it. For instance, just moments ago, with but a fleeting thought from His Majesty, the spatial barrier manifested." Jiang Ping'an's eyes widened slightly. So the judge's pen possessed such utility. No wonder it was referred to as a quasi-immortal artifact. It was indeed formidable. "What does it mean to manipulate causality?" Jiang Ping'an inquired further. Upon the mention of this, Yun Huang's expression grew grave and serious. By inscribing a person's name with the judge's pen while envisioning their face and subsequently writing a date, that individual would meet their demise on the specified date. What? Even the typically composed Jiang Ping'an could not restrain his astonishment at this revelation. The judge's pen harbored such a terrifying capability. Hearing his exclamation, both the emperor and the crown prince turned their attention toward him. Jiang Ping'an hastily feigned excitement as though he were engrossed in a competition. The others paid little heed, and Emperor Xia Yuanhao, caressing the judge's pen, bestowed upon him a congenial smile. This young man, who had presented him with a quasi-immortal artifact, grew increasingly pleasing to his eyes. After a considerable time, Jiang Ping'an managed to regain a semblance of composure. If one wielded this pen, could they not simply eliminate anyone at will? Were there no constraints? Yun Huang nodded, affirming that the limitations were indeed significant. Should one employ this method to take a life, they would similarly sacrifice their own, and it would be exceedingly difficult for a weaker cultivator to slay a stronger one. Upon hearing this limitation, Jiang Ping'an nodded, his astonishment calming. This was reasonable, otherwise, whoever obtained the judge's pen would be invincible, able to dictate life and death at will. Yun Huang delicately picked up a blue fruit and savored it. The judge's pen is known as a weapon of causality, possessing functions beyond these, though my understanding is limited to these two. Even if one comprehended the pen's capabilities, it would bear little significance, for it is not in your possession. Yun Huang felt a twinge of regret for Jiang Ping'an. A quasi-immortal artifact is a coveted treasure among countless cultivators. Alas, Jiang Ping'an's power was too feeble to retain it, necessitating its relinquishment for survival. Jiang Ping'an clenched the chopsticks in his hand, his emotions in tumult. The judge's pen indeed possessed myriad functions. He still held a complete judge's pen and resolved to study it thoroughly in the future. Within the spatial barrier, Li Lingxing and Jin Luo continued their fierce battle, neither yielding an inch. Both were prodigies, and their combat was visually captivating, adding a touch of liveliness to the banquet. Li Lingxing's imposing blade aura seemed capable of cleaving the heavens, while Jin Luo's unparalleled physical prowess and extraordinary strength were remarkable. Both were formidable. Yet Jiang Ping'an discerned that Jin Luo was destined to lose. Jin Luo's combat prowess paled in comparison to the 10th place in the 100 Prefectures Championship, while Li Lingxing's strength rivaled that of Su Tao from the Misty Sect, whom he had previously defeated. Sure enough, within less than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, Jin Luo was bested, sent flying by Li Lingxing's blade, spitting blood. Li Lingxing stood poised in the void, blade in hand, brimming with vitality, calling out, "Next!" Jin Luo was enveloped in a spatial barrier. His head bowed as he returned to the far end of his family's seat, silently confronting the gaze of others. All eyes were fixated on Li Lingxing. Although he did not possess the prowess of his elder brother Li He exhibited extraordinary talent, with few rivals at his level. At the tender age of 18, his combat prowess was formidable, leaving one to wonder how far he might grow in the future. He was exceedingly powerful. It was perhaps best to refrain from embarrassing oneself by challenging him. Li Lingxing's combat capabilities were widely acknowledged, earning him the admiration of many seasoned cultivators. Numerous talented individuals from various families chose to forego the competition, believing it better to remain below, savoring exquisite delicacies rather than risk humiliation by facing him. Li He observed his younger brother with a smile, subsequently requesting an opportunity for him to enter the royal family's secret realm, enabling further growth. However, despite his brother's strength, he was not the mightiest present. Li He cast his gaze toward a youth clad in silver armor. Chen Xian set down his teacup, rising slowly, the metallic sound of his armor echoing with each movement. "I come to challenge," he declared, his voice unassuming yet capturing the attention of all in attendance. The arrogance of Li Lingxing dissipated, his expression turning grave. Jiang Ping'an turned to Yun Huang, who shot him a glance, understanding his intent. He considered her a commentator for the unfolding events. Chen Xian, a prodigy of the Chen family, had ventured to the front lines alone at the age of 15, evading the pursuit of 30,000 enemies and achieving remarkable feats in 3 years of battle. During his flight, he awakened the ancestral power of the earth, allowing him to continuously absorb spiritual energy from the ground beneath him. This unique talent rendered his spiritual energy reserves nearly inexhaustible, and as his realm advanced, so too would this ability. Jiang Ping'an silently marveled at the extraordinary gift of this prodigy. While others labored to master advanced techniques for accumulating spiritual energy, Chen Xian could effortlessly draw upon the earth's essence. He stepped into the spatial barrier, and after exchanging formalities with Li Lingxing, the duel commenced. Li Lingxing unleashed a devastating strike with his blade, a terrifying wave of intent soaring 100 meters high. Chen Xian remained unmoved, the earth beneath him roiling violently as massive earthen walls surged upward, forming a formidable barrier. Simultaneously, hundreds of earthen spikes erupted from the ground, launching an assault on Li Lingxing. Quickly evading, Li Lingxing understood that standing on solid ground would not serve him well. He ascended into the air, preparing to strike Chen Xian from above. Layer upon layer of thick walls arose to shield Chen Xian, dissipating Li Lingxing's assault without inflicting harm. The ground spikes ascended, targeting Li Lingxing with relentless aggression. With fervent effort, Li Lingxing wielded his blade to fend off the incoming spikes, shattering them as they exploded upon impact. Chen Xian remained still, casting a glance at Li Lingxing, and calmly remarked, "It is time to conclude." Suddenly, 2 colossal hands, spanning 100 meters, erupted from the earth, descending upon Li Lingxing as if swatting at an insect. Unyielding, Li Lingxing summoned all his strength to wield his blade, unleashing a fierce intent that cleaved through the enormous hands, shattering them into fragments. However, he remained oblivious to the emergence of an even larger earthen hand behind him, measuring at least 200 meters, casting a shadow over him and forcefully slamming him into the ground. Bang! A colossal imprint appeared on the earth, causing violent tremors that were felt within a radius of several kilometers. This strike could shatter even a 100-meter-tall peak. The blade's radiance flickered as Li Lingxing cleaved through the hand, propelling himself outward. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, rendering him somewhat disheveled. Although Li Lingxing was still capable of continuing the fight, prolonging it served no purpose. His attacks could not breach Chen Xian's defenses, and he couldn't even land a blow on his opponent's body. Chen Xian could replenish his energy from the earth, unleashing formidable spells without concern for energy depletion. Even in a battle of attrition, he could outlast Li Lingxing. I concede. When I reach the nascent soul stage, I shall challenge you again, Li Lingxing declared decisively, departing from the spatial barrier. He had merely lost at the golden core stage. Once he attained the nascent soul and comprehended the laws, he was confident he could penetrate Chun Xian's defenses. Chun Xian emerged victorious, having not moved an inch throughout the duel. A hint of a smile graced Xia Qing's exquisite face as she turned to communicate with Jiang Ping'an telepathically. Did you see that? No matter how much energy you possess, it pales in comparison to a cultivator who can continuously absorb spiritual energy. Once he ascends to the nascent soul, he will be able to absorb all the spiritual energy within a 100-mile radius. Of course, you need not worry. Perhaps I can procure an awakening pill for you, which might unlock your latent talents. Jiang Ping'an remained unfazed, confident that his gravitational talent was not weak. It simply awaited fuller exploration. Standing within the spatial barrier, Chun Xian surveyed the array of talented individuals around him and calmly inquired, "Who wishes to challenge me?" Though his expression was serene, a trace of arrogance shimmered in his eyes. Few peers could breach his defenses, and it was exceedingly difficult to even compel him to move. This was the brilliance of the Qin family. Chapter 129. The terrifying barbarians, I shall challenge you. A cultivator declared as he soared into the barrier. This cultivator specialized in speed, hoping to best Chun Xian through swiftness. Yet, Chun Xian manipulated the soil to form an immense sphere, encasing himself within it, a flawless and impenetrable defense. From within, he unleashed spells upon the speedster. Ultimately, the agile warrior was drained of spiritual energy and was forced to retreat in defeat. As long as Chun Xian stood upon the ground, he was virtually invincible. Two more audacious geniuses, undeterred by previous failures, entered the fray, only to meet the same fate. Emperor Xia Yuanhao observed Chun Xian with satisfaction. This young man possessed a solid family background, commendable talent, and was an excellent candidate for a royal consort. Is there anyone else who wishes to challenge? Chun Xian scanned the assembly of other prodigies. After several bouts, his spiritual energy remained unscathed, enabling him to continue fighting. Chun Xian's defenses and attacks were devoid of flaws. The constant influx of spiritual energy allowed him to execute powerful spells that demanded significant energy. Defeating him was nearly impossible unless one reached the nascent soul stage. Alas, the dream of marrying the princess seemed utterly hopeless to the numerous young men present. Their spirits were crushed by Chun Xian's overwhelming strength. Xia Qing sipped her tea, her gaze drifting toward the fourth prince, Xia Tianlu. Calculating against me? Not a chance. In the summer, the smile on Xia Tianlu's face shone even brighter. Upon witnessing his expression, Xia Qing's slender brows furrowed slightly, sensing an unusual dissonance. If his adversary's scheme had failed, why was he still so jubilant? I am here to challenge. A deep voice resonated from behind the fourth prince. All eyes turned in unison, curious about the audacity of the individual daring to confront Chun Xian. A towering figure, nearly 2 meters in height, emerged into view. This man was extraordinarily robust, his arms covered in hair, with nasal hair nearly reaching his chin and a face marked by excess flesh. Who is this? Murmured the crowd in astonishment. The requirements for the martial arts contest stipulated an age of 18, yet this man appeared to be at least 48. Despite sensing no apparent cultivation from him, a peculiar aura of primal energy emanated. He is from the barbarian clan, someone exclaimed, having identified his lineage through his aura. The mention of the barbarian clan sent shivers through the crowd. This lineage boasted an ancient heritage, rumored to have ancestors capable of crushing stars with their bare hands and tearing dragons asunder, a formidable offshoot of the demon race, known for their terrifying strength. Why was such a person present here? The crowd turned their gaze towards Xia Tianlu, who stood unfazed, clearly connected to the newcomer. His name is disheartened too. Xia Tianlu explained with a smile. I encountered him by chance, and, recognizing his exceptional talent, brought him under my wing. He heard of the princess's beauty and insisted on participating in the contest. Do not be concerned about his age. I have assessed his bone age, and it is merely 15. Disheartened seized a whole chicken, tossing it into his mouth and crunching it with abandon, scratching his chest as the thick hair there became visible to all. On the throne, Xia Yuanhao frowned slightly, displeased by the lack of decorum displayed by this barbarian, whose unattractive appearance seemed unworthy of his daughter. His gaze swept over his fourth son with evident disapproval. However, Xia Tianlu feigned ignorance, ignoring his father's discontent. Xia Qing, gripping an expensive teacup, crushed it in her hand, her gaze icy as she fixed it on Xia Tianlu. This scoundrel had intentionally brought such a person to vex her. Fortunately, Chen Xian was sufficiently powerful, otherwise, facing this barbarian would have posed a significant challenge. The barbarian clan was renowned for their immense strength and skin as tough as that of ferocious beasts. The ancient barbarian clan had followed the great emperor into battle against myriad races, tearing apart ferocious beasts and trampling mountains and rivers, earning a formidable reputation. Though this disheartened belonged to the barbarian lineage, it was evident he lacked the prowess of the ancient clan. Moreover, true barbarians had long since evolved from their primitive ways, unlike this individual, whose lack of etiquette and disheveled appearance resembled that of a wild man. As disheartened entered the spatial barrier, he yawned, scratching his chest with an air of nonchalance, showing no inclination towards combat. Chen Xian observed him with calm composure. "Shall we begin?" He noted the absence of any cultivation aura from his opponent, indicating a complete lack of training, which posed no challenge for him at all. With a contemptuous spit of vile yellow phlegm aimed at Chen Xian, the latter narrowed his eyes. Instantly, a dirt wall rose before him, blocking the offensive projectile. Spitting at someone was an egregious insult. Chen Xian's expression turned frigid as he activated his techniques. Beneath the colossal stone, the ground instantaneously transformed into a quagmire. As two massive hands gripped each other's feet, forcefully pulling downward, poised to entomb their quarry, the great stone momentarily hesitated, unleashing a terrifying surge of power. With a resounding boom, the surrounding marsh was dispersed by his aura. He brandished a golden staff, propelling himself with vigor, and lunged towards Chen Xian. Without hesitation, Chen Xian conjured earthen spikes to counter the assault. The savage did not attempt to defend himself. The spikes pierced his flesh, leaving only a crimson mark. The spectators were taken aback. Had these spikes struck any other golden core cultivator, they would surely have created a gaping hole. Yet upon this man, they merely left an imprint. The reputation of the barbarian's defense was indeed well-founded. Although the great stone was not punctured, he felt the sting of pain, his expression contorting into a fierce and menacing visage as he accelerated toward Chen Xian. Before Chen Xian stood a formidable wall of earth. The great stone, shouldering forward, barreled into the earthen barrier. Boom, boom, boom. One after another, the walls shattered upon impact, utterly powerless to impede him. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. What fearsome strength! The tales of the barbarians tearing apart colossal dragons might indeed hold a grain of truth. In an instant, Chen Xian retreated, marking his first movement since the onset of battle. A gargantuan hand, spanning 100 meters, descended upon the great stone. He swung his staff in retaliation. Bang! The collision produced a deafening sound, scattering countless shards of rock. Before Chen Xian could mount another assault, the great stone abruptly plunged the golden staff into the ground. With a terrifying crackle, a torrent of lightning surged forth, enveloping the entire spatial barrier. Struck by the lightning, Chen Xian trembled violently, and the massive hand he had just conjured dissipated in an instant. He had not anticipated that his adversary's weapon possessed such thunderous might. Simultaneously, the great stone had closed the distance. His fist, larger than Chen Xian's head, descended upon him. Startled, Chen Xian, enduring the pain from the electric shock, swiftly raised a layer of earth as a shield. Yet the barbarian's ferocious fist effortlessly breached the earthen wall, crashing down onto Chen Xian. A sickening crack echoed as the bones in Chen Xian's body shattered, sending him hurtling away and out of the spatial barrier. He landed heavily, blood gushing from his mouth. The crowd was shocked. Chen Xian had been defeated. They had witnessed firsthand the embodiment of raw power obliterating all techniques. If an untrained barbarian could be so formidable, how powerful must those who mastered the art of cultivation be? Xia Qing hurried over, administering a healing elixir to Chen Xian. She shot a furious glare at Xia Tianlu. How despicable of you! That thunder needle undoubtedly harbors a power surpassing the golden core stage. The thunder needle, the golden staff brandished by the great stone, contained a vast reservoir of thunderous energy. By employing the thunder needle for a surprise attack, he had incapacitated Chen Xian, seizing the opportunity to strike. Otherwise, Chen Xian would never have fallen so easily. Xia Tianlu chuckled, taking a sip of his drink. Jiu Mei, do not cast unfounded accusations. This thunderous power possesses no elemental laws. It resides within the realm of acceptable artifacts. What do you think of this barbarian? Is he not impressive? Marrying him would surely bring happiness. Haha. Xia Tianlu couldn't help but laugh aloud. To ensure that this barbarian could contend with Chen Xian, he specifically acquired a thunder needle, allowing a nascent soul expert to seal the power of thunder within it. The thunderous energy contained in the needle, devoid of any laws, undoubtedly possessed a storage capacity at the nascent soul level. Disheartened felt a slight itch and unabashedly scratched himself in public. Xia Qing gritted her teeth in anger. Her gaze fixed fiercely on Xia Tianlu, a surge of murderous intent swelling within her heart. Chapter 130. What happened? Xia Tianlu relished the sight of Xia Qing's fury, finding joy in her displeasure. He sipped his wine and called out to the crowd. Has anyone else come forth to challenge? If not, then this barbarian warrior shall become the husband of ninth sister. The youths, though unwilling, could do nothing but remain silent. They had witnessed the barbarian's defenses and strength firsthand. Without reaching the nascent soul stage and comprehending the laws, it would be arduous to breach this man's defenses. Furthermore, with the thunder needle at his disposal, capable of unleashing the power of thunder, the challenge had become even more formidable. Emperor Xia Yuanhao's expression darkened as he cast a discontented glance at his fourth son. Allowing a barbarian to take his daughter as his wife would bring disgrace to their royal family. It appeared that he would have to summon someone from the royal secret realm to retrieve a couple of geniuses to deal with this barbarian. The true foundation of the great Xia lay within the hidden talents of the royal secret realm. Currently, all the governors of the 9 prefectures of Great Xia had emerged from there. Just as Xia Yuanhao was about to instruct a nearby eunuch to summon someone, a voice suddenly rang out. I come to challenge. Jiang Ping'an gently set down his chopsticks and slowly stood up. The crowd turned in unison to look at him. Upon sensing Jiang Ping'an's aura, their expressions shifted to one of confusion. Is he at the foundation establishment stage? Am I mistaken? Indeed, he is at the foundation establishment stage. What business does he have here? A single slap from the barbarian could turn him to mush. Seeing Jiang Ping'an's foundation establishment cultivation level, many regarded him as a fool. Even the formidable Chen Xian could not withstand this barbarian. How could a foundation establishment cultivator dare to seek death? He is Jiang Ping'an, the one who has slain the sun god body twice. Some recognized Jiang Ping'an and uttered his name. So it is indeed him. But why is he still at the foundation establishment stage? If he were to break through to the golden core stage, perhaps he could truly contend with the barbarian. Even if Jiang Ping'an could triumph over the crown prince of Chu, it was said to be due to igniting the blood of the sacred body, a rarity he likely no longer possessed. I remember that he practices infinite fist, which precisely counters the strength of the barbarian. As news of Jiang Ping'an's identity spread, the chatter among the crowd grew. Xia Qing felt a surge of emotion upon seeing Jiang Ping'an step forward. Brother, this man possesses great power. Can your infinite fist hold him at bay? If not, it would be unwise to risk your life for your sister. I wish to enter the royal secret realm to cultivate, Jiang Ping'an stated plainly. At those words, Xia Qing's feelings of gratitude vanished, replaced by an overwhelming urge to kick her wretched brother. Could he not have lied just to bring a smile to her sister's face? Exercise caution. First, you must dispatch that thunder needle to have a chance in battle, Xia Qing advised. All hope now rested on Jiang Ping'an, should the adversary prove victorious. She was prepared to resort to deceit to annul the engagement. The fourth prince, Xia Tianlu, regarded Jiang Ping'an with disdain, deeming him merely a foundational cultivator. Xia Tianlu shouted at the boulder-like figure, "End this swiftly. Do not allow him to hinder you. If he manages to impede you, unleash your clan's berserk talent." The berserk ability of the barbarian race could double one's strength for a limited time. The already formidable power, when amplified, became truly terrifying. The robust figure, who had been picking his nose, nodded, recognizing that obeying this individual could lead to a sumptuous reward. Jiang Ping'an entered the spatial barrier. Emperor Xia Yuanhao admired Jiang Ping'an's bravery, but held little faith in his prospects. The strength and defense of the barbarian tribes were impervious to the power of the unregulated. Xia Yuanhao communicated discreetly with a nearby eunuch. Go to the secret realm and summon a genius. I cannot allow the royal family to be disgraced by marrying off my daughter to a savage. He resolved to reprimand the fourth prince later. The eunuch nodded and hastily exited, head bowed. Before he could traverse the banquet area, Jiang Ping'an's voice resonated from within the barrier. Next, the eunuch paused, turning to gaze at the spatial domain. A brawny barbarian lay sprawled on the ground. The eunuch's eyes widened in disbelief. What had transpired? In such a brief moment. How had this brute fallen? There was no sound of combat. What had occurred? His confusion mirrored that of the spectators who had been watching the barrier intently. They had only witnessed Jiang Ping'an bowing respectfully toward the boulder-like figure, who was poised to attack, but suddenly collapsed. Jiang Ping'an seized the fallen warrior by the collar and casually discarded him from the spatial confines. Next, he had secured his place in the royal secret realm. Xia Tianlu's expression froze in shock. What was happening? An elder approached to examine the fallen barbarian, soon confirming the cause. He had succumbed to poison. The smile vanished from Xia Tianlu's face as he bellowed at Jiang Ping'an. You despicable scoundrel! How dare you resort to poison? This is against the rules. Although the contest for marriage lacked explicit regulations, there were customary agreements, such as prohibitions against using artifacts beyond one's realm, employing poison, or ingesting elixirs. The use of poison was clearly a violation of the combat code. Xiaoqing was taken aback. Could it be that Jiang Ping'an had not intended to defeat the barbarian in combat, but rather sought to incapacitate him? Yes, that must be the reason. A youth standing behind Xia Tianlu rose and shouted, "This man is vile and shameless. Using poison in such a setting brings shame upon the great Xia." Yuan Huang looked up at the speaker. Was this not the cultivator encountered at the tailor's shop earlier? He had attempted to sell a piece of white cloth at an exorbitant price and, upon rejection, had sought to impose a sale. It turned out he was an ally of the fourth prince. Xiaoqing's phoenix hairpin swayed gently as she addressed Jiang Ping'an. Come forth. Eliminate this barbarian. And the rest will follow. Why should I go out? Jiang Ping'an inquired. A mocking smile of derision played upon Sun Pan's face. Was there any need to inquire why? Employing poison in combat is a despicable tactic, unless such venom is a manifestation of one's innate talent. Jiang Ping'an calmly released his spiritual energy, which, unlike the pure white auras of others, shimmered with a green luminescence. Indeed, my poison is a unique gift. As he unleashed this energy, the grass beneath his feet withered and perished. Witnessing this spectacle, the derision on Sun Pan's face solidified into shock. The onlookers stood in stunned silence. Jiang Ping'an's aura was truly toxic. Xiaoqing's eyes widened in disbelief. Here we go again. Every time. This young man reveals a hidden card that she had not anticipated. How many more secrets does Jiang Ping'an possess? It was utterly inscrutable. Jiang Ping'an spoke languidly, expressing gratitude to the individual who had poisoned him last time, for it had birthed within him a toxic essence. His words were clearly intended to provoke. And indeed, they succeeded. The wine cup in Xia Tianlu's hand crumpled under his grip, his expression contorted. Not only had the poison failed to eliminate this young man, but it had also bestowed upon him this rare ability. Such a feeling was unbearable. The guests at the banquet were utterly astonished. Who could have fathomed that spiritual energy could harbor toxins? Anyone who provoked him could quietly meet their demise. Yet, the true potency of Jiang Ping'an's venom remained a mystery. As he withdrew his spiritual energy and gazed at Xia Tianlu and Sun Pan, he inquired if there were still any doubts. Sun Pan suddenly understood. No wonder you could slay the solar divine body. It was due to your poison. I had wondered how a worthless individual devoid of any innate talent could vanquish the solar divine body. It turns out you resort to such underhanded means. Now that I am aware of your toxicity, as long as I remain vigilant, I can defeat you. I, Sun Pan, challenge you. Chapter 131. For Lim Sun Pan charged excitedly into the barrier. The strongest of the barbarian tribe, along with Chun Xian and others, had already fallen. Few remained who could stand against him, Sun Pan. If he could triumph in the final contest, he would win the hand of the princess. Gazing upon the princess's stunning beauty stirred a wave of exhilaration within Sun Pan. Who could have imagined that fate would smile so favorably upon him, allowing him this fortuitous opportunity? As for his opponent, Jiang Ping'an, Sun Pan dismissed him entirely. Jiang Ping'an was merely at the foundational stage. And now that he was aware of the poison within him, he could simply create a protective barrier to fend it off. Before entering the barrier, Sun Pan activated his shield. I have heard you are a dual cultivation of spiritual and physical bodies. How fortunate, for I, Sun Pan, am also one. I stepped into the foundational stage at 11 and ascended to the golden core stage at 12, spending the last 6 years battling on the ancient battlefield. Resorting to poison is ultimately a minor path. Today, allow me to demonstrate what true combat prowess entails. A powerful aura erupted from Sun Pan as he brandished a black spear, exuding an impressive presence. Xia Qing's heart raced once more, with Jiang Ping'an's toxic energy revealed. And Sun Pan's formidable strength. Could Jiang Ping'an withstand the onslaught? Sun Pan fixed his gaze upon Jiang Ping'an, seething with anger over the earlier incident. With a mighty push of his legs, he unleashed his spear with the ferocity of a dragon, the phantom of a dragon appearing beside him. His spear technique, known as the Dragon Spear, was renowned for its destructive power, capable of piercing even the mightiest of mountains with ease. Death. The long spear lunged towards Jiang Ping'an's heart. At that moment, Jiang Ping'an suddenly vanished from his spot. Sun Pan's expression shifted dramatically. His reflexes were swift as he activated his defensive secret technique. A golden light enveloping his body for protection. Bang! Sun Pan felt an immense force strike his back, pinning him heavily to the ground. The earth around him, within a 5-kilometer radius, cracked open, stones soaring into the air. This single blow broke through Sun Pan's defenses. Bang, bang, bang. Jiang Ping'an delivered 3 consecutive kicks. The first shattered his opponent's spine, the second obliterated any chance of continued combat, and the third forcefully propelled him out of the arena, standing amidst the ruins. With his hair gently dancing in the breeze, Jiang Ping'an observed as the debris fell around him. Next, he stated with an unwavering calmness. The onlooking cultivators stood in shock. Incredulity etched on their faces as they gazed at the youth before them. For kicks, he had dispatched Sun Pan with merely 4 kicks. This individual's strength rivaled that of the barbarian tribes. Coughing, Sun Pan fell outside the arena, blood spilling from his lips. He attempted to rise, but with a shattered spine and ruptured organs, it was impossible. Hastily swallowing a healing elixir, he turned his gaze towards Jiang Ping'an within the barrier. Impossible. You cannot possibly be at the Foundation Establishment stage. How could a Foundation Establishment cultivator possess such formidable power? Coughing again, emotions of rage, terror, and confusion surged within him. In a mere instant, he had been defeated. Overwhelmed by his emotions, he spat more blood, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. How could a top-tier genius of the Golden Core stage fall so effortlessly to a Foundation Establishment cultivator? Jiang Ping'an paid no heed to such a person. Arrogance, hubris, and underestimating one's opponent. Had Sun Pan been a touch more observant, he would have known that Jiang Ping'an was adept in Thunder Flash and had mastered the Battle God technique. Did he truly believe that Jiang Ping'an could conquer the Solar Divine Body solely with a toxin? Chen Xian, healing from his injuries, witnessed Jiang Ping'an's prowess and looked up at Xia Qing, offering a rueful smile. Your Highness, with such strength, why did Jiang Daoist seek my assistance? Xia Qing's expression shifted. She had no idea Jiang Ping'an was this powerful. What was happening? How could he possess such terrifying strength without breaking through to the Golden Core? Jiang Ping'an had not even unleashed the Battle God technique or the Infinite Fist. Relying solely on his strength, he had vanquished a dual cultivation genius like Sun Pan. The arena fell into silence. Those who had previously looked down upon Jiang Ping'an now rendered mute. The only one unfazed was Yun Huang. She had fought Jiang Ping'an firsthand and had witnessed his overwhelming power when unleashed, sending a nascent soul fleeing. Emperor Xia Yuanhao, having seen much of the world, quickly regained composure from his shock, regarding Jiang Ping'an with admiration. He was increasingly fond of this young man who had gifted him a quasi-immortal artifact. At such a young age, demonstrating this level of combat prowess at the Foundation Establishment stage, what potential lay ahead? I declare, Jiang Ping'an shall be the prince consort. Xia Yuanhao offered no opportunity for others to contest, directly announcing the result. This was akin to a royal decree. Other talented youths felt a pang of despair. They would never have the chance to court the beautiful 9th princess. Jiang Ping'an was taken aback. He had not anticipated such a swift conclusion. As the barrier dissipated, he prepared to refuse the proposal of marrying the princess. At that moment, Xia Qing's voice resonated in his ears. For the time being, do not refuse. Father will be quite displeased, and we shall discuss it later. Jiang Ping'an nodded and clasped his fists in gratitude towards Emperor Xiaoenhao, saying, Thank you, Your Majesty. Haha. No need for such formality. We shall be family from now on. Servants, prepare a separate table for the prince consort. Emperor Xia Yuanhao was genuinely delighted. If not for Jiang Ping'an, that repugnant barbarian would have been the one to marry his daughter. Jiang Ping'an, with his remarkable talent, had even gifted him a quasi-immortal artifact. This was fate, and he was destined to be part of the royal family. A table laden with exquisite delicacies was placed beside the ninth princess, Hua Qingyu. Under the grim gaze of Hua Tianlu, Jiang Ping'an seated himself next to the ninth princess. Hua Tianlu seethed with fury. All his meticulous schemes had been thwarted by this young man's interference. He had never anticipated that although his opponent was merely at the foundation establishment stage, his strength was so formidable. Sun Pan, who lay on the ground, was consumed by envy, his teeth nearly grinding to dust in frustration over why this youth could ascend to the position of prince consort. He was unwilling to accept this outcome. Not far away, Li He tightened his grip on his fan, his brow furrowed in discontent. He had previously considered having the ninth princess teach Jiang Ping'an a lesson, but to his astonishment, Jiang Ping'an had triumphed in the martial contest, securing the title of prince consort. With the contest concluded, dancers stepped forward to perform, and the attendees began to raise their cups in celebration. At Hua Qing's behest, Jiang Ping'an offered toasts to the emperor and several princes, memorizing their names. Hua Tianlu found an excuse to leave, his countenance darkened by his disdain for the festive atmosphere of the gathering. After exchanging pleasantries, Jiang Ping'an returned to his seat and discreetly inquired of Hua Qingyu when they could enter the secret realm. Hua Qingyu, irritated that this young man seemed preoccupied solely with the secret realm and displayed little interest in becoming the prince consort, could not help but feel vexed. Countless individuals aspired to be the prince consort, yet he appeared utterly indifferent. At 16, when many in rural areas were already marrying and starting families, how could he show no interest in women at all? In 3 months, we shall await the arrival of another group of prodigies, Hua Qingyu remarked with exasperation. Jiang Ping'an nodded, considering that he could first integrate the holy bones during this time. Hua Qingyu had mentioned that the holy body bones from the western regions would arrive around the winter sending festival, and they should have reached by now. I shall visit the Kaixing Merchant Association tomorrow morning. Ping'an, when do you intend to hold the wedding with Hua Qingyu? Emperor Xia Yuanhao inquired gently, playing with the judge's pen. Father, Hua Qingyu began to respond, but Xia Yuanhao interrupted. I am not asking you. I am inquiring of Ping'an. He was fully aware of his daughter's intentions behind the contest and was determined not to let her succeed. Jiang Ping'an respectfully replied, Your Majesty, I plan to reach the nascent soul stage before discussing such matters. Xia Yuanhao chuckled. That is quite simple. Below the nascent soul stage, it primarily involves cultivating techniques. With sufficient resources, breaking through is rather effortless. However, once you reach the nascent soul stage, the cultivation becomes arduous, requiring comprehension of the laws. He presented Jiang Ping'an with a storage ring, saying, By the time you emerge from the secret realm, you should have attained the nascent soul stage. And then you may wed Hua Qingyu. Thank you, Your Majesty. Jiang Ping'an accepted the storage ring without hesitation. He need not worry about the matter of the marriage. That would be handled by Hua Qingyu. As he probed into the storage ring with his spiritual sense, he discovered that the emperor was quite generous, for it contained 1,000 low-grade crystal stones. Crystals are a concentrated embodiment of spiritual energy, with a low-grade crystal valued at 10,000 spirit stones. 1,000 of these would amount to a staggering 10 million spirit stones. For a cultivator in the nascent soul stage, this represents a considerable income. He placed the storage ring within the spirit beast pouch, allowing his avatar within to utilize these resources to replicate other cultivation materials. In Chapter 132, titled Hua Qing's Maintenance, after the emperor dispensed his rewards, the crown prince rose and approached Jiang Ping'an, presenting him with a storage wristband. Strive diligently in your cultivation and serve the great Xia swiftly, he stated curtly before turning away, bound for the border where battles awaited him. Other princes likewise presented gifts to Jiang Ping'an, some offering spirit stones, others spirit herbs, and magical treasures. True to their royal heritage, their generosity was lavish. He accumulated several million spirit stones, not to mention the rare herbs and artifacts. Countless independent cultivators in the nascent soul realm toil for an entire year without earning such riches. Prince Consort, it seems you've struck gold. Yun Huang teased through a mental transmission. You see, I am merely playing my part in the grand performance, Jiang Ping'an replied telepathically. The banquet continued until dawn. Despite the frigid weather, all present were cultivators, and such temperatures were trivial to them. Emperor Xia Yuanhao stood, raising his cup to the sun. Others swiftly followed suit, lifting their goblets. In this new year, may our great Xia endure for millennia. Our nation's sovereignty must be defended by all of you. wishing everyone a smooth path in the Tao of immortality. With his hands clasped, Xia Yuanhao downed his drink. Long live our great Xia! The crowd echoed, downing their beverages in unison. Jiang Ping'an had turned 16. As the banquet concluded, Xia Yuanhao departed, and the guests began to disperse. Li He approached Xia Qing, holding a golden fan even in the depths of winter, seemingly lost in thought. Congratulations, princess, on gaining a husband, he remarked. Upon seeing Li He, Yuan Huang discreetly nudged Jiang Ping'an, transmitting, if all goes as expected, he has come to provoke. Jiang Ping'an stood expressionless beside Xia Qing. She smiled at Li He, saying, "Thank you, young Master Li, for your kind wishes." Li He, being the future heir of the Li family, was one of her targets for alliance. Waving the golden fan, he replied with a smile, "This young prince consort possesses remarkable talent, though he seems somewhat lacking in social graces. I invited him to dinner yesterday, but he declined. Might he have time today?" His invitation was insincere. Jiang Ping'an was insignificant in his eyes, unworthy of such an offer. His intention was clear, to instigate Xia Qing to reprimand Jiang Ping'an, ensuring the young man understood Li He's status. Xia Qing, astute as she was, recognized his true motives. After a moment's silence, she replied, "Young Master Li, my brother has just arrived in the imperial city and is unfamiliar with your esteemed identity. I am available today. Let us gather at my residence, allowing my brother to appreciate your presence." Li He's fan came to a halt. Xia Qing's response indicated no intention of reprimanding Jiang Ping'an, nor did she suggest an apology from him. Clearly, she sought to protect Jiang Ping'an. Although displeased, Li He concealed his irritation beneath a composed facade. "Today, I have other matters to attend to, so I shall not be going. Might Miss Yin have the time to visit my residence?" He sought to invite Yun Huang. The other party, possessing the divine phoenix physique, if nurtured properly, would undoubtedly be extraordinary and a fitting match for him. However, Yun Huang had consistently denied him the opportunity, prompting him to seek a connection through Xia Qing. Xia Qing smiled and replied, "Young Master Li, Yun Huang will soon be heading to the Heavenly Tao Academy for seclusion and cultivation. She truly has no time." Li He's expression darkened significantly. Xia Qing was showing him no respect whatsoever. She continued, "I have a pair of beautiful twin sisters under my wing. If young Master Li is interested." Before she could finish, Li He turned on his heel and departed in a huff. Such blatant disrespect. Did he expect me to support him in Li Prefecture in the future? Li He communicated telepathically with his attendant, instructing, "Relay to my brother, Li Lingxing, to contact the Li clan within the Imperial Secret Realm and ensure that Jiang Ping'an is expelled from there. Does he think he can cultivate within? What a delusion. The Imperial Secret Realm harbors the true prodigies of the great Xia, descendants of war gods from various continents, endowed with exceptional bloodlines. The geniuses within, even at the foundation establishment stage, are already in touch with the laws. No matter how strong Jiang Ping'an may be, he would pale in comparison to cultivators who grasp the laws." Li He intended to teach Jiang Ping'an a lesson, as well as send a warning to Xia Qing, making her aware of who holds the power in Li Prefecture in the future. As Xia Qing watched Li He leave, her smile vanished. "Sister, I have caused you trouble," Yun Huang said, bowing her head in apology. Xia Qing resumed her smile, ruffling Yun Huang's hair. "What trouble is this? Whether I can ascend to royalty in the future depends on you. I will strive diligently in my studies when I arrive at the Heavenly Tao Academy." Yun Huang vowed earnestly. Her awakening and progress to this day were all thanks to Xia Qing's resources and support. This kindness would surely be repaid in the future. Xia Qing smiled faintly. As long as Yun Huang does not falter, her investments will ultimately yield returns, albeit after a considerable time. Turning her gaze towards Jiang Ping'an, Xia Qing playfully remarked, "Prince Consort, you are in trouble. They will undoubtedly send someone to target you within the secret realm. If anyone challenges you to a duel, do not agree. Such challenges gamble with your cultivation time. If you lose, you will be unable to cultivate within the realm. The individuals there are the best talents cultivated by great Xia, who begin to comprehend the laws at the foundation establishment stage and grasp them fully by the golden core stage, with daily opponents of your caliber." As a member of the royal family, Xia Qing was well aware of such matters. Jiang Ping'an nodded, sighing inwardly at Li He's pettiness over something as trivial as a rejected invitation to dinner. He understood how significant Xia Qing was to Li He. Yet, Xia Qing chose to offend Li He to preserve his dignity. "Thank you," Jiang Ping'an expressed his gratitude. Hua Qingyu playfully slapped Jiang Ping'an on the shoulder, teasing. You are my little prince consort. What need is there for thanks? She added, enough talk. You all go about your business. I must figure out how to make money. Sustaining you lot is truly taxing. With a huff of annoyance, Hua Qingyu departed. Over the years, in her efforts to cultivate connections and nurture talent, her resources had been entirely depleted. Now, she needed to devise a way to earn some money. If she had no wealth, no one would follow her. Jiang Ping'an did not return to the princess's residence, but rather made his way to the financial source chamber of commerce. He was uncertain whether the sacred bone had arrived. Even before obtaining the sacred bone, his heart was already filled with anxiety. Should he successfully fuse with the sacred bone, his physique would undoubtedly experience a remarkable transformation. This would bridge the gap between him and the divine body. The sacred bone would determine whether he could contend with other divine entities in the future. Although he was formidable below the nascent soul stage, once he reached that level and began to comprehend the laws, the disparity with those gifted by bloodlines would become increasingly apparent. Upon arriving at the financial source chamber of commerce, the usual throng of patrons greeted him. Jiang Ping'an presented his gold card to the attendant. Has the item sent by Hua Qingyu arrived? Upon hearing the name Hua Qingyu, the attendant was taken aback, and with utmost respect, inquired, Are you the esteemed Jiang Ping'an? Days prior, the chamber manager had instructed her to treat a guest named Jiang Ping'an with particular caution. I am no esteemed figure, Jiang Ping'an replied modestly. Please, follow me. The attendant, having confirmed Jiang Ping'an's identity, became even more respectful and hurriedly led him to the most opulent private room. The room exuded elegance, adorned with calligraphy and paintings, each a masterpiece crafted by a powerful hand. Just a glance at these artworks drew Jiang Ping'an's consciousness into their depths, revealing enchanting vistas within. This sensation was remarkably wondrous. 3 exceptionally beautiful attendants stood by. One poured tea, another massaged his shoulders, while the third knelt beside him, gently tending to his legs. Young Master Jiang, please wait a moment. I shall fetch the chamber manager. The attendant who had brought him hurriedly left, anxious not to keep Jiang Ping'an waiting. Leave, please. Jiang Ping'an instructed the attendants. He was not fond of close proximity with strangers, as it made him feel quite insecure. Yes, young master, they responded softly. Bowing before exiting the room, Jiang Ping'an poured himself a cup of tea. Its fragrant leaves invigorated his senses. A gentle whiff of the steam seemed to enhance his awareness significantly. This tea was evidently quite precious. Merely steeping a single leaf yielded such remarkable effects. The leaves were likely sold by the piece. With 2 remaining leaves in the dish, Jiang Ping'an discreetly took one, considering it for his own consumption, and planned to replicate it using a bronze basin. After a brief interval, an anxious middle-aged man entered the room hastily. His appearance suggested he was in his 30s or 40s, though he could very well be several thousand years old. Dressed in a black robe, his long hair was tied up, and a powerful aura emanated from him, barely concealed. Young Master Jiang, I apologize for the wait. I was attending to a cultivator at the void refinement stage, which caused a delay. I am Hua Qingyu, the head of the Financial Source Chamber of Commerce's Dashia branch. You may refer to me as Manager Wang. Hua Qingyu held a high status but displayed no arrogance. Instead, he was quite amiable. Jiang Ping'an surmised that Hua Qingyu must hold a significant position within the Financial Source Chamber of Commerce, as it was indeed remarkable for the chief manager of the royal city to personally attend to him, and with such lavish treatment. Jiang Ping'an nodded slightly and inquired, May I ask if the items mentioned by Hua Qingyu have arrived? They were delivered several days ago, Hua Qingyu replied, presenting a storage ring with both hands to Jiang Ping'an. Taking it with equal reverence, Jiang Ping'an's consciousness entered the ring. Inside, he discovered a bloodied vertebra, approximately 1 meter in length, smeared with golden blood, emanating an indomitable aura. Jiang Ping'an's eyes widened in astonishment. Such a substantial piece of sacred bone. He had anticipated no more than a palm-sized fragment, yet here lay a complete vertebra. Hua Qingyu chuckled. Miss Hua mentioned that the sacred body had a low realm in life. The item you provided for trade is of remarkable value. Even if the entire corpse were to be delivered, it would not equate to the worth of the exchanged item. Gazing at the vertebra, Jiang Ping'an felt his breath quicken. This significant piece of sacred bone was entirely beyond his expectations. There was no need for the treasure basin to replicate it. If he could fuse with this vertebra, his combat prowess would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. Hua Qingyu poured another cup of tea for Jiang Ping'an and took a seat opposite him. Miss Hua advised that merging with the sacred bone is immensely challenging, fraught with agony and the risk of death, and should be attempted only with utmost caution. If one were to succeed in the fusion, would it lead to greater strength? Jiang Ping'an steadied his emotions and stored the ring away. Hua Qingyu nodded, indeed. Success could grant you enhanced abilities. If the fusion with the sacred bone is perfected, there is even the possibility of evolving into a sacred body. However, the odds are exceedingly slim. Statistically, there have been 36,942 known attempts at fusion. Among these, 24,750 individuals failed, with over 6,000 perishing. Successful fusions numbered 11,042, with 72 attaining a semi-sacred body, and merely 3 achieving a complete sacred body. The rate of failure is alarmingly high, with many lives lost, yet there are still a notable number of successes. Nevertheless, only 72 have obtained a semi-sacred body, and just 3 a complete one. Jiang Ping'an did not harbor illusions of becoming a sacred body. He only desired to enhance his strength. Hua Qingyu then handed him a golden card, adorned with 5 brilliant stars. The surplus spirit stones have been credited to this card by Miss Hua. You may use it to purchase supplies from the financial guild at a 20% discount. This 5-star gold card is issued only after spending 500 billion. Typically, only formidable cultivators from prominent families during the void refinement stage possess such a card. Jiang Ping'an was not well versed in the card's value, yet he understood the benefit of the discount. Upon receiving the card, he imprinted it with his consciousness. To his astonishment, he beheld the balance of spirit stones within the card. The figure left him astounded. Over 6 billion. The value of that demonic dragon bone must be tremendous. Exchanging it for a sacred vertebra had yielded such an impressive sum. He had never encountered such a wealth of spirit stones in his lifetime. While the amount appeared vast, its practical utility was limited. A typical complete law was valued at 10 billion, meaning Jiang Ping'an's newfound wealth could purchase at most 6 laws. The laws are the fundamental principles of heaven and earth that cultivators above the nascent soul stage must comprehend. Only through the understanding of these laws can one enhance their techniques and ascend to higher realms. Those who have reached an elevated state of power can condense and materialize these laws. Should these formidable individuals find themselves devoid of spirit stones, they will condense laws to sell, exchanging them for cultivation resources. Only cultivators at the void refinement stage or above can manifest a complete law. Those at the God transformation stage, which is below the void refinement realm, can at most materialize fragments of laws. A single fragment of law holds immense value, reaching tens of millions, a price that could bring tears to the eyes of wandering nascent soul practitioners. For these solitary cultivators, acquiring law fragments is a daunting task. They can only comprehend them gradually, akin to a martial artist learning without a technique, a process that is exceedingly slow. It may take centuries, or even millennia, to grasp a single law. These wandering cultivators yearn to accelerate their understanding of the laws, yet are hindered by their inability to purchase them. A complete law is valued at 1 billion spirit stones. Even if one manages to buy a complete law, full comprehension is not guaranteed, as it heavily depends on innate talent. At this juncture, the gifts of divine bodies and bloodlines become evident. Those with higher comprehension capabilities inherently possess special laws. Spending less and understanding faster, ordinary cultivators cannot compare. Jiang Ping'an possesses 60 billion spirit stones, surpassing the majority of cultivators in terms of resources. I require the laws of gravity, strength, and battle intent. Do you have them? To hasten his ascent in power, Jiang Ping'an must rely on resource accumulation. Otherwise, he would be unable to eradicate the Lingtai kingdom and the Chu kingdom within a millennium, a weight he cannot afford. With his innate talent for gravity, he naturally seeks to comprehend the law of gravity. The reason for acquiring the law of strength is to cultivate the infinite fist, whose 3rd level necessitates an understanding of the law of strength to unleash its utmost potential. The purchase of the law of battle intent is aimed at mastering the 2nd level of the battle god technique. Chief Steward Hua Qingyu pondered for a moment and replied, I recall that there are 2 laws of strength in the warehouse. However, regrettably, we lack the laws of gravity and battle intent. Particularly, the law of battle intent is exceedingly rare, practiced only by sacred bodies and certain exceptional cultivators, with few to be found across the entire Eastern domain. Manifested laws are the culmination of the efforts of powerful beings. The number of individuals who comprehend the law of battle intent is minimal, hence the scarcity of such laws. There are some who possess the innate talent for gravity, but they are not particularly numerous. In contrast, a greater number of cultivators have mastered the law of strength, making this class of laws more prevalent in the market. Hua Qingyu looked at Jiang Ping'an and said, "If young Master Jiang desires the laws of gravity and battle intent, I can send someone to inquire in other nations. However, due to labor and transportation costs, the price will increase. If it is to be transported from other major domains, the shipping cost could exceed that of a complete law. This continent is divided into the eastern, western, southern, northern regions, and the central continent, with an expanse of immense magnitude. Each territory comprises hundreds of nations, and the Great Xia is merely a mid-tier nation within the eastern domain, relying solely on flight. Even a god transformation expert, let alone one at the void refinement stage, would take a lifetime to traverse the entire circumference. Therefore, transporting goods from other major domains incurs exorbitant costs. Jiang Ping'an, who had just marveled at the vastness of 60 billion, now realized that it might not suffice to purchase even 6 laws. For the time being, there is no need to purchase from other major domains. Let us first examine whether the Eastern domain possesses these laws and procure 2 laws of strength. For an ordinary Yuanying period cultivator, even obtaining fragments of laws is a luxury. Yet Jiang Ping'an is already capable of directly purchasing 2 complete laws. Hua Qingyu glanced at Jiang Ping'an's cultivation level, fell silent for a moment, and remarked, "Given young Master Jiang's current cultivation, there is no immediate need for the laws. It would be imprudent to spend a significant sum on law fragments. Even if one were to buy the laws, one would be unable to comprehend them. Carrying them would serve no purpose, and should this information leak, it could lead to danger. A complete law is something that even a transformation period expert would covet. I will soon make a breakthrough." Jiang Ping'an responded dismissively. "Very well, I shall arrange for the goods to be collected." Hua Qingyu merely offered a suggestion. If the other party wished to purchase, that was their choice, and he would still profit. Chapter 134, The Emperor's Relics. Merging with the Sacred Bone, I have heard that your trading company is also responsible for auctioning items. Is that correct? Jiang Ping'an inquired lightly, sipping his tea. Indeed, however, due to the royal city's status, the items auctioned must possess sufficient value and rarity. We generally acquire ordinary items outright, rather than auctioning them. Hua Qingyu, wary that Jiang Ping'an might wish to auction something of little value, preemptively informed him of the auction conditions. What of the severed arm of the solar divine body? Is that rare enough? Jiang Ping'an produced a severed arm, flames still flickering upon it, the law of fire swirling around. Upon seeing the severed arm, Hua Qingyu's expression shifted dramatically, and after a lengthy pause, he finally spoke. "Are you not concerned about offending the state of Chu by doing this? The severed arm of the solar divine body is indeed rare. However, auctioning off the arm of the Chu prince would be a grave insult to the state of Chu, undoubtedly provoking their ire. While our trading company may not care, the state of Chu will certainly harbor resentment against Jiang Ping'an." Jiang Ping'an replied nonchalantly, "They already wish to kill me. I cannot allow them to have it easy." He currently lacked the qualifications for revenge, so he could only irritate the state of Chu. Had it not been for the circumstances on the Divine Island, Jiang Ping'an would have surely been slain by the Chu experts. If this resentment were not vented, it would adversely affect his mental well-being. Can this be auctioned? Yes, of course. I believe many would be eager to purchase it. Hua Qingyu sealed the severed arm away. The arm possesses laws and is a fragment of the solar divine body. Though its price may not be exorbitant, its rarity would benefit the auction. Deposit the proceeds from the auction directly into my gold card and convert it into 1 billion spirit stones worth of crystals. Jiang Ping'an required spirit stones to replicate resources, such as the Fire Lotus Enlightenment treasure, which necessitated a considerable amount of spirit stones. However, having an excess of spirit stones is inconvenient, so he opted to convert them into equivalent crystals for ease of use. Just as Hua Qingyu was about to respond, a voice emanated from the sound transmission jade pendant at his waist. "Manager Wang, major news. A relic of the Emperor, a palace once inhabited, has emerged within the Linghai realm." "What? The Emperor's relic?" Hua Qingyu abruptly rose, losing the composure he previously held, his face contorted in shock, and an overwhelming aura of terror involuntarily surged forth from him. In the annals of human history, only one person has ever been referred to as an emperor. The individual led the human race to emerge triumphantly from the myriad of clans, positioning humanity atop the pinnacle of all races, rendering the others incapable of raising their heads. This is a source of pride for the human race. Anything pertaining to the emperor incites fervor among the humans. Now, it has been announced that the remnants of the emperor's dwelling have been discovered. Within those ruins, there must undoubtedly be countless treasures. Could it truly be the remnants of the emperor? Hua Qingyu trembled, his throat dry. The jade pendant continued to transmit information, confirming that it was indeed the dwelling of the human emperor, the celestial body of the Eastern Domain, the ancient Thunder Clan. And the formidable beings of the great Qian dynasty have already set forth with celestial artifacts. Other powerful figures from various domains are hastening their arrival. Preparations for supreme healing elixirs must be made promptly. It is uncertain how many will be injured this time. During the appraisal, utmost caution is imperative, for there may be artifacts linked to the emperor's legacy. I will continue to inform others. Your great Xia's merchant guild must prepare swiftly. The voice from the jade pendant faded, yet Hua Qingyu remained engulfed in astonishment, unable to regain his composure. The cultivation world is about to become lively again. One wonders what treasures will emerge this time, and whether a path to immortality can be uncovered. Hua Qingyu glanced at Jiang Ping'an ahead, only to find him calmly sipping tea, seemingly oblivious to the momentous news just shared. Are you not astonished by such a monumental event? Hua Qingyu could not help but inquire. Jiang Ping'an shook his head, continuing to sip his tea. Hua Qingyu was perplexed. This was the dwelling site of an ancient emperor, where any single artifact would, under the nurturing of the great Tao, become a supreme treasure, brimming with opportunities. How could one not be astonished? Jiang Ping'an set down his teacup, remarking that such matters felt too distant to him, but if one were to bestow upon him a principle, then he would indeed be greatly astonished. At this, Hua Qingyu chuckled in disbelief. Indeed, this affair felt too remote for them, having little bearing on their lives. Only the powerful of the various factions are the true protagonists. After living for so long, it is surprising that not a single young individual can see this clearly. With his emotions settling, Hua Qingyu retrieved 2 principles along with a crystalline stone valued at 1 billion spirit stones, presenting them to Jiang Ping'an. Jiang Ping'an observed that his total spirit stones had dwindled from 60 billion to merely 30 billion. Insufficient funds, wholly inadequate. Jiang Ping'an secured the resources and returned to the princess's quarters. Seated upon the cultivation platform, he activated the barrier and prepared the life-saving elixirs. The fusion of sacred bones carries a high mortality rate, and the process is fraught with agony, yet he must take this step. This is the essential path for his mortal body to grow stronger. Lacking innate bloodlines, he must endure this painful journey. He retrieved the bloodied sacred spine, placing it upon a sandalwood table. As the bloodied sacred spine appeared, the surrounding barrier flickered twice, touching the rugged surface of the sacred bone. Jiang Ping'an found himself in a daze. The once mighty sacred body had now become mere bones. Perhaps, in this world, there are no invincible talents, only invincible individuals. Regardless of whether he can integrate this bone, he will never relinquish the aspiration of becoming immortal. If this path proves unviable, he shall seek another. His doppelganger emerged from the spirit beast storage pouch, and together they grasped the pain-relieving medicine and swallowed it. Once the effects took hold, the main body moved behind the doppelganger, grasping its spine. Taking a deep breath, the main body's hand pierced through the doppelganger's form, breaking and extracting the spine. Even after consuming painkillers, the agony persisted, as if his very essence had been hollowed out. The 2 bodies resembled left and right hands, sharing a common suffering. Jiang Ping'an hastily implanted the sacred spine into his doppelganger. A fierce rejection surged forth from the sacred spine, causing it to tremble violently, as if on the verge of breaking free. Though the sacred spine was inanimate, it still sensed that this was not its original vessel. Jiang Ping'an's true form firmly pressed down on the spine of the doppelganger, an indescribable pain coursing through his entire being. The painkillers proved utterly ineffective. His bones felt as if they would shatter, blood soaking his body, veins bulging, as Jiang Ping'an gritted his teeth and fought against the torment. He endured the loss of his parents. He withstood hunger in times of scarcity. He practiced the dominant body, facing death hundreds of times, and he endured. Time and again, he confronted the anguish of reincarnation, and he persevered. He aspired to attain immortality. No one could obstruct him. Despite the unbearable pain, Jiang Ping'an's heart brimmed with indomitable resolve. He could accept failure, but he could never tolerate the idea of not striving. The two Jiang Ping'ans sat upright, diligently attempting to assimilate the spine. Days turned into weeks, and weeks into months. During Jiang Ping'an's seclusion, news of the emperor's ruins spread throughout the cultivation realm. The kingdom of Chu and the great Xia suddenly ceased hostilities. As closed-door elders, equipped with quasi-immortal artifacts, flocked to the emperor's ruins. They yearned to seize a fragment of opportunity, to glimpse the path to immortality, or perhaps to find rare elixirs to extend their lives. With the path to immortality obscured and eternal life seemingly unattainable, they could only cling to existence in the mortal realm. The emperor's ruins offered them hope for both survival and ascension. A momentous announcement emerged. The powerful from the Thunder Clan and the Sun God sect clashed in a fierce battle over a precious treasure, leaving the Sun God sect severely weakened. The Lord of the Holy Land from 70,000 years ago had not perished. Utilizing an immortal artifact, he secured a cup once used by the Emperor, now nourished by the Tao into a quasi-immortal artifact. Chapter 135, Fusion, the Right Eye Mutates. A formidable warrior from the Great Qin dynasty discovered a strand of the Emperor's hair, comparable to a priceless treasure, capable of slicing through the stars. A near-death elder from the Taiyin sect found a pill, and upon ingestion, immediately regained his peak condition. The Taiyin sect was on the verge of revival. The Linghai Kingdom, an ordinary small nation, suddenly became a gathering place for countless powerful beings overnight. Fortunately, the Emperor's ruins resided in a separate small world, where the ensuing battles would not affect the Linghai Kingdom. Otherwise, the kingdom would have been obliterated by the residual forces of these powerful beings. With neighboring nations suffering the same fate, Xia Qing sat beneath the Bodhi tree, comfortably reclining in a rocking chair. Crossing her lovely legs while perusing the information within the jade slip, her expression tinged with envy. If only I were a bit stronger. I too could seize opportunities and gather resources. Xia Qing was currently in dire need of funds, deeply envious of those powerful individuals venturing to the emperor's ruins, where even the smallest finds were treasures. She lifted her gaze toward the room in the corner, pondering whether the young prince was still in seclusion. It had already been 2 months. Why had he not emerged? Yuan Huang sat nearby, holding an ancient tome, her jade hairpin gently swaying as she lifted her forehead. Uncertain. She knew her elder sister's character. If she did not inquire, he would remain silent. Xia Qing retracted his gaze, muttering about this insufferable brat who reveals nothing. Have you heard about the auction a couple of days ago? The crown prince of the Chu kingdom made a dramatic appearance with a severed arm. Yuan Huang was taken aback, nearly dropping the ancient tome in her hands. Was it sold by Taoist Jiang? If not him, then who? Xia Qing rolled his eyes. This young man seemed intent on making enemies of the Chu kingdom, yet the two parties were indeed locked in a deadly standoff. How many spirit stones did the auction fetch? Yuan Huang inquired with curiosity. I wonder how much the severed arm of the sun god body is worth. However, 5 million spirit stones is quite unfortunate, considering that Xu Yang's cultivation is merely at the foundation establishment stage. If only his realm were a bit higher, he wouldn't be limited to such a paltry sum. She pondered how the Chu royal family would react upon receiving this news. Envisioning the expressions of those fools from the Chu kingdom, a smirk involuntarily forming on her lips. Within the royal cultivation chamber of the Chu kingdom, a series of furious roars erupted. You scoundrel! I'll kill you. I swear I will. Chu Yang was seething upon receiving the news of his arm being auctioned off. Although a new arm had grown in its place, the auctioning of the severed limb was an immense humiliation for him. As the crown prince of the Chu kingdom, a sun god body, being defeated by such a wretch was utterly disgraceful. Boom! In a fit of rage, intense flames erupted from Chu Yang's body, causing the golden core within him to expand rapidly, revealing a spectral image resembling an infant within the core. This was the nascent soul. Chu Yang paused for a moment before hastily sitting cross-legged on the ground, a murderous intent surging across his face. Scoundrel, just wait. Soon you shall know how terrifying this crown prince truly is. The onset of the nascent soul stage marked the time when the divine body would unleash its true power. Another month passed, and the fervor surrounding the emperor's ruins showed no signs of waning. Rather, an increasing number of formidable cultivators flocked to it. Many lower-tier cultivators sneaked in, hoping to strike it rich. 3 months had elapsed since the winter festival. Yun Huang approached the door of Jiang Ping'an's room and knocked. Daoist Jiang. We must depart for the royal secret realm this afternoon. If we miss this opportunity, we shall have to wait until next year. She admired Jiang Ping'an, a foundation establishment cultivator who had remained in seclusion for such an extended period. She could only wonder what he was diligently practicing. Creak. The door swung open, and Jiang Ping'an emerged. At the sight of him, Yun Huang's body trembled slightly. For reasons unknown, although the man appeared unchanged, he exuded a unique aura, akin to a sealed sword poised to unleash its soaring sword intent at any moment. Upon sensing the foundation establishment energy emanating from Jiang Ping'an, Yun Huang's beautiful eyes widened. Daoist Jiang, you haven't broken through yet. She had utilized her resources to reach the late stage of the Golden Core realm and was preparing for her advancement to the nascent soul. Yet, Jiang Ping'an remained at the foundation establishment stage. What was he waiting for? With ample resources, he should have long since condensed a first-grade Golden Core. Why was he still untransformed? Despite Jiang Ping'an's desire to form his core, the cultivation of the hidden universe technique within this body prevented him from doing so. He could only wait for his doppelganger to solidify a blood core. Throughout these 3 months, Jiang Ping'an had not engaged in any cultivation but had instead focused on merging with the Holy Bone. The results were neither splendid nor dismal. He had indeed integrated with the Holy Bone, yet the anticipated transformations had not materialized. The physical form of the doppelganger remained unchanged, perhaps still requiring a passage of time for adjustment. The most profound transformation was not in the body, but in the spirit. After 3 months of anguished struggle, Jiang Ping'an felt an unprecedented shift in his willpower. This spiritual metamorphosis resonated within his right eye, which now appeared to have unlocked its shackles, revealing a world unseen before. Through his perspective, he could perceive the ebb and flow of the laws of heaven and earth, visions reserved for those who had attained the Yuanying stage or even higher realms. For instance, gazing at the figure of Yun Huang before him, Jiang Ping'an discerned the ethereal silhouette of a divine phoenix lying dormant within her being. He could see the life-preserving talismans adorning her body and the intricate runes of her cultivation technique laid bare. His ability of perception had intensified, allowing him to glimpse the contents of Yun Huang's storage ring. He could pierce the void. Even beings of the refining void stage and above lacked such capabilities. Jiang Ping'an extended his hand, offering her a vial containing the blood of the solar deity, infused with the essence of the fire law, asserting that it would be of some benefit to her. How can I accept this? How much is it? I shall purchase it, Yun Huang exclaimed, instinctively accepting the vial. The essence of the fire law contained within would greatly assist her in accelerating her comprehension of the fire principle, truly invaluable. We shall discuss it when you have the means. Jiang Ping'an replied. He observed that Yun Huang's storage ring held but a few spirit stones, along with a fragment of the fire law, suggesting she had exchanged her resources for the law fragment. A blush crept onto Yun Huang's cheeks. How did Jiang Ping'an know she was short on funds? Thank you, she said, grasping the vial in gratitude. When shall we venture to the royal family's secret realm? Jiang Ping'an inquired. In truth, whether he visited the royal secret realm now or later bore little significance. His right eye could now perceive the laws, and with that sight, comprehension followed. Should this revelation come to light, it would undoubtedly stir a considerable uproar, as it fundamentally contradicted the natural order. Only upon reaching the Yuanying stage would the heavenly Tao grant a cultivator the true ability to comprehend the laws. Yet, Jiang Ping'an could accomplish this now. He finally grasped the elder's intent from the divine island. The elder had conveyed that the greatest challenge in forging one's own path lay in understanding the laws, and his right eye would assist him in this endeavor. Such was the meaning behind it. The princess is presently in the great hall conversing with several esteemed guests. I have come to see you first. I shall join you once your seclusion concludes, Yun Huang noted, committing Jiang Ping'an's generosity to memory as she stored away the blood of the solar deity. I must make a quick visit to the financial source chamber. You may proceed ahead, Jiang Ping'an said. Chapter 136. The economic crisis of Xiaqing today marked the day of entry into the royal family's secret realm. Prior to this, Jiang Ping'an visited the financial source chamber to acquire 3 gravity law fragments that the chamber had procured, with the assistance of 2 strength laws and 3 gravity laws. His cultivation within the secret realm would progress at an accelerated pace. However, he had not managed to procure the battle intent law, a particularly rare and expensive law that, even if available, was swiftly snatched up making it exceedingly difficult to obtain. Ultimately, he found himself with just over 1 billion spirit stones left in his account, barely sufficient to purchase a complete law. However, in the next 5 or 6 years, resources should not be lacking. Safeguarding the principles, Jiang Ping'an returned to the grand hall of the princess's residence. Before he could step inside, a familiar voice echoed from within. "Your Highness, I sincerely apologize. I have recently found myself in need of subordinates, and thus, I have encroached upon your territory. I trust you will not hold it against me." Li He, dressed in flowing white garments and wielding a golden fan, wore a gentle smile. Behind him trailed 3 guest officials, their heads bowed, too timid to meet Xia Qing's gaze. These 3 had previously served Xia Qing, but the allure of Li He's offerings had tempted them to switch allegiance. Xia Qing's expression turned frigid. Indeed, fine birds choose their trees to perch upon, and worthy ministers select their lords to serve. Their decision to depart was theirs alone. However, it must be noted that a noble steed does not graze on its own former path. I hope no one shall regret today's choices. Li He chuckled lightly. Your Highness need not worry. I may very well take them to serve the 4th prince. Yet, before that, there remains a chance for reconsideration. Deliver Yun Huang to me, and teach your little consort a lesson. Your Highness harbors aspirations of reigning as empress, to achieve great things. One must be astute and discerning. You lack resources, and I, from Li Zhou, can provide. You seek strength, and I can offer that too. Surely, your Highness is not blind to these facts. Li He's words dripped with both threat and temptation. From every angle, he could not fathom how Xia Qing would choose to persist unless she were a fool. Are you finished? If so, be on your way, Xia Qing replied. Her face devoid of expression. Li He's smile vanished. If she could not even tackle the simplest of choices, how could she aspire to the throne? He pondered how his father could be so foolish as to hesitate between her and the 4th prince, being so impoverished yet stubborn. He was eager to witness how she would cultivate her connections in the future. Let me make this clear. Once I inherit Li Zhou, do not expect my support, he declared, furious. The heir of Li Zhou, presented with such favorable conditions, choosing instead 2 insignificant lackeys. What a farce. With a cold snort, Li He severed ties with Xia Qing and turned to leave with his newly acquired followers. As he stepped outside, he caught sight of Jiang Ping'an standing at the entrance. A flicker of disdain crossed Li He's eyes. No matter how exceptional this youth's talent, without centuries of cultivation, he had no right to speak on the stage. Moreover, it remained uncertain whether he would even blossom into greatness. Every prodigy faced the potential for downfall. Casting a fleeting glance at Jiang Ping'an, Li He chose to disregard him. Upon entering the grand hall, Jiang Ping'an observed the troubled expressions on Xia Qing's and Yun Huang's faces. Xia Qing's stunningly mature visage was marked by a sense of helplessness. Upon noticing Jiang Ping'an's arrival, she swiftly composed herself. Addressing both Jiang Ping'an and Yun Huang, she said, "You will soon enter the royal secret realm, where you will need to cultivate for an extended period. You will require numerous spirit stones. Here are 100,000 to start. Should you need more, I shall see to it that they reach you." Xia Qing produced 2 storage bags and handed them to the 2. With her own resources dwindling, she could only afford to provide them with a modest supply of spirit stones. Though 100,000 may appear substantial, such an amount would be quickly consumed by those of extraordinary talent, rendering it insufficient. Yun Huang hastily raised her hand to push the storage bag back, saying, "Princess, I currently lack for nothing in spirit stones." She was well aware that the princess had limited resources. The 3 guest elders had departed just moments ago due to insufficient offerings. She felt immensely grateful that the princess had permitted her entry into the royal secret realm for cultivation. Xia Qing playfully tapped Yun Huang's head and chuckled. "You purchased a fragment of the fire element laws. What more spirit stones do you need? Although my own spirit stones are few, they are more than sufficient to support you." Jiang Ping'an's gaze swept across Xia Qing's storage ring. The contents came into view, revealing a fragment of a weapon radiating powerful energy fluctuations, a remnant of an immortal artifact. Aside from this fragment, the only items that caught Jiang Ping'an's eye were a bottle of high-grade pills and several magical treasures. Beyond that, the spirit stones and crystal stones were pitifully scarce. Jiang Ping'an even spotted a promissory note from the Wealth Source Chamber of Commerce, indicating a loan amount of 1 billion. "You've started borrowing money," Jiang Ping'an remarked. Xia Qing's expression stiffened, her voice rising defensively. "What are you saying, you brat? As a princess, how could I possibly borrow money?" Despite her words, She was taken aback. How did this boy, who had been in seclusion, know about her borrowing? Jiang Ping'an produced a storage ring and offered it, saying, "Consider this a loan from me." Xia Qing was formidable, and he too desired a strong backing. The dragon bone was not immediately needed, so he gifted the third piece to her. In truth, Jiang Ping'an was willing to give it because he could sense that Xia Qing genuinely cared for him. If their relationship were solely based on mutual benefit, he certainly would not have offered it. "You wish to lend me money? The meager resources you possess are not worthy of my attention," Xia Qing said disdainfully, casting a glance at Jiang Ping'an. "By the way, why haven't you broken through to the golden core yet?" Jiang Ping'an held up the storage ring and asked, "Are you certain you don't want this? It's dragon bone." "No, I don't want it. Dragon bone can be exchanged for a few coins." "Wait a moment," she exclaimed, suddenly snatching the storage ring from him. Upon seeing the half-human-sized dragon skeleton within, her beautiful eyes widened, and the granary before her trembled violently. This dragon bone, even though Xia Qing had encountered many trials, she could not contain the shock within her at this moment. This was the skeletal remains of a dragon that nearly ascended to immortality. Back in the day, the dragon had been on the verge of becoming an immortal alongside the divine void Taoist, both journeying together to the divine island. Upon nearing the island, the dragon had attempted to devour the Taoist in a bid for greater strength, ultimately meeting its end at the hands of the Taoist. Had it not been for this incident, the dragon might very well have ascended alongside the Taoist. Several millennia ago, a palm-sized piece of dragon bone had fetched over 500 billion at auction. This piece was nearly half a person's height. How much could it earn at auction? Where had Jiang Ping'an found such a dragon bone? Countless powerful beings had sought the dragon's remains on the divine island, and almost all available had been discovered. How had he managed to find one? After the initial shock, Xia Qing burst into a raucous laughter that echoed throughout the grand hall. A startled Li He, who had not wandered far, was taken aback by the resounding laughter. Has that foolish woman lost her mind? He turned to the guard beside him, reminding him not to forget his instructions. Not only must Jiang Ping'an be driven out of the secret realm, but that woman Yun Huang must also be dealt with and expelled. The guard nodded, reassuringly. "Rest assured, young master Li Lingxing has already informed the clansmen inside." Li He turned back, casting a cold smile at the princess's residence. "To oppose me is to court death. Watch as my clansmen turn those two prodigies you cherish into mere dogs." Xia Qing laughed uproariously for a long while, then suddenly seized Jiang Ping'an's face, planting a heavy kiss upon him. "Haha, truly worthy of being my royal consort. You know how to deliver aid in times of need. If I exchange this bone for resources, within 3 years, I shall undoubtedly become one of the youngest transformation masters in the Eastern domain." In her excitement, Xia Qing embraced Jiang Ping'an's face once more, kissing him again with fervor. Jiang Ping'an frowned. "Your Highness, please maintain decorum. You are a princess." He attempted to push her away, but Xia Qing clung tightly to his face. "Hey, that was my first kiss. Do you still have the audacity to complain?" Xia Qing kissed him again with force. Yun Huang, standing nearby, covered her eyes, unable to bear the sight. Chapter 137. The Royal Secret Realm. Xia Qing led Jiang Ping'an and Yun Huang to the royal forbidden ground. At this moment, Xia Qing had regained her dignified and authoritative demeanor, no longer playful. If it weren't for her constant presence, Jiang Ping'an might have thought she was a different person altogether. The Xia Qing now was entirely different from the one at the princess's residence. Jiang Ping'an wiped the red marks from his face, surveying the surroundings. This was a courtyard filled with formidable warriors. Even the old man sweeping the floor possessed the cultivation of a transformation master. At the back of the courtyard stood a door radiating white light. Passing through this door would lead into the royal secret realm. On either side of the entrance sat 2 late-stage transformation masters, their unrestrained auras causing the surrounding laws to fluctuate violently, emanating a wood attribute energy. As the trees around grew exceptionally lush, as Xia Qing and the others approached, one of the powerful figures opened his eyes, fixing his gaze upon Jiang Ping'an. His voice raspy. "Remove your spirit beast storage bag for inspection to prevent anyone from smuggling into the secret realm." Xia Qing respectfully bowed. "Elder, he has always been alone. He will not bring anyone." "Routine procedure," the elder replied expressionlessly, his tone leaving no room for argument. Jiang Ping'an did not hesitate. He removed the spirit beast storage bag and handed it over with both hands. The elder took the bag, probing into it with his divine sense. After several seconds, The elder withdrew his divine sense and looked up at Xia Qing, asking, has he been granted the secret technique Dao Body? Xia Qing was momentarily taken aback, unsure why the elder posed this question. Could it be that this technique was contained within the storage bag? In response to the elder, half a year ago, when Jiang Ping'an arrived in the royal city, he gifted the confiscated quasi-immortal artifact, the judge's pen, to my father, who then bestowed upon him half of the Dao Body technique. The elder nodded, returning the spirit beast storage bag to Jiang Ping'an. So you are the one who gifted the quasi-immortal artifact to Xiao Yuanhao, and that is why he granted you half of the technique. How somewhat stingy. With the ability to condense a doppelganger within just 6 months, your talent is indeed remarkable. Observing your doppelganger practicing martial arts. I offer you this totem stone of the barbarian tribe as a gift. The elder presented Jiang Ping'an with a red stone etched with peculiar patterns. This stone harbors the power of the barbarian totem, and should you comprehend its essence, it could significantly augment your strength. Jiang Ping'an discerned that this stone contained special laws of power, making it quite valuable. Thank you, esteemed elder, Jiang Ping'an said, cupping his fists in respect as he accepted the barbarian totem stone. Wait, a doppelganger? You have already managed to condense one. Upon hearing the elder's words, Xia Qing's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at Jiang Ping'an. In merely 6 months, without any guidance, he had achieved the remarkable feat of creating a doppelganger. She had assumed it would take him several years to accomplish such a thing. Truly, this young man possessed extraordinary talent. Indeed, Jiang Ping'an nodded. In actuality, he had condensed his doppelganger in just 3 months. The 5 celestial essence pills had not been consumed in vain. Even a pig, after ingesting a celestial essence pill, could evolve into a formidable beast. How much more so a human? You sly boy, you always keep your true self so well hidden. Xia Qing playfully pinched Jiang Ping'an's cheek, adding that if the elder were not present, she would have playfully bitten him. It was no wonder he had not made any breakthroughs. She had misinterpreted the situation. Jiang Ping'an's lack of progress was not due to a deliberate choice, but rather an inability to advance. The elder, now opening his eyes, tossed a jade talisman to Jiang Ping'an. It recorded a specific time, and once that time had elapsed, he would be transported out. Jiang Ping'an glanced at the jade slip in his hand, which flickered with a number, 360. It likely indicated a span of 360 days. Xia Qing addressed the elder, ancestor, this girl is Yun Huang, possessing the divine phoenix body. She will attend the Celestial Path Academy in 3 years. I am aware. The elder replied, handing Yun Huang a storage ring along with a jade slip. Here are some resources for you. Cultivate diligently and do not let the great Xia down. Yes, esteemed elder, I will not disappoint the great Xia. Yun Huang responded respectfully, cupping her fists. Jiang Ping'an turned to see the jade slip in Yun Huang's hand displaying the number 1,000. 1,000 days likely equated to 3 years. What kind of place is the Celestial Path Academy? Does the great Xia truly possess such a location? Though Jiang Ping'an was curious, he refrained from asking further. Step inside. There will be someone to receive you, Xia Qing said with a smile. Jiang Ping'an and Yun Huang once more bowed to their elders before stepping through the luminous portal. As the scenery shifted, the azure sky vanished, replaced by a dark expanse. Countless stars twinkled above them, as if they had entered the cosmos, deep, solitary, and seemingly endless. A vast light dome separated them from the starry sky, while the ground beneath their feet remained unchanged. I remind you once more, soon, someone will challenge you. Do not accept, or you will forfeit your time spent cultivating in this secret realm, Xia Qing warned from the front. Jiang Ping'an lowered his gaze, taken aback as he stared at Xia Qing. When had she entered? She had even changed into a white battle attire. No, this was not the Xia Qing from before. It was her doppelganger. It turned out that Xia Qing's doppelganger was here cultivating. One should not refer to it as a mere clone. The technique known as Dao Body is distinct from other cloning methods, as it does not differentiate between the original and its manifestations. They are one and the same. It turns out that when Xia Qing mentioned someone coming for them, she was referring to herself. Jiang Ping'an reacted swiftly. While Yun Huang took some time to comprehend the situation, Xia Qing introduced, my ancestor discovered this secret realm, which ultimately led to their opportunity for ascension. Within the secret realm, there are 3 primary cultivation sites. If you gaze upon the tallest stone pillar ahead, you will find the stargazing platform, which is the first cultivation site. The 2 followed Xia Qing's gaze. Before them stood a colossal stone pillar adorned with numerous small chambers, with the power of the Tao swirling around it. In the past, powerful beings meditated upon this pillar, and its influence from the Tao has granted it the ability to accelerate the comprehension of laws. Even foundation-building practitioners can sense the existence of these laws when seated atop it. However, true understanding of the laws typically requires one to reach the late golden core stage. Xia Qing pointed towards the path on the left, stating, "Continue down this way, and you will find a mountain where a formidable warrior once practiced martial arts, leaving behind the remnants of their projection. Training there allows one to engage in combat with this ancient warrior's projection, and thus far, no one has managed to defeat it." Xia Qing then glanced towards the right path, contemplating before saying, "As for the third location, you should refrain from visiting. It is not a true cultivation site, and venturing there would be akin to seeking one's own demise." Xia Qing spoke of the third cultivation site with a sense of caution. "Ah, new arrivals. Come, let us spar." A youth clad in resplendent attire appeared, excitement radiating from his face as he regarded Jiang Ping'an and Yun Huang, as if they were a sumptuous feast. "You step aside. Is this not bullying newcomers? I am weak. Let me challenge them." A plump practitioner hurriedly approached. "Grant me this opportunity. My cultivation time is running short. Allow me to challenge." Upon noticing the newcomers, a throng of youths eagerly surrounded them, their exhilaration palpable. Seeing this crowd, Xia Qing's delicate brows furrowed slightly. Indeed, these individuals had arrived. Many talented practitioners here lack permanent qualifications for cultivation. The royal family, in an effort to stimulate competition, permits duels where cultivation time can be wagered. No one wishes to depart from such a favorable cultivation environment, so they strive to engage in combat to secure more time for practice. This group particularly relishes newcomers, as they can garner substantial cultivation time from them. Thus, upon spotting Jiang Ping'an and Yun Huang, they immediately flocked around. "Don't tell me you're afraid. Is this how cowardly you are?" The youth in luxurious clothing taunted. "So pathetic. I expected a formidable opponent, but it turns out you are merely timid fools," scoffed another plump practitioner, contempt etched upon his face as if viewing refuse. "These individuals are worthless. Do not concern yourselves with them. There is no need to challenge them." Another person derisively chimed in. Upon hearing their remarks, Yun Huang felt a surge of indignation. However, she was not foolish and recognized their intentions, choosing to ignore them. Xia Qing observed Yun Huang and Jiang Ping'an with satisfaction. Both youths possessed a steady temperament and would undoubtedly not fall for such base provocations. Just as he was about to take two individuals away, Jiang Ping'an suddenly spoke up, declaring that a foundation establishment cultivator could engage him in combat. Xia Qing remarked, "This boy undoubtedly possesses a rebellious spirit. He insists on doing what he is forbidden to do. Do you believe your training time grants you an advantage?" She raised her delicate finger and tapped Jiang Ping'an on the head. Jiang Ping'an's eyes remained as tranquil as a deep well as he replied, "I wish to discern the gap between myself and these prodigies." He needed to identify his shortcomings through battle, for such insights would ensure his safety in life-and-death confrontations. Sweating now would lead to less bloodshed in the future. After a moment of contemplation, Xia Qing nodded, permitting him to battle only with foundation establishment cultivators and forbidding any challenges against golden core cultivators. Given Jiang Ping'an's current combat prowess, he should have little trouble dealing with a foundation establishment opponent. Jiang Ping'an turned to the cultivator before him, stating, "A foundation establishment cultivator may engage me in combat." "Haha, I shall," exclaimed a chubby cultivator, his round face alight with excitement. "Dare to wager 30 days of training time?" Noticing the jade slip at Jiang Ping'an's waist indicated 360 days, he proposed the 30-day challenge, confident that his opponent would not be intimidated. "Very well." Jiang Ping'an agreed. Upon his acceptance of the duel, a golden light suddenly enveloped both participants, and the number 30 floated above their heads. In the sky, laws and runes flickered, conjuring a duel arena. The two were transported onto it. This was Jiang Ping'an's first encounter with such a phenomenon, leaving him somewhat astonished. This small world operated under its own set of rules. Through his right eye, he could discern that the arena beneath his feet was composed of runes and energy. Those cultivating in the vicinity, upon witnessing the appearance of the duel arena in the sky, cast their gazes upward. Is someone about to duel? It seems another newcomer is being challenged. How unfortunate for them to lose training time so soon after entering. Hee hee, I shall join in. Perhaps I can earn some training time myself. Several cultivators with time constraints hurried over, eager to see if they could also spar with the newcomer. They relished the opportunity to teach a lesson to those fresh arrivals. These newcomers, blinded by arrogance, often believed they were formidable in the outside world and expected to dominate here as well. Their hubris would lead them to wager their training time in contests, only to be humbled and forced to confront reality. This newcomer has only just established their foundation. Yet they appear to be 16 or 17 years old with such a low cultivation level. Many cultivators expressed profound disappointment upon witnessing Jiang Ping'an's meager cultivation. The disparity in their realms rendered them unable to engage him in combat. On the duel arena, the chubby cultivator regarded Jiang Ping'an with a grin, suggesting, "Why don't you attack first? If I strike first, I might be accused of bullying a newcomer." Very well. Jiang Ping'an, seeing his opponent's willingness to let him initiate, did not hesitate. He unleashed Thunder Flash, instantly appearing before the chubby cultivator and delivering a punch that landed squarely on his abdomen. Bang! The chubby cultivator felt as though the meal he had consumed that afternoon was about to resurface. His body propelled backward and out of the arena. Once outside, the number 30 above the chubby cultivator's head vanished, while the figure on Jiang Ping'an's jade slip increased to 390. Clutching his abdomen in agony, the chubby cultivator stared at Jiang Ping'an in disbelief. What kind of speed is this? He was utterly unprepared and was sent flying out of the ring. The speed of this individual was astounding. Next, Jiang Ping'an declared. The spectators, who had been watching from a distance, ceased their condescension. What technique is this newcomer employing? His speed is remarkable, imbued with the essence of thunder, suggesting it belongs to the lightning attribute. This newcomer is extraordinary. Cultivating lightning-based techniques is notoriously arduous. The crowd began to regard Jiang Ping'an with a modicum of respect. Nonetheless, many prodigies continued to look down upon him, for at the age of 16 or 17, he was merely at the foundation establishment stage. Quite disappointing. You despicable scoundrel. How dare you strike first with such strength? I refuse to accept this. I challenge you again. Let us wager another 30 days. The stout boy's eyes were bloodshot. Unwilling to concede defeat, he staked his final training time. Very well. Observing the boy's fervent demeanor, Jiang Ping'an silently admonished himself to never gamble in such a heated state, for it would cloud his judgment. With Jiang Ping'an's consent, the number 30 appeared above both their heads once more. The stout boy returned to the arena, this time with a newfound seriousness. A sword materialized in his hand, and a terrifying sword intent erupted forth, radiating brilliance as it invoked the laws of the universe. Die! The stout boy swung his sword with full force, unleashing a torrent of sword energy that soared toward the starry sky. The intensity of this sword intent was no less formidable than the one previously wielded by Yi Wuqing. In fact, it surpassed it by a considerable margin. Last time, Jiang Ping'an had only managed to thwart Yi Wuqing's attack through stealth. This time, faced with the onslaught, he remained motionless, calmly observing the approaching sword intent. As it closed into within 50 meters, the swiftly advancing sword energy suddenly decelerated and plummeted rapidly. When the sword intent was just 10 meters away, it struck the ground with a resounding thud. Bang! A deep gash appeared on the dueling platform. Jiang Ping'an gazed calmly at the sword intent by his feet. Despite exerting his gravitational talent to the fullest, he could barely withstand the assault from a foundation establishment prodigy. It seemed his mastery of gravitational abilities was still woefully inadequate. You possess such formidable gravitational talent. The stout boy, noticing the sword intent had landed on the ground rather than striking Jiang Ping'an, darkened in expression and rushed forward with his sword. If long-range attacks were ineffective, he would resort to close combat. Upon nearing Jiang Ping'an, the stout boy felt a distinct increase in gravity, his body growing heavy. Such a worthless ability. It cannot deter me. In an instant, he lunged towards Jiang Ping'an, swinging his sword with vigor, the sword energy slicing through the air. Bang! Jiang Ping'an retaliated with a powerful kick, causing the stout boy to spit blood. His sword clattering to the ground as his body was sent hurtling out of the dueling platform once more. Jiang Ping'an had once again secured 30 more days of training time. Cough, cough. The stout boy crashed to the ground, clutching his abdomen as he coughed violently. He looked up at Jiang Ping'an, his chubby face filled with disbelief and shock. The strength of this individual was staggering. He had not stood a chance. As a genius, he felt as though he had been reduced to nothing more than refuse. Jiang Zhu is truly pathetic, being kicked out by someone. This was a disgrace for the Jiang family. Jiang Zhu was still too young. This newcomer was remarkably composed, clearly an experienced fighter. As they witnessed the stout boy's swift defeat, many felt embarrassed for him. Only Xia Qing and Yun Huang understood that it was not Jiang Zhu's weakness, but rather Jiang Ping'an's overwhelming strength. With Jiang Zhu's capabilities, he could easily rank among the top 3 in the Genius Tournament. However, his opponent is the first place in the Genius Championship, the one who has slain the solar deity. I shall give it a try. Another youth clad in blue, at the foundational stage, ascended the arena. Chapter 139, Li Yidao's Wager for 10 Days. The blue-clad youth was cautious, unlike Jiang Zhu, who recklessly wagered 30 days. Thus, even in defeat, the loss would not be too grievous. Very well, Jiang Ping'an consented. He was indifferent to the stakes. He merely wished to gauge the limits of his combat prowess. The blue-clad youth was a physical cultivator, and as he summoned his blood essence, a menacing aura reminiscent of a ferocious beast emanated from him. Xia Qing cautioned, "Be wary. He has merged with a drop of ancient beast blood, and it seems he has fully integrated it. In terms of strength, he could severely injure a late-stage golden core cultivator with a single punch." Xia Qing, fearing that Jiang Ping'an might underestimate his opponent, felt compelled to offer his warning. In the royal secret realm, not a single individual is weak. At that moment, the blue-clad youth seemed to transform into an unparalleled beast, exerting force with his legs, causing the ground beneath him to fracture, and in an instant, he lunged forward. A beast, you say? Jiang Ping'an found it intriguing and chose not to evade, raising his hand to meet the attack. Bang! Their fists collided. At the center of their impact, the surrounding air was cleaved, forming a distinct boundary, and the stones of the arena shattered. The blue-clad youth's expression grew grave. This individual possesses immense strength. Realizing Jiang Ping'an's formidable might, he ceased to worry about inflicting harm and unleashed the full power of the beast within him. Launching another fist towards Jiang Ping'an. As he swung, a gale surged forth. Bang! Another fierce clash ensued, the terrifying destructive force causing the earth to tremble violently for miles around. The blue-clad youth's pupils constricted. His opponent could withstand his strength. Jiang Ping'an gazed at the youth and proclaimed, "Such strength cannot harm me." With that, his fist unleashed a terrifying force. The fabric of the blue-clad youth's sleeve burst apart. Incapable of resisting such might, and his body was hurled from the arena. The number 10 that hovered above his head vanished. Jiang Ping'an gained 10 days of cultivation time. The blue-clad youth stared at his swollen arm, his expression becoming dazed. This was the first time he encountered someone stronger than himself at the same tier. Who exactly is this person? Jiang Ping'an turned his head to survey the onlookers. They were golden core cultivators. Battling against foundational stage cultivators seems a bit unfair. Although he had yet to form his core, all 360 acupoints within him were akin to golden core strength. Upon hearing his words, Xia Qing's expression shifted. That cocky brat, has he forgotten what I previously warned? He was forbidden from challenging golden core cultivators, yet he refuses to listen. Damn it! This kid is far too arrogant. He dares to challenge a golden core. He indeed possesses remarkable skills, particularly his strength, indicating he is a physical cultivator. Isn't this an opportunity for me? I shall teach this arrogant youth a lesson. Some golden core cultivators, lacking sufficient cultivation time, were elated and prepared to ascend the stage, only to find that someone had already appeared. A young man, roughly 18 years old, bore a long scar across his face, giving him a somewhat fearsome appearance. Li Dao, you really are swift, aren't you? The geniuses within the secret realm all knew one another. Upon seeing this person, Xia Qing's expression darkened, and she conveyed to Jiang Ping'an through a thought transmission. This individual is a prodigy from the Li family, likely sent by Li He to deal with you. He is quite renowned within the secret realm, known for his unparalleled swordsmanship among his peers. He has encountered the threshold of the laws and can now wield a trace of the power of the golden law. Do not accept his challenge. Xia Qing surmised that Li Yidao was dispatched by the Li family specifically to confront Jiang Ping'an. The golden law, you say? Jiang Ping'an scrutinized the man before him. The 5 foundational laws of the cultivation realm comprise metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. While they are foundational, their potency is not to be underestimated. Indeed, it is precisely because of their formidable nature that these 5 laws have endured since antiquity. Among them, the golden law possesses the highest levels of both defensive and destructive capabilities. However, the path one takes within the golden law can vary. For instance, Jin Lin previously adopted a defensive approach through physical cultivation, while Li Yidao has chosen an offensive path through swordplay. Shall we wager 100 days? Are you brave enough? Li Yidao, reluctant to bully a newcomer, felt somewhat embarrassed. Yet, the substantial reward from Li he was tempting, especially given the longer cultivation period of this young man. In truth, Li Yidao aimed to seize the 400 days of Jiang Ping'an's cultivation time. But he was restricted to wagering only 100 days due to the competition's rules, which dictate that the wager cannot exceed the minimum cultivation period of the participants. Very well, Jiang Ping'an acquiesced. A luminous numeral 100 materialized above their heads. This insufferable brat simply refuses to listen. Xiaqing seethed with frustration. I told him not to compete, yet he insists on it. Let us see who he turns to for solace if he loses. Yun Huang raised her head and remarked. Perhaps Jiang Daoist will prevail. After all, he did defeat Chu Yang. Xiaqing shook her head, asserting that Jiang Ping'an's victory over Chu Yang was due to his burning of the sacred body's blood, supplemented with poison. Li Yidao, aware of Jiang Ping'an's identity, would undoubtedly be wary of any toxins, and given the rarity of the sacred body's blood, how many drops could Jiang Ping'an possess? Furthermore, while their previous battle was during the Foundation establishment stage, this encounter was set in the Golden Core stage, which presented a different level of challenge. As Xiaqing had predicted, Li Yidao had already taken precautions against Jiang Ping'an's poisons and activated his protective shield upon entering the arena. A smirk appeared on Li Yidao's lips as he drew his blade, stating, I have heard that you defeated the solar divine body. I am eager to see if you possess true skill. The spectators gasped in astonishment. He defeated the solar divine body. So he is the renowned Jiang Ping'an. No wonder he is so formidable. Do not be intimidated. It is said he triumphed over the solar divine body through the use of poison. The secret realm was not entirely sealed off. Many rumors could find their way inside. 6 months prior, the prowess of the solar divine body had stirred considerable excitement within the secret realm. Many were astounded that a prodigious individual had emerged in Xia. However, recent news suggested that Jiang Ping'an's victory over Chu Yang was attributed to the presence of toxins in the spiritual energy, and that he had relied on external forces, namely the sacred body's blood, to conquer the solar divine body, implying that he himself was not particularly strong. Suddenly, Li Yidao directed his blade at Jiang Ping'an, an overwhelming aura of dominance erupting from within him. The Li family's most formidable sword technique, the overbearing sword technique. He commenced with full force, channeling his comprehension of the metal law, coalescing it into his blade. If the blade imbued with the law strikes Jiang Ping'an, anyone below the nascent soul stage is destined to be wounded. Li Yidao swiftly appeared before Jiang Ping'an, gripping the hilt of his sword with both hands, ready to slash. Jiang Ping'an attempted to evade using Thunder Flash, but to no avail. Li Yidao pivoted and attacked Jiang Ping'an from behind. Such prodigies possess an exceptionally keen intuition, allowing them to sense danger within a certain range. Furthermore, Li Yidao did not solely cultivate swordsmanship. His speed was equally remarkable. As Jiang Ping'an failed in his ambush, he swiftly retreated. Li Yidao pursued relentlessly, swinging his blade. Xiaqing scoffed, thinking this arrogant brat would soon come to regret his hubris. Did he truly believe that these geniuses were merely names? Without comprehending the laws, Jiang Ping'an could not compete with Li Yidao. If he were an ordinary golden core cultivator, Jiang Ping'an might contend with brute strength. However, the blade wielded by Li Yidao bore the power of the law. To confront it barehanded would surely result in severed limbs. Jiang Ping'an continuously utilized Thunder Flash to dodge attacks, attempting several surprise strikes, all of which ended in failure, nearly resulting in him being struck by Li Yidao's blade. The speed of Thunder Flash was impressive, yet it was merely swiftness, not spatial translocation, following a discernible pattern. To the onlookers, Jiang Ping'an appeared to be in a state of desperate retreat. Indeed, after losing the blood of the saint body and with poisons proving ineffective, his prowess diminished significantly. How could such a person enter our royal family's secret realm? It was rumored he also practiced the battle god technique. Even if it doubled his strength, what difference would it make? Could he withstand an attack imbued with the law? Yun Huang, upon hearing the disparaging remarks about Jiang Ping'an, felt displeased and remarked, Jiang Ping'an has only just begun his foundation. When you established yours, were you more formidable than him? Those who had mocked Jiang Ping'an fell silent at her words. When they established their foundations, they indeed could not surpass Jiang Ping'an. His speed and strength were undeniably exceptional. By the way, who is this enchanting beauty in red? She is quite striking. Jiang Ping'an's partner? Chapter 140. Is he really a foundation establishment cultivator? Xiaqing communicated with Jiang Ping'an telepathically. Enough. Do not continue fighting. Wait until you break through to Golden Core and comprehend the law before facing Li Dao again. Losing a bit of cultivation time is inconsequential, but if this persists, you may sustain injuries that could hinder your progress. However, Jiang Ping'an seemed oblivious to her advice. While evading, he taunted Li Dao. Is that all you've got? The crowd widened their eyes in astonishment. How audacious. What did he mean by only this level? Li Dao's combat prowess ranked among the top 10 in the Golden Core stage, and yet he was being mocked. Did this brash youth possess a hidden card? Hearing Jiang Ping'an's words, Li Dao narrowed his eyes and accelerated his blade swing. Are you about to unleash the battle god technique? There's no need to do so to deal with you. In that moment, a tremendous aura emanated from Jiang Ping'an, enveloping him in a layer of blood-red golden light. Faced with Li Dao's incoming strike, he did not evade. Instead, he raised his fist to counter. This fool will lose his hand. The spectators were astonished at this scene. Even if Jiang Ping'an's strength was formidable, he should not be able to withstand a blade infused with the law. Yet, what followed was a horrifying spectacle. Jiang Ping'an's fierce fist wind and spiritual energy shield successfully blocked the strike. Bang! As the two clashed, Li Dao's blade was nearly jolted from his grasp. Jiang Ping'an was enveloped in an aura of spiritual energy that radiated like flames, forming a thick protective shield around him. In this moment, the spectators suddenly realized the truth. Jiang Ping'an was utilizing his spiritual energy to create a barrier, allowing him to withstand the onslaught without the laws of combat touching his flesh. However, the consumption of such energy was staggering. He could only maintain this for a brief time, perhaps half the duration of an incense stick, before his reserves would be depleted. Was Jiang Ping'an prepared for a final desperate attempt? Li Dao felt a tingling in his hands. The strength of his opponent was indeed formidable, even without direct contact. The force of Jiang Ping'an's punches had a profound impact on him, releasing such a volume of spiritual energy at once. One could only wonder how long he could endure. Li Dao charged forward once more, determined to strike with greater ferocity, knowing that the more he attacked, the quicker his opponent's energy would wane. Jiang Ping'an, wielding his spiritual energy as a shield and his body as a weapon, ceased evasion and met the assault head-on. A series of terrifying collisions erupted, sending shockwaves through the arena, which trembled violently under the intensity of their duel. In a fleeting moment, the combat area expanded by several miles before stabilizing. In the blink of an eye, the two had exchanged blows 100 times. Li Dao's expression grew increasingly grim. His arms tingled with fatigue, and blood was seeping from the cracks in his palms. What was happening? Jiang Ping'an was merely a foundational cultivator, yet he possessed such terrifying strength. If this continued, defeat loomed ominously. As beads of sweat formed on his brow, Li Dao realized the stakes. Losing would mean his expulsion from the secret realm. He could not afford to lose, absolutely not. Summoning all his spiritual energy, he infused every conceivable law into his blade. In an instant, his sword gleamed with a golden hue, its edge carving deep gashes into the ground. Let us see how you withstand this, he snarled, unleashing his full power in a strike that he believed must shatter Jiang Ping'an's defenses. At that moment, the essence of the blade became the singular force of the universe. Yin Huang and Xiaqing felt a tightening in their chests. Even standing several kilometers away, they could sense the terrifying might of Li Dao's strike. Suddenly, Jiang Ping'an halted his assault, and an unusual power surged forth from him. As the overwhelming intent of the blade approached, it unexpectedly circled back, aiming directly at Li Dao. Li Dao's face paled in realization. He recalled from the dossier provided by Li He that Jiang Ping'an also mastered the Wuji fist. This technique allowed the practitioner to rebound attacks exceeding their own strength by threefold. If mastered to the second level, one could counter fourfold attacks. Faced with the returning blade energy, Li Dao hesitated to confront it and swiftly evaded. However, just as he reached the edge of the arena, a figure followed closely, delivering a heavy punch to his face. With a resounding thud, several of Li Dao's teeth were sent flying. His body spun uncontrollably, ejected from the arena. As he crossed the boundary of the competition, the 100 points above his head vanished. Jiang Ping'an's days of cultivation increased to 500. The onlookers were left in stunned disbelief. Wuji Fist. This young man possessed such a formidable technique. Jiang Ping'an had, astonishingly, defeated Li Yidao despite being merely a foundational cultivator. Could he truly be just a foundational cultivator? No one had anticipated that the outcome of this battle would unfold in such a manner. The victor turned out to be Jiang Ping'an, who was merely at the foundation establishment stage. This was the secret realm of the great Xia royal family, where few could engage in battles across ranks. The disparity between foundation establishment and golden core was monumental. Yet, Jiang Ping'an astonishingly defeated a formidable golden core expert with his foundation establishment cultivation. Though Jiang Ping'an appeared to lack a golden core, his body was infused with the essence of a golden core in all 360 acupoints. Outside the arena, Li Yidao's expression changed drastically. He had exhausted all his training days. The 100 days of cultivation had come at a tremendous cost to his family, all squandered against Jiang Ping'an. Cursed be Li He, who claimed that Jiang Ping'an was easy to deal with. Li Yidao could not possibly blame himself. He could only shift the responsibility onto Li He. Xia Qing suddenly recalled that Jiang Ping'an possessed the Wuji Fist. Well, he should step down after defeating one opponent. Xia Qing was elated. For Jiang Ping'an had demonstrated extraordinary combat prowess and taught the Li family a lesson. Jiang Ping'an remained still, standing on the martial platform, gazing through the crowd at a golden-haired man. You, the strongest among these golden core cultivators, dare to challenge me? The crowd turned in unison to follow Jiang Ping'an's gaze. It was Xia Qianren. He had come to witness the battle. Wasn't he in the midst of condensing his nascent soul? Xia Qianren was well known, and other golden core cultivators looked at him with admiration, reverence, and trepidation. Jiang Ping'an, through his right eye, discerned that this individual possessed the power of laws, surpassing the others of the golden core stage. Jiang Ping'an, do not be overconfident. Retreat at once. Xia Qing was genuinely anxious, calling out Jiang Ping'an's name. Of all the opponents he could choose, he had to select Xia Qianren. Xia Qianren, a member of the great Xia royal family, had awakened the supreme golden spiritual root of the wife of the founding monarch, granting him an innate affinity for the laws of gold. Since the detection of this talent, he had been diligently cultivating within the secret realm. Xia Qianren had long possessed the strength to break through to the nascent soul stage. Yet he had remained engrossed in refining his techniques. And now, Jiang Ping'an dared to challenge him. As Xia Qianren descended onto the martial arena, his golden hair flowing, he exuded a fierce aura. Your power at the foundation establishment level is nearly on par with my own in my youth. I should not bully you. Yet as a newcomer, your sharpness must be tempered for your growth. Xia Qianren's words were laden with arrogance. Nearly on par? Jiang Ping'an slightly lifted his heels before forcefully bringing them down, causing the ground to shatter and the martial platform to tremble violently. As he sensed the quaking of the arena, Xia Qianren narrowed his eyes. So, you have concealed strength. Let me retract my previous statement. Your power at this realm has indeed surpassed my own in those days. However, the sharpness of a newcomer still requires honing. Jiang Ping'an regarded him silently. Do you have sufficient training time? Defeating you will be arduous. If I cannot earn back training time, it would be a considerable loss. Haha, defeat me? Xia Qianren suddenly burst into laughter, as if he had heard the most amusing of jokes. If you can vanquish me with your foundation establishment strength, you may cultivate here for eternity. In an instant, Xia Qianren resembled a sword freed from its sheath, the ferocity of his power causing the surrounding laws to tremble violently. Xia Qianren suddenly dashed to the front of Jiang Ping'an, his fists stirring the currents of the air. Observing that his opponent did not employ any laws, Jiang Ping'an refrained from using the infinite fist and raised his fist to meet the challenge directly. With a thunderous crash, their collision resonated like a thunderclap, causing the arena to shatter violently around the two. The overwhelming force swept across several kilometers, rustling the spectators' garments and stirring tumultuous waves within their hearts. The arena had actually fractured. Such power had undoubtedly reached the initial stage of the nascent soul. Was this still human? Everyone was stunned by the impact. Those prodigies still in cultivation sensed the disturbance and halted their practices, rushing to witness the battle. Under the manipulation of the secret realm's rules, the broken arena rapidly reassembled, expanding to 30 kilometers. Jiang Ping'an and Xia Qianren faced each other, their expressions solemn. It was evident that both recognized the terrifying strength of the other. The two began to unleash their fists with reckless abandon. Boom, boom, Boom. Each punch resonated like thunder, creating deafening sonic booms that shattered the earth beneath them. Jiang Ping'an's strength surprisingly matched Xia Qianren's. Could this fellow be a descendant of the barbarian tribe? No, the barbarians could not possibly be so diminutive. Yet, his power was truly astonishing. In terms of strength, Xia Qianren was indeed the foremost among all golden core cultivators. But there was no rush at this moment. Xia Qianren had not even utilized the laws. The onlookers struggled to control their racing hearts, attempting to temper their astonishment. The chubby young man, Jiang Zhu, who had faced Jiang Ping'an first, was nearly in tears at the sight of the two combatants on the battlefield. This damn Jiang Ping'an, so formidable yet still picking on him. Xia Qianren unleashed the great collapse fist, each strike stronger than the last, with power compounding relentlessly. Sensing the formidable strength of his opponent, Jiang Ping'an summoned all his might at that moment. The 360 acupuncture points on his body emanated a dazzling radiance. Bang! Bang! The arena trembled violently. Observers gazed at the golden light enveloping Jiang Ping'an, their expressions filled with confusion and bewilderment. Why was his body glowing? What kind of divine body or secret technique was this? It was not a divine body. It was merely his energy stored within his acupuncture points. This fellow had actually opened all 360 major points. As the spectators witnessed Jiang Ping'an's acupuncture points fully activated, a profound shock surged through many prodigies present. Most of them were dual cultivators of spirit and body, fully aware of the implications of opening all 360 acupuncture points. It signified countless severe injuries, near-death experiences, and unbearable suffering. The prodigies who had previously underestimated Jiang Ping'an now regarded him with solemnity. This Jiang Ping'an, lacking a superior bloodline, had reached this point through immense perseverance and courage. Xia Qianren, observing the golden light radiating from Jiang Ping'an, spoke earnestly. Put aside your previous words. There is no need to dull your edge. I acknowledge your strength. I lack the confidence to surpass you. However, in this battle, you cannot win. Be cautious. Xia Qianren activated the laws of gold, his aura transforming dramatically, his golden hair billowing. Jiang Ping'an, in turn, released his inner spiritual energy to shield his body, isolating the laws from the outside, and prepared to defend with the infinite fist. The battle intensified, captivating the onlookers. Many were still reluctant to believe that Jiang Ping'an, with mere foundation-building prowess, could contend with the formidable Xia Qianren. As Jiang Ping'an fought, he calmly scrutinized his opponent, pondering if this was all there was to it. Hiss! The crowd of prodigies gasped in disbelief at such audacity. How could one of the strongest geniuses of the Golden Core stage be dismissed so lightly? Xia Qianren, inflamed with rage, unleashed a torrent of energy, amplifying his assault. Jiang Ping'an replied coolly, "It is futile. You cannot breach my defenses. My energy is abundant, and your attempts will not deplete me." As he spoke, a resounding roar akin to a roaring river echoed within him, his heartbeat thunderous. A terrifying battle intent emanating from him, while his dark garments rustled ominously. He seemed like a war deity descended from the heavens. The observing cultivators instantly recognized the technique Jiang Ping'an was employing, gasping in astonishment. They recalled that he had yet to unleash the war deity technique. Once invoked, his power, speed, and reflexes would double. Boom! Xia Qianren was sent flying 100 meters, leaving a deep mark upon the ground. Stunned by the pain in his fist, Xia Qianren could hardly believe this was the strength of a mere foundation-building cultivator. Jiang Ping'an's gaze drifted toward the spectators, settling on a beautiful young woman. "You two may join forces," he declared. The crowd turned to the girl he had singled out, Xiao Yan. Xia Qing, eager to confront Jiang Ping'an, was incredulous that he would challenge two of the strongest geniuses of the Golden Core stage simultaneously. Xiao Yan, on par with Xia Qianren, possessed greater speed and wielded both wind and wood affinities. How had Jiang Ping'an discerned her formidable nature? Xiao Yan narrowed her enchanting eyes. "You truly are audacious, newcomer. As you wish. Stay out of this. I want to face him one-on-one." Xia Qianren, unwilling to concede, protested. "You cannot hope to match him. He has attained the strength of an early nascent soul cultivator," Xiao Yan stated as she instantly appeared on the battlefield. Xia Qianren opened his mouth to argue, but ultimately fell silent. Though reluctant, he recognized the truth. Jiang Ping'an, having unleashed the war deity technique, was beyond his capability to confront. Xiao Yan calmly asserted, "I shall assist while you launch the attacks." Teach this fellow a lesson and ensure our royal lineage is not belittled. No sooner had she spoken than tendrils erupted from the earth, ensnaring Jiang Ping'an's form. Upon seeing the vines, his expression shifted suddenly. He recalled how Old Li had once saved his life with similar vines during his flight from the authorities in Lianshan County. Yet, Old Li was no longer present. Focus on the battle. What are you thinking? Xia Qianren's fist hurtled toward Jiang Ping'an. Jiang Ping'an summoned his spiritual energy, and a wall of earth rose abruptly, sending Xia Qianren hurtling backward. Blood surged within Jiang Ping'an, shattering the vines that bound him. Come forth, he bellowed, his aura transforming dramatically, flames igniting in his eyes. He sought strength. He aimed to obliterate the Lingtai kingdom. Xia Lian dashed behind Jiang Ping'an, unleashing wind blades imbued with principles in her assault. In an instant, Jiang Ping'an teleported behind Xia Lian, striking with a powerful punch. A sudden tornado appeared, whisking Xia Lian away, while the flung Xia Qianren charged once again toward Jiang Ping'an. A fierce battle erupted among the three. Jiang Ping'an stood his ground against two opponents, employing the defense of his Wuji fist with his left hand while launching strikes with his right, evading attacks with lightning speed and countering with his spiritual energy to withstand the laws of combat. Faced with two exceptional talents, he showed no signs of faltering. Xia Qing stood in stunned silence, unable to fathom that the tender youth from 2 years prior had evolved to such an extraordinary level. Even before honing his skills in the secret realm, he had already become remarkably powerful. She pondered how Jiang Ping'an had managed to grow so formidable right under her nose. The voices of those who had once mocked him were now silenced. With foundational strength, he was engaging two of the strongest golden core cultivators in a century. Only one individual within the secret realm had possessed such prowess. An elderly, stooped woman appeared beside Xia Qing, her hands clasped behind her back, exuding no discernible aura, resembling an ordinary old lady. Xiao Qing, your little consort is not inferior to you. Grandmother, I may not measure up to him. He has only been cultivating for 3 years, Xia Qing replied with a complex expression. Alas, he has taken a wrong path, the old woman sighed. A wrong path? What do you mean? Xia Qing inquired, puzzled. The elderly woman remained silent, her weathered gaze fixed intently upon the youth engaged in battle. Chapter 142. A wrong path. Quickly look. A foundational cultivator is holding his own against Xia Lian and Xia Qianren. Fool, are you jesting? Be serious. Why not just say that a foundational cultivator can battle a nascent soul? Really, whoever deceives you is a fool. Get lost. Some conveyed the news to others who were cultivating, yet these individuals were incredulous. Xia Lian and Xia Qianren were the two mightiest golden cores within the secret realm. Who could possibly contend against both of them? Moreover, their opponent was merely a foundational cultivator. It sounded implausible. Come on, do you dare place a bet? A piece of law fragment. If this is false, you owe me one. If true, I shall receive one from you. The messenger, feeling insulted by the skepticism, boldly wagered a fragment of law. Let us do it. Everyone bear witness. This defiant cultivator followed the messenger to the battlefield. Upon witnessing Jiang Ping'an confronting Xia Qianren and Xia Lian, he was utterly astonished. Am I dreaming? Jiang Ping'an unleashed a torrent of power, his Wuji fist defending him as he faced two exceptional talents without yielding an inch. Yun Huang's beautiful eyes were fixed on Jiang Ping'an, resembling a war god. Her gaze shimmering. The partner she envisioned was one who could sweep away all rivals, without a peer. Regrettably, Jiang Ping'an was already involved with Meng Jing. This should be the limit of my combat prowess. I shall stop here. Jiang Ping'an recognized his fighting capacity, although there remained spiritual energy within him. He could not engage further opponents. Of course, this was without resorting to poison or utilizing his right eye. As he activated the spiritual energy within him, the ground within several kilometers suddenly transformed into sand, a multitude of dust rising to envelop the three and obscure the vision of the onlookers. How much spiritual energy does he possess? He can unleash such a terrifying sandstorm. If you told me he was a nascent soul, I would believe it. How could a nascent cultivator possibly store such an immense reservoir of energy? The eminent figures present were astounded by the sheer volume of spiritual energy contained within Jiang Ping'an. Amidst the sandstorm, several fierce collisions echoed, ultimately culminating in silence. As the dust settled, Jiang Ping'an stood resolutely in the void. Xia Qianren and Xia Lian clutched their chests, blood trickling from their lips. Their gazes toward Jiang Ping'an were laden with complexity. The hearts of the onlookers trembled violently. The two top prodigies of the royal family had actually been defeated by a mere foundational cultivator. Surely, even among the elite of the Dacian dynasty and the Tianzi sacred land, there were none to compare. How had this young man cultivated to such a level? The 100 prodigies observing the battle were struck into a profound silence. They had never encountered such a formidable opponent, one who had utterly shattered their pride. "You have taken a misguided path," the elderly woman remarked. Her hands clasped behind her back as she regarded Jiang Ping'an. The crowd turned toward her in unison, hastily bowing. "Elder." Hua Qingyu could not suppress her curiosity and inquired. "Great-grandmother, what do you mean? How has he erred?" Jiang Ping'an was undeniably powerful. How could he be deemed to have strayed from the righteous path? The elderly matriarch spoke slowly. His body harbors an excessive amount of energy. Hua Qingyu was further perplexed. Was this not a favorable trait? It was common knowledge that the greater the energy within, the stronger one's combat prowess, allowing for the unrestrained use of formidable techniques without fear of energy depletion. The issue lay in the fact that his energy was so overwhelming that his golden core could not sustain it, thus rendering him incapable of forming a core. The matriarch, having lived for millennia, discerned Jiang Ping'an's dilemma at a glance. Incapable of forming a core, Hua Qingyu's pupils contracted. The surrounding prodigies were equally taken aback. Without the ability to form a core, one cannot condense a yuan-ing or achieve divine transformation, a prodigy remarked. The elderly woman nodded, affirming the gravity of the situation. This is precisely the issue. Hence, he has strayed from the path. Without the capacity to become a yuan-ing, what use is strength? The crowd, once disheartened by Jiang Ping'an's overwhelming prowess, suddenly felt a sense of relief. The weakest among them could condense a yuan-ing. Ah, how enlightening. To be unable to become a yuan-ing is to be deemed worthless. Li Dao, who had previously envied Jiang Ping'an's strength, found joy in this revelation. Hua Qingyu finally grasped why Jiang Ping'an could not form a core. It was not due to a lack of desire, but an inability to do so. Yun Huang felt a vague sense of loss upon hearing this news. The defeated Xia Lian and Xia Qianan found their spirits lifted somewhat. The elderly woman continued. Abandon this path and retrain. While you may not possess the current strength, you can still journey further. This path is a dead end. Jiang Ping'an fell into silence. He raised his arm, contemplating the faintly glowing acupoints. The concealed universe technique had bestowed upon him a vast reservoir of energy, allowing him to look down upon his peers. Even after successive battles, his internal energy remained largely intact, having only expended the energy of a few acupoints. Yet, without the cultivation system of the divine void master, this path was indeed impassable. Reluctantly, he understood that it was time to relinquish it. During the period of training in the secret realm, he could certainly embark on a new cultivation journey, progressing to the next system. Jiang Ping'an clasped his fists in salute, expressing his gratitude for the elder's guidance. The old woman nodded, remarking that youth brings with it a multitude of opportunities, and there is no need to pursue fleeting invincibility at the expense of the grand path. With that, she vanished. Li Dao shouted, "Wretched scoundrel! You deceitfully robbed me of my cultivation time. Return it at once." That was 100 days of cultivation time that had been seized, and he was determined to reclaim it, for he would be transported away by dawn otherwise. Jiang Ping'an cast a dispassionate glance at him, unperturbed by his defiance. Li Dao's expression fluctuated. Even Xia Lian and Xia Qianan were no match for him. So how could he possibly prevail? Wait until I break through to the nascent soul stage, and I shall bring you down. With resentment in his heart, Li Dao turned away. The others gradually dispersed, losing interest in Jiang Ping'an. Without the ability to break through to the nascent soul, he was deemed inconsequential. To achieve a breakthrough, he would have to relinquish the vast reservoir of spiritual energy within him. Once he abandoned the spiritual energy, he would no longer be qualified to contend with others. Such a person had little future and was not worthy of attention. The martial stage dissipated. Hua Qingyu flew before Jiang Ping'an, urging him to abandon the unorthodox path and pursue the righteous one instead. You currently possess 500 days of cultivation time, which is ample to ascend to the nascent soul. Jiang Ping'an acknowledged this with a nod, preparing to expel the spiritual energy within him and return to the righteous path. Hua Qingyu affectionately ruffled Jiang Ping'an's hair, leading him and Yun Huang to the star observation platform. Upon arriving at the platform, they encountered a cluster of closely packed small houses. The central dwelling was larger but emanated a terrifying aura, clearly a domain accessible only to the powerful. The surrounding houses, though smaller, were sufficient for habitation. As Jiang Ping'an set foot on the star observation platform, he felt the laws of heaven and earth become distinctly clearer. Similar to the function of his right eye, it allowed him to perceive these laws, albeit not as effectively. This might be attributed to his low cultivation level, as the platform's efficacy was likely tied to one's cultivation. Yuan Huang smiled at Jiang Ping'an, saying, "Dao friend Jiang, do your best. By our next meeting, I shall have broken through to the nascent soul." With a slight smile, Jiang Ping'an bid her farewell and randomly chose an unoccupied small house to enter. Activating the formation, the runes flickered, creating a barrier. He felt a twinge of reluctance as he prepared to abandon the cosmic concealment technique. Gazing through the window at the starry sky, he marveled at the clarity of the stars here, superior to that of the outside world, though lacking its beauty, instead steeped in darkness and solitude. Old Li had once said that each star they beheld was unimaginably vast, exceeding the continent on which they lived. At the time, Jiang Ping'an had felt little impact from those words, but as he ascended in realm and traversed more paths, he began to grasp the true magnitude of the stars Old Li spoke of. A golden core could obliterate a mountain, a nascent soul could easily annihilate a city, and a refining void expert could vaporize a sea. Yet these were merely a minuscule fraction of what existed among the stars. The stars were immense, yet they represented only a small part of the universe. The cosmic concealment technique encompassed the universe. It was indeed profound, yet regrettably, it was a path Jiang Ping'an could not tread. Closing his eyes, he began to dissipate his cultivation, preparing to recultivate. Spiritual energy surged forth from his body. Sensing the ebbing energy, Jiang Ping'an felt himself growing increasingly feeble. Suddenly, he abruptly opened his eyes, drawing back the dissipating spiritual essence. Clenching his fists, he gazed up at the starry sky, his eyes shimmering with determination. I shall strive once more. Chapter 143. Paving my own path, what a mistakes. What if the road ahead is obscured? In truth, there is no path until one is traversed by someone. Jiang Ping'an resolutely tightened his fists. Unwilling to relinquish this unparalleled martial art, he resolved to forge his own path. No matter the myriad challenges, no matter the obstacles that may arise, he would persist on this journey. The Emperor of Humanity laid the foundation for cultivation. The Sacred King established the cultivation system, and the Taoist of Divine Void created his own framework. Though he could not rival his predecessors, he would endeavor and strive. After all, with another body to support him, should he fail, he could simply begin anew. Jiang Ping'an harbored no fear of mistakes. His only dread was a lack of effort. He swallowed the Fire Lotus Enlightenment Seed and closed his eyes once more. Utilizing the foundation of 360 acupoints, he sought a path through the dark forest devoid of light. Even if he were to plummet into the abyss or face fierce tigers in ambush, he would persist in his endeavor. His doppelganger similarly consumed the Fire Lotus Enlightenment Seed, extracting the laws of power for comprehension. The doppelganger also inherited the strength of the right eye, possessing the ability to perceive the laws. These laws were peculiar. Ordinary cultivators could not perceive them. Only those who reached a certain realm could observe them, or those like him, endowed with a special right eye. The laws appeared like a diminutive river of stars, sparkling with celestial light, their vibrant hues swirling, imbued with mysterious, unfathomable power. A complete law, the Fire Lotus Enlightenment Seed, the Star Observation Platform, and the right eye. Possessing any one of these would be a tremendous fortune for others, significantly reducing cultivation time. Yet Jiang Ping'an possessed all four. While others cultivated for a year, he bore the weight of 4 centuries of training. This was also the reason Jiang Ping'an dared to attempt the creation of a body cultivation path. He had the capital to experiment. The royal secret realm had returned to its former tranquility. Initially, a few individuals discussed Jiang Ping'an, but gradually, interest faded. Jiang Ping'an would either forego this formidable power or remain forever unable to transcend the nascent soul stage. Regardless of his choice, he would become mediocre. When Li He learned of Jiang Ping'an's victory over Li Yidao, he was taken aback. Understanding the reason behind Jiang Ping'an's formidable strength, he felt a sense of relief. Jiang Ping'an remained an insignificant threat. To ensure Li Yidao could continue his cultivation within the secret realm, the Li family was compelled to offer substantial resources to the royal family in exchange for training opportunities. This incited Li He's father to chastise him severely and sent him home for reflection. As a result of this incident, Li He nurtured an even deeper resentment towards Jiang Ping'an and Xia Qing, fully aligning himself with the fourth princess faction. The world of cultivation grew increasingly vibrant. The emergence of the emperor's ruins prompted ancient beings from various sacred places, noble families, and dynasties to emerge from their slumber. A throng of individuals entered the ruins to vie for treasures, the clash of celestial weapons causing stars to fall. The tensions among the major factions escalated, hinting at the impending onset of conflict. Concerning the conflict between the Great Chu and the Great Xia, it seems that aside from the citizens of both nations, scarcely anyone else cares. Others simply continue with their own affairs. Even if either nation were to fall, it would scarcely attract attention. The true protagonists of the cosmos are those who can traverse the path to enlightenment. The Great Chu and the Great Xia are merely fleeting spectacles. 3 months later, a divine phoenix's ethereal form graced the skies above the stargazing platform, illuminating the entire secret realm with its radiant flames and resplendent holy light. What a sacred presence! What could it be? It is the divine phoenix. The woman known as Yunhuang has achieved the Yuaning stage. How astonishing it is that she exudes such an aura immediately upon her breakthrough. Numerous prodigies were drawn to this extraordinary phenomenon. Even the ancient sages were watching closely. Many a man found himself captivated by Yunhuang's beauty and formidable talent, deeming her an ideal partner. Yet, they quickly dismissed such thoughts, recognizing that they were of a different echelon altogether. I heard from the ancestors that she is to attend the Heavenly Tao Academy in 3 years. Thus, chances are slim. It is said that those who gain entry to the academy are all supreme beings with records of ascension. Yunhuang's ascension to Yuan brought to mind Jiang Ping'an. Did Yunhuang not enter alongside him? What has become of that young man? Who knows? He might still be at the foundation stage, huh? The previous battle had startled me. I had thought he possessed some extraordinary talent. As Yunhuang shone brightly, Jiang Ping'an became the subject of jest among the gathered cultivators. At the same time, another individual also ascended to Yuan, Li Dao. After his defeat by Jiang Ping'an, he lost precious time in cultivation, and his family made significant sacrifices to allow him to re-enter the secret realm for training. Li Dao harbored a deep-seated determination, eagerly anticipating Jiang Ping'an's breakthrough to Yuan, so he could humble him. Jiang Ping'an sat quietly in his small chamber, casting a glance at the divine phoenix's ethereal image before closing his eyes once more to continue his cultivation, his expression betraying no emotion. Following her breakthrough, Yunhuang sought out early-stage Yuaning talents within the secret realm to challenge, aiming to enhance her combat prowess. In merely 3 months, she swept through her peers with ease. Yet her ambition did not wane. She set her sights on mid-stage Yuaning experts. This time, she met defeat at the hands of a royal prodigy. After 6 months of rigorous training, Yunhuang challenged again, triumphing over her opponent and astonishing the entire secret realm. The divine phoenix's potential began to reveal itself. Yunhuang continued to challenge late-stage Yuaning prodigies. It was also this month that Xia Qing successfully broke through to the transformation stage, causing quite a stir throughout the Eastern Domain. Achieving this at the age of 36, while not the youngest in the Eastern Domain, remains a rare feat. The Heavenly Zeal Sacred Land, the ancient Thunder Clan, and the great Qian dynasty sent suitors. Upon learning of Xia Qing's betrothal, they were all greatly disappointed. This matter ignited fierce debate within the great Xia royal family. What significance does Jiang Ping'an hold? He is hardly a genius. Simply annul the marriage. This is a prime opportunity to forge connections with these powerful factions. The previous emperor, filled with fervor, sought to align with these influential forces. Yet, an elder cautioned, "This news has long since spread. If we were to suddenly breach the contract, where would the royal family's dignity lie? Moreover, Jiang Ping'an has graciously bestowed upon us a quasi-immortal artifact. Although this artifact is damaged, we could easily compensate Jiang Ping'an with a few secret treasures. It is rumored that the Sun God sect is currently in negotiations with the state of Chu. Should they ally with Chu, our great Xia may face a dire predicament. I cannot consent to this." Xia Qing, adorned in a resplendent golden phoenix robe, entered the conference room, exuding an air of authority and aloofness that marked a profound transformation in her demeanor. The previous emperor urged, "Little Qing, do not act rashly. This is your opportunity. Aligning with a powerful faction would be advantageous for both you and Great Xia." Xia Qing gazed calmly at her grandfather. Do you understand why I was able to transcend to the divine transformation stage at such a young age? It is because Jiang Ping'an gifted me a fire lotus enlightenment seed, significantly reducing my cultivation time. He also provided me with a dragon bone, which enabled me to acquire the resources I required for my training. If you wish for me to join a prominent family, you must relinquish the quasi-immortal artifact and return the fire lotus and dragon bone. I aspire to become empress and shall not marry into any esteemed family or serve as one of their own. With that declaration, Xia Qing flicked her sleeves and departed. Disregarding the elders, the former emperor, infuriated, turned to his son Xia Yanhao. Look at how rebellious your daughter is. She even confronts her own grandfather. How do you manage her? Unable to reprimand Xia Qing directly, he vented his frustrations upon his son. Xia Yuanhao wore an expression of innocence. Isn't she a product of your indulgence? Every time I attempt to discipline her, you scold me. Now, she has encountered the consequences of her actions. Chapter 144. Emergence from seclusion. Great Xia has declined the matrimonial alliance with the powerful faction, leaving Xia Qing's marriage unresolved. Xia Qing's doppelganger stood beside the martial arena. Observing Yun Huang engage in combat with a prodigy at the late Yuanying stage, a smile of satisfaction gracing her lips. The divine phoenix physique was beginning to reveal its potential, and as her realm ascended, she would only grow stronger. In another 2 years, Yun Huang would be sent to the Celestial Academy for further studies. By the time Yun Huang graduated, it would coincide with Xia Qing's ascension to the throne. As she watched Yun Huang excel, Xia Qing's thoughts drifted to the boy who seldom smiled. She wondered how that insufferable lad was faring in his cultivation. For him to forsake a vast reservoir of spiritual energy must have been a significant setback. Lost in her musings, she suddenly sensed something amiss. Swiftly turning her head to see the golden phoenix hairpin atop her head tremble violently, her gaze fell upon a tall, handsome young man, and her eyes brightened momentarily, though she soon furrowed her brows upon sensing his aura. Why have you not abandoned this misguided path? Dressed in a black brocade robe, Jiang Ping'an had grown considerably taller over the past year, standing with a more upright and handsome demeanor. Yet, his aura revealed that he remained at the foundation establishment stage. What has he been doing for the past year? What are you thinking? Do you hesitate? Xia Qing attempted to reach out and pat the young man's head, only to realize he now towered over her. His bright, resolute eyes met hers with calm determination. I wish to have a duel with Yun Huang. Jiang Ping'an's voice had matured slightly, resonating with newfound depth. Observing his composed demeanor, Xia Qing felt an odd sensation, as if the boy she once knew had transformed into a man. Do you believe you can best Yun Huang? Xia Qing gazed upon the battlefield, where Yun Huang engaged in a titanic clash with a prodigy at the late stage of the nascent soul realm, both exchanging blows with remarkable vigor. Abandon this path. You shall never reach the nascent soul stage, nor comprehend the laws, rendering you incapable of contending with practitioners of that caliber. She understood Jiang Ping'an's psyche. As an ordinary person, he had amassed sufficient spiritual energy to engage in combat with prodigies, even crossing realms. However, relinquishing this spiritual energy would revert him to mediocrity, stripping him of all his luster, a most difficult choice. Jiang Ping'an, you have yet to concede. A cry of astonishment resonated from 1,000 meters away. Li Dao, poised to descend from Wudao Mountain to duel with a formidable apparition, caught sight of a figure he loathed from several kilometers away. Jiang Ping'an. A year prior, Jiang Ping'an had defeated him, stealing away his training time. Subsequently, his family incurred immense costs to enable his return to the secret realm for cultivation. Li Dao's foremost ambition was to await Jiang Ping'an's ascension to the nascent soul stage, only to triumph over him thereafter. A year had elapsed, and upon seeing Jiang Ping'an once more, he was dismayed to find him still at the foundation establishment stage, utterly unchanged. This fool had not abandoned his misguided path. What an imbecile! Upon hearing the voice, Jiang Ping'an turned to face Li Dao and glanced at Yun Huang, still embroiled in battle. Uncertain of when she would conclude her fight, he returned his attention to Li Dao. Care to duel? Jiang Ping'an now yearned for a confrontation to demonstrate his path to the heavenly Dao. Without the acknowledgement of the heavenly Dao, he could not genuinely grasp the laws and was limited to observing through his right eye. Lacking the heavenly Dao's recognition, he could not claim to have forged his own path. Fool, behold my cultivation level. Li Dao unleashed the terrifying aura of his nascent soul stage, scoffing. Do you think I am as inept as you, forever barred from this realm? Care to duel? Jiang Ping'an reiterated, his expression betraying no emotion. Haha, Your Highness. Did you hear that? This fellow dares to challenge me. Li Yidao laughed heartily, the scar on his face appearing even more menacing. He yearned to teach Jiang Ping'an a lesson, yet the latter's inferior cultivation level made it somewhat disgraceful to engage him, unless Jiang Ping'an himself consented to the duel. Now, with Jiang Ping'an's challenge, he could finally act. Although Jiang Ping'an had yet to attain the nascent soul stage, it would suffice to vent a year's worth of pin-up rage. I will ensure this brat lies in bed for months. Li Yidao refrained from mentioning the wager of training time, fearful of scaring Jiang Ping'an into declining the match. Upon their agreement to duel, an arena spanning 100 miles materialized around them. Come and witness. Jiang Ping'an, overreaching, dares to challenge a nascent soul master with his foundation establishment cultivation. Li Yidao, eager to humiliate Jiang Ping'an before all, shamelessly broadcasted his voice throughout the secret realm. Jiang Ping'an? I recall now. How is he still at the foundation establishment stage? Surely, he cannot still be clinging to that erroneous path, can he? He seeks to challenge a nascent soul practitioner? Does he possess the strength of one? What nonsense! If he were truly that formidable, the Heavenly Tao Academy would be begging to admit him. Let us go and see what unfolds. A throng of untrained cultivators flocked to witness the spectacle, as they found themselves unable to easily leave the secret realm. Their enjoyment stemmed primarily from spectating and engaging in battles. Upon arriving beside the battlefield, many observed Jiang Ping'an's cultivation level, which remained unchanged from a year prior, and a flicker of sympathy appeared in their eyes. As an ordinary individual devoid of a noble lineage, achieving invincibility among his peers was an arduous endeavor. Attaining such a level of prowess is indeed a testament to his strength. Thus, it is truly lamentable that he dares not abandon this path. Without the ability to forge a golden core, he could not hope to attain the nascent soul, nor comprehend the laws of heaven and earth, perpetually barring him from becoming a formidable force. What was Jiang Ping'an thinking, daring to challenge a nascent soul expert? Perhaps he was misguidedly confident, believing that he could confront such a formidable opponent without a breakthrough. It was laughable. He would soon be forced to confront reality. Meanwhile, Yun Huang, witnessing Jiang Ping'an emerging from his seclusion and ceasing hostilities with his opponent, flew to Summer Qing's side. Sister Princess, what transpired? What is Taoist Jiang attempting? Although Li Yidao had only recently entered the nascent soul stage, he was indeed a formidable presence, a different realm altogether compared to golden core cultivators. Even if Jiang Ping'an possessed an abundance of energy, lacking comprehension of the laws rendered him incapable of battling a nascent soul. Summer Qing shook her head, equally perplexed by Jiang Ping'an's intentions. Yun Huang expressed concern. Sister Princess, stop the match at once. Should he be harmed by the laws, the pain will be excruciating. Having experienced such pain herself, she understood its severity. Summer Qing glanced at Yun Huang, who exhibited the makings of a stunning beauty, and sighed, you know this brat's disposition. Once he sets his mind on something, not even 10 dragons could deter him. She had resigned herself to the futility of persuading Jiang Ping'an. Yun Huang was left speechless. Indeed, when Jiang Ping'an fixed his resolve, no one could impede him. Yet, what was he truly contemplating in challenging Li Yidao? It seemed somewhat arrogant. Although Yun Huang did not perceive Jiang Ping'an as such, his current actions undeniably reflected a degree of hubris. Observing the increasing crowd around him, Li Yidao's smile grew even more radiant. Last time, I was humiliated before everyone, but today, you shall taste the bitterness of disgrace. I shall not draw my blade. With but a single finger, I shall vanquish you. Li Yidao began to refer to himself with an air of superiority, one hand behind his back while the other raised a middle finger, radiating arrogance befitting a nascent soul expert. Jiang Ping'an's expression remained impassive as he calmly remarked, in the realm of cultivation, one must never underestimate anyone. Li Yidao paused, then burst into laughter. You want me to not underestimate you? Huh, just based on you bang. Li Yidao's finger was shattered by a single punch, sending him hurtling through the air, blood gushing from his mouth. He soared several kilometers before finally coming to a halt. Staring in disbelief at his bent finger before lifting his gaze back to Jiang Ping'an, his expression shifting to one of utter astonishment. What kind of speed and strength is this? Chapter 145. The rematch with Li Yidao. The onlookers, who had been enjoying the spectacle from afar, were left dumbfounded upon witnessing Li Yidao being sent flying. What had just transpired? Such incredible speed. Was this truly the power of a foundation establishment cultivator? Jiang Ping'an seemed to have grown even stronger than he was a year ago. Li Yidao's fingers trembled in pain, his expression contorting into a grimace. He felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation at having been injured by a mere foundation establishment cultivator. Channeling his spiritual energy, his shattered finger miraculously mended itself. Trash. Did you see that? This is the power of a nascent soul cultivator, capable of effortlessly restoring severed digits. Without the laws, the wounds you inflict are nothing more than a mere tickle. Today, allow me to demonstrate the speed and strength of a nascent soul. Li Yidao raised his fist, the law of gold enveloping it, and in an instant, he surged toward Jiang Ping'an, aiming a devastating blow at his face. Kneel before me. A terrifying force swept across the arena. Yun Huang's heart tightened. Surely, Jiang Ping'an would be injured. Others shared the same sentiment, but their concern was overshadowed by mockery. How foolish for a foundation establishment cultivator to challenge a nascent soul. Even the most naive newcomer to the cultivation world would not be so arrogant. Bang! A resounding crash echoed. The derision on everyone's faces vanished, jaws dropping in disbelief. It was not Jiang Ping'an who had been struck down, but rather Li Yidao. He was sent flying, his arm twisted and broken, shattered bones piercing through his skin in a grotesque display. Mid-air, Li Yidao clutched his contorted right arm, his face a mask of horror and shock. The law of strength. Impossible. How can you manipulate the law of strength? If not for the law of gold's protection, my arm would have been reduced to mere shreds. The spectators were left in utter astonishment at Li Yidao's words. The law of strength? Jiang Ping'an could wield the power of the laws. What a joke. Could Li Yidao be mistaken? After all, Jiang Ping'an was merely at the foundation establishment stage. How could he possibly harness the power of the laws? Indeed, it is the law of strength. I sensed it too. A prodigy adept in the law of strength exclaimed in disbelief. Xia Qing and Yun Huang wore equally incredulous expressions. Only nascent soul cultivators could comprehend the laws. Even those at the late golden core stage could only touch the threshold of the laws while seated on the star observation platform. Yet, Jiang Ping'an was merely at the foundation establishment stage. How could he grasp the laws? Had he utilized some special artifact? Or had he genuinely comprehended the laws? If it were the latter, the ensuing ripple would be unimaginable. In that moment, all eyes were fixated on Jiang Ping'an. Beneath the starry sky, atop the arena, Jiang Ping'an stood clad in black, his demeanor as calm as a still pond. He gazed up at the heavens, knowing full well what he aimed to achieve. This battle would serve as his testament. Li Yidao refused to believe that Jiang Ping'an had comprehended the laws. He expended spiritual energy to reattach his severed arm. Recovering from an injury inflicted by the law of strength was not overly difficult. However, wounds caused by the law of fire would present a far greater challenge. Li Yidao resolved to get serious, drawing the blade from his waist and charging at Jiang Ping'an. You must have employed some artifact. Watch as I unveil your true nature. The law of gold combined with the tyrant blade technique unleashed a terrifying aura that shook the very fabric of space. Jiang Ping'an raised his fist, meeting the onslaught head-on. Bang, bang, bang. The ferocious clashes between the tyrant blade and Jiang Ping'an's fists sent powerful shockwaves throughout the arena, causing it to tremble violently. Jiang Ping'an had truly grasped the law of strength. A prodigious figure gasped in astonishment, his face a canvas of incredulity. Surely, I must have imbibed some counterfeit elixir, hallucinating. Had anyone suggested prior that a cultivator in the foundation establishment stage could comprehend the laws, they would have been met with a resounding slap. Was it not absurd to consider? Yet, at this very moment, they witnessed a foundation establishment cultivator brandishing his fists, manifesting the power of the laws. Engaged in combat with a nascent soul expert. No, it should be said that Jiang Ping'an was overwhelming the nascent soul master. Jiang Ping'an transformed into a deity of war, facing the ferocious blade with unwavering resolve, absorbing the strikes, and forcing Li Yidao into retreat after retreat. This indicated that Jiang Ping'an's understanding of the laws surpassed that of Li Yidao. Yun Huang covered her mouth in shock. Xia Qing wore an expressionless facade, yet her fists clenched tightly beneath her sleeves. Throughout the ages, how many have comprehended the laws at the foundation establishment stage? Such occurrences resided solely in legends, never before witnessed by mortal eyes. However, today, they bore witness. Jiang Ping'an had forged a new path. Numerous formidable beings within the secret realm began to emerge. What was this youth's extraordinary ability? A A foundation establishment cultivator grasping the laws. Impossible. This lad must possess an extraordinary fortune. Even these ancient figures were taken aback by Jiang Ping'an's performance. Suddenly, Jiang Ping'an shouted to the heavens, "I shall name this realm the Spirit Sealing Realm. Do you acknowledge it?" Without the recognition of the heavenly Tao, further cultivation would prove exceedingly difficult. To whom was he speaking? What was this Spirit Sealing Realm? Was he attempting to create a new realm? A renowned cultivator voiced his speculation. The moment those words were uttered, the crowd shuddered in disbelief. Surely, this was no jest. What was Jiang Ping'an to possess such caliber? Historically, only 3 individuals had created their own systems. And those capable of establishing realms were unparalleled masters who had pioneered spiritual and physical cultivation. Each had left an indelible mark in the endless river of history. But what was Jiang Ping'an to conceive a new realm? I refuse to believe. I refuse to accept that you can comprehend the laws. Li Dao grew increasingly frantic, unleashing the full might of his domineering blade technique. As a prodigy of the Li family, he could not fathom being bested by a mere foundation establishment cultivator. He refused to accept it. Observing the heavenly Tao's silence, Jiang Ping'an ignited a point of energy within his body, channeling all his strength into his right arm. With a single, thunderous punch, a tempest erupted, and the heavens shifted in hue. Boom! His fist collided with the blade of Li Dao, shattering the treasured weapon. Li Dao was sent hurtling away by the sheer force of that terrifying punch, unable to halt his flight as he soared beyond the arena. Jiang Ping'an raised his voice to the heavens. "Heavenly Tao, I have vanquished a nascent soul. Do you acknowledge this realm?" The hearts of all present surged with tumultuous waves. Jiang Ping'an had sent a nascent soul cultivator flying with a single punch. He truly was on the verge of establishing a new realm. In that instant, Jiang Ping'an became unparalleled, leaving all other prodigies in the shadows, while the ancient figures who had lived for years trembled. A foundation establishment cultivator had comprehended the laws and defeated a nascent soul initial stage master, even in the sacred land of Tianzi or the great Qin dynasty. Such individuals were unheard of. This youth had achieved it. The female cultivators in attendance gazed at the young man, their hearts racing uncontrollably. What lineage? What divine body? Who can rival this young man? Outside the arena, Li Dao stood in a daze. He had been defeated by a mere foundation establishment youth. The world fell into silence, devoid of any sound, save for the voice of the young man echoing. "Heavenly Tao, I have vanquished the nascent soul. Do you acknowledge this realm?" The crowd was shaken to its core. How many dare to question the heavenly Tao? Suddenly, a brilliant kaleidoscope of light erupted from the distant Martial Mountain, illuminating the starry sky. A formless shadow, its visage obscured, materialized and descended through the void. This shadow seemed to embody a divine presence. The laws trembled violently. The great Tao resonated, and the stars paled in comparison. All the ancient beings within the secret realm were stirred. What is happening? Why has the projection of the elder departed from Martial Mountain? I do not know. This is the first occurrence of such a phenomenon. It appears that this elder's projection has come to seek Jiang Ping'an. Chapter 146. The battle projection. Martial Mountain harbors a projection left by a powerful being, from which the founding emperor of the Great Xia and one of its 9 war gods learned, creating many supreme secret arts. The secret realm of the Great Xia royal family was born from the cultivation of ancient powerhouses. Due to the nourishing aura of the great Tao released by these strong beings, it became a sanctuary for cultivation. Later, it was discovered by the founding sovereign of Great Xia and transformed into a secret realm, comprising the star observation platform, Martial Mountain, and the Demon Rock Cave. The projection from Martial Mountain had never left its confines, but today, it astonishingly departed from the Enlightenment Mountain, enveloped in resplendent 7-colored radiance, and appeared before Jiang Ping'an on the battlefield. The original owner of this projection must have been immensely powerful. The force of the great Tao obscured its countenance, visible only to the strong. All present stood transfixed, uncertain why the projection had sought out Jiang Ping'an. Gazing intently at the projection, Jiang Ping'an queried, "Is it the heavenly Tao that compels me to defeat you in order to validate my realm?" The projection remained silent as countless vines surged from beneath Jiang Ping'an's feet, attempting to ensnare him. Jiang Ping'an executed a thunderous flash, appearing behind the projection to deliver a punch. Boom! The projection reacted swiftly, turning to counterattack. Its fist imbued with the golden laws colliding against Jiang Ping'an's force laws, the sound resonating like thunder. Following this, torrents of flames erupted from the projection, the laws of fire swirling fiercely, seeking to engulf Jiang Ping'an. In response, Jiang Ping'an ignited the energy within a meridian, dispersing the flames. He raised his fist once more to strike. A wall of earth, infused with the laws of earth, rose to block Jiang Ping'an's assault, while countless raindrops began to fall. Jiang Ping'an could clearly perceive the terrifying laws of water contained within these droplets. As they struck the ground, they corroded it to a pockmarked state. Jiang Ping'an unleashed the third tier of the boundless fist to withstand the rain. Now, he had comprehended half of the force laws and was capable of learning the third tier of the boundless fist. The first tier could withstand 3 times the force. The second tier could withstand 4 times the force. The third tier, however, could neutralize attacks from the laws. An extraordinary power surged within Jiang Ping'an, dissolving all the corrosive raindrops. He ignited energy in another meridian and executed the thunderous flash, propelling himself toward the projection. The projection countered with its own spell. The laws of gold, earth, water, fire, and wood, the 5 fundamental laws of magic, converge simultaneously. This projection possesses the legendary quintessence of the 5 elements. Jiang Ping'an is being relentlessly beaten back, his body drenched in blood. I refuse to believe that this path is impassable. Jiang Ping'an channels the battle god technique, doubling his capabilities, an overwhelming aura causing the laws to tremble violently. He charges forth like a deity of war, bloodied yet resolute. Today, he must carve out his own path. 2 bodies collide incessantly, eclipsing the sun and moon. Everyone is left in a state of astonishment. The so-called prodigies, in this moment, grasp the true meaning of being extraordinary. Many ancient beings tremble uncontrollably. Is Jiang Ping'an truly a foundation-building practitioner? Some would even believe he is a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator. Bang! Jiang Ping'an's fist descends, shattering the projection against the battle platform, cracking its surface. Soon, the platform reconstitutes, this time enveloped in a radiant glow that obscures the view of the onlookers. What is happening? Why has the battle platform been obscured? Confusion reigns among the crowd. It is the projection of the Martial Dao mountain that blocks the view, perhaps intending to unleash some magic that it does not wish to reveal. An elder speculates. The projection of the Martial Dao mountain has attained sentience, possessing its own will. The spectators are anxious, scratching their heads in frustration. Such a thrilling battle cannot be witnessed, which is exceedingly vexing. It feels akin to being interrupted midway through a crucial moment, an unbearable discomfort. Can Jiang Ping'an triumph over the projection? It seems impossible. That projection masters 5 laws and has never faced defeat. What can Jiang Ping'an possibly compare? Incredibly, Jiang Ping'an intends to forge his own path. Although the battle platform is shrouded, the crowd remains, for while their sight is obscured, they can still hear the tumult within and sense the formidable presence. Following the emergence of the barrier, the crowd perceives the ice law manifesting upon the platform. Jiang Ping'an certainly has not comprehended the ice law. It is the projection of that formidable being that wields such magic. The sounds of fierce collisions resonate relentlessly. Jiang Ping'an is pierced by an ice spear in his shoulder, blood gushing forth, a dazed expression crossing his face. This projection is overwhelmingly powerful. It is insurmountable. No, I refuse to believe it. Jiang Ping'an ignites all 360 acupoints in his body, a dazzling brilliance soaring toward the heavens. The onlookers are shaken to their cores. Jiang Ping'an harbors such an immense reservoir of energy. No wonder he is unwilling to abandon this path. This energy rivals that of a late-stage nascent soul practitioner. Jiang Ping'an unleashes a full frontal assault, obliterating the elusive techniques with a single punch. One force shatters myriad laws. Over the past year of cultivation, he has expended 2 paths of power laws, barely grasping half of their essence, equivalent to the comprehension level of a mid-stage nascent soul. If the heavenly Tao were to acknowledge him, his understanding of the laws would accelerate. However, his current strength remains inadequate to confront the projection. The projection's power intensifies, its techniques growing even more formidable and enigmatic. Jiang Ping'an, undeterred, rises time and again despite repeated falls. He refuses to accept that he cannot traverse this path. Summoning the doppelganger from the spirit beast storage pouch, this avatar had already opened 360 major meridians and ascended to the golden core stage. With just one more step, it could transcend into an infant form. Provided there were sufficient resources, ascending beyond the nascent soul realm was not insurmountable. Jiang Ping'an exerted all his strength to channel the blood energy of the doppelganger, causing the blood core within to rupture. And a figure resembling an infant Jiang Ping'an materialized in his dantian. The blood infant coalesced. The two bodies of Jiang Ping'an merged, and his aura surged exponentially. The union of these two forms was far greater than the mere sum of their parts. Jiang Ping'an traversed the void, defying the laws, and brandished his indomitable fists. Suddenly, the projection body split apart, giving rise to three identical projections. Jiang Ping'an's pupils dilated. Dao body. The opponent possessed three Dao bodies. A sense of helplessness washed over Jiang Ping'an once more. The three projections, each wielding the same formidable power, launched an assault against him. Outnumbered 3-1. Jiang Ping'an was engulfed in flames, his skin charred, his body pierced by spells, blood staining the void crimson. The onlookers outside perceived several terrifying auras. An elderly woman, hands clasped behind her back, sighed, noting that the projection had employed the Dao body technique. While Jiang Ping'an was indeed impressive, ultimately he would succumb to the projection of this elder. Hua Qingyu turned to the elderly woman, asking, "Grandma, has no one ever defeated this projection? Not even the founding ancestors?" The elder shook her head, stating that no one had ever triumphed. Even the founding monarch and the 9 great war gods had once battled the projection in their youth and failed. Hua Qingyu gazed at the battlefield, silently praying for Jiang Ping'an. Li Yidao laughed mockingly, exclaiming, "Do you think you can carve out your own path? Who do you think you are, an ancient emperor? Forget it, just concede." Li Yidao was unwilling to witness Jiang Ping'an succeed in establishing his own domain. He refused to accept Jiang Ping'an's excellence. Hua Qingyu and Yun Huang sensed Jiang Ping'an's aura waning, their hearts sinking. Many had perished fighting projections, and Hua Qingyu did not wish for Jiang Ping'an to meet a similar fate, shouting, "Brother, there are many paths. We can cultivate anew and still grow stronger." With Jiang Ping'an's tenacity, even if his talent was mediocre, he could still achieve great distances in the future, albeit at a slower pace. Jiang Ping'an knelt, numerous holes punctuating his body, blood flowing ceaselessly. His spine and arms were broken, drenched in blood. The terrifying force of the laws rampaged within him, wreaking havoc on his form. Faced with the 3 fearsome projections, Jiang Ping'an felt insignificantly small. He unleashed all his techniques, yet still could not rival the adversary. Was this step truly insurmountable? Chapter 147. Defeated, is the path blocked? Did I stray from the path? Should I surrender? Now, only the power of his gaze remained. But it could not alter the tide of battle. Jiang Ping'an weakly knelt, ceasing to channel his energy. This path was indeed a dead end. The crowd outside the arena sensed Jiang Ping'an's dwindling energy. It appeared he had relinquished hope. He had gone astray. "Huh? Still dreaming of forging your own path? You are nothing." Li Dao laughed heartily. Yet soon, his laughter came to an abrupt halt as he noticed everyone regarding him with disdain. Jiang Ping'an may have veered off course, but he could still effortlessly defeat him. What qualifications does Li Yidao possess to mock Jiang Ping'an? Even in defeat, he remains so arrogant. If it were me, I would have retreated to seclusion long ago. Faced with the scorn of the crowd, Li Yidao bowed his head and slunk to the back of the throng. He did not leave, for he still wished to witness the anguish on Jiang Ping'an's face following his inevitable failure. Jiang Ping'an sighed, and just as he was about to utter his resignation, images of his parents, Uncle Meng, and Old Li flashed through his mind. "No, I am still unwilling. I refuse to surrender, even in defeat. I shall exhaust every ounce of strength within me." A surge of power erupted once more from Jiang Ping'an. At that moment of rekindled combat spirit, an indomitable force surged from his spine. This energy spread throughout his being, instantly healing his injuries inflicted by the laws. Jiang Ping'an's body quivered. It was the sacred body's spine. The sacred body's spine had awakened. Since merging with the spine, it had remained dormant, behaving like an ordinary bone, providing him no enhancement whatsoever. Only just now, when he reignited his fighting spirit, was the spine influenced and subsequently awakened. So, this is the sacred body. Perhaps the true owner of this spine is not arrogant, but rather born for battle, to comprehend the laws through combat. Jiang Ping'an returned to his pinnacle, enveloped by the laws of combat intent. Confronted by the 3 projections, he felt no fear, even in defeat. He would only accept it when he had truly exhausted all his capabilities. "Fight!" Jiang Ping'an clenched his fists and charged once more towards the 3 projections. The battle erupted anew. A terrifying aura radiated forth, leaving the onlookers outside in astonishment. What is happening? What is this terrifying aura? It is combat intent. The laws of combat intent. In this realm, he has managed to comprehend two distinct laws. For a cultivator at the nascent soul stage, grasping a complete law is sufficient to ascend to the transformation stage. To conserve energy, most would refrain from pursuing a second law. For an ordinary nascent soul, comprehending a single complete law requires a millennium, making it exceedingly difficult to find the energy to pursue a second. Those with resources and connections might grasp multiple laws. Yet Jiang Ping'an is merely at the foundation establishment stage. How has he achieved this? Li Dao was consumed by jealousy, silently wishing for Jiang Ping'an's failure. Yun Huang's pride was utterly shattered at this moment. She realized how ordinary she was in comparison to Jiang Ping'an. In truth, the combat intent law he wielded did not belong to Jiang Ping'an, but was derived from the spine, now put into application. Jiang Ping'an's blood surged, activating the second layer of the battle god technique, unleashing thrice the combat power. In this battle, the laws shattered, divine light blazed, and Jiang Ping'an burned with indomitable fighting spirit. Even if he cannot carve his own path, he shall forge ahead resolutely. This battle persisted for 3 days, drawing all within the secret realm to its spectacle. Even without witnessing the scenes inside, they knew they were witnessing a miracle. This path has thwarted countless prodigies. Throughout the ages, only 3 have traversed it. This path stretches into darkness, with no end in sight. In his final moments, Jiang Ping'an infused the last remnants of his spirit and strength into his right eye, summoning forth its power with unwavering determination. This surge of energy shattered the projection of a formidable opponent. Depleted, Jiang Ping'an collapsed heavily to the ground, gasping for breath. His spirit, vital energy, and physical stamina had all reached their limits. Defeated, he had exerted every ounce of his strength, yet had only vanquished a mere projection. This path had come to an impasse. You have won. The projection suddenly spoke, its voice echoing in Jiang Ping'an's ear. 1. Jiang Ping'an blinked in surprise, abruptly sitting up. The projection smiled and said, "You have already triumphed. I employed power that transcends this realm long ago. Did you not notice? Your aura has transformed." With this prompting, Jiang Ping'an realized that the foundational aura he had possessed had vanished, replaced by an indescribable essence akin to that of the nascent soul realm, yet distinctly different. The sealing of energy within the acupoints, characteristic of the spirit sealing realm, resonated well with this newfound state. The projection nodded in satisfaction. A smile finally broke across Jiang Ping'an's face. He had successfully taken his first step. He consumed a medicinal pill, mustering the strength to rise, clasping his fists in gratitude. "Thank you for your guidance, esteemed senior. I did not guide you. I merely wished to tease you." The projection chuckled. Jiang Ping'an was taken aback. This projection seemed to possess a high degree of intelligence. "This path is fraught with challenges. Do you comprehend what lies ahead?" The projection inquired. "What path in this world is easy?" Jiang Ping'an retorted. The projection paused momentarily before laughing heartily. "Indeed, during my time, I faced numerous trials, even severing my cultivation over a dozen times to establish the current system of cultivation. The journey was riddled with insurmountable difficulties." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ping'an trembled violently, a realization dawning upon him, though he dared not voice it. The projection stroked its chin. "I am merely a projection, devoid of a true name. The descendants have come to call me the Saint King." Jiang Ping'an's heart surged with tumultuous waves. Indeed, it was the venerable figure who had established the present cultivation system. The great emperors of antiquity pioneered the path of cultivation, and the Saint King constructed the framework that has endured through the ages. To converse with the ancient Saint King sent Jiang Ping'an's heart racing. "Esteemed senior, how should I navigate the path ahead?" Jiang Ping'an humbly sought counsel. He had only taken a single step, yet a vast chasm lay between him and a complete system of cultivation. The one who had created such a system must possess invaluable experiences. "How should I know the way?" "That path belongs to you. Tread it yourself and retrace your steps if you falter," the Saint King's projection responded, its tone devoid of the gravitas of a powerful being, resembling more that of a youthful child. "Off you go," it said, as it opened a shimmering barrier and stepped into the void. The final exchange was communicated through thought, unheard by anyone else. Jiang Ping'an bowed deeply to the projection, then raised his gaze toward the distance. The top talents of the great Xia and numerous powerful figures regarded him, as if he were a curious anomaly. Have you succeeded? Xia Qing asked, her eyes fixed on Jiang Ping'an, a tremor evident in her voice. I have merely taken a single step, Jiang Ping'an replied calmly, devoid of excessive joy. For he understood the arduous journey that lay ahead. The next breakthrough necessitates a profound elevation of this realm, a task exceedingly arduous without guidance or clarity on the path ahead. Should one fail to transcend, hope may remain perpetually elusive. The multitude gazed upon Jiang Ping'an, at a loss for words, having witnessed a legend unfold. With foundational prowess, he forged a realm uniquely his own. Even a single step taken, if word were to spread, would undoubtedly reverberate throughout the eastern domain. Witnessing Jiang Ping'an's success, Li Yidao's expression twisted in jealousy, his mind raging in silent fury. What is there to boast about? Merely a single step taken, a formidable Yuan Ying could effortlessly obliterate you. You may never take another step in your lifetime. Chapter 148. The fortune bestowed by the senior Jiang Ping'an's performance today will be etched in the memories of all present for eternity. Although the specifics of the battle remained unseen, the magnitude of Jiang Ping'an's strength was palpable. Yet, no one could foresee the heights he might reach in the future. Jiang Ping'an was summoned to the innermost chamber of the star observation platform. Xia Qing's great-grandmother presented him with a box. The path you tread is one that no one can assist you on. You will either leave your name in history or be forever ensnared in a certain realm, living in obscurity. Inside the box lay the other half of the Tao body and another secret art of the great Xia, eternal continuity, which resonates deeply with you. Jiang Ping'an accepted the box, bowing in gratitude, thanking the elder. Any secret arts are extraordinarily precious. The elderly woman chuckled, revealing a few teeth, and asked, when will you and Xia Qing wed? Jiang Ping'an was taken aback, glancing at Xia Qing. Has she not yet informed the emperor of the annulment? Xia Qing quickly interjected. Great-grandmother, there's no rush. The elder sighed, lamenting, what a pity. I shall not witness your marriage. Xia Qing embraced the elder's hand, reassuring her, great-grandmother. What are you saying? Once you break through to the next realm, with a lifespan extended to millennia, you will surely see it. The elder shook her head, expressing hopelessness. I intend to use my remaining life to seize an opportunity for the great Xia. Suddenly, a thought struck Xia Qing, her complexion shifting alarmingly. Could the one wielding the pen be the great-grandmother? No, this cannot happen. It could be fatal. Moreover, it may not even be effective. Recently, the royal family has been deliberating on utilizing the quasi-immortal artifact, the judge's pen, to impose causality, bringing an opportunity to the great Xia. However, this would result in the demise of the one who uses the judge's pen. The elder viewed the situation philosophically, gently patting Xia Qing's hand. For the sake of the great Xia, someone must step forward. Should the state of Chu align with the sun god sect, our great Xia would be in peril. The elder released Xia Qing's hand, asserting, you are destined to be empress. You cannot afford to be so indecisive. In truth, being an emperor is not as glorious as it seems. Finding a beloved man to traverse the world together is the truest happiness. With hands clasped behind her back, the elder gradually made her way outside, where a multitude of royal powerhouses awaited. Mother, must you proceed with this? You still have 200 years of life. An elder implored, his eyes reddened. I have lived enough. Hand me the pen. The elder extended her frail, wrinkled hand. Emperor Xia Yuanhao stepped forward, reverently offering the battered judge's pen to the elder. She caressed the pen gently and said, the future is entrusted to you all. As she spoke, she resolutely ignited all her life force, transforming a stooped elder back to her youthful visage. Her starry eyes sparkled like celestial bodies, her skin as pristine as fresh snow. Her beauty unparalleled, rendering the world around her dull in comparison. Undoubtedly, in her youth, she must have captivated countless prodigies. She lifted her pen, infusing it with life, using the void as her canvas to inscribe her words. With my life as the catalyst, may our great Xia once again acquire its treasures. As the final phrase was penned, the forces of destiny trembled, and a radiant seven-colored mist enveloped her form. Gradually, her body began to disintegrate into fragments. The judge's pen, a celestial artifact of causality, demanded a price for imposing such fate. Treasures are defined as artifacts below the threshold of quasi-immortal. To impose such a grand opportunity inevitably leads to demise. Regrettably, her cultivation was insufficient to procure an immortal artifact for great Xia. A fleeting hint of regret danced across her stunning visage. In mere moments, only her head and a small portion of her body remained. Yet her countenance still bore a smile. The energy within her was sufficient for one last small opportunity. She turned to Jiang Ping'an and once more wielded the judge's pen, bestowing her blessing for his ascendance to the next realm. As the final character was inscribed, her head and hand shattered into particles, dissipating into the wind. Great-grandmother. Hua Qingyu wept, kneeling upon the ground, recalling her mischievous childhood when she often found herself in trouble, always protected by her great-grandmother. Two lines of text merged with the forces of destiny, vanishing alongside the woman. Xia Yuanhao and the other younger generations knelt in reverence, exclaiming, "We honor our ancestors." Jiang Ping'an stood in a daze, gazing at the judge's pen that had fallen to the ground. He never anticipated that this elder would bestow upon him such an opportunity at her final moment. With hands clasped in salute, he bowed deeply, unable to rise for an extended period. This elder did not receive a grand funeral, but instead had a plaque placed beside her husband's token. The royal family paid their respects with incense. The enduring legacy of the great Xia is a testament to the silent guardianship of generations past. In their final moments, one must either plunge into forbidden realms seeking treasures or face their foes in a final reckoning. The flame of inheritance continues to burn brightly. After the others departed from the ancestral hall, Hua Qingyu remained behind, kneeling in silence. After a long while, she took a deep breath, wiped away her tears, and turned to Jiang Ping'an. "Your path is fraught with challenges. You must focus on your cultivation." Jiang Ping'an replied, "I intend to leave the secret realm. For vengeance? Though your combat prowess rivals that of the nascent soul, you are not yet qualified for revenge." Hua Qingyu perceived Jiang Ping'an's unspoken thoughts. She understood that this young man had long suppressed his hatred. With his parents slain by the soldiers of the Lingtai kingdom and the death of Meng Jing, who had shown him great kindness, this deep-seated enmity propelled him forward. Now that he had attained some cultivation, his foremost desire was surely retribution. "I will take on assassination." Jiang Ping'an could no longer endure the thought of waiting centuries for revenge. He felt an urgent need to slay some individuals in honor of his parents, Uncle Meng, and elderly. "No, it is still far too perilous. Your current strength is insufficient for vengeance. What will you do if you encounter trouble now?" While other matters may be accommodated for Jiang Ping'an, this particular undertaking was absolutely out of the question. 2 years hence, I intend to send both Yun Huang and you to the Celestial Tao Academy, a grand opportunity that will bestow upon you the power to seek vengeance upon your emergence. The Celestial Tao Academy? Jiang Ping'an gazed at the speaker in confusion, having encountered this term on multiple occasions. What precisely is the Celestial Tao Academy? Hua Qingyu elucidated. It is the most enigmatic of institutions. To enter, one must possess a noble lineage, with bloodlines that have historically ascended to immortality. Within its walls reside the most exceptional prodigies of the cultivation realm, the finest instructors, and the most superior resources for cultivation. You would ordinarily lack the qualifications for entry. But Yun Huang possesses them. She is permitted to bring along a guardian. Initially, I intended to accompany Yun Huang, yet I believe your presence within would yield greater value. The path the young man treads is devoid of guidance, but should he gain entry to the Celestial Tao Academy, where formidable individuals abound, the mentorship available might enable him to progress further. Jiang Ping'an regarded the woman before him, deeply moved. He understood the magnitude of this opportunity. The journey of cultivation cannot solely rely on one's own comprehension of principles. Guidance is essential for greater advancement. Contemplating an academy that only those with immortal bloodlines may enter reveals the immense potential it harbors. Yet, I cannot afford to wait that long. Jiang Ping'an has endured for several years and is now eager for this group to pay a price. Hua Qingyu observed the boy's resolute expression, pondering for a moment before stating, "Thus, when you master the power of the barbarian totem stone, I shall permit you to venture forth." The barbarian totem stone was bestowed upon Jiang Ping'an by a predecessor before entering the secret realm. This stone, originating from the barbarian tribe, possesses formidable totemic power. Should one comprehend its essence, their strength would greatly amplify. However, for those lacking barbarian bloodlines, it is exceedingly challenging to grasp, potentially requiring decades, centuries, or even millennia. Hua Qingyu proposed this condition in hopes of allowing Jiang Ping'an to quietly cultivate. Although he has pioneered the spirit-sealing realm, akin to the nascent soul, and has made strides in the cultivation world, he remains distant from his quest for vengeance. The ruler of the Spirit Platform Kingdom is a formidable figure in the Void Refinement stage, with numerous transformation gods, not to mention the powerful entities from the Chu Kingdom. Should Jiang Ping'an seek revenge, a misstep may lead to calamity. If you can master the power of the Barbarian Totem Stone, I will lend you a shard of an immortal artifact to aid in your quest for retribution. Hua Qingyu produced a fragment radiating a mysterious luminescence, its brilliance flickering across the shard. This is a fragment of an immortal artifact, exceedingly sharp. Should you encounter an insurmountable predicament, it may serve as a last resort. Despite being merely a fragment, its worth is unparalleled, rivaling that of a divine treasure. The mere act of entrusting such a relic to Jiang Ping'an signifies Hua Qingyu's genuine concern for him. For should he inadvertently encounter danger, this shard would be lost. Even a biological father might hesitate to lend such a treasure to his son. Jiang Ping'an cast a fleeting glance at the shard before turning to return to his previous abode for cultivation. Hua Qingyu watched the youth's retreating figure, murmuring, "Do not blame your sister. If blame is to be assigned, let it be to the elusive power of the Barbarian Totem Stone. This stone will undoubtedly keep Jiang Ping'an tethered. 2 years hence, he shall be sent to the Celestial Path Academy. Yet emerging from its depths will require a century of time." Chapter 149. Comprehension of the Totem Stone of the Barbarian Tribe. Jiang Ping'an harbored a fervent desire for vengeance. However, Hua Qingyu forbade him from pursuing it. He understood that Hua Qing's concern stemmed from a place of care, leaving him unable to harbor any resentment. For the time being, he resolved to harness the power of the Barbarian Tribe's Totem Stone before seeking retribution. Prior to comprehending the might of the totem, Jiang Ping'an detached a doppelganger from his main body. This doppelganger pursued the path of physical cultivation, successfully awakening the strength of his spine through prior battles. He felt a profound connection as the spine and body fused, with his power steadily increasing. At this rate, he wondered if he might evolve into a semi-holy body. He did not aspire to attain a complete holy body. Achieving a semi-holy form would suffice to bring him contentment. He placed his main body back into the spirit beast storage bag to continue its comprehension of the laws. It took him 2 complete laws of power to grasp half of their essence. The conversion efficiency stood at approximately 4-to-1. It required 4 laws of power to comprehend a singular complete law. This remarkable efficiency was facilitated by the assistance of his right eye, the Fire Lotus Enlightenment Master, and the Star Observation Platform. For an ordinary cultivator, rapid comprehension of the laws without centuries of diligent practice is inconceivable, barring those endowed with divine bloodlines and bodies. Yun Huang, in her understanding of the laws of fire, even surpassed him. Such is the potency of a divine bloodline. Had Yun Huang access to his resources, she might have already approached the threshold of deity transformation. Jiang Ping'an meticulously reviewed the martial arts he had acquired. At present, he had reached the 2nd tier of the battle god technique. Though not yet fully mastered, it required continued insight, likely several years for complete comprehension. The Infinite Fist had reached the 3rd tier, albeit still in its nascent stages. Had he fully mastered the 3rd tier of the Infinite Fist, he would not have been so severely battered by the projection of the Holy King. The cosmic concealment technique was unique, while learning it was relatively straightforward. Enhancing the storage of spiritual energy necessitated continuous elevation of one's cultivation realm. Yet, Jiang Ping'an found himself at a loss for how to take the next step. He set a modest goal, to advance to the next stage within 300 years. The efficacy of the Thunder Flash diminished considerably with the rise of his cultivation level. This was not due to a weakening of the Thunder Flash itself, but rather his rapid growth outpacing its enhancement. A nascent soul cultivator could effortlessly traverse 1,000 meters in an instant, easily catching up to him. To augment the effectiveness of Thunder Flash, he must inscribe 1,000 thunder patterns within his body, upgrading it to the 3rd tier, a lengthy endeavor indeed. Prior to her departure for the sacrifice, Sister Hua Qing's great-grandmother bestowed upon him the complete Tao body and a technique named Endless Life. Regrettably, his spiritual consciousness was limited, preventing him from simultaneously controlling 3 bodies, a matter he could set aside for the time being. Endless Life was a healing technique that accelerated bodily recovery as long as there was spiritual energy available, even enabling the regeneration of severed limbs. Once he grew stronger, it could potentially allow for rebirth through blood. The effects of this technique greatly intrigued Jiang Ping'an. Coupled with the cosmic concealment technique, As long as he was not struck down in a single blow, he would essentially be unkillable. After meticulously organizing these supreme techniques, Jiang Ping'an realized he had much to learn. The breadth of knowledge was overwhelming. He wished fervently for 100 clones to assist in mastering these arts. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to calm himself, recognizing the importance of patience to avoid errors. At this moment, with a lifespan that spanned millennia, there was no urgency to hastily acquire these skills. Gradually, he regained his composure, setting aside the other techniques and directing his attention to the red stone in his hand. The stone bore peculiar patterns reminiscent of black flames. The elder who bestowed this totem stone upon him had indicated that mastering this force would significantly enhance his power. The barbarian tribe, a terrifying race rumored to be capable of tearing dragons asunder, was known for its unparalleled strength. In contrast, the Body clan represented the pinnacle of physical prowess among humans, highlighting the vast disparity between them and the barbarian tribe. Jiang Ping'an had encountered a member of the barbarian tribe at the winter festival banquet, leaving an indelible impression. The individual, merely 15 years of age and towering over 2 meters, had not cultivated any techniques, yet possessed strength rivaling that of a late-stage golden core cultivator, an intensity that surpassed even some divine beasts. The barbarian tribe revered totems, which granted them their power, and the black patterns on the stone were manifestations of such totems. Harnessing the power of his right eye, Jiang Ping'an scrutinized the totem stone, observing the peculiar energy coursing through the black patterns. It emanated a dark aura, though it was not of the sinister variety. How could he master this power? Jiang Ping'an consumed the Fire Lotus Enlightenment Pill, attempting to decipher and attune himself to the unique energy it possessed. Meanwhile, at the Li residence in Liuzhou, an astonished exclamation resonated from a room. Li He, casually embracing 2 women, received a transmission from Li Yidao via a jade talisman, reporting on Jiang Ping'an's exploits. Is this true? Jiang Ping'an truly defeated you and created a new realm? Li He pushed the women aside, gripping the talisman tightly, his expression one of shock. Indeed, though his exact combat prowess remains uncertain, he is at least at the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm. Li Yidao's reluctant voice echoed from the talisman. Such communication talismans were costly, but the Li family was affluent and could easily afford them, especially for significant figures. Upon hearing this news, Li's mind was clouded with disbelief. Had Li Yidao not conveyed this personally, he would have never accepted it as fact. A mere foundation establishment cultivator had actually forged a realm comparable to the mid-stage nascent soul. Previously, Li He had dismissed Jiang Ping'an, deeming him lacking in noble lineage and destined for obscurity. He could never have anticipated such terrifying talent. Although it was uncertain whether this youth could advance further, it was prudent to address the situation preemptively. I shall contact the 4th prince and devise a plan to eliminate this threat before it burgeons, Li He thought, his emotions tumultuous. The ability of Jiang Ping'an to create a new realm was a phenomenon that even the grand powers of the Qin dynasty and Tianzi's sacred land lacked. Just as Li He concluded his communication with Li Yidao, another jade slip, linked to the 4th prince Xia Tianlu, illuminated, and a voice emanated from within. Jiang Ping'an must be dealt with promptly. I share the same sentiment, came the reply. Li He snapped the necks of the 2 women beside him. They had overheard information that was never meant for their ears, and to ensure secrecy, their only fate was death. After all, they were merely women. He could easily find a multitude of replacements. The 2 began to conspire on how to deal with Jiang Ping'an. Jiang Ping'an diligently studied the barbarian totem stone for 3 months, yet he made no progress. Xia Qing entered Jiang Ping'an's chamber, seated herself on a stool, crossing her long and shapely legs, suppressing a smile as she advised, cultivation is not achieved in a day. It would do you good to venture out, engage with others. Perhaps you will glean some insights. It is unwise to remain cooped up in your room all day. While her words were intended to encourage, her thoughts betrayed a different sentiment. If the barbarian totem stone were easily comprehensible, do you think the ancestor would bestow such a treasure upon you? The ancestor spent 300 years without unlocking its secrets. Do you believe you could unravel it in 30? Jiang Ping'an, fixated on the barbarian totem stone in his hand, replied without raising his gaze, you are distracting me from my cultivation. How dare you speak to me in such a manner? You are my son-in-law. Xia Qing playfully tapped Jiang Ping'an on the head. In their private moments, she exhibited the emotions of an ordinary woman, whereas in public, she maintained an aloof, regal demeanor. Jiang Ping'an remained unresponsive, silently studying the red stone. What had gone awry? He had discerned the principles, yet could not harness this power. Merely gazing at it is futile. Even inscribing the totem on your body would prove ineffective. I have heard it requires faith, Hua Qingyu remarked. A spark of realization ignited in Jiang Ping'an's eyes. Seeing the joy blossom on his face, Hua Qingyu asked, "Are you contemplating faith in the totem?" "No, I intend to inscribe it upon my body." Upon hearing Jiang Ping'an's declaration, Hua Qingyu could not help but give him another light tap on the head. "Are you foolish? Have others not attempted to inscribe the totem on their skin? It is utterly pointless. The totem is not merely carved into stone. It is the power of the totem that leaves an imprint, and these are two entirely distinct entities. Just as the gold card of the Financial Source Guild must be uniquely crafted by them, any imitation is utterly ineffectual. If this path is misguided, abandon it." With that, Hua Qingyu patted Jiang Ping'an's head and advised him to connect more with others, reminding him that cultivation is not a matter of a day or two. The ancestor had spent 300 years grappling with this power, let alone Jiang Ping'an. After her departure, a lingering fragrance filled the room. Jiang Ping'an closed the door and reopened the barrier. Inscribing with a different pen would certainly be ineffectual, for it lacked the essence of the totem's power. However, another version of Jiang Ping'an materialized, wielding the complete judge's pen. Previously, Yin Huang had informed him that with this pen, there was no need to learn runes. He could simply infuse energy to create whatever he desired. Uncertain of its efficacy, Jiang Ping'an decided to test it. Possessing a vast reservoir of spiritual energy and armed with the judge's pen, he envisioned the totem in his mind. "Go." Jiang Ping'an flicked the judge's pen. A radiant glow flickered, and a black flame pattern totem manifested upon the table. Jiang Ping'an furrowed his brow. The totem patterns were meticulously drawn, yet devoid of the totem's inherent power. Jiang Ping'an grasped the totem stone, observing the force of the laws inscribed upon it, and once again infused energy into the judge's pen. In that moment, he felt an intense extraction of energy from within himself. With a decisive stroke, he unleashed an extraordinary force, draining energy from one of his body's acupoints. A totem adorned with intricate patterns materialized upon the table, this time imbued with the essence of totemic power. Success. It became clear that to draw a totem, one must comprehend the laws encapsulated within it. The observations made over the past 3 months were not in vain. Upon successfully inscribing the totem on the table, Jiang Ping'an was filled with exhilaration. He raised his pen, directing it toward the palm of his physical manifestation. With another stroke, a radiant imprint of a totem appeared in the palm of his replication. Jiang Ping'an sensed a unique power manifesting within him. As he attempted to channel his blood energy into the totem, a miraculous scene unfolded. The totem appeared to come alive, with black flame patterns rapidly spreading across his body. In haste, he ceased the infusion of blood energy, halting the advance of the black totem's spread. The dark flame patterns enveloped his entire right arm, creating an eerie spectacle, with strange black light flickering in and out of sight. Jiang Ping'an could distinctly feel an immense amplification of power in his right arm, akin to doubling his strength and defense while employing the battle god technique. His heart raced with excitement. Another hidden card revealed. He endeavored to inscribe another totem on his opposite hand. Regrettably, the powers of the two totems did not stack. Nevertheless, Jiang Ping'an felt a profound sense of satisfaction. He also inscribed a totem in the palm of his true self, allowing both bodies to harness the totemic power. After spending half a day mastering the totemic energy, another thought ignited in Jiang Ping'an's mind. If he could draw totems, could he also inscribe the lightning patterns of Thunder Flash? The power of Thunder Flash stemmed from the lightning patterns within him. By constructing 1,000 lightning patterns, he could achieve the third tier of Thunder Flash, enabling instantaneous movement over vast distances. However, forming lightning patterns within his body required significant time. If the judge's pen could also inscribe these lightning patterns, it would drastically reduce the time needed for cultivation. Jiang Ping'an resumed his seat, envisioning the runic structure and the fluctuations of the laws associated with Thunder Flash. With the judge's pen in his replication's hand, he began to inscribe the runes upon his true form. As the pen descended, a rune crackling with electricity was imprinted upon Jiang Ping'an, shimmering with electric brilliance. This lightning pattern gradually permeated his body, merging with the other runes. Both of Jiang Ping'an's hearts trembled violently. Success! Truly, the pen was a quasi-immortal artifact, immensely powerful. He would no longer need to learn how to inscribe runes, as long as he grasped the laws of the runes and infused energy into the judge's pen. He could effortlessly create them. Moreover, his right eye, capable of perceiving the laws, would expedite his understanding of their power. The synergy between his right eye and the judge's pen was nothing short of perfect. Suppressing his excitement, Jiang Ping'an began to inscribe the lightning patterns upon himself. In merely 2 months, he successfully inscribed 1,000 Thunder Flash runes, which, when combined, formed the third tier of Thunder Flash. If the people of the Thunder Clan were to witness this scene, they would undoubtedly be devastated. The power that took them years, even decades, to master was effortlessly grasped by Jiang Ping'an. The previously slain Hua Qingyu was considered a genius, yet he required many years to achieve the third-tier Thunder Flash. In contrast, Jiang Ping'an accomplished this feat in merely 2 months. Armed with the third-tier Thunder Flash and the totemic patterns, Jiang Ping'an felt emboldened. He opened the barrier, exited his chamber, and sought out Hua Qingyu. The latter had promised that once he comprehended the totemic power, he could seek revenge. Now, he was prepared. As Jiang Ping'an stepped outside, he encountered Yun Huang, who had just returned from her training. Her body bore wounds, and her spiritual energy seemed depleted, clearly indicating a recent battle. Yun Huang regarded Jiang Ping'an with surprise, remarking on his rare appearance. Since she had created her own realm, she had remained secluded for nearly half a year, demonstrating her remarkable resilience against solitude. "Do you know where Princess is?" Jiang Ping'an inquired. "Princess has gone to the borders. The state of Chu has launched a significant offensive, and many esteemed elders from the Great Xia have departed," Yun Huang replied. Upon hearing of the war at the front lines, Jiang Ping'an's expression turned grave as he strode towards the exit of the secret realm. He too wished to confront the state of Chu on the battlefield. The very reason the Ling Tai kingdom had instigated war was due to the machinations of Chu. Thus, Jiang Ping'an's ultimate adversary was indeed Chu. "Jiang Daoyu, wait." Yun Huang grasped Jiang Ping'an's arm. "Before Princess returns, you cannot leave. She specifically instructed me on this matter." Jiang Ping'an furrowed his brow. "When will she return?" "I am uncertain." Yun Huang shook her head. "She should be back within a few months, as some elders have already returned." A voice interjected nearby. It was Li Dao, clutching his sword and wearing a facade of a smile. Jiang Ping'an regarded Li Dao with calm scrutiny. From the moment he emerged from his chamber, he felt the latter's gaze upon him, suggesting ulterior motives for Li Dao's weight. "Jiang Daoyu, you bested me twice before, and I am unwilling to accept defeat. I wish to challenge you once more." "You are too weak," Jiang Ping'an responded. Li Dao's expression froze, as if a sword had pierced his heart, inducing great pain. This arrogant fool. Despite his anger, Li Dao refrained from retorting, knowing full well he could not best Jiang Ping'an. Quickly regaining his composure, Li Dao proposed, "Let us not battle in combat, but in willpower. We shall go to the Demon Rock Cave. Whoever endures the longest shall be the victor. Do not engage him in this challenge." Before Jiang Ping'an could respond, Yun Huang hastily interjected. "The Demon Rock Cave harbors the malevolent thoughts of ancient predecessors. Entering it will influence one's mind. I recently witnessed a talented individual nearly succumb to the path of darkness." Chapter 151. The Demon Rock Cave. Within the secret realm of the Great Xia royal family, there exist 3 locations for cultivation: the Star Observation Platform, Martial Arts Mountain, and the Demon Rock Cave. Although Hua Qingyu had previously warned Yun Huang against venturing into the Demon Rock Cave, she disregarded the advice and visited it nonetheless. Witnessing a royal prodigy succumb to the depths of darkness and subsequently being rendered half-powerless by an elder was a shocking sight. Once ensnared, one could hardly resist the onslaught of malevolent and greedy thoughts that would arise. You are not merely seeking to challenge Jiang Ping'an. You are clearly intent on ensnaring him. Yun Huang discerned Li Dao's true intentions. "Entrapment? Do not slander me. I merely wish to test my will against that of Jiang Daoyu." Li Dao feigned innocence. "What? Is Jiang Daoyu afraid?" Those who achieve fame at a young age often harbor a sense of pride that cannot withstand provocation. Yet, such taunts would bear no weight on Jiang Ping'an. Calmly, he replied, "Just present the resources behind you that are meant to tempt me." He was acutely aware of the adversary's designs, yet he remained indifferent. "You truly are audacious." Li Dao ceased his pretense, producing a box. "Contained within is a complete fire law. Should you manage to defeat me, it shall belong to you." He had prepared in advance. Having learned a technique capable of shielding his mind, Jiang Ping'an would not prevail against him. Very well, Jiang Ping'an acquiesced to the terms. A complete law, valued at 1 billion. Who would refuse such a gift? Zhang Daoyu. Do not act impulsively. The demon rock cave is truly terrifying, Yun Huang implored, her anxiety palpable. Knowing it was a trap, yet still choosing to leap into it. Was that not foolishness? After prolonged cultivation, one must unwind, Jiang Ping'an stated. Yun Huang was nearly exasperated. How could he consider entering the demon rock cave as relaxation? Even the venerable elders of the great Xia dared not venture deeply. Your words only pique my curiosity further. Jiang Ping'an said to Li Yidao. Lead the way. Li Yidao rose and soared towards the demon rock cave, a smirk gradually forming on his lips. The arrogant fool shall soon learn the meaning of regret. This scheme was devised by the fourth prince and Li He, intending to lure Jiang Ping'an into the depths of the cave, allowing the corrupting thoughts to ensnare him and lead him astray. Such a plot was apparent to anyone. Li Dao had not held out much hope initially, but he was astonished that Jiang Ping'an had so naively agreed. Jiang Ping'an followed suit. Yun Huang, exasperated, stomped her foot in frustration, wishing to chastise him for his stubbornness. No wonder Meng Jing often referred to him as a blockhead, to avert any misfortunes befalling Jiang Ping'an. Yun Huang hurried to follow him. Before they arrived at the cave, Jiang Ping'an sensed an overwhelming aura of darkness. Ahead loomed a towering mountain, its surface adorned with numerous intricate runes sealing it. Few cultivators were visible in the vicinity. At the mountain's base lay a pitch-black cave, its depths obscured from view. An elderly man, stooped and drowsy, dozed at the entrance, his snores echoing loudly. The trio alighted at the cave's mouth, a chilling aura seeping forth from within, sending shivers down their spines. Yun Huang urgently urged Jiang Ping'an, "It is truly dreadful inside. I retreated after only a few steps last time. I have heard that even the founding monarch of the Great Xia only ventured 30 steps within during his youth. Since we have come this far, let us take a look. Should we encounter danger, I shall naturally retreat," Jiang Ping'an replied, undeterred by impulse. He merely sought to discover the true nature of the demon rock cave. Should you find it unbearable, make your exit swiftly. Otherwise, dire consequences may ensue, Yun Huang cautioned. Li Yidao chuckled and said, "Friend Jiang, let us venture inside together. As long as you endure longer than I do, this fire principle shall be yours. First, let us entrust the principle to Yun Huang as a witness." Jiang Ping'an replied, "It matters not." Li Yidao tossed the box containing the sealed principle to Yun Huang. A sense of unease enveloped Yun Huang as she tightly grasped the box, reminiscent of a concerned mother who repeatedly cautions, "Do not venture in." As Jiang Ping'an and Li Yidao entered the cave, their forms vanished. This cave possessed an extraordinary quality. Light could not penetrate its depths, and one could only discern the condition of those within by their aura. Upon entering the cave, Jiang Ping'an was enveloped by an icy, sinister, and malevolent atmosphere. Emotions of bloodlust, brutality, and greed surged from the depths of his heart. This was a terror magnitudes greater than the soul-searching he had experienced during the genius competition. That occasion had merely awakened dormant desires. This time, it amplified all of one's negative emotions. Jiang Ping'an's animosity towards the Lingtai kingdom and the Chu kingdom swelled to an overwhelming degree, igniting a fierce urge to kill. "Friend Jiang, others can at least endure here for an hour. You would not falter, would you?" Li Dao remarked with a smile. "Friend Jiang, do not believe him. An ordinary person can endure for at most an hour." Yun Huang shouted from outside as a warning. Li Dao's expression twisted into one of rage. "Damn it. This woman is so loquacious. I truly wish to silence her." Realizing he had been influenced by the dark forces, Li Dao felt his violent, murderous intent spiraling out of control. He hastily invoked his mental techniques to fortify his spirit. Suddenly, he sensed something amiss and turned to observe Jiang Ping'an. To his astonishment, Jiang Ping'an had taken a step forward. Within this malevolent cave, each step intensified the dark forces surrounding them. The contest between Jiang Ping'an and Li Yidao was not about who could venture further, but rather who could endure the longest. Is this fool truly so naive as to step further in? Li Yidao mused. However, Jiang Ping'an was far from foolish. He realized that this place indeed tested one's willpower. Losing to Li Yidao bore no consequence, and he was indifferent to the outcome. Such a place capable of refining the spirit and enhancing willpower was rare. Jiang Ping'an believed his rapid growth had left his temperament lagging behind his cultivation level, making this an ideal environment for mental fortitude. Though Yunhuang could not see the events unfolding within, she sensed Jiang Ping'an advancing deeper. "Jiang Ping'an, what are you doing?" she cried, just as he took another step forward. Yunhuang finally began to comprehend her sister princess's feelings. This boy undoubtedly had a rebellious spirit. Li Yidao struggled to suppress his laughter. This fool is willingly stepping further in. I never believed this plan would ensnare Jiang Ping'an. After all, as long as one exits before succumbing to corruption, they would encounter no danger. Yet this boy seeks his own demise by delving deeper. It will be too late for him to escape. Murderous intent, greed, and hatred burgeoned within Jiang Ping'an. Still insufficient, he found he could suppress these emotions. Undeterred, he continued to advance further into the darkness. In 4 or 5 steps, Yunhuang's eyes widened, and just as she was about to speak, the old man at the entrance, who had been dozing off, suddenly opened his eyes and remarked, "Young man, do not court death." A few days ago, a talented individual believed his willpower was unshakable and insisted on enduring within, ultimately succumbing to madness, which left him crippled in his cultivation. As Jiang Ping'an walked, he responded, "The demonic path is still a path, as long as one does not indiscriminately slay the innocent or engage in malevolence. Why should one not tread it?" The elder scoffed. "Do not presume that your creation of a new realm grants you insight. The number of individuals within this secret realm is limited, and I am well acquainted with you. Jiang Ping'an, for those without demonic lineage, succumbing to madness is fraught with peril, as it becomes challenging to control one's negative emotions. Even those born with demonic blood, capable of suppressing dark forces, often find themselves prone to unwarranted violence. In the past, the Dragon Clan, in their quest for power, descended into the demonic path, causing untold slaughter and obliterating numerous dynasties. Even the dragons struggled to reign in such power. What makes you think you can?" Jiang Ping'an halted at the 10th step, clearly aware of the danger. "Then retreat at once," the elder urged. "Not yet," Jiang Ping'an replied, sitting down to confront the tumult of negative emotions within him, employing his willpower to suppress them. "You are obstinate." The old man fumed, exasperated by the youth's recklessness, a common trait among them. Heedless of warnings and determined to court disaster. Chapter 152. Delving deeper. Once you succumb to madness and become brutal, do not blame me for intervening. With that, the elder ceased his admonitions, leaving the youth to his own devices. If trouble befell Jiang Ping'an, it would be of his own making. Li Yidao, filled with glee, anticipated Jiang Ping'an's descent into madness, for it would allow him to leave this forsaken place. He loathed this realm. Had it not been for deceiving Jiang Ping'an into entering, he would never have set foot here. The so-called mental refinement was nothing more than torment to him. Now, with Jiang Ping'an having taken 10 steps inside, he estimated that within half a tea's time, the sinister thoughts would take hold, leading to complications. Yunhuang, anxiously monitoring the situation, felt a pang of concern. If she detected anything amiss with Jiang Ping'an's aura, she would urgently implore the elder to extract him. What folly is this? To step 10 paces inside at once. If something goes awry, he shall have no one to blame but himself. Jiang Ping'an paid no heed to the opinions of others, calmly seated within. All negative emotions were his vulnerabilities, and by overcoming them now, he could journey further in the future. As time passed, half a tea's time quickly elapsed. Beads of sweat appeared on Li Yidao's forehead as he expended considerable mental energy to resist the sinister thoughts. Observing Jiang Ping'an, who had taken 10 steps yet remained motionless with an unwavering aura, Li Yidao was struck with disbelief. How is it that he shows no reaction? Just how formidable is his resolve? Yunhuang stood at the cave's entrance, her beautiful eyes glimmering with admiration. Having ventured into the cave herself, she understood the horrors within. Jiang Ping'an's ability to endure for such a duration was truly remarkable for a youth. Compared to him, she felt her own attributes paled in significance. Save for her divine phoenix body, the old man leaning against the entrance displayed a hint of surprise upon his aged visage. The young man's willpower is commendable. He has endured for so long without a hint of response. However, he is likely nearing his limit. As the elder spoke, Jiang Ping'an slowly rose to his feet. Li Yidao was elated, believing that the opponent had finally reached his breaking point. He was eager to leave, not wishing to linger any longer. Even if Jiang Ping'an was not vanquished, it mattered not, for Li He and the fourth prince had other schemes in mind. Yet, The smile on Li Yidao's face quickly turned to stone as Jiang Ping'an advanced once more. The elder at the door sensed this and urgently called out, "Young man, what are you doing? Are you courting death? This level of negative emotion cannot affect me. Its impact on my growth is minimal." Jiang Ping'an pressed deeper, finding the pressure here still less excruciating than when he merged with the sacred spine. The last time he integrated the spine, the agony persisted for 3 months, forging his willpower. After walking 20 steps, he finally felt the pressure, but it was still insufficient. He continued onward. "Stop immediately. Otherwise, you won't even have a chance to be rescued." The elder commanded sternly. "Has this young man lost his mind? Thank you for your concern, senior. Should danger arise, I will retreat," Jiang Ping'an replied, undeterred. Upon taking his 30th step, the hearts of the 3 present surged with tumultuous waves. The founding monarch of the Great Xia had only ventured this far. His willpower has now matched that of the young founding emperor. Jiang Ping'an finally felt immense pressure. Cultivating here for an hour was far more beneficial than a year spent in the previous location. Resuming his seated meditation, Jiang Ping'an began to battle the myriad negative emotions within. Yuan Huang clenched her fists, her heartbeat quickening uncontrollably. He was the most exceptional man she had ever encountered. The elder's expression grew grave, realizing how he could create a realm of his own. This youth truly possessed remarkable determination. Li Yidao was in a daze. Incredulous. How could he possibly possess a resolve that rivals that of his predecessors? Just taking the first step, resisting this malevolent force, was already a considerable challenge. Yet the other had traversed 30 steps. A vast chasm lay between them. I refuse to believe it. If he can achieve this, so can I. The overwhelming disparity filled Li Yidao with unending resentment. Forgetting the contest, he stepped forward. 2 steps, 3 steps, 4 steps. Each stride inward intensified the negative emotions swirling within him. Upon reaching the 9th step, his face contorted in a grimace. I will surely surpass him. Just as Li Yidao was about to take his 10th step, a terrifying force of suction emanated from the cave's entrance, violently pulling him back and crashing him to the ground. Li Yidao glared at the elder, shouting, "What have you done? Why did you pull me out? I must surpass him." The elder raised his hand, striking him with such force that he was sent flying over 100 meters. Li Yidao crashed against the mountainside, spitting blood. The excruciating pain jolted him back to reality. Cold sweat drenching his back. I nearly fell into madness. Enduring the pain, Li Yidao rose, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and bowed to the elder, expressing gratitude. Had it not been for the elder's timely intervention, he would have been ruined. The elder, with an impassive expression, retorted, "If you wish to venture further, focus your energy on cultivation and refrain from engaging in such misguided endeavors." Li Yidao's body trembled violently as the elderly man's gaze pierced through him with profound depth. Overcome with shame, he lowered his head, expressing his gratitude for the elder's guidance. "In the future, I shall devote myself to cultivation and pay no heed to worldly matters." Casting a glance at the ominous dark cave of demonic rock, a complex emotion flickered across his face before he turned to depart. He resolved to disregard the trivialities of the mortal realm. The Li family had sent him here to become their shield, not a tool for conflict. Yuan Huang called out, "Friend Jiang, Li Dao has already left. You should come out swiftly as well. Remaining inside, even for a moment, poses great danger. This place holds great significance for me. You may leave first. That fire principle is now yours," Jiang Ping'an replied, his voice trembling under immense pressure. Yuan Huang glanced at the box in her hands, a complete principle worth a staggering billion. "Do not bother me. Just get out," Jiang Ping'an suddenly shouted, startling Yuan Huang. She recognized that he did not genuinely wish to raise his voice, but was instead overwhelmed by negative emotions, a surge of violent energy brewing within him. Thus, she refrained from further disturbing him. As she contemplated the principle in her possession, Yuan Huang realized she owed Jiang Ping'an a significant debt. This complete fire principle was immensely valuable, a treasure that even a typical transformation realm cultivator would take ages to gather resources sufficient to acquire. Yet Jiang Ping'an had gifted it to her without hesitation. She committed this kindness to memory, standing at the cave's entrance, quietly awaiting the boy's return. After walking 30 steps, it was evident that Jiang Ping'an was enduring tremendous pressure. It wouldn't be long before he emerged. However, Yuan Huang's assumptions proved erroneous. Half an hour passed, then an hour. When 2 hours elapsed without his return, the elderly man at the entrance rose to his feet. Only those who had experienced such trials could fathom the agony endured within. This youth had persevered for 2 hours without a hint of demonic transformation. Suddenly, a peculiar force emanated from the cave of demonic rock. Sensing this power, Yun Huang and the elder exchanged wide-eyed glances. This is mental energy. Jiang Ping'an has awakened his mental power. Chapter 153, Awakening of Mental Power Spirit, Body, and Soul, 3 Paths of Cultivation. Yun Huang trembled uncontrollably, astonished that Jiang Ping'an had awakened his mental power within the demonic cave. Those capable of dual cultivation of spirit and body were already considered prodigies. To simultaneously traverse all 3 paths was a distinction reserved for the elite of ancient holy lands, dynasties, and esteemed families. The Great Xia had actually produced such an individual. Not only that, but Jiang Ping'an had also independently forged a new realm. The elder's breath quickened. Even after living for over a millennium and witnessing countless prodigies, he could not contain his excitement. Jiang Ping'an, too, had not anticipated awakening his mental power. As he battled his own malevolent thoughts, at the brink of his limits, a peculiar force surged from his right eye, merging into his sea of consciousness, leading to the awakening of his mental prowess. For now, Jiang Ping'an disregarded this newfound power, continuing to refine his will with his dark thoughts. He was determined to eliminate all his weaknesses. Days turned into weeks, and 2 months later, Xia Qing and the royal experts returned from the front lines to the secret realm. Their expressions grave. An elderly man addressed Xia Qing, expressing concern. Chu Yang's challenge to Jiang Ping'an surely stems from a desire for vengeance. Will Jiang Ping'an acquiesce? Without a moment's hesitation, Xia Qing replied, "That lad's animosity towards the kingdom of Chu is no less than ours. He will undoubtedly agree." However, the crux of the matter lies in the formidable guidance that Chu Yang has received from the Sun God sect, which undoubtedly amplifies his power significantly. Given Jiang Ping'an's current capabilities, he may find himself unable to contend. Upon hearing the mention of the Sun God sect, the elder's expression shifted. If Chu Yang has indeed mastered the sect's arcane arts, then not only Jiang Ping'an, but even the prodigies of the sacred lands and esteemed families would find him a daunting adversary. The crown prince of the kingdom of Chu had issued a challenge to Jiang Ping'an, demanding a duel to the death. To understand this situation, one must trace back several months. At that time, the kingdom of Chu had launched another assault against the Great Xia, deploying numerous formidable warriors. The Great Xia, fortified by the assistance of the quasi-immortal artifact, the judge's pen, managed to inflict considerable losses upon Chu. However, the kingdom of Chu unveiled a new treasure, the Sun God Wheel. The emergence of this artifact restored equilibrium to the conflict. The Sun God Wheel, a cherished relic of the Sun God sect, now in the possession of the Chu, indicated a conspiring alliance. This collaboration was primarily orchestrated by Crown Prince Chu Yang. The founder of the Sun God sect possessed the bloodline of the Sun God body, making its techniques particularly well-suited for Chu Yang. An elder from the sect, gravely injured while contending for treasures at the Emperor's relics against the Thunder Clan, sought a successor to inherit the mantle of the sect's divine son. Upon learning that Crown Prince Chu Yang bore the Sun God body, the sect sent envoys to forge an alliance with him. The Sun God sect stands on par with the formidable powers of the Eastern Domain, such as the Great Qian dynasty, the Tianzi sacred land, and the ancient Thunder family. The alliance between the kingdom of Chu and such an influential entity placed immense pressure on the Great Xia. However, obliterating the Great Xia would not be an effortless endeavor. Moreover, the Great Qian dynasty and Tianzi sacred land would never permit the Sun God sect to establish a foothold in the Eastern Domain. Initially, both sides appeared destined for a stalemate until Chu Yang unexpectedly issued a challenge to the Great Xia, daring Jiang Ping'an to a duel. He proclaimed that should he be victorious, the kingdom of Chu would refrain from offensive actions for a century. If the Great Xia were to decline the challenge, it would not only be a significant disgrace, but would also adversely affect the morale of their frontline forces. Yet, it was common knowledge how fearsome the Sun God body could be. Few could hope to triumph over him within the same tier. Moreover, if Chu Yang had indeed mastered the advanced divine arts of the Sun God sect, opposing him would become even more arduous. Rumors circulated that Chu Yang had comprehended a complete fire law. The level of understanding of such laws directly influences the potency of one's attacks. Furthermore, mastering a law would elevate one to the late stage of the nascent soul realm, enabling the pursuit of the transformation stage. One can only imagine the extent of terror that Chu Yang now embodies. Xia Qing arrived at Jiang Ping'an's residence, only to find him absent. She sought out Yin Huang, but discovered that she too was missing from her quarters. Where could these two little rascals have wandered off to? Surely, they aren't on a date? Xia Qing's consciousness swept through the secret realm, quickly detecting the presence of Yin Huang and Jiang Ping'an. Her expression changed dramatically as she instantaneously teleported to the entrance of the Demon Rock Cave. Yin Huang was engaged in contemplating the fire law, upon noticing Xia Qing's arrival. She rose and greeted her with a smile, "Sister Princess." That mischievous little rascal, once again failing to heed instructions. Xia Qing shouted into the cave. "What are you doing in the Demon Rock Cave? Come out." This cave was hardly a place for cultivation. Countless prodigies had perished within its confines. Once one succumbed to madness, the consequences were unimaginable. Yin Huang quickly replied, "Sister, it's all right. Jiang Ping'an is quite safe." How could it possibly be safe here? This was the very place where predecessors vanquished evil thoughts, steeped in malevolent energy. Xia Qing, in a state of urgency, disregarded Yin Huang's explanation, fearing for Jiang Ping'an's safety, and rushed into the cave. Upon seeing Jiang Ping'an's position, Xia Qing was momentarily frozen, hesitant to approach. She emerged from the cave, her expression somewhat dazed. Had she misjudged? Jiang Ping'an stood approximately 50 paces away. Yin Huang shook her head, affirming that the princess had not made an error. Jiang Ping'an had indeed traversed those 50 paces and had been inside for 2 months. 2 months. Xia Qing's voice rose, completely shedding her earlier composure. Her mature visage etched with disbelief. Even they, as formidable beings, could not endure such a duration. For an ordinary person, lasting even an hour would signify considerable willpower. Moreover, Jiang Ping'an was standing at that fateful 50 paces. It was said that their ancestors had only managed to cover 30 paces. What was he doing? After a prolonged moment, Xia Qing calmed her astonished heart. Only those who had entered the Demon Rock Cave could fathom its terrors. Jiang had mentioned his desire to temper his will, and inadvertently awakened a mental talent, seemingly honing his mind lately. Wait. Xia Qing suddenly interrupted Yin Huang. What did you say? He awakened a mental talent? Yin Huang nodded. Still astonished, even now, Xia Qing gazed at the Demon Rock Cave with a dazed expression. So, it turned out that this young man's greatest talent was not in physical cultivation, but in mental prowess. Xia Qing chose not to disturb Jiang Ping'an. Fearful of interrupting his cultivation, and patiently waited outside. The news of Prince Chu Yang of the Chu nation challenging Jiang Ping'an had spread throughout the Great Xia, sparking discussions in many corners. The Chu nation was truly despicable. Unable to conquer us, they resorted to dueling tactics to undermine our strength. Hadn't Jiang Ping'an already vanquished them once? Then let him do it again. What do you know? Do you comprehend the terror of the Sun God body? Are you aware of the Sun God sect? They are on par with the sacred lands and esteemed families, and their founder possesses the Sun God body. Does that not imply that we are destined to lose this battle? On another front, the mysterious sect, the most formidable sect within the Great Xia, was equally powerful. Yet, the mysterious sect had refrained from engaging in the conflict between the two nations. Speculations arose. Some believed the sect sought to avoid entanglement. Others thought they aimed to reap benefits from the turmoil, and rumors circulated about internal strife within the sect. Regardless, the mysterious sect had remained uninvolved. The news of the challenge issued by the prince of the Chu nation had also reached this place, leading many disciples to engage in discourse. Given Jiang Ping'an's capabilities, it was inconceivable that he could triumph over the Sun God Sun. Our sect lacked such a prodigy. Was it not said that Jiang Ping'an had defeated the Sun God body twice? That was merely because Jiang Ping'an adeptly employed poison and leveraged the blood of the sacred body to secure victory. By his own strength, he could not possibly overcome the Sun God body. Wait, what was the name of the one who defeated the Sun God body? As a young girl passed by, upon hearing the name Jiang Ping'an, she abruptly halted, exclaiming with fervor. The disciples turned their heads to see a girl of around 12 or 13. Her bright eyes wide with excitement. They recognized her as Li Yaya, a girl the Grand Elder had brought back several years prior. Possessing a pure and flawless water spiritual root, with remarkable talent, she had been accepted as a closed-door disciple by the Grand Elder, enjoying a high status and considerable popularity within the sect due to her charming appearance. You just mentioned someone named Jiang Ping'an? Please, share all the information you have about him. I shall give you my Moon Spirit Stone. Li Ye's face flushed with excitement. Chapter 154, The Challenge Master. Master, Brother Ping'an has news. Li Ye exuberantly dashed into her master Song Hui's meditation chamber, her small head diving into Song Hui's embrace. Song Hui, having opened her eyes from her meditation, gazed affectionately at her disciple with her long lashes framing her enchanting eyes. Since the death of her husband, she had not sought out another man, nor had she borne any children. Initially, she brought Li Ye to the sect upon recognizing her talent, but over time, she had come to regard her as a daughter. Ye, have you been dreaming again? This disciple was otherwise perfect, yet she incessantly chattered about Brother Ping'an. A few years prior, Song Hui had discovered 2 children in a village annihilated by bandits. One was Li Ye, and the other was Jiang Ping'an. At that time, she had only taken Li Ye, believing that exposure to greater company would help her forget Jiang Ping'an. However, years passed, and the child continued to reminisce, unable to forget, even calling out his name in her dreams. A year ago, unable to withstand Li Ye's pleas any longer, Song Hui returned with her to the village in search of Jiang Ping'an. Yet, the area had turned into a hell on earth, with barely any survivors. And they found no trace of the boy. It was presumed that Li Ye would finally forget that dark-skinned rural lad, but her memories persisted, leading her to come running again today. It's not a dream. There truly is news about Brother Ping'an. I heard from a senior brother that he recently won first place in the 100 counties competition in the underworld King's domain, and even defeated a so-called sun god. Li Ye, speaking in a sweet voice, relayed the information she had gathered, her face alight with enthusiasm. Song Hui gently ruffled Li Ye's hair. You are overthinking, my dear. Your Brother Ping'an lacks any cultivation talent. It is impossible for them to be the same person. She had assessed Jiang Ping'an's aptitude for cultivation, and the reason she had not brought him along was due to his rather mediocre abilities, inferior even to those of the sect's miscellaneous disciples. In such a vast world, with a name as common as Jiang Ping'an, it was not unusual for there to be many with the same name. It cannot be. My Brother Ping'an is incredibly talented. Li Ye's eyes shimmered with admiration. Since childhood, whenever her family had to work in the fields, it was always Jiang Ping'an who took care of her, going to great lengths to procure her favorite candied hawthorns. Song Hui sighed. Even if your Brother Ping'an possesses talent, it is improbable that he could defeat a sun god in just a few years. It is possible. My Brother Ping'an is extraordinarily capable. Li Ye's adorable face radiated determination. As her master had previously spoken about the matter of talent, the sun god body was the pinnacle of the cultivation world. My Ping'an Ge is incredibly powerful. Before Song Hui could finish her sentence, Li Ye interrupted, unwavering in her conviction that her Ping'an Ge was indeed formidable. Song Hui, vexed yet amused, thought that if this disciple weren't so endearing, she might have given her a playful reprimand. With her chin resting on Song Hui's embrace, Li Ye sweetly pleaded, Master, could you take me to the endless mountain range to find Ping'an Ge? I've heard that the sun god body plans to challenge him there, and I'm certain my Ping'an Ge will emerge victorious. Li Ye grinned, shaking her little fists in disdain at the sun god body. Song Hui opened her mouth to explain, but realized that her disciple, merely around 12 years of age, would hardly comprehend the nuances. Very well. I also need to venture to the endless mountain range in search of spiritual herbs. I shall take you along to witness this battle. It will be beneficial for your growth, and perhaps quell your infatuation. She held little faith in the rumors surrounding Jiang Ping'an, believing him to be the same rural lad she had encountered 3 or 4 years prior, devoid of such extraordinary talent, belonging to a different realm altogether. Thank you, Master, Li Ye exclaimed, planting a hearty kiss on Song Hui's cheek upon receiving her consent. Song Hui shook her head in exasperation, yet a tender smile graced her lips. Li Ye was overwhelmed with excitement, sensing intuitively that Jiang Ping'an was indeed her beloved Ping'an Ge. As the date of the duel approached, Jiang Ping'an emerged from the Demon Rock Cave. Yun Huang and Xia Qing awaited him at the entrance. There's no need to wait here for me, he stated. Now nearly 18, standing tall and robust, his features gradually maturing. While not strikingly handsome, he possessed a notable appearance, captivating with his calm, deep-set eyes reminiscent of a starry sky, contrasting sharply with his age. Xia Qing stepped forward, enveloping him in a hug, teasing, I wanted to see my prince emerge from within. Sister, propriety dictates that men and women maintain a respectful distance. You are a princess. Please be mindful of your behavior. Jiang Ping'an responded, attempting to extricate himself from Hua Qing's embrace. However, as a formidable being in the divine transformation stage, she effortlessly held him. "It's time to head to the endless mountain range," he remarked. Although Jiang Ping'an had remained within the cave, he was well aware of the discussions outside. Knowing that Chu Yang aimed to challenge him in the endless mountain range. Having previously defeated Chu Yang twice, he was determined to do so again. If he could vanquish Chu Yang, it would be the ultimate act of retribution for Jiang Ping'an. Do not underestimate him. He intends to join the Sun God sect, a force comparable to the Great Qin dynasty and the Heavenly Zhe Sanctuary, possessing countless powerful and inscrutable secret techniques. Hua Qing ceased her playful banter, releasing Jiang Ping'an, her exquisite features now etched with concern. Though her brother was formidable, Chu Yang was even stronger, being one of the world's top divine bodies, no trivial matter. Jiang Ping'an remained composed. Regardless of the circumstances, this battle was inevitable, was it not? He accepted the challenge. The Great Xia and the state of Chu formalized a heavenly contract, swiftly capturing the attention of both nations and neighboring realms. Certainly, the majority of individuals are eager to witness the true prowess of the legendary Sun God body. As for Jiang Ping'an, he remains largely inconsequential. It is rumored that Jiang Ping'an lacks even a high-ranking bloodline. How could he possibly contend with the Sun God body at the nascent soul stage? In the palace of the Chu kingdom, within the secret realm, Chu Yang is currently engaged in combat with a late nascent soul cultivator, forcing this formidable opponent into a retreat under the relentless onslaught of his terrifying flames, which elevate the temperature of the entire secret realm. At this moment, an elder appears, and Jiang Ping'an steps forth to accept the challenge. Upon hearing this news, Chu Yang's aura shifts dramatically. He unleashes a punch that sends the late nascent soul cultivator hurtling several dozen miles away, grievously wounding him and causing him to spew blood. With a triumphant roar that echoes to the heavens, Chu Yang feels the surge of fiery power coursing through him. Splendid. Truly splendid. He has not forgotten the humiliation of being defeated twice, a disgrace that has driven him to train relentlessly day and night. This is all for revenge. To restore his dignity. Jiang Ping'an, this prince shall demonstrate the vast chasm that lies between us. Although Jiang Ping'an exhibited remarkable brilliance during his foundation establishment stage, it was merely the result of external aid. Once he reaches the nascent soul stage, it is the depth of his understanding of the laws and the mastery of his techniques that will determine a cultivator's strength. Chu Yang has comprehended a complete law and mastered the divine arts of the Sun God sect. What can an ordinary cultivator like Jiang Ping'an possibly use to contend against him? Once his vengeance is fulfilled, he shall journey to the southern domain's Sun God sect to compete with true prodigies. Jiang Ping'an will merely be a fleeting figure in the tapestry of his life, destined to be forgotten. Chapter 155. Tiger Girl. The powerful cultivators from the Great Xia lead Jiang Ping'an towards the Endless Mountains, a vast mountain range that stretches across the eastern domain, teeming with countless terrifying beasts and abundant treasures of heaven and earth. The border between the Chu kingdom and the Great Xia is separated by this mountainous expanse. At the border, the peaks soar thousands of meters high, blanketed in snow, with howling cold winds, rarely visited by ordinary folk. Today, however, a multitude of powerful beings has gathered, exuding an unsettling aura. As this assembly of mighty figures appears, the biting winds abruptly cease, and an eerie silence envelopes the world. One individual among them is garbed in attire reminiscent of the royal lineage of Linghai Kingdom. The Crown Prince of Qiushan Kingdom has also arrived. Many from various nations have congregated here, presumably to witness this confrontation. What spectacle can a battle at the nascent soul stage present? They are here to forge connections with the Crown Prince Chu Yang, the Sun God body. Heralded as one of the most supreme divine bodies in existence, captivates the attention of powerful entities from neighboring nations. They wish to behold the true terror of this Sun God body. If the opportunity arises, they hope to establish amicable relations and cultivate goodwill. It is rumored that Chu Yang intends to depart from the Chu kingdom to become a divine son of the Sun God sect. Achieving such a status suggests a probable path to becoming the sect's leader in the future. If they do not forge connections soon, opportunities may dwindle. The powerful individuals from the Great Xia have arrived. An exclamation rings out, prompting everyone to gaze towards the horizon. The assembly of mighty figures from the Great Xia approaches. All eyes fall upon an 18-year-old youth, whose expression remains tranquil and devoid of emotion. Truly foolish, to dare accept the challenge. There is no choice but to accept. To do otherwise would be to tarnish the dignity of the great Xia. Engaging in battle lacks dignity, and the outcome is invariably defeat. In times past, when the formidable warriors of the great Xia arrived, many from the smaller nations would come forth to pay their respects and engage in conversation. Yet today, no one approached the representatives of the great Xia. Instead, upon sighting them, people hastily retreated, fearful that the citizens of the state of Chu might misconstrue their intentions. Elder Song Hui of the mysterious cloud sect stood upon a cloud, addressing Li Ye beside her. Do you see? That young man bears no resemblance to your Ping'an brother. Li Ye anxiously fixated on the 18-year-old youth. He was indeed different from her Ping'an brother of 4 years past. Nonetheless, she felt an undeniable connection, yet hesitated to confirm it, fearful of another disappointment. Upon the snowy mountains, Xia Qing once more cautioned Jiang Ping'an. Should you find yourself unable to prevail, simply call for us. Though this is a life-and-death battle, we shall ensure your survival. Just as Jiang Ping'an was about to respond, something caught his eye, causing him to pause. Xia Qing, noticing his expression, followed his gaze. A captivating and elegant mature female cultivator stood upon a cloud, accompanied by a young girl of 11 or 12. Xia Qing recognized this refined woman as Elder Song Hui of the mysterious cloud sect. Xia Qing transmitted a teasing thought to Jiang Ping'an. What is this? Have you taken a fancy to such a mature lady? Typically, this young man remained serious, hardly sparing a glance for beauties like Yun Huang and herself. Yet today he was utterly entranced by Elder Song Hui. Suddenly, Jiang Ping'an soared towards her. Xia Qing was taken aback. Could it be that he truly favored such a mature woman? As Song Hui noticed Jiang Ping'an approaching, her pupils widened in astonishment. Could it be that this young man? Jiang Ping'an landed before her, clasped his fists in salute, and said, Elder, I thank you for guiding me in the past. Song Hui's heart raced violently. It truly was him. How could this be? In merely 4 years, he had attained the nascent soul stage. Such a pace of cultivation could only be rivaled by a select few prodigies within the sect. How could someone deemed ordinary in talent achieve such remarkable success? Jiang Ping'an felt immense gratitude towards this elder. Although she had not taken him under her wing, had she not left him the earth-breathing method and 3 spirit stones, allowing him to enter the realm of cultivation, he would have perished long ago. Elder, may I inquire about the well-being of Hunyo? Jiang Ping'an's purpose for approaching her was to inquire about Hunyo, who, like him, had no family. He wondered how she was faring and whether she still remembered him. Ping'an brother. Li Ye could no longer contain her emotions and threw herself into Jiang Ping'an's embrace, weeping profusely, her slender arms wrapped around his neck, her legs clinging to him as if fearing he might vanish. Jiang Ping'an was momentarily taken aback. Hunyo? In his memory, Hunyo was a skinny child with a runny nose, perpetually playing in the mud. After years apart, she had grown so tall and remarkably charming. The passage of time was truly unfathomable. Ping'an brother, I've missed you so much. Li Ye cried, her longing finally expressed as she reunited with her beloved Ping'an brother. Gradually regaining his composure, Jiang Ping'an gently embraced her, replying, I have missed you too, Hunyo. The formidable figure from the great Xia gazed at Xia Qing in bewilderment, pondering how Jiang Ping'an could possibly be acquainted with someone from the Misty sect. Xia Qing, having flown before Elder Song Hui, greeted her, expressing his hopes that she was well and congratulating her on the 9th princess's breakthrough to the transformation realm. Their exchange was steeped in pleasantries. Elder Song, I had no idea you were also familiar with my brother. It truly is a stroke of fate, Xia Qing remarked with a smile. Elder Song Hui shook her head, indicating she did not know him. She recounted the events from 4 years prior, and Xia Qing was taken aback to learn how Jiang Ping'an had embarked on his cultivation journey. 3 spirit stones and a basic technique had propelled him to such heights. Elder Song then turned her attention to Li Ye, admonishing her to heed her master's advice regarding decorum, emphasizing that a young lady should not be so close to a man. Despite her astonishment at Jiang Ping'an's achievements, she warned against any interaction that could lead to complications. Ping'an Ji is not a stranger, Li Ye insisted, clinging to Jiang Ping'an as if she were a kitten, nuzzling against him and reveling in his scent. Observing her unwavering affection, Jiang Ping'an's stern demeanor began to soften. Xiaoyu, it's time to come down. You've grown up and can't be called by your childhood nickname anymore. Oh. Reluctantly, Li Ye released her hold but continued to cling to his arm. Just as she was about to speak, a wave of overwhelming auras surged from the distance. Upon recognizing the newcomers, Elder Song's expression shifted dramatically as she swiftly took Li Ye away, distancing herself from Jiang Ping'an. It was imperative that the people of Chu Kingdom remained unaware of Li Ye's connection to him. The presence from Chu Kingdom was unmistakably imposing, as if they were sovereigns demanding reverence. Chu Yang emanated an intense heat, his aura blindingly radiant like the sun, capturing the attention of all present. Is that the sun god physique? What an intimidating presence. To possess such overwhelming might at the early stage of the nascent soul, what could the future hold? Prince Chu Yang, I am the Prince of Qiushan Kingdom, and I wish to extend an invitation for you to visit my realm. The Prince of Qiushan stepped forward, attempting to ingratiate himself. Chu Yang merely cast a glance at him and waved his hand dismissively. A terrifying flame enveloped the prince, consuming him without a hint of resistance, leaving nothing but ashes in its wake. What filth dares to approach me and presume to invite this prince? Chu Yang's arrogance was boundless. He was soon to join the Sun God sect and be crowned as their divine child, believing only the holy lands and noble families worthy of his discourse. Witnessing this, the others from Qiushan were left aghast. Their prince had perished in an instant. They were too intimidated to voice their outrage, retreating swiftly to relay the grim news. The Chu Kingdom was far more powerful than Qiushan and had ties with the Sun God sect, rendering them unable to provoke such might. Other factions that had considered forming alliances hesitated, frozen by fear. Chu Yang's gaze bore into Jiang Ping'an, malice swirling within him. Scum, I now offer you a chance. Kneel before me and acknowledge your mistakes, and I shall grant you a swift end. Chapter 156, The Clash with Chu Yang today. Chu Yang's purpose here was to conclude the final threads of fate and deal with Jiang Ping'an once and for all. Subsequently, he will depart from the state of Chu, journeying to the Sun God sect, devoted to the pursuit of enlightenment and competing with prodigies. Chu Yang, radiant as the sun, dazzles all present, causing the formidable figures from various nations to pale in comparison. Witnessing his arrogant demeanor, many do not harbor disdain. Instead, they are imbued with greater respect. In this realm, the actions of the powerful are deemed justifiable. Although Chu Yang has yet to truly ascend to the ranks of the mighty, he possesses the potential to do so. With the protection of the Sun God sect, he is destined to achieve great renown in the future. Alas, the great Xia is unfortunate to find such a prodigy among its adversaries. Song Hui gazes at Jiang Ping'an, sighing inwardly. Having embarked on his cultivation journey at the tender age of 14 and advancing to the nascent soul stage in just 4 years, he originally had a promising future. Yet he has unwittingly crossed paths with Chu Yang. Regrettably, it seems he is destined to fall here today. May shall you witness the harsh realities of the cultivation world and strive to excel. As the crowd gradually retreats, within 100 miles atop the snow-capped mountains, only 2 figures remain. One exudes a tempestuous aura, stirring the very winds and clouds. The other, with a restrained presence, resembles a tranquil sea. Chu Yang gazes haughtily at Xia Qing and declares, I offer the great Xia a chance for survival. You and Yuan Huang shall marry me and join the state of Chu, or else the great Xia shall cease to exist. Both women possess remarkable talents and stunning beauty, worthy of being his consorts. A hint of derision appears on Xia Qing's face as she retorts, You are utterly pathetic. Had it not been for your protective talisman, my brother would have long since slain you. Chu Yang's expression stiffens, his fists clenched, seething with rage as he grits his teeth. You wretched woman. Await the day I annihilate the great Xia and consign you to a brothel, reducing you to a mere sow. His gaze shifts to Jiang Ping'an. This prince shall demonstrate the vast chasm that separates us. Just 3 moves. I need only 3 to vanquish you. Chu Yang launches a powerful punch, unleashing the state of Chu's most formidable secret technique, the Burning Heaven Fist, a terrifying wave of heat that melts the snow-capped mountains. The strike hurtles toward Jiang Ping'an with blinding speed, rendering evasion impossible. However, Jiang Ping'an does not attempt to dodge. Instead, he raises his palm, invoking the law of strength. From his center, an area of 1 mile becomes his domain. As the flame-imbued fist approaches and enters Jiang Ping'an's realm, it gradually dissipates, ultimately transforming into a wave of heat that touzles his hair without inflicting any harm. The 3rd level of the Wujia fist. This boy has actually mastered this technique to such a degree. The onlookers, seasoned experts, immediately recognized the technique Jiang Ping'an employs. The Wujia fist is notoriously difficult to master, requiring immense patience. While its defensive capabilities are formidable, it lacks proactive offensive power, rendering it less favored by many. In an instant, Chu Yang closes the distance, unleashing a powerful and searing fist towards Jiang Ping'an. Remaining unflustered, Jiang Ping'an calmly executes the Wujia fist, utilizing the force of Chu Yang's attack against him. Bang, bang, bang. In the briefest moment, the two collide thousands of times. The force of their clashes shatters the snow-covered mountains below, sending rocks tumbling down. Jiang Ping'an's gaze remains as tranquil as ever. The 3 moves you spoke of have passed. We're nearing 3,000 now. Silence. Chu Yang was acutely aware that his opponent was deliberately provoking him, relentlessly assaulting him. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, their fists colliding with such force that they were propelled several miles away. Chu Yang gazed at Jiang Ping'an in disbelief. You have actually comprehended a complete law. If he were an ordinary cultivator, even possessing the infinite fist, he would have been reduced to ashes by the flames of the law. Yet, his adversary remained unscathed. There could only be one explanation. Jiang Ping'an's understanding of the law was no less profound than his own, having also grasped the complete law. To comprehend a complete law at the age of 18 signifies either extraordinary talent and affinity with the laws, akin to the divine phoenix body or solar divine body, or an immense investment of resources. However, to accumulate such resources would require a staggering amount, a privilege seldom afforded even to the princes of most kingdoms. Emperor Xia Yuanhao transmitted a message to his daughter, Xia Qing. How many laws have you imparted to Jiang Ping'an? To grasp a law so swiftly is equivalent to the late stage of nascent soul. He must have utilized substantial resources. Xia Qing was at a loss for words, as she had not bestowed any laws upon Jiang Ping'an. Though astonished, she had grown numb to his astonishing feats. Even if he were to produce a judge's pen, she would not be surprised. Jiang Ping'an harbored his own secrets. Xia Yuanhao continued to inquire, why does Jiang Ping'an not release that body with the spirit-sealing realm? That body must be the strongest. The current incarnation of Jiang Ping'an was a physical cultivator of the blood infant realm, seemingly lacking in combat prowess. His most formidable body should belong to that self-created realm. Xia Qing shook her head, recognizing he had his own plans. Perhaps preparing for a sneak attack, feigning weakness before striking unexpectedly, a tactic well within Jiang Ping'an's style. On the battlefield, Chu Yang glared darkly at Jiang Ping'an, underestimating him. It appeared that the great Xia had invested considerable resources in his cultivation. However, do you think that comprehending a single law enables you to contend with me, the Crown Prince? Allow me to demonstrate the might of a superior bloodline. Another terrifying force of law erupted from his being. The assembled powerhouses were taken aback. The law of gold. Chu Yang had actually comprehended 2 laws simultaneously. While the law of gold appeared unremarkable, the dual enhancement of laws rendered Jiang Ping'an incapable of withstanding it. For an ordinary cultivator in the nascent soul stage, grasping even a single law is no small feat. Only those prodigies aided by resources have the chance to comprehend 2 laws at this stage. Typically, one must reach the transformation realm to have the energy to grasp a second law. It is noteworthy that Chu Yang was merely 20 years old. With ample time ahead for further cultivation, Chu Yang charged at Jiang Ping'an once more, his power amplified terrifyingly by the law of gold. Yet, Jiang Ping'an remained composed, invoking the battle god technique. An ancient war song traversed the ages, the resounding drum beats echoing through the heavens, quickening the heartbeat of all who heard it. A formidable will of combat enveloped Jiang Ping'an, divine light radiating, reaching towards the heavens. He seemed to embody a war deity as he countered the attack, delivering a fist that sent Chu Yang flying. Bang, bang, bang. Chu Yang's body pierced through several towering mountains, causing the peaks to shatter. Jiang Ping'an stood suspended in the void, his profound gaze fixed upon Chu Yang. If this is all the prowess you possess, I shall be immensely disappointed. Observing Chu Yang being sent flying and the battle attire adorning Jiang Ping'an, the onlookers widened their eyes in astonishment. The law of battle. Jiang Ping'an was also comprehending 2 laws. It was inconceivable that he could grasp the law of battle. He must have utilized the blood of the sacred body, as he did previously. These formidable beings anticipated Jiang Ping'an's swift downfall, yet the manifestation of his law of battle left them utterly astounded. Li Yeye, clutching a monocular artifact, watched the battle unfold. Upon witnessing Jiang Ping'an send Chuyang hurtling away, she leapt with excitement, her twin ponytails dancing wildly. Master, did you see that? Brother Ping'an is truly remarkable. So handsome. Her face radiated admiration. The disciples of the Miao Miao sect would boast daily about their prowess, yet they claimed they could not contend with the sun god body, while Brother Ping'an could. Indeed, no one could rival Brother Ping'an. Song Hui appeared somewhat dazed. Jiang Ping'an's performance truly took her by surprise. However, victory was still beyond his grasp. The sacred body was not so easily vanquished. Chapter 157. The semi-sacred body Chuyang was ensconced within the mountains, erupting with an overwhelming blaze, causing the peaks to explode. Let us see how much sacred body blood you can burn. He believed that Jiang Ping'an's immense strength must be attributed to the sacred body blood concealed within him. Chuyang radiated a blinding crimson light as he charged at Jiang Ping'an once more. Jiang Ping'an retaliated with a punch, invoking the second tier of the battle god technique, amplifying his strength threefold as the laws of power and battle enveloped him. A cataclysmic battle erupted, flames scorching the heavens, mountains collapsing, and fierce fires raging through the forest, scattering countless birds and beasts. The atmosphere was tense between the great Xia and the state of Chu, particularly among the formidable beings of Chu, who never anticipated the extent of Jiang Ping'an's strength. How could this youth, devoid of a high-ranking bloodline, be so powerful? They expected the battle to conclude swiftly, yet the two were evenly matched. Within a radius of dozens of miles, the earth fractured, flames erupted, and various formidable techniques illuminated the void. The numerous powerhouses stood agape. The combat prowess exhibited by these two transcended the typical capabilities expected of practitioners in the nascent soul stage. Even claiming they were in the late nascent soul phase would be believable. Placed among the esteemed families and sacred lands, their might was undeniably top tier. Chuyang's strength was reasonable, being a sun god body, but what justified Jiang Ping'an's capabilities? Lacking a bloodline, how could he possess such power? This battle raged for 2 hours. With Jiang Ping'an's garments and skin charred, while Chuyang's bones were fractured, both suffering grievously. They exchanged a punch, sending each other flying and crashing into the mountains, blood spilling from their mouths. Both were grievously injured. How much sacred body blood do you possess? Chuyang roared, his fist stained crimson with blood. If it weren't for that damned law of battle, you would have perished long ago. How much sacred body blood had Jiang Ping'an truly stored? Who told you that I am drawing upon the sacred blood of another? Jiang Ping'an wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and soared into the sky once more, fueled by an indomitable belief and a fierce fighting spirit. Not drawing upon another's sacred blood? Chuyang's pupils constricted as he contemplated a terrifying possibility. Could it be that you are a sacred body? Not a sacred body, but a quasi-sacred body. The bones of Jiang Ping'an creaked ominously, a mysterious golden light illuminating the heavens, reminiscent of an ancient war god. Through this battle, he successfully fused with the sacred bone, formally becoming a quasi-sacred body. Though Jiang Ping'an's voice was not loud, it resonated clearly among the many powerful beings present. A tempest of emotions surged within everyone, including those from the Great Xia. Even they were unaware that Jiang Ping'an had integrated the sacred bone. It turned out that Jiang Ping'an's purpose for utilizing this body was to use Chuyang as a whetstone. Li Yeye, employing her listening technique, caught Jiang Ping'an's words from a distance and curiously looked up to her master, Song Hui, asking, "Master, what is a sacred body? What is a quasi-sacred body?" Song Hui, however, was in a state of shock, entirely oblivious to her disciples' inquiries. Jiang Ping'an was, astonishingly, a quasi-sacred body, the most formidable physique among the human race. Although not a perfect sacred body, even so, he could still sweep away countless prodigies. Across the entire mysterious cloud sect, one would be hard-pressed to find several such talents. Upon realizing that he had been utilized as a whetstone by Jiang Ping'an, shame and fury surged within Chuyang. "Bastard! You shall surely die today." He had anticipated an easy resolution to the battle, only to find himself aiding his opponent in evolving into a quasi-sacred body. Chuyang ceased to conceal his strength, uttering ancient and enigmatic incantations. As his whispers echoed, a mysterious force descended from the sun above, flooding into his being. Xiaoqing's expression changed drastically. She could sense the terror of this power and hastily warned, "Be careful. He must be invoking the secret techniques of the sun god sect." Jiang Ping'an charged forward, intent on interrupting Chuyang's incantation. Yet, before he could draw near, he felt an unbearable heat emanating from Chu Yang. With a casual wave, Chu Yang ignited Jiang Ping'an's garments, sending him hurtling backward. Jiang Ping'an steadied himself, channeling energy to form a protective garment to shield his body. The rocks surrounding Chu Yang melted into liquid, while vegetation within a radius of several dozen miles withered and combusted. As the incantation concluded, Chu Yang truly transformed into a sun, warping the very fabric of space. Do not think that just because you are a quasi-sacred body, or even a true sacred body, you will escape death today. Chu Yang's eyes suddenly radiated two beams of terrifying light, striking with incredible speed. Jiang Ping'an swiftly evaded, but the mountains behind him were pierced through with two gaping holes. At the same moment, Chu Yang charged directly at Jiang Ping'an, unleashing the heaven-incinerating fist, this time infused with unfathomable power. Jiang Ping'an countered with the infinite fist to dissipate the force. Let us see how many punches you can withstand. Chu Yang's fist descended like a tempest. Jiang Ping'an was relentlessly driven back, the overwhelming heat threatening to ignite his very being. Observing the formidable Chu Yang, many powerful beings recognized that the battle was nearing its conclusion. Alas, Jiang Ping'an was truly exceptional, yet he was fated to encounter the sun god body. In the state of Chu, an elderly man clad in a gray robe nodded in satisfaction, bringing the young ones back to the sun god sect for rigorous training, where the true power of the solar divine body would eventually manifest. At present, only half of its potential was being realized. This individual was Elder Zhang Shua of the sun god sect, tasked with escorting Chu Yang to the sect. Elder Zhang, I shall rely on you to take good care of my son in the future, the Emperor of Chu remarked with a smile. Rest assured, I shall do so. He is destined to inherit the sun god sect, Zhang Shua replied. The Emperor of Chu beamed with delight. The standing of the sun god sect was incomparable to that of Chu, rivaling the might of the great Qian dynasty and the ancient Lei family. Should his son ascend to the position of the sect's leader, the emperor would also gain access to superior cultivation resources, thus elevating the state of Chu to unprecedented heights. In his daydreams, the emperor dismissed the great Xia as insignificant, merely a nuisance that could be eradicated at any moment. Meanwhile, Liya witnessed Jiang Ping'an being assaulted and was overwhelmed with urgency, crying out, "Brother Ping'an, hurry and fight back, crush him." Song Hui, startled, quickly covered Liya's mouth, albeit too late. Hearing her words, Chu Yang shot a fierce glare in their direction. "You little wretch, do you dare to challenge me? Prepare to perish." With a single punch, Chu Yang struck Jiang Ping'an to the ground, his eyes casting a terrifying glare at Liya. Fortunately, Song Hui, possessing considerable cultivation, unleashed a protective energy shield to thwart Chu Yang's assault. "I apologize, Prince Chu Yang. The child speaks without restraint. Please do not take it to heart," she implored. Recognizing the potential of Chu Yang, whose future accomplishments were limitless, a force that the Miao Liao sect could never hope to contend with, they must not provoke him. "Who are you to speak? Eliminate this little wretch now, or I shall annihilate your Miao Liao sect in the future." Chu Yang recognized the garments of the elder from the Miao Liao sect adorning his opponent. Song Hui's expression shifted dramatically. "Ah," Liya cried out, "Brother Ping'an. He is bullying me. Haha, what a joke. Brother Ping'an is nothing but refuse compared to me." Chu Yang laughed uproariously. "Bullying Yaya? You seek death." A chilling and sinister aura emanated from beneath, as Jiang Ping'an surged forth, his face twisted with murderous intent. Xiaqing's pupils constricted. She had never seen Jiang Ping'an display such ferocity. This young man, usually so composed, even in anger, concealed his emotions beneath a calm exterior. Yet now, his visage was one of sheer savagery. As Chu Yang observed Jiang Ping'an charging at him once more, a disdainful smile crept across his face. "Oh, you're angry. It seems that girl means a great deal to you. Once I eliminate you, I shall deal with her. I'll send you to the Western Paradise." Chu Yang summoned all his strength, poised to deliver a fatal blow to Jiang Ping'an. Chapter 158. A second slaughter. Chu Yang gathered every ounce of energy within him, swinging his fist toward the advancing Jiang Ping'an. At that moment, the radiance emanating from him surpassed even the sun above, proclaiming him as the sole sovereign of heaven and earth. "You, a mere wretch, dare to contend with my solar divine body. Die." He could never have anticipated that Jiang Ping'an, whom he had scorned, would possess such formidable combat prowess. Yet, it seemed all was destined to culminate here. His adversary would not withstand this strike. Suddenly, Jiang Ping'an's mental energy surged forth, seizing control of Chu Yang's movements. Chu Yang's expression shifted dramatically. Mental energy. Of course. The last time I was poisoned, I had to ingest the antidote, yet I found myself under the control of a strange force. It turned out to be mental energy. The power that Chu Yang had gathered in his arm could not be released and exploded in an instant. Bang! His arm shattered, and the violent explosion was dazzling, enveloping Chu Yang in a searing wave of heat that radiated for thousands of meters. Rocks and trees were obliterated, resembling a scene of apocalypse. Son! The smile vanished from the face of the Emperor of Chu, who cried out in alarm. Elder Zhang Shuo of the Sun God sect suddenly squinted his eyes. The onlookers, many of whom were formidable beings, wore expressions of disbelief. The ruler of the great Xia Yuanhao, abruptly turned his gaze towards his daughter, Xia Qing. He still possesses mental energy? Quite normal. He has merely awakened, Xia Qing replied nonchalantly. What do you mean by normal? This is an exceedingly rare mental energy. Xia Yuanhao's composure faltered, his voice cracking. Such a talent is 1 in a million, yet his daughter speaks of it, as if it were commonplace. So what? He can even create his own realm. What's the big deal about awakening mental energy? Xia Qing was already numbed by shock. Even if Jiang Ping'an were to break through to the God transformation stage now, she would not be surprised. Xia Yuanhao was taken aback. Why was his daughter so unfazed? Was he making a mountain out of a molehill? Upon glancing at the other powerful beings, seeing their astonished expressions, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. It was not his misplaced reaction. The situation was indeed astonishing. Liea wiped her tears with her small fists, huffing, "You bullied me. But Brother Ping'an cares for me the most, and will surely crush you." Song Hui's mature figure trembled. The aura of Xia Yuanhao had vanished. Was he dead? The formidable sun god body had been defeated so easily? Was this Jiang Ping'an truly the rural boy she had seen 4 years prior? In just a few years, he had grown to such an extent. As the terrifying energy dissipated, Chu Yang vanished. However, an ancient black jade slip floated in the air, mysterious runes shimmering upon it. The sight of this jade slip transformed the expressions of the crowd into one of solemnity. The smiles of the great Xia people disappeared. The substitute death talisman. The kingdom of Chu was indeed kind to this prince, having accumulated substitute death talismans for him. Crack! The black jade slip shattered, and Chu Yang reappeared. He was resurrected once more. Scum! This prince will tear you to pieces. Chu Yang's furious roar echoed through the heavens. For the 3rd time, he had died. He had used his last substitute death talisman. To be killed 3 times by someone without a noble lineage was an immense humiliation for one of the sun god body. One of the most esteemed bloodlines in the world. Chu Yang spat out a crimson sword, radiating divine light. This was the life treasure bestowed upon him by the sun god sect, which would grow in power alongside his own. Even those who had reached the god transformation stage would not dare to confront it with their physical bodies. Originally, Chu Yang had intended to refine this sword for some time before wielding it. However, Jiang Ping'an's strength was unexpectedly formidable, leaving him no choice but to use it now. Just as Chu Yang prepared to launch his attack, Xia Qing suddenly appeared before Jiang Ping'an. Since you have employed the substitute death talisman, the competition has come to an end. According to the covenant of heavenly Tao, your kingdom of Chu is forbidden from attacking the great Xia for a century. Chu Yang roared in fury. It is not over yet. This prince has yet to slay Jiang Ping'an. Get out of the way. Just as Xia Qing was about to refuse, Jiang Ping'an suddenly interjected. Let's make a wager. Show your sincerity and stake a treasured item. Are you bold enough? A wager involving a treasured item? Chu Yang was momentarily taken aback. Jiang Ping'an turned to Xia Yuanhao and asked, Your Majesty, may I carry the judge's pen? Xia Yuanhao's expression shifted. He could not risk the judge's pen, for although it was damaged, it was still a quasi-immortal artifact, superior to a mere treasure. The main concern was that this quasi-immortal artifact belonged to him. Xia Qing swiftly approached Xia Yuanhao, extending her delicate hand to retrieve it, embodying a regal demeanor. Determined not to bring shame upon the daxia, Xia Yuanhao's aged face twitched. His daughter, now with a consort, seemed to regard him with little respect. Aware of the many eyes upon him, Xia Yuanhao understood the necessity of maintaining his dignity. He reluctantly produced the tattered judge's pen, his face etched with reluctance. Upon seeing the quasi-immortal artifact, everyone's eyes gleamed, including Zhang Shuo from the Sun God sect. Even within the Sun God sect, This quasi-immortal artifact was considered a top-tier treasure, possessed by only a select few elders. Very well, we agree. Zhang Shuo readily consented. Summoning a peculiar roulette imbued with a terrifying heat, resembling a radiant sun. This roulette, entirely circular, bore a resemblance to a bronze mirror, inscribed with various mysterious and potent runes, pulsating with the essence of Tao. The Sun God Wheel, a supreme treasure crafted by the founder of the Sun God sect, surpassed ordinary treasures in strength. It was the emergence of the Sun God Wheel that had previously stabilized the state of Chu during battle. Zhang Shua's agreement to wager this treasure stemmed from his desire to acquire the Judge's Pin for himself. The simultaneous appearance of the Judge's Pin and the Sun God Wheel ignited envy in the eyes of many powerful beings. A formidable treasure is of immense significance to a cultivator, yet such artifacts are scarce, held tightly by the strong, often unattainable through purchase. One could say, possessing a powerful treasure is akin to having an unparalleled formidable warrior at one's side. Xiaqing produced a golden Dao contract. Given the unreliability of such old fellows, only the Dao contract could intimidate them. The contract stipulated that the victor would claim the opponent's treasure should either party violate the terms. They would face the wrath of heavenly tribulation, resulting in a fall from their realm and eternal stagnation. Both parties held great trust in their respective champions, confident in their eventual triumph, and proceeded to sign the contract. The spectators held their breath. Who would emerge victorious in the impending battle? Jiang Ping'an unveiled his concealed spiritual power, while Chuyang summoned his life-bound artifact. Who would prevail? Zhang Shuo conveyed a secret technique to Chuyang via mental transmission, urging him to burn his life force to double his combat strength. Chuyang nodded, having already contemplated this course of action. No matter what, he was determined to slay Jiang Ping'an today, otherwise he would never find peace. Once the contract was signed, both parties hurled the Sun God Wheel and the Judge's Pen into the heavens. These two artifacts awaited new masters. The people of Daxiao and Chu were on edge, for this battle would determine the fate of their respective nations. Xia Yuanhao's heart raced as he addressed Jiang Ping'an. Good son-in-law, cease your games and take this seriously. Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback. Cease games? What did that mean? In the recent skirmish, was Jiang Ping'an merely toying with his opponents? What a jest! As the crowd stood momentarily stunned, a figure emerged from the spirit beast storage pouch at Jiang Ping'an's waist. Upon sighting this apparition, Li Ye's large, watery eyes widened in astonishment. To Jiang Ping'an's, a wave of shock rippled through the onlookers. It was a Dao body, the secret technique of the great Xia. It turned out that Jiang Ping'an had not exerted his full strength during the prior battle. Everyone understood that the true power of the Dao body lies in its ability to merge, resulting in a substantial increase in combat prowess. However, something felt amiss. The aura of this body was exceedingly peculiar. A formidable individual sensed something unusual and suddenly spoke up. The crowd, too, became aware of the strange energy emanating from Jiang Ping'an's form, which exhibited fluctuations akin to the Yuaning stage, yet it was not truly at that level. What could this mean? What cultivation level did this body possess?